From humble beginnings as typical pale-complexioned zombie, his journey ascended. Wielding a decaying yet formidable form, he shattered the foundations of mortal planes, the 3 realms, the 6 realms, even reaching into the celestial expanse of heavens and countless universes. A dim, enclosed space shut him in. He Chang felt a touch lightheaded. What was odd was that even though this place seemed completely trapped, he wasn't suffocating. Arms at his sides, he longed to scratch his face, but his elbows locked up stiffly, like they were encased in plaster. Lifting them only let him graze the top of the sealed boundary. The material covering his head felt like wood. Each tap made a hollow dong-dong sound. Feels a bit like a coffin, he mumbled to himself. Was someone playing a cruel joke, or had he been snatched and interred alive? Being trapped in a coffin would surely kill someone. Hey! Someone's here. Is there anyone out there? No matter if this was a trick or not, when you can't free yourself, begging for help from the outside world is vital. But when his voice escaped, it startled him. It wasn't a human tone, his throat felt like jagged edges grinding together, forcing out a harsh cry. Is that even me? He was stuck in this darkness, his entire body rigid and unyielding. He Chang couldn't even touch himself. Yet, he was losing touch with the feeling of being human. Before he could fully grasp his shock, voices crackled from beyond. Someone said plainly, "This is trickier than I imagined. Chengyun, Feha, Danma Doxian." The prince must have transformed into a walking corpse. A walking corpse? A zombie? Recalling his predicament sealed within the coffin-like space, with limbs locked stiff, the prince turned into a walking corpse. Couldn't be him, could it? He Chang froze momentarily before violently patting at the lid covering him. The instant it lifted a sliver, a faint light seared his eyes, then the slab slammed shut harder. When he struggled again, his hand instinctively recoiled. The once harmless wood now seemed razor-sharp. Even a slap sent a searing tingle straight to his brain, a soul-deep agony. It wasn't physical pain, but something far more piercing, mental torment. The idea of bursting from the coffin was abandoned. He Chang wouldn't dare move. This entire ordeal stemmed from the so-called bloodline. Even if escape were possible, he had to face the Taoist priests guarding outside. Leaving on his own meant walking straight into a trap. He couldn't help but bitterly smile inside. Dying of suffocation in this coffin is better. No, zombies are invincible. Trapped here, I'll be buried underground forever or turn to ash. Neither fate appealed to him. As a human, you yearn for a long life, and as a zombie, everlasting existence. Yet, another voice echoed from beyond, the man from before, his tone laced with relief. The prince's body has become a zombie, a basic white one. Don't fret, little prince. Then a child's voice followed, delicate and gender-ambiguous, but the tone suggested it belonged to a young prince. My imperial uncle safeguarded our Qing dynasty's borders. This time, an evil creature attacked him, ending his life. I, as king, should grant him a grand burial in the imperial tomb. My lord, the previous soul inhabiting this vessel hadn't done well at all. Hearing Qing dynasty, an idea flashed through Yi Cheng's mind, those emperors and princes from history. Time travel wasn't so bad, being a prince with riches and power sounded tempting. But to be a deceased prince, trapped as a zombie? There was no worse fate imaginable. He'd seen countless zombie flicks. Zombies were stripped of their humanity, haunted by Taoist priests. The whole bit reinforced the image of powerless undead, driven only to spread fear and be extinguished. Taoist power, man. It was all about showing off that divine might. I'll surely meet the young prince's expectations and safely escort his body. A voice boomed from outside. He Chang gathered it was an important official, though a dismissive little Taoist priest guarding his coffin muttered something rude like a dog relying on its master's strength. The thought pricked at him, trapped in the sealed darkness, utterly immobile. The only comfort was piecing together the scene from fragments of overheard conversations. It kept his sanity teetering, more a controlled descent into madness than true peace. The stale air carried whispers of wood crackling and roasting meat, an unnerving scent that twisted something primal within him. The longing to bite and drain their life essence welled up, forcing him to fiercely clamp it down. This craving for blood intensified with each passing moment. Dragging himself along on the first day's journey, He Chang learned they were traveling in a grand carriage, pulled by snorting horses. For Taoist novices stood guard at the corners of his coffin, 12 heavily armored soldiers fanned out around them, and a retinue of servants attended the young prince, the maid, an ambitious eunuch, and that troublesome Taoist priest. The weary rhythm of their journey settled into a routine. He overheard snippets as they passed through towns, witnessing red-stamped newspapers being hawked and even the arrival of worldly policemen who were easily appeased with bribes. It couldn't be the Qing dynasty anymore, this had to be the Republic of China era. Stuck in the suffocating darkness, his captive mind fixated on the sounds, the maid's steps near the prince, their pace betraying her figure and build. Fragments of conversation between the Taoist boys hinted at their limited understanding, knowing nothing beyond scattering rice and splashing blood, their very ineptitude fueled his growing unease. For relentless days passed, an unthinkable trial for a normal person. But for He Chang, it was an endless spiral of captivity, gnawing anxiety, and increasingly frantic flights of fancy, threatening to shatter what little held him together. Resentment gnawed at He Chang. Escaping wasn't a priority anymore, he fixated on the burning desire for vengeance, especially against that insufferable Taoist priest. The thought echoed, when I break free, I'll make them all pay. The fifth day dawned with a rooster's crow, sending shivers through He Chang and locking his undead limbs in place. A primal fear of these everyday sounds had burrowed deep. Roosters, wild dogs barking, even stray alley cats brushing past carried an instinctive terror. Even the incense burned before his coffin by the carrying team overloaded his senses. He was clearly a bottom-rung zombie at this point. Suddenly, Taoist priest Qianhe commanded the procession to halt. A grating voice, the eunuch, Wu, queried the reason. We're out of glutinous rice, sir. My senior brother lives up ahead, allow me to borrow some. The young Taoist boy's words dripped with feigned respect, a knife twisting in He Chang's undead heart. Qianhe, in his daily ritual, shoved the abhorrent concoction, glutinous rice and water, into the coffin seams, choking him even in death. Relief washed over He Chang as the Taoist departed to fetch more. Then, a stranger's voice sliced through the air from afar. Junior brother, celestial signs point to rain. Proceed with caution. Rain. He Chang perked up. On a rainy day, his lifeline, the ink line sealing the coffin, could be washed away, granting him a sliver of freedom. It hinged on Qianhe's actions. A heavy downpour could be his salvation. God willing, a torrential storm was needed. The endless torment of time captivity had made He Chang resigned to waiting. He longed for night's embrace. As the chorus of cicadas filled the humid air, Taoist priest Qianhe examined the impassive coffin with unease. Usually, newly turned zombies thrashed and howled in their confinement. This unnerving stillness was a red flag. Muttering to himself, hopefully, it's good omens, he directed two boys to bind the coffin tighter with hempen rope. Fear prickled at him and inexplicable unease settled over his usually calloused heart. He lacked the learned wisdom of astrology and could barely manage subduing ghosts and zombies, leaving him ill-equipped to decipher this oddity. The procession halted for the night. Guards shed their weariness but kept their armor and scimitars at the ready, a royal guard's ingrained habit. The air crackled with a tension He Chang couldn't feel, yet keenly sensed as the harbinger of a volatile turn in his grim fate. The young prince got off the sedan, and with the help of Minister Wu, he sat down on a small stool with cushions embroidered with gold silk on which dragons and phoenixes played. The accompanying chef was making a fire to cook, and several people were setting up camp to prepare a place for the young prince to spend the night. Only Taoist priest Qianhe ignored the meat roasting on the fire. He took a bite of the dry food in his arms and looked up at the sky. Senior brother Simu is often inaccurate in stargazing. There is not a single dark cloud above his head. It seems that it's me who worries too much. No rain is the best. Just when everyone was relaxing, a thunder exploded in the sky. Click. Immediately after the purple lightning and thunder, there was pouring rain. It's raining, Taoist Master Qianhe said secretly. He put the dry food in his arms and stood up. He shouted to the Taoist boys and guards guarding the coffin, quickly, transport the coffin to the tent. The ink line melts when it meets water, and he is not afraid of a white-haired zombie. But the young prince is here, and these guards around him are all blood food that can drive zombies crazy. When the corpse turns into a zombie, it becomes crazy when exposed to blood. By then, Taoist priest Qianhe cannot guarantee that he can protect everyone. But as long as one person is bitten, it will trigger a chain reaction. He knew very well what would happen if the ink line got wet, so Taoist priest Qianhe acted swiftly. He jumped up on the coffin lid and sat down cross-legged. However, under the heavy rain, the dried ink lines were getting wet, and there were two corners already stripped of color. He was secretly anxious, but fortunately the coffin was not delivered slowly and it quickly arrived in front of the tent. But a figure pinched the waist and blocked the path of the coffin, acting as a roadblock. Wu Shileng pointed angrily at the long nose of Qianhe Dao who was sitting on the coffin and cursed, "You idiot, do you have any brains? This tent is for the young prince. You let the young prince live with the coffin? Wu Shileng, if there is an emergency, just make do with it." Taoist priest Qianhe jumped down, but did not dare to squeeze in. He is just a commoner, and the eunuch with the fake beard in front of him is the servant. Although the Qing dynasty has collapsed, many people ignore the Qing government's arrogant appearance, but Taoist priest Qianhe does this. Learned martial arts and brought goods to the emperor's family. Taoist priest Qianhe went to the mountain to learn skills, hoping to be promoted and make a fortune, and to serve the royal family. Wu Shilang pretended to be a tiger, but he hit Taoist master Qianhe's weakness. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and the ink marks on the coffin had been completely washed away. Taoist master Qianhe ordered the Taoist boy to hold on to the tied rope to prevent the zombies from counterattacking, and then turned to Wu Shilang and explained, "The heavy rain has washed away the ink marks, and the zombies, if you run out, everyone will be in danger." This, everyone is in danger. Wu Shilang thought of the safety of the young prince and himself. The lives of other people really didn't matter to him. It was about life safety. Wu Shilang couldn't help but be shaken, but if he said it out loud, it would be like throwing it out. If the water is released now, wouldn't my momentum become weaker? At this moment, the voice of the young prince in the tent came, "Master Wu, let Taoist master Qianhe and the others bring the coffin in." The young prince's voice was like the sound of nature. Qianhe Dao was overjoyed and held his hand in the direction of Wu Shilang, who had a look of disgust on his face. "Please lend it to Wu Shilang. This may not be a secret fight for favor." Wu Shilang and Taoist priest Qianhe, who planned to hang themselves on the tree of the young royal prince, usually only choked each other, and because Taoist priest Qianhe had no official rank, they always ended up losing in the fight. Now that he finally won, you can imagine how happy he was. It seemed that he was expected to be promoted. He ordered the guards behind him to move the coffin in quickly, and he walked past Shilang Wu and entered the tent with his chest raised. Wu Shilang cursed unhappily, "The villain is successful." Then he hurriedly got into the tent. It was raining heavily, and he didn't want to get wet with the guards outside. The guards hesitantly carried the coffin into the tent, but they didn't know He Chang was the prince who had been lying in the coffin, waiting attentively for the opportunity to break the coffin. He heard everything they said. At the same time, he counted the number of people in the tent. Through the smell of breath and the sound of footsteps, he found that there were only 6 or 7 people in total. Except for Taoist priest Qianhe, the rest were just ordinary people. Having watched zombie movies, he knew that zombies were as lethal to Taoist priests as cats were to humans. They might be injured if they were not careful, but they were by no means a formidable opponent. But to ordinary people, zombies are monsters that cannot be cut with a knife or penetrated by a gun. Waiting for the opportunity to rush out and find a way to kill Taoist master Qianhe first, then things will be simple. He listened to everyone's conversation, counted them carefully, and waited for the opportunity. "Xing Yun, go out and bring the guy who's eating in. We'll tie the coffin with ink rope later, and we'll tie it up again after this rainy day." "Yes, master." A Taoist boy listened to Taoist master Qianhe's instructions, agreed and ran out. One less person. There may be a better time to take action, but He Chang is unwilling to wait any longer. He is fed up with the constraints of the coffin and wants to get out. He Chang raised his hand and touched the coffin lid lightly, and sure enough, the pain no longer came. With the force of both arms, the solid wood coffin lid weighing dozens of kilograms was blown away with a clang, and the tent collapsed at the same time. Rain poured down from high altitude, instantly soaking He Chang. Although zombies jump out of the 3 realms and are not in the 5 elements, people are buried in the earth first after death. It is easiest to use the earth's energy to revive and become stiff, so they love the earth and fear water. However, the hatred and fear of water could not erase the anger in He Chang's heart. Trapped in a small, sealed space for 5 days, he now desperately needed to vent. He wanted to stand up and sit up, but his waist joints were extremely stiff and did not support him in this action at all, but a strong force shook the bottom of the coffin through his back, forcing him to stand upright. He is a zombie and can barely move his body. At the same time, because he is a zombie, he has copper skin and iron bones, and is extremely powerful. At this moment, priest Qianhe's exclamation came, "No, the zombies have broken the coffin. Escort the young prince away quickly." Boom! He Chang jumped up with all his strength, but his body felt like lead. His legs were stiff and his knees were hard to bend. He could barely jump half a meter high. Finally he jumped out of the coffin. After landing, I stepped into 2 conspicuous mud pits. He Chang raised his eyes and looked. First of all, what caught his eyes was not the panic of the Taoist priest, the nervousness of the guards, and the fear of the young prince, but a few words above each person's head. Level 2 Royal Guard, Level 1 Wu Shilang, Level 2 Tao Tong Fei. There was also Level 10 Taoist Master Qianhe, who was holding a mahogany sword in front of him and stabbing him. Without exception, the words above these people's heads are all red. Words as red as blood. Levels are displayed above everyone's name. Is this a game? Does the red name refer to the hostile relationship in the game? At this moment, He Chang's head was like paste, and all kinds of conjectures were generated crazily. The peachwood sword that hid his eyes in the blink of an eye felt as hot as charcoal, but He Chang quickly came back to his senses. Let's wait until these things are resolved before doing any research. As a zombie, his body is stiff and he cannot take steps to escape. He can only move by jumping. However, his body is too heavy and he cannot jump high or far. Escape is naturally impossible, so the only way is to kill the person in front of you. Level 10. He Chang didn't know what level he was, but seeing the Taomu sword draw a string of sparks on his chest, the burning pain made him howl in pain. His level is definitely lower than Taoist Master Qianhe. Leaning back, He Chang couldn't resist gravity and fell to the ground, but he quickly stood upright at the same time. Taoist priest Qianhe was facing him with his second sword. He doesn't want to die here, even if he is a zombie, he still has to live. It's better to die than to live. Besides, he also wants to live forever. A roar escaped from his throat. He Chang advanced instead of retreating, and raised his arm suddenly. The arm was so stiff that he couldn't bend his elbow quickly, and his fingers couldn't bend flexibly. Fortunately, his thumb could still move. The peachwood sword that was stabbed was grabbed by his stiff hands, and his thumbs were clasped tightly. A burst of white smoke rose, and He Chang's palm seemed to be grabbing a piece of red-hot iron. The pain made his hideous corpse face become more distorted. Taoist priest Qianhe missed the target and wanted to draw the peachwood sword, but found that the sword was tightly grasped by the zombie in front of him. In terms of strength, he was no match for the zombie. What a beast! Taoist priest Qianhe cursed. Wu Shilang, who was holding the young prince timidly behind him, retorted, "This is the prince, Qianhe, you are so brave. Don't forget to choke each other when life and death are at stake." Chizuru's face turned red because of the ally behind her. He refers to the zombie clan as a beast, but he wouldn't dare to scold the royal family even if he had the guts to do so. At this time, he was caught red-handed again, and Taoist priest Qianhe could not explain himself. He Chang caught the gap created when Taoist master Qianhe opened his mouth to explain, and suddenly let go of the hand holding Taomu sword. When Qianhe leaned back due to excessive force, he instantly turned around and pounced on the young prince. Hostage, this is He Chang's other plan. Through eavesdropping in the past few days, he discovered that Qianhe was loyal to the young prince. As long as he caught the young prince, he could temporarily take the initiative. Not good. Taoist priest Qianhe was horrified when he saw the zombie abandoning himself and attacking the young prince. When he got up from the ground in panic, He Chang had already pounced on him. He Chang raised his hand and slapped Wu Shilang away with one claw, but the level 1 eunuch couldn't block his slap at all. Wu Shilang was knocked away by him and rolled away far away. Only the little prince with fearful eyes was left, huddled in place and not daring to move. "Beast, don't harm the young prince." Taoist priest Qianhe's shouts came from behind, but He Chang grabbed the young prince and stood in front of him, allowing Taoist priest Qianhe to stop his attack. Use the young prince to threaten yourself and forcefully stop the attack. He couldn't help but show horror on his face. You. He uttered the word "you" 3 times in a row and looked at He Chang as if he had seen a ghost. You actually have intelligence. It is not uncommon for zombies to have intelligence, but the zombies that develop intelligence are all flying zombies and drought demons, and their appearance is a great disaster. Bai Shang, who had just transformed into a corpse, actually knew how to protect himself with hostages. Is this saying that the zombie in front of me has a chance to turn into a drought demon thousands of miles away, or is it that the other party is an evil cultivator who has seized the prince's body? Either one is enough to make Taoist Master Qianhe cautious. For the sake of the stability of the world and the safety of the royal family, Taoist Master Qianhe must eliminate the evil today no matter what. But the first thing is to protect the safety of the young prince. Uncle Emperor? The young prince looked up at He Chang with fear in his eyes, as if this corpse's face could still see the handsome face of the prince in the past. The anxious Jinja didn't dare to move, but found that the zombie suddenly stopped because of the young prince's uncle. Could it be? Qianhe Taoist asked happily, "My lord, do you still retain the wisdom you had when you were alive?" At the same time, he was also happy in his heart. If the zombie really retained some of his memories of his life, and he persuaded him to let the young prince go, all worries would be gone. Why don't you just clean it up when the time comes? Priest Qianhe secretly laughed in his heart that the zombie was still a fool even if he had intelligence, but he did not forget to persuade the prince to let him go. You let the young prince go, I will let you leave. He pointed to the woods in the distance. He didn't know when to draw his sword. The royal guards who carefully surrounded He Chang and Taoist Qianhe followed Taoist Qianhe's direction and made way for them. No one is afraid of zombies, but as royal guards, they were caught in the heavy rain and looked at He Chang without blinking with their swords in hand. While you are afraid, you must also be loyal. He Chang's stiff neck was bent hard and he made a nodding motion. Quick! Release the young prince, I promise you will leave. Taoist priest Qianhe couldn't help but breathe a little heavier. As long as the young prince escaped, he could use the magic circle to beat him to pieces. However, He Chang grabbed the young prince and slowly approached Taoist Qianhe, and made a move to send the young prince away. Taoist priest Qianhe raised his hand to catch the young prince. The rain was pouring down, but his heart was extremely hot. This time the protector has done a good job, and he will be promoted to an official rank just around the corner. Base. The joy was still on his face, but the big hand on his waist dug a hole in his stomach. He Chang, who exploded with all his strength, took advantage of Taoist Master Qianhe's joy when he took over the young prince, and quickly launched a sneak attack. It seemed that he succeeded in killing him with a fatal blow. You! Taoist priest Qianhe covered the wound on his waist, holding the young prince with one hand, and pointed at the zombie in front of him with the other hand, trembling continuously. That shriveled corpse face seems to be saying, "Do you believe what the zombies say? Idiot!" The ridicule from the zombie made Taoist Master Qianhe vomit out a mouthful of blood, and he fell heavily to the ground. Mud and water penetrated into the wound, and there was another burst of heartbreaking pain, but he felt at peace in his heart. At least he did it. The master was unharmed before he died. If you want to hurt my master, step over my body first. Taoist priest Qianhe, the young prince lay on Taoist priest Qianhe and raised his head tremblingly. Blue eye circles and blue lips are symptoms of being poisoned by corpse poison. The mouthful of blood could no longer be suppressed. Taoist Master Qianhe finally lost his life and refused to rest in peace. But He Chang, who successfully killed his only mortal enemy, found a message appearing in front of him. Experience value plus 50, upgrade current level LV2, upgrade current level LV3, upgraded 2 levels in a row. It's really a leap of faith to kill monsters. Is this a game or is it real? He longed that this was just a game, but everything in front of him was so real. However, the benefits brought to him by upgrading are obvious. My body is much stronger again. He can jump higher and more powerfully. His legs are still heavy, but his movement speed is no slower than that of an ordinary girl. He Chang turned around, raised his 2 stiff arms in front of him, and looked at the dozen or so people around him. The guards stared blankly. Kill, save the young prince. A smile broke out from the stiff zombie face. Yes, killing is just the time for his harvest. The sword-wielding man with the name of a level 2 guard above his head jumped up high and slashed at He Chang's head with the force of his strength. As a zombie, He Chang's body is not as agile as a human's. He was hit by a knife when he couldn't dodge. The expected pain did not come. Instead, the thin white hair on his body protected him like chainmail from the knife. Zombies are not afraid of pain, and they are not afraid of being hacked by knives or axes. He has already discovered his greatest advantage. Facing the Taoist priest's mahogany sword, a secret treasure to exorcise evil spirits, he couldn't hide. A wooden sword could kill him, but the Yanling Dao, which is very lethal among humans, turned into a cotton swab in his eyes. It didn't hurt or itch when hit. If you chop hard, the weapon will curl. Now that I am not afraid, I have no last worries. With a roar, He Chang rushed forward with the knife in his hand. Being trapped in a confined space for several consecutive days brought him to the point of mental breakdown. Also breaking down was the fact that he had turned into a zombie. He needed to vent, and zombies became more bloodthirsty after smelling popularity. He did not stop him and allowed his venting to mix with bloodlust. Then, a pair of bloody eyes stared. Many guards shuddered subconsciously when they saw these bloody eyes. At this time, they may have realized that they were facing a monster beyond human understanding. While the guard was still on his feet after landing, he suddenly pounced on him and strangled his neck. No matter how much he shook, he couldn't break free from He Chang's several hundred kilograms of strength. The corpse's mouth was wide open, its fangs were covered with green and black corpse poison, exuding a unique corpse odor, and it aimed at the guard and bit it down. Ah! The screams of the guards made He Chang go crazy, but the blood in his mouth made him feel that a stream of heat was pouring into his dry body, making him stronger. Another message appears, experience plus 5. Although the difference was only 1 level, the combat effectiveness of the two was vastly different. He Chang could easily kill the guard, but the other party could not hurt him at all. Just like he was able to kill Taoist priest Qianhe at level 10, perhaps it was not just Tao Xing who stabilized his strength, but also the bonus of the weapon in his hand. It seems that the level can only be used as a reference. After he drained the blood, he threw the body away, and when he looked at the people surrounding him, he found that he was not as afraid of them as he was at the beginning. Popularity is suppressing him less and less. Boom! 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 The heavy rain could not hide the heavy sound of the jumping corpses. The guards swallowed their saliva and looked at the zombies slowly jumping over. Their fighting spirit was greatly reduced. Facing an enemy that cannot be hurt, people are most likely to lose their fighting spirit. One person wiped the rain off his face and squeezed the handle of the knife with his right hand to make himself hold the knife tighter. He should be the leader. Come together. In He Cheng's eyes, the words level 3, leader of the guards, were written on the top of this man's head. The big blood-red characters were soaked in the rain and were extremely eye-catching. Knives slashed at them randomly, and the clumsy zombies were like targets, being chopped down without hesitation. But no matter how sharp or strong the knife is, cutting it on a zombie will only knock him to the ground, and then he will stand upright again. The python robe of the Qing dynasty prince had been chopped into tatters, revealing his rotten chest covered with white hair. Stab lala, a slash of the knife produced a spark, and there was only a white mark on the zombie's body. Roar! The guards were eliminated one after another, and the blood mixed with the rain filled the mud pits created by the feet. The zombie with its arms stretched out had blood in its mouth, but it still jumped forward. The guards who were unfortunately caught all made midnight snacks to celebrate the emergence of the zombie prince from the coffin. On the other side, a figure struggled to sit up in the tent cloth. It was Wu Shilang, who had just been knocked away by a zombie's claw. He just woke up. The Azura hell in front of him was so frightening that he wanted to scream, but he still had some brains and hurriedly covered his mouth for fear of disturbing the zombies. The smelly cow nose is dead. Seeing that these wastes who are paid are unreliable, no, I have to run. The Green Hills are not afraid of running out of firewood, but before running away, you have to take the little prince with you. The little prince is his big tree. The big tree can get sick and fall, but it must not die. As long as the young prince is still alive, he, Wu Shilang, will still be the royal confidant who is in full swing. Knowing that he had escaped temporarily and was nothing without the young prince, Wu Shilang gritted his teeth and got up and quietly picked up the young prince. He stretched out his hand to test the young prince's breathing, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay, I just fainted. Oops, my head is so hot and my face is turning blue, but don't get seriously ill. What to do? Looking at the zombies killing everyone in the field, Wu Shilang wanted to ask for help and dragged an accompanying doctor over to see the doctor. Looking at the paralyzed maid, chef, and doctors, Wu Shilang suddenly thought, it would be better to keep the doctor to delay time, maybe the zombies would drink. Are you too lazy to chase him and the young prince when you are full? Help! Help! Wu Shilang stood up with the young prince in his arms and looked at Qianhe, who was still dead. A thought flashed through his mind, isn't the awesome senior brother also a Taoist priest? Since he is a Taoist priest, he might be able to deal with the zombies and keep himself and the young prince safe. He quietly stood up on his tiptoes, took advantage of the loud sound of the rain, and ran towards the direction he came from, as if running for his life. After running for more than a mile in one breath, Wu Shilang was panting from exhaustion, but he saw a familiar person in front of him. Who is that? Wait a minute. When others come out, they are the accompanying maids. The maid who was hurriedly running for her life stopped, looked at Wu Shilang who was holding the young prince and breathing heavily behind her, gave a salute, and shouted obediently, Wu Shilang, how did you escape? Wu Shilang didn't expect that someone was smarter than him and could run so fast. But the maid thought that the other party was going to punish her for escaping, so she fell to her knees in fright. When the zombie knocked the tent sideways, several sisters and I were scared and ran away together. However, the rain was too heavy, and we dispersed after running. It turned out that more people had escaped. Come here, Wu Shilang waved, hold the little prince for a while, and let's go to the Taoist priest for help. Yes, the maid obediently came over and took the young prince. When she subconsciously took a look, she found that the circles under the young prince's eyes were dark, and his small mouth couldn't hide the two fangs protruding from his lips. Ah! The young prince had turned into a zombie. She screamed in fright, but accidentally woke up the young prince. What's it called? Wu Shilang finally breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the rain off his face. When he looked back, he found that the maid who was only 3 steps away from him fell to her knees with a plop. And the little prince she was holding in her arms woke up, with a pair of dark eyes without emotion, but blood hanging from the corners of his mouth. Change! Change! Become a zombie! Wu Shilang was so frightened that he rolled over and screamed as he fled towards Taoist Master Qianhe's senior brother's house. But he didn't see it. The little zombie prince was startled when he saw him. He screamed shishi and escaped from the maid's arms. After jumping twice, he accidentally fell into the roadside and rolled away along the slope. The heavy rain gradually stopped. A great war is about to end. Experience +5, experience +5, experience +5 upgrade. Experience +5. When he reached level 4, He Cheng finally stopped from his frenzied state, and there was already a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood in front of him. With his feet in the bloody mud, He Cheng jumped hard, his speed and strength much stronger than when he broke out of the coffin. The so-called information is very simple: level, LV4, experience, 5/300, grade, white stiffness, nothing much to see. Looking at the body of Taoist Master Qianhe, he couldn't even figure out whether he was the monster or Qianhe was the monster. In the game settings, only Taoist priests upgrade zombies, but no zombies kill Taoist priests to upgrade. Maybe he is a zombie baby? Although the system that can make oneself stronger is simple, it has a lot of research potential. Level 2 guards are considered powerful characters among humans, but they can only provide 5 points of experience, which is too little. When he reaches the next level, he will massacre a village. When he goes to the next level, he will massacre the town. When he levels up, he will destroy the city. In this case, it's better to catch the high-level monsters and kill them. He Cheng is not a ruthless person, but he is very self-aware. If he is a zombie, he should not try to return to the human world. Zombies are hostile objects that people shout to kill. So he regarded this as a game. If he tried his best to reach a high level, he might have a chance to become a human? At least he can't be like a rat crossing the street and everyone yells at him. Advanced zombies might also be as carefree and happy as gods. He jumped 2 steps and looked up at the moon above his head. He felt that there seemed to be magical power flowing into his body in the moonlight, but he could not absorb this power efficiently. Now that you can defeat monsters and level up, why should you learn to absorb moonlight from ordinary zombies? Among the high-level enemies, Taoist priests are one of them. I don't know if ghosts, demons, and foxes count. As he jumped, he left a line of deep footprints on the muddy road, which went straight into the woods. He needed to find a place to hide before dawn. The other side, covered in mud and extremely frightened, Wu Shilang finally found Qianhe's senior brother's home. These are 2 thatched houses living next to each other. The monks and Taoists are friends. When passing by here during the day, Wu Shilang saw Qianhe asking for glutinous rice from a Taoist priest wearing glasses. He didn't knock on the door, but hurriedly jumped over the fence and rushed into the house. And a boy in the room who was looking at the ghosts was holding a bamboo tube to his ear, and after a while he was talking to the bamboo tube. After seeing the living person, Wu Shilang finally breathed a sigh of relief and shouted at the top of his voice, "Help! Life! Ah! It's you!" Jia Lu was startled. Looking at Wu Shilang, who suddenly broke into the house, he asked, "What did you do? You're covered in mud? And it smells like urine." As he spoke, he pinched his nose and raised his hand to fan himself. "Just now, I was having so much fun chatting with Ching through the bamboo tube that I didn't realize that someone broke into the house." Zombies! Zombies! Wu Shilang was a little incoherent and raised his hand to point out the door. The zombies ran out of the coffin. What? Ran out? Jala jumped, dragged Wu Shilang behind him, closed the door, and jumped to the statue of the patriarch with 2 somersaults to grab the peachwood sword, then picked up the incense burner and grabbed a few paper charms. Wu Shilang's eyes were dizzy due to his shaky movements. He hurriedly explained, "No, the zombies didn't come with us. TCH, I didn't come with you. You should have told me earlier." He put down the mahogany sword unhappily, poured a cup of tea without tea leaves and handed it to Wu Shilang. "Drink some water and take a rest," etc. At this time, a Taoist wearing Western glass myopia glasses came over and looked at Wu Shilang seriously. "Did you say zombies came out?" "Yes, the heavy rain broke open the Modo line. Zombies jumped out and killed Nyobi. Taoist priest Qianhe injured the young prince again. It is estimated that everyone has been bitten to death by zombies now." Wu Shilang spoke very quickly, as if he didn't want to recall the scene of hell on earth. His tone was filled with joy. "Fortunately, I ran fast, otherwise I would have been bitten to death. Your master is dead, and you still have the nerve to run away?" Jiala sarcastically said unhappily. He despised such a villain who was greedy for life and afraid of death. Taoist priest Simu scolded, "Jialo, don't talk nonsense." Then he turned to look at Wu Shilang. "Since the zombie hurt people and killed my junior brother, I have to go and have a look." Can you tell me the general location? You'd better not go. Wu Shilang was not willing to let the Furied Taoist priest leave. This was his life-saving card. What if the Furied Taoist priest left and the zombies happened to follow him? Isn't it inevitable that he will die? The glory and wealth are gone, but Wu Shilang still wants to live. Let the heroic sacrifice be left to those guards. Taoist Master Four Eyes noticed Wu Shilang's worry and advised, "My apprentice Jiala has also learned Taoism for many years. You can rest assured that he is with you, and there is also a bald donkey living next door. Although he doesn't have much ability, but if there is danger, you can use him as a shield." "Hey, I heard what you said." A loud laugh came from outside the door. After the door was opened, a middle-aged monk came in, rubbing prayer beads in his hands, followed by a beautiful girl. Master Ishio Jiala greeted politely. Master Ishio nodded friendly towards Jiala, which was regarded as saying hello. He was a little embarrassed to be caught speaking ill of people behind their backs, but he didn't want to lose his momentum, so he stiffened his neck and replied, "So what if I hear you?" A master is not as polite as an apprentice. Who teaches whom? Master Ishio scratched his bald head and said sarcastically, "You bald man." Taoist priest Four Eyes rolled up his sleeves and was about to start a fight, but when Jialu subconsciously wanted to stop it, he heard his master say, "Monk, Jialu is going to leave it to you to take care of me. My junior brother is in danger, and there are zombies that have escaped. I can't ignore it." The poor monk also heard what you just said. The beads in Master Ishio's hand moved rhythmically. He always had a smile on his face, as if everything was planned. This is also the reason why the poor monk came. The poor monk wants to go with you. Let's go together. Taoist priest Shirmu looked at Master Ikkyu with disgust. Can you catch zombies? No, I have Buddha Dharma to protect my body, and I also chant sutras day and night, and the Buddha treasures I enshrine in front of the Buddha protect my body. They are just zombies. I hope you're not being harsh. Taoist Master Simu knew that Qianhe's Taoism was not much worse than his own. Among his brothers, Qianhe, Simu, Mamadi and Ague, they were collectively known as the Four Tigers of Mashan. Tiger does not refer to the king of beasts in the mountains, but to the personality of the tiger. After studying for many years, I still have no real ability. Since he can kill Qianhe, he is definitely not an easy character to deal with. Taoist priest Four Eyes does not refuse Master Ikkyu to help him. Turning around, he put his mahogany sword on his back and grabbed the paper talisman. Taoist priest Simu ordered, "Jialo, Master Tu and I, go over and take a look. You, Qingqing and this adult should stay at home." "Okay master, you go quickly and come back slowly." Thinking of staying with Qingqing, Jialo urged his master to leave quickly. "You brat!" Taoist priest Simu had just walked out the door when he suddenly stopped and said, "Clean the ground with water later." "It stinks too much." Wu Shilang's face froze as he pulled up his pants due to fear, but he had to lower his head under the eaves. Although Taoist priest Four and the monk were the safest, following them would lead to zombies, so it would be better to stay here. "Maybe we can wait until dawn safely?" The monk didn't say much and hurried side by side in the direction Wu Shilang said. The two of them were used to bickering on weekdays, but at this critical moment neither of them could speak. There's a body ahead. After all, he has 4 eyes, and the Furied Taoist priest's eyesight is much better than that of the presbyopic Master Ikkyu. He ran over quickly and found that the corpse lying on the ground was a maid who was escorting the corpse. He put his index and middle fingers together and gently pushed the maid's head, revealing 2 small teeth marks, and the wounds were already purple and blue. It was bitten by a little zombie. The Furied Taoist priest looked seriously. "If I guess correctly, that young prince has turned into a zombie. Since the young prince will turn into a zombie, will other corpses that are sucked by zombies and infected with corpse poison also undergo mutations? Monk, without further ado, we have to get there as soon as possible." He raised his hand and dropped a talisman, and the female corpse was instantly submerged in the flames. The most effective way to dispose of a corpse infected with corpse poison is to burn it. Zombies are immortal and can be healed no matter how severe their injuries are unless their heads are cut off or burned to ashes. Zombies can only be destroyed and dismembered, and there is no such thing as minor or serious injuries. Just as the 2 people left quickly, a pair of eyes in the darkness stared at this scene. Taoist priest 4 eyes, Master Ishio, it was He Cheng who jumped into the woods. He originally wanted to find a place to hide, but he didn't expect to see 2 red names running over from a distance. Fortunately, they didn't notice him. Moreover, he also saw an acquaintance, Taoist Master Simu, who had the face of Chenyu, and Master Ishio, who had the face of Wu Ma. It turned out that I was in the movie. In his eyes, Taoist Master Shermu is at level 15 and Master Reikyu is at level 14, which are obviously much more powerful than Taoist Master Qianhe. If the two of them work together, he is obviously no match. When facing Qianhe, he will use sneak attacks, otherwise he will not be able to escape the fate of being killed by Qianhe. When he met the two of them, he could already guess that he was in a movie called Uncle Zombie, and as soon as he appeared, he had the ability to crush Qianzuru and beat Master Reikyu and Taoist Yumoku unable to fight back. Why is his strength so weak when he is here? Maybe there is not enough resentment? He still knew that zombies fed on blood and resentment. But now he had to run away quickly, otherwise he would die if the two of them bumped into him. Taoist Priest Four Eyes followed the footprints on the ground and led Master Isho along the way. He already felt something bad when he saw the maid's body. The onset of zombie poison can be as late as one night, or as urgent as an hour. However, from Wu Shilong's words, it can be guessed that the zombie has just broken out of the coffin, and it will never take more than half an hour. The person who bit him turned into a zombie so quickly. Even if the young prince was a child and the corpse poison invaded faster, it would not be so fast. Corpse poison is weird. Thinking of this, Taoist Master Four Eyes did not hide it, and quickly told Master Isho his conjecture. Master Isho frowned and pinched the beads with his fingers a little harder. It seems like those guards may have turned into zombies. This is the worst-case scenario. If more than 20 corpses turn into zombies, how big a crisis will it bring to the surrounding villages and small towns? If the zombies run away, it won't be that easy to catch them. The two of them prayed to the Lord Buddha and the Patriarch respectively in their hearts. While speeding up their pace, they turned two more paths, and finally saw the fire extinguished by the heavy rain, and the collapsed yellow cloth tent. There were only 7 or 8 cooks and the bodies of the maids left around, but not a single bodyguard. People with strong martial arts skills have strong blood, and their blood flows faster when they exert force. I'm afraid they have already been invaded by corpse poison and turned into zombies. Taoist Priest Simu sighed, he will be very busy in the future. The biggest reason for his sigh was his junior brother. There is no body of his junior brother here. Doesn't it mean that he has also become a zombie? The Mashan corpse exorcists have always taken it as their duty to kill zombies and evil spirits. Now, his junior brother has turned into a zombie, abandoned by the 3 realms and 6 paths, unable to enter reincarnation, and unable to be reincarnated. Suffering day and night. Junior brother, I will definitely set you free. Taoist Priest Four Eyes gave himself a boost and looked around for zombies with his glasses. He also didn't forget to gather the corpses together and burn them all in a fire to prevent them from transforming and harming the world. The monk held the Buddhist beads in his right hand and raised his finger, shouting loudly, "Look there! Zombies!" The figure that moved slowly, bared its teeth and claws, was wearing a guard's attire, and had a scabbard hanging from its waist. Wasn't it a zombie? Taoist Priest Simu's aura had long been in chaos, and the death of his junior brother had a great impact on him. Ah! With a roar, he drew his mahogany sword from behind and rushed forward quickly. When the zombie first discovered him, he had already penetrated the zombie's body with the wooden sword. The sizzling sound continued, and white smoke came out from the wound on the zombie's back along the wooden sword, taking away the last bit of strength from the zombie. It is recorded in Jingchu Swishiji, Peach, the essence of the 5 elements, can subdue evil spirits and control hundreds of ghosts. The Tamu sword opens the body and releases the insufficient corpse energy and evil energy in the body of the guard who has just turned into a corpse. It can drain away all his power, but it is only effective on the corpse that has just turned into a zombie. Zombies that have just been transformed by corpse poison cannot be called zombies. They can only be regarded as zombies and have stiff movements. However, they initially have reinforced iron bones. This is caused by the corpse gas filling the body. Only by drinking a sip of blood can Xing Zombie be reborn as a real zombie, able to jump to walk. Without corpse chi but still with corpse poison in the body, if the corpse is not cremated, it will absorb enough yin chi and corpse chi after decades of cultivation, and finally turn into white zombie. Taoist Priest Four Eyes stepped on the corpse's chest, pulled out the mahogany sword with force, and then threw away the yellow talisman to burn the corpse. Feeling better? Master Isho came over and asked. In terms of state of mind cultivation, Master Isho is stronger than Four Eyes. We can't live a good life until all zombies are eliminated. After killing a zombie out of anger, Simu felt calmer, but his belief in eliminating zombies became even stronger. They began to search along the footprints after the rain. The corpse, which had just turned into a zombie, could not jump well. It could only walk on the ground with its feet, as slowly as an 80-year-old woman. Gone. I walked down a path with 4 eyes. After more than 30 steps into the forest, the footprints disappeared. Over and over again, the footprints disappeared out of thin air, as if a big bird suddenly appeared, picked up the walking stick and flew away. How could there be such a big bird in the world? If there is, it's probably a monster. In the end, there was only one set of footprints that could not be traced. It looks like this is the zombie that turned into a zombie. The zombie's legs were stiff and they were jumping around, moving more than twice as fast as the walking zombies. The two followed the zombie footprints and finally stopped behind a big tree. The footprints are very deep. It must have been here for a long time. It's just a zombie. What else is he looking at? Taoist priest Four Eyes pondered hard. Why is a godless and soulless zombie staying behind a tree? Master Isho exclaimed, pointing to the path ahead, where there were traces of a burned corpse. Look there. Is this the body we burned? The two looked at each other, and Jews saw shock in each other's eyes. A zombie was hiding behind a tree in the direction where the two of them had been. Could it be that he had been targeted by the zombie? Zombies that have become intelligent can no longer be called zombies, they must be called demons. With Four Eyes deeply aware of the seriousness of the situation, he gritted his teeth and followed the zombie's footprints, but the footprints still disappeared out of thin air. Is it jumping stiffness? He jumps stiffly, jumps vertically like flying, and with the Furied Taoist way, it is difficult to survive when encountering him. In my opinion, we'd better go back first. Master Ikkyu can't let go of his disciples, and things are getting more and more serious. They have to face more than a dozen zombies, and there may even be a jumping zombie. Everything needs to be considered in the long run. Long before that, He Cheng Zhang was jumping in the forest with his arms raised, looking for caves and caves where he could hide from the sun. Suddenly a charming female voice came, "Gee, another little zombie, come with my sister." A woman wearing gauze and thin clothes, unable to hide her stunning figure, floated over from a distance. I saw her toes tapping the ground lightly, then flying up like clouds and mist. Why did a woman suddenly appear in the wilderness? And not afraid of zombies at all. This woman is either a ghost or a demon, and as a zombie, he has no way to deal with either ghosts or demons. He Chang glanced at the white words above her head, Level 18 Vixen. She turned out to be a vixen, so it's not surprising that she transformed into a beautiful woman. Level 18 is an insurmountable chasm for him. Both sides have their own advantages, one monster and one corpse. But if they want to turn defeat into victory, it is just a dream. The best way is to turn a blind eye. Zombies have no intelligence and may be able to escape. Little zombie, where are you going? The vixen was not ready to let him go. She stuck to him like a gummy candy and floated beside him like a ghost. Sister, I have something to ask you for help. Come with me. He Chang's small hands gently squeezed He Chang's shoulders, but it was hard for him to resist. His slender hands were stronger than zombies. Unable to resist the force, he was pulled high into the sky. The forest stretched away under his feet, and his dream of flying came true at this moment, but he didn't feel happy at all. In order to behave like a mindless zombie, he did not dare to move. It wasn't until a cave that he was thrown into it. Standing up, He Chang saw many acquaintances, all of whom were the guards who had escorted his body. They have white letters above their heads. Level 2 is dead. Level 3 is dead. The zombies were not aggressive when they saw him and danced around the cave leisurely. If the red letter is a hostile relationship, the white letter should be a stranger, so the vixen is not hostile to him, and the same is true for these behaviors. This vixen is catching zombies, what is he going to do? At this time, a vixen's voice also came from outside the cave. Just wait, sister, I will go find food for you. He was not willing to sit still and wait for death. With so many zombies gathering together, it's like raising a poisonous voodoo. When the same kind of zombies gather together, a king will be born. Wolves have wolf kings, chickens have chicken kings, humans have kings, and zombies naturally have zombie kings. He Chang didn't want to be a zombie king. In his eyes, this vixen had no good intentions. As a zombie at the bottom of the demon world, how could he be favored by a demon? I'm afraid only the zombies without any intelligence would let the fox demon control them. It's still dark, so it's important to escape as soon as possible. He Chang moved his feet and jumped out. Looking at the moonlight getting closer and closer to the entrance of the cave, his heart was extremely solemn. Since the vixen tried every possible means to capture them, he would definitely not leave any means to prevent them from leaving. But, what does this means? Oh ho ho! As soon as they arrived at the entrance of the cave, a rooster crowed, which scared He Chang and quickly backed away. This comes from zombie instinct. Looking closely, I saw a big red-crowned rooster tied next to the stone at the door. The rooster and golden rooster stared at the entrance of the cave independently, with great momentum. It seems that as long as a zombie wants to escape, it will never escape its pack. The same kind of zombies in the cave were also very miserable. They were frightened by the rooster's crow and stood motionless against the inner wall of the cave. There was no sign of zombies showing their teeth and claws. "I'm not an ordinary zombie," He Chang raised his arms again and jumped towards the entrance of the cave. The zombie could not resist his fear of the rooster. He Chang was once a human being, and physical fear could not affect his spirit. Bang! Bang! The rooster crowed majestically towards He Chang, but He Chang ignored it. He jumped over. Just when he was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly noticed movement coming from behind him. He turned around and saw that it was his old acquaintance, Taoist Master Qianhe. Level 16 Black Zombie. Taoist Priest Qianhe just died, but he jumped from level 10 to level 16? And He Zhan is definitely a more advanced existence than Bai Zhan. The face of his corpse in Taoist robes showed fear of the rooster's crow, but it was not so frightened that he dared not move. Judging from his jumping speed, it is much faster than He Chang, and his body seems to be lighter. If I hadn't left in a hurry, how much improvement would drinking his blood have improved? Ordinary guards are not even real zombies when they die, but Taoist Master Qianhe turns into a zombie and is more powerful than He Chang. You can imagine the energy in this newbie body, it is definitely a great supplement. Roar! Qianhe yelled at He Chang. It's zombie talk. Could it be that the zombies transformed by Taoist priests have higher IQs than ordinary zombies? The meaning revealed in the words to He Chang is come back. He Chang couldn't help but sneer. It seemed that this black zombie really thought of himself as the zombie king. There were only a dozen zombies, but it actually wanted to compete for 1, 2, and 3. He Chang, who was about to run away, turned around and jumped back. He was a level 16 zombie. How could he quickly turn him into a hostile target and then kill him to level up? This still requires experimentation, but for safety reasons he needs to test it on the zombies in the cave. Qianhe was obviously very satisfied with He Chang's compliance with the orders. He had a white zombie and was regarded as a strong general under his command. It's high. The zombies' fear of roosters gradually subsided, and they became active one by one, walking in the cave with their teeth and claws like zombies. He Chang aimed at a walking zombie, turned his arm sideways, and drew a semicircle on his head. Xingjing was suddenly beaten to the ground, and then he got up gropingly. Then he continued to move as if nothing had happened. Don't even zombies with no intelligence hold grudges? He slapped Xingjing again. The slap covered in rough old skin was like an anvil for blacksmithing. The slap on his face immediately made Xingjing fall to the ground. If both parties could speak, there would definitely be the following dialogue. Are you angry? No. After more than a dozen slaps, Xingji remained indifferent, but his neck could not bear the force, causing his head to tilt. Low-level people have no self-awareness, and it is not easy to make them angry. Since you can't generate anger, just kill it and see if it can be upgraded. He Chang'e kept doing it, pinching Xing's stiff neck and exerting force. Click. If a zombie breaks its neck and falls to the ground without moving, it is not considered a real zombie. It will die even if its neck is broken. The real power that controls the zombie's actions is the corpse energy in the body. No experience. It seems that only red enemies can increase their experience, so they cannot kill their friends at will. As a player who enjoys killing NPCs and assassinating others in the game, He Chang has definitely betrayed him a lot. Then he took no action, but waited until dawn, and accompanied by the rooster's crow, the delicate-looking vixen flew back with bare feet. She held 2 men and a sheep in her hands. Auntie, please have mercy on me. I have an old man above me and a young man below me. Please spare me, great immortal. I will set up a god for you when I go back. A man was crying. Judging from his clothes, he must be a farmer from a nearby village. His clothes were all in tatters and patches. It seemed that his family was not living a good life. The other one was silent and seemed to be ready. But the vixen smiled coquettishly and said, "You have done a good deed, you helped me feed these lovely children." After speaking, he raised his hand and threw the 2 men in front of the zombies. "Let's have dinner." The 2 grown men landed on the ground. Just as they were about to escape into the cave and get farther away from the banshee, they saw a dozen figures blocking the way in the darkness with claws and fangs. Zombie. A wolf in the front and a tiger in the back. It's no use even if you don't die. This group of zombies was weaker than the 2 men, and they shrank back in fear when they saw them. White zombies are most afraid of popularity. Only after drinking human blood can they be a little more restrained. When black zombies become black zombies, they will not be afraid of dogs and chickens. Although they are also afraid of people, at least dozens of people must gather together, and 1 or 2 people can only send vegetable. Useless. The vixen curled her lips, raised her hand, grabbed the sheep, and threw it away. The sheep screamed in fear and lay on the ground shivering. After catching someone who was easy to bully, the gangsters finally came over, opened their big smelly mouths, and opened their mouths one by one. A goat was being scratched and its blood was being sucked. Soon, only the miserable sheepskin and bones were left, and a lot of its flesh and blood had been swallowed. The Xingzongs, who had become much tougher after being stained with blood, were not afraid of the weak popularity exuded by the 2 people and slowly moved closer. The zombies moved slowly, but there were 2 figures who were not slow at all. It was He Chang and Heiji Qianhe. Human beings are the soul of all things, and human blood is the most spiritual and most attractive to zombies. Black Chizuru wanted to suck blood, but He Chang simply saw the red name level 1 and didn't want to miss the opportunity to upgrade. With a bang sound, he jumped in front of someone, and his white-haired corpse face could be vaguely seen in the other person's pupils. Help, save, life, it is absolutely impossible for these 2 people to escape when they come here. Even if they don't act, other zombies will suck their blood. Become my power and help me kill this vixen. He Chang gave the other party a quick blow and bit the man's throat with his mouth. Blood poured into his throat like a fountain. Experience plus 2. The experience that ordinary people can provide is pitifully less than that of guards who have been practicing for many years, and this time he discovered something new. Physique, 65%, 66%, 67%, 74%, and a scarlet progress bar suddenly appeared in front of He Chang's eyes, almost transparent. Constitution? It seems that as he keeps drinking blood, something will be triggered. He was killing too fiercely before and didn't pay much attention to it. The progress bar stopped at 74%, and the person in front of me didn't have much health left. He Chang suppressed the bloodthirsty ferocity in his heart and watched Qianhe pounce on the man beside him. He dropped the body in his hands and slammed into him. The first blow must be his. Qianhe didn't check for a moment and was knocked out, but He Chang took this opportunity to open his mouth and bite it. Please recommend and collect roar? Heiji Qianhe was puzzled and had a hint of anger. When He Chang looked at it with his peripheral vision, he found that the words on the top of his head were changing from white to orange. Anyone with intelligence can provoke anger and develop into a hostile relationship. After getting this information, He Chang was even more happy. This black zombie was his. Killing Qianhe would definitely level him up again. It would not be too late to escape then. No matter how much the vixen wants to use zombies, he should at least train zombies into white zombies. The moment he opened his mouth to bite down, the man shed tears. Xiaoyu, is Xiaoyu his wife or daughter? What you can think of when you are dying must be the love of your life. In the man's eyes, the fangs that were about to bite his throat suddenly froze, and pieces of fragmented memories crowded into his eyes. Dad, look, can my kite fly high? In the half-acre of wasteland at home, the man held a hoe and watched the clever girl running happily along the path while pulling the kite he made for her. Slow down, don't fall. Dad, it's great to catch a little pheasant today. It would be even better if I could eat meat. Every day. The girl raised her head with a smile, her face covered in oil. Slow down, don't choke. Dad, Xiaohua from the neighboring village was kidnapped by the soldiers. She just came back yesterday. She is already dead. Her body was covered with whips. Some people said she was a spy and she was being tried. But Xiaohua was stupid and taught her to do bad things. She can't do it either. The girl cried bitterly, feeling aggrieved by the death of her friend. The man did not explain that the so-called spy was just an excuse, and Xiaohua was just defiled by those beasts. Don't cry, Dad will protect you. When the scene changed, it was already late at night. The man was kneeling on the ground, watching his daughter being pressed to the ground by 2 women and tearing off her clothes randomly. Old Wu, little turtle, hurry up, the woman with the knife on the man's neck chuckled, urging the 2 women who were pressing on the girl, I can't wait any longer. A woman raised her head and said, Mother, this dress is so difficult to understand. She raised her hand and tore the embroidered dress to pieces, revealing her red belly band. His face arched on his belly band, he raised his head with satisfaction towards the person holding the knife and said with a ferocious smile, I would like to admit defeat, you can only take a second sip, I will try my best to keep you alive. It's better to be alive, I don't want to die. The knife-handling woman shrugged, secretly complaining that her hands smelled bad. Dad, save me, Dad. The daughter's cries were like a knife cutting her, but the man was blocked by the knife around his neck and could not move. As long as it protects my daughter, I will do anything you ask me to do, she said. The man yelled loudly, and was so frightened that he jumped in the chest, and gave him a firm kick from behind with his military boots. Old man, I was scared to death. At this moment, the door of the man's house opened, and a barefooted woman walked in. She was extremely handsome and had infinite charm in her movements. The two women forgot that there was a girl under them, and held their breath as they looked at the woman walking slowly. Beauty, why are you still up so late? The woman from before stood up, sniffed next to the woman, greedily raised her hand and groped on the woman's shoulder, sliding her hand all the way down. I just saw the heroic figures of some of them outside the door, and the little girl felt so hungry that she wanted to come and serve her. We have 3 strong men, hee. I got it and patted my breasts with ribs. Aren't you afraid of making you want to die? But the woman blinked lightly, touched her red lips with her tongue, and said with a sweet smile, I wish I could have it. The scene turned again, and 3 women were already dead at home, with blood and broken corpses scattered all over the yard. The man looked at the beauty with fox claws and shrank in fear, but he still asked, thank you for saving me. I am willing to do whatever you want me to do. The woman looked at the broken corpses on the ground with regret. What a good ration, forget it, come with me, I want your life. It's an understatement, but men take it for granted. He took one last look at his daughter and followed the figure of the barefooted woman. Everything in front of him came back to life again, his fangs bit down, his throat hurt, and the man's consciousness fell into darkness. As He Chang opened his mouth, the paused progress bar moved forward rapidly as blood poured in. 98%, 99%, 100%. The properties panel pops up automatically. Level, LV4, Experience, 9/300, Grade, White Stiffness Constitution, +1, 0%. The body seems to be much stronger, not only in strength, but also in strength. However, He Cheng's behavior of snatching food also successfully angered Heiji Qianna, who turned into an orange-yellow name and flew over, knocking He Cheng away. The force was not as strong as expected. Although it was still difficult to resist, it did not mean that he did not have the strength to resist. The gap between level 4 and level 16 is narrowing. Little cuties, you can't fight in the nest now. The vixen waved his hand, and a burst of white smoke swept past, and He Cheng and Qianna froze in place at the same time. The zombies who had sucked up the sheep's blood crawled over to the corpse on the ground, hungry for human blood. Unable to move at all, the vixen is far more powerful than He Cheng. He was wondering why the zombies didn't bother the vixens. Theoretically, a fox that could transform into a human form was still a fox in nature. Zombies were interested in human blood, but they were probably much less interested in foxes. After the sun successfully rose, all the people, including Qianna and He Cheng, moved closer to the cave. They hate sunlight. How comfortable is it to bask in the sun? The vixen just lay on the ground, her gauze slightly opened, revealing a large patch of white skin. But everyone here is a zombie, and they don't understand the style. Sister, can you let me go? It's already dawn. The voice of a child caught He Cheng's attention, which made him focus on the tied rooster again. Level 1 cock. There is no mistake. Why can this rooster still talk? If this rooster also has intelligence, wouldn't he be under surveillance all the time? Fortunately, he didn't do anything special, he just killed a zombie. The vixen just raised his eyes and ignored him. I'm afraid you'll run away. The vixen leaned on his arms and turned to look at the rooster. I've prepared so much just for tomorrow night, but you still have to watch the door for me one more night. Rooster lowered his head after hearing this. I hope, sister, you won't break your promise. Your sister, I am so beautiful, how could I lie to you? The vixen talks to the chicken about their word, but only fools believe it. However, the big rooster who had to bow his head under the eaves had to believe it. Start taking action tomorrow night? He Chang paid attention, knowing that if he wanted to leave, tonight would be his only chance. A fox and a rooster started chatting, while He Chang listened quietly. It turns out that there is a ghost soul inside this chicken, which was sealed in by the master with magic. It was supposed to do some work for the master to guard ghosts, but unexpectedly the master was bitten to death by a jumping zombie. From then on, the rooster went up the mountain to catch ghosts. It was a day of eating insects, but unexpectedly, he was caught by the vixen. What will happen if the chicken falls into the hands of the fox? He Chang also learned that the reason why this vixen gathered so many zombies was to avenge his sister. The Fox sisters have been practicing together for nearly 100 years. However, because of their greed for the cultivator's heart, Sister Fox accidentally got rid of the devil and defended the Tao. According to Vixen, the person who killed her sister was a Taoist priest wearing Western glasses. There are many Taoist priests in the world, but there is probably only one wearing glasses nearby. He Cheng planned to sneak away at night, but changed his plan temporarily. This vixen is level 18. The difference between Taoist Priest 4 Eyes and Master IQ is not much different, and even has an advantage. If you can wait for them to fight and lose both sides, you will gain huge benefits. The vixen suddenly stopped talking and said in surprise. I saw the 2 recently dead corpses on the ground turned into zombies and stood up staggeringly. Which zombie's corpse poison is this? It can transform zombies so quickly. Finally, the vixen turned her attention to Chizuru, the highest ranking one. In her eyes, only this black zombie had this ability. You are still a rare breed. It seems that I will keep you after this incident. Maybe you can create an army of zombies overnight. Chizuru, however, kept shrinking because he was afraid of the sun. The 2 slowly moving zombies followed their instincts and avoided the sun. The vixen looked at the walking corpse that the man had turned into, and said his name, Wu Taihua. There seemed to be admiration in his eyes. He turned a deaf ear to foreign affairs, and obediently avoided He Chang and Xian He and squeezed into the pile of walking corpses. Daytime passes extremely slowly for zombies. Finally, after nightfall, the vixen came to the zombies in blue-white smoke. There seemed to be an irresistible force around He Chang's nose. If he closed his eyes, he could feel a living person standing in front of him. Low-level zombies have no vision, and they can only rely on their noses to smell. But He Chang, this zombie, is a little different. Like normal people, he can see, hear, smell, and even taste, except there is a dull sense of pain. Come out! He didn't resist the vixen's control and jumped out first. The people behind him also acted together. The vixen looked at the numerous zombies with great satisfaction, a shy blush on her charming face. Unfortunately, apart from a group of zombies, there was only one big rooster in front of her, so no one could appreciate this beauty. I originally wanted to keep you for one more night and wait until everything turns into white zombies before taking action, but sister, I no longer have the patience to wait any longer. The vixen raised her soft finger, pointed at the bottom of the mountain, and shouted in a sweet voice, kill him, cause chaos in the area, make that smelly Taoist priest unable to get away, and let me avenge my sister. Let me eat his heart. A group of zombies lined up and slowly jumped down the mountain. He Chang did not reject the false perception conveyed to him by his nose, and jumped down the mountain following the smell of blood. Sister, the rooster with its claws tied tilted its head and watched the zombies walk away. I almost forgot if you didn't speak. The vixen smiled, and her beautiful face turned into a huge fox head. She opened her mouth to bite the cock and swallowed it whole. The fox's face showed a cruel smile, and its long tongue swept its fangs. Chicken is still delicious. The zombies went down the mountain rhythmically and entered the small village at the foot of the mountain under the guidance of the vixen. Chang! The sky is dry and things are dry, be careful fire candle. The sky is dry and things are dry, be careful fire candle. It was late at night, and there was no one on the streets of the small village except for the bachelor men beating gongs. Bang! 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 With uniform steps, the sound of lifting the feet and landing on the ground was extremely loud, like an earth dragon turning over. The late one shrank his neck and looked in the direction of the sound. But he saw a group of people jumping towards him with their arms raised. Stiff! Zombie! Ah! The gong in his hand fell to the ground, and the clang sound caused many zombies to freeze in place. Noise, such as firecrackers, can also affect zombies. Zombies abandoned by the 3 realms and 6 paths seem to be enemies of all things. The shouting at the end of the night failed to wake up any lights in the village, but the dogs in these people's homes were barking in the same direction. The sound of moving heavy objects could be heard quietly inside the villagers' gates, indicating that someone was secretly reinforcing the gates. The zombies resumed their actions and jumped towards the village. After tasting human blood, they are not as afraid of humans as before. He Chang followed a group of zombies. This was the first time since he traveled to this world that he truly entered a village where humans gathered. Dilapidated thatched houses, loose roads. Unexpectedly, the first thing he did when he returned to human society was to kill someone. Make more noise! The vixen fell behind He Chang, preventing him from successfully escaping. The zombies in front seemed to have received an imperial edict, and they went crazy and smashed the doors of surrounding residents. In a household, on the bed in the back room, the woman held her son in her arms and covered his mouth tightly, fearing that his cries would lead to death. The man was holding a hoe and staring at the door with fear. His legs were shaking, but they were still nailed to the ground like iron nails, guarding his wife and children behind him to the death. He also knew that as long as the door was broken open, his family would never survive. The same situation has happened countless times in small villages. Unfortunately, zombies and people are different species. Just like people don't show any mercy when they kill chickens, how can they show mercy to zombies when they kill people? At the same time, not far from the village, two monks and Taoists living next to each other gathered together. There was no trace of the zombies for 2 days, which made Taoist Master Simu very anxious. He had to choose to contact his brothers to help him figure out the whereabouts of the zombies. Taoist priest Four Eyes stood up from the altar, and after a series of fancy tricks, he finally managed to contact his senior brothers. Jialu, bring me a basin of water. Okay, master. Jiala felt itchy in his heart when he saw the master doing it. When he came over with a wooden basin, he asked, Master, what are you doing? Contact your uncles and uncles. It's been 2 days since the zombie scourge. The zombies haven't been caught. It's very likely that a disaster will brew. So it turns out you are in trouble and need help from outside. Jiala suddenly nodded, but Taoist Master Four Eyes felt so angry that his chest felt tight. You brat! Just as he opened his mouth to curse, a majestic voice came from the tub. Who are you calling the brat? Big, senior brother. No, I'm teaching my apprentice a lesson. What appeared in the wooden basin was none other than Ma Shan's authentic master, Ben Lei Quan Shi Jian. His face is majestic, his eyebrows are not angry and self-respecting, and the tail of his eyebrows is long and slightly wavy. He has the long eyebrow image of Taoist masters. You can tell that he is a decent person at a glance. The thunder fist in one hand is more capable of shocking ghosts and gods, and the power of wooden stake technique can sweep away thousands of troops. In terms of cultivation, Shurjian and Simu are far from the same level. What do you want to see us for this time? The figure in the basin changed again, becoming a middle-aged man with short hair and an upright attitude. Senior brother Ninth greeted him with a straight look, but in the next second he changed back to his original form. Are you arresting horse bandits over there? You don't have to worry about my affairs. First, what trouble have you caused? The faces in the basin kept changing. Sometimes it was a numb man picking his nose and eating it, and sometimes he was a fat man holding a chicken leg and chewing it. Although they had many brothers, the only ones who were truly reliable were the eldest brother and the ninth brother. It's junior brother Qianhe. The corpse he escorted for the royal family has changed. Not only did he kill more than a dozen guards and the young prince, but even Qianhe may have turned into a zombie. What? You didn't help him transcend? Damn zombies. The brothers were all hurling abuses. Only the ninth brother still had dignity among the brothers. He shouted, quiet. Everyone remained silent except for the eldest brother who had a serious look on his face. As the eldest brother, someone else had robbed him of his majesty. It was strange that his face looked good. Brother Ninth motioned to Taoist Master Simu to continue. The zombies ran away without a trace. I followed the footprints to search, and finally the footprints disappeared out of thin air, as if they could fly. Is it Fei Zhang? The fat man who was eating the chicken legs suddenly shivered. Flying zombies were a big scourge, and they might not be his opponents if they were together. If you want to conquer Feiji, you must have the right time, right place, right people, and both are indispensable. Only when the Tengu eclipses the sun, which is rare in a century, and when the yang qi is at its strongest, combined with the 5 elements Bagua formation and the extreme yang terrain, can it be possible to conquer Feiji, and the price is absolutely painful. Fatty's words made everyone else frown. Taoist priest Four Eyes shook his head and explained, maybe it was a jumping zombie. If it was a flying zombie, no one would be able to escape. In fact, many people escaped from the hands of that zombie. Most people were relieved when they heard that it was jumping zombies. Although jumping zombies was troublesome to them, it was not as good as the fatal situation of flying zombies. I've been searching for 2 days, but I can't find the zombie. Today I'm looking for all the brothers. I want to ask you all to join me in creating formations and predicting disasters. Zombies are not in the 5 elements, so there is no way to predict. Brother Ninth frowned and thought for a while before continuing, let's just predict whether there will be a blood disaster within a few miles of you. Okay, let's do it. Taoist priest Four Eyes also quickly reported the heavenly stems and earthly branches where he was, and the stars at all times. All the brothers nodded and cast spells together. Master Isho, Qingqing Jiala, and Wu Shilang stood aside and waited. Suddenly I saw the worried Taoist priest who was talking to the basin and yelled no. What's wrong? But I saw Taoist priest Simu picking up the mahogany sword and running quickly into the distance. At the same time, he explained, zombies have entered the village ahead. A brother died? No news, Commander. In a small-town hotel, Marshal Chow, who had just buried his ninth wife, drank his favorite wei shui and washed away his inner sorrow with tears. But his adjutant suddenly came over and said that someone was making trouble on his head. The other party doesn't know that those are my soldiers? Marshal Chow widened his eyes, raised his eyebrows, and let out a bastard's air. The adjutant shrank his neck in fear and lowered his head as hard as he could. However, his eyes rolled around, and when he raised his head, he had a frightened expression on his face. How could you not know? Those unscrupulous people probably look down on you, Marshal. Underestimate me? Marshal Chow seemed to have been stabbed at a painful point in his heart. Shenwen looks down on me and would rather die than be with me. These unscrupulous people also look down on me. With a sly smile on his face, the adjutant leaned into the commander's ear and whispered, "Yes, yes. Commander, why don't we arrest all those unruly people? Catch him?" Although Marshal Chow was drunk, he was not stupid. Otherwise, he would not have been able to sit in the position of marshal. He was not easily used as a gun. Seeing his boss's hesitation, the adjutant hurriedly came over and told him the truth he knew, but he heard his passionate tone. "We arrested a female thief 2 days ago." After the interrogation, the female thief committed suicide out of fear of guilt. I still doubt the people in that village. There are accomplices of the female thief, so I sent Lao Wu and a few people to check. Lao Wu and the others were good soldiers who strictly abide by military orders, but they never came back, so I came to report to you, Commander-in-Chief. Old Wu? Marshal Chow stared at his adjutant with bloodshot red eyes, and said with a hint of alcohol, "I remember correctly, Old Wu is your brother-in-law, right?" "Hey, Marshal, you have such a good memory." The adjutant laughed but did not refute. He mentioned Lao Wu Lai at this time just to show his face, hoping that the marshal would mobilize troops for the sake of his adjutant. At least give yourself a small team of strength. Something has really gone wrong with my brother-in-law. Will he not be eaten alive by his wife and sister-in-law when he returns home? Who made you my adjutant? Let's go. Marshal Chow waved his hand. I want to see who dares to touch my Marshal Chow's people. As you command. The adjutant saluted happily, and then rushed out of the hotel. His voice rang through the night sky, "Everyone, stand at attention. Go southeast, step together and run." Bang bang bang, strong and uniform footsteps stamped on the ground, and a small team of dozens of people ran towards the village carrying guns and bullets. Bang! The force of the knock on the door was fierce. The man in the room tightened the hoe in his hand and swallowed. His forehead was already wet with sweat. Danner's father, the woman covered her son's mouth tightly, with tears on her cheeks. "How about we climb through the window, do not talk." The man scolded softly. The movement between the two caused quite a reaction from the zombies outside the house, and the banging on the door became even louder. Human screams could be heard from time to time, and He Chang became a completely indifferent zombie. He was willing to kill those human masters of some level, but was unwilling to wield his fangs against those who were unable to restrain a chicken. Mercy? No, he just disliked the lack of experience. Even if he slaughtered this village, it wouldn't be as much experience as the black zombie Chizuru brought to him, not to mention the vixen sitting on the roof, basking in the moonlight. They are He Chang's goals. In the complete opposite state to He Chang, Shenja frantically pounces on the living people around him, and even snatches prey from other zombies. The vixen turned a blind eye to this. Her goal was achieved. Whether these zombies were alive or dead had nothing to do with her. Such strong yin chi and corpse chi would definitely attract that stinky cow nose. The opportunity to avenge yourself is right in front of you. Suddenly, the vixen's eyes were attracted by a figure in a small courtyard. The girl holding a rolling pin in her hand looked at the figure breaking through the door in fear. Father? It was Wu Taihua who turned into a zombie and became a zombie. The daughter he once protected with his life was now so delicious in his eyes. After the corpse transforms, the dead will first look for their relatives, because they can only remember their closest relatives, but why they remember but forget? As long as you drink the blood of your loved ones, your strength will increase by leaps and bounds. The girl was thrown to the ground by her former father without a few struggles. Just when the fangs were about to bite down, a slender white finger touched the zombie's forehead, stopping his next movements. The vixen looked at the zombie who was controlled but could not suppress his madness. He didn't know who he was talking to. He just explained in a low voice, I once promised a respectable person to protect her. People also have feelings, and foxes also have feelings. It is only this world that is ruthless, and their sentimentality is destined to be based on ruthlessness. The girl was so frightened that she fainted and the zombie Wu Taihua was thrown out of the door by the vixen. She flew high into the sky again and landed on the roof, closing her eyes and paying no attention. "Hey, I finally caught you." I don't know how long it took. When Yi Cheng heard a man's voice, a hand suddenly stretched out from beside him, grabbed a yellow paper charm and stuck it towards his forehead. He suddenly lay on his back and fell to the ground, dodging Huang Fu amidst the man's surprised voice. "Taoist priest with 4 eyes. It seems that he is the one the vixen wants to attract." The appearance of a human and his popularity instantly attracted the zombies who were breaking through the door. They turned around one by one and rushed towards Taoist priest 4 eyes. The wooden sword was unsheathed, and a zombie came forward to meet it. It was instantly beaten to a crisp and blackened state. It's rare to see a dozen zombies attacking a Taoist priest. The corpses that are often chased are called zombies, which are lower level than zombies. They are ordinary corpses catalyzed by secret techniques. The walking zombies can jump, cast spells after pasting the talisman paper, and follow the summoning bell. Stiff but different, strong, copper skin and iron bones are the most basic characteristics. He is bloodthirsty and crazy, bites and chases everyone he sees. With Taoist priest 4's skills, facing more than a dozen zombies, his methods were a bit clumsy. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly came, "Look at my Buddha treasure!" A sandalwood Buddha bead as big as a thumb flew over and hit a walking zombie. There was a bang, the zombie was blown up on the spot and lost the ability to move. What a power! Yi Cheng stood up and ducked backwards, and another 4 or 5 Buddhist beads were thrown at him, causing the exploded corpses to stagger around. "Monk, your Buddhist beads are very powerful." Thanks to the help of Master Isho's Buddhist beads, the furied Taoist priest easily escaped with his peachwood sword. Master Ikyu smiled hee and pulled his collar to reveal a bigger string. "There are even more powerful ones. Something as big as a thumb is so powerful, but something as small as half a fist can't compare to arms?" For the first time, Taoist Master 4 Eyes realized how terrifying the monk next to him was. Except for 3 zombies whose heads were blown off and unable to move, the remaining dozen zombies were only physically damaged and did not delay their movements. They jumped around and surrounded the Taoist priests and monks who were on guard back to back. "Things are in trouble." Taoist Master Simu raised his hand to adjust his glasses and said cautiously, "Monk, there is good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear?" The poor monk wants to hear good things. "The good news is that the strongest zombie here is my junior brother. It's not difficult to deal with." The Taoist priest with 4 eyes looked at the black zombie Qianhe who was approaching, with a sad expression. Master Ikyu couldn't help but ask, "What about the bad ones? I smell a demonic scent, and my strength is no less than that of you and me. Finally come." The vixen on the roof jumped up, and the gauze wrapped Miaoman's body, slowly floating in the wind. At this moment, she was like a fairy falling from the sky. "Pooh." Taoist priest Simu blew his nose, frowned and said, "It smells so bad." Master Ikyu, who was back to back with Taoist Master Shirmu, slapped his forehead and shouted, "Om Mani Padme Hum." After spitting out the 6-character mantra, bursts of golden flowers erupted from the Buddhist beads in his hand. Roar! The zombies quickly avoided the golden light. Guanyin Bodhisattva even took away the ancestor of the zombies as a substitute, although Master Isho was a million times worse than Guanyin Bodhisattva. This group of zombies who have just become zombies are more than a million times worse than Master Isho is considered to be one of the most eminent monks in the world, and with the restraint of Buddhism, a group of ordinary walking zombies could not withstand this burst of golden light, and were naturally controlled outside the golden light. "Is that the demon you are talking about?" Master Isho looked at the scantily clad woman slowly floating down not far away, and turned his head forcefully and asked. He was still chanting, "Form is emptiness, emptiness is form." Although the woman was beautiful and charming, in the eyes of Monk Ikyu, she was no less than poison that penetrated the intestines. Taoist priest 4 Eyes nodded slightly and stood ready. He quickly took out 2 copper coins that had been enshrined in front of the portrait of the ancestor for 3 years, and cast a spell with blood. Then tie it with a red string and tie it to his western glasses. "Kill out first, these ordinary zombies are just a little trouble." He raised his head and stared. 2 beams of yellow light flashed, like turning on a flashlight in the dark night. He was frozen and couldn't avoid being hit on the head, and he fell to the ground instantly. "What a magic weapon, ha ha ha." Master Ikyu laughed heartily, but he used the Dharma harder in his heart. The whole string of Buddhist beads in his hand rolled spontaneously, emitting stronger golden light. Buddha also has angry eyes, and eliminating demons is part of Buddhist practice. If you only know how to chant sutras, copy accounts, and knock wooden fish to gild your body, you may be able to go to the West to listen after your death, but you will not be able to become my Buddhist disciple. The 2 of them defended and attacked. The furied Taoist priest who was hiding in the Buddha's light used copper coins to shoot golden light to destroy the zombies. After a while, most of the zombies fell down. Nyobi, take your life. How can a vixen sit and watch? Isn't it the purpose of her emergency search for these little zombies to attract the Taoist priest and create some obstacles for him? Although she didn't expect that Nyobi would have a bald donkey to help him, the fox spirit who was very confident in her own strength was not worried. If there were two, then she would kill both. The fox spirit raised her hand and rushed over, passing through the zombies with her right hand and facing the golden light emitted by the beads. The vixen is level 18, but Master Ikkyu is only level 14. Even with the blessing of Buddha, there is no suspense in this battle. The golden light touched the slender jade fingers, like a thin piece of paper soaked in water, which broke at the touch. Humph! The vixen snorted coldly. It seemed that the golden light was not ineffective for her, and it also hurt her body invisibly. The jade hand turned into a white fox claw and was aimed at Master Ikkyu's head. The white-haired fox claws were pulled out hard, with a rush of thunder. The vixen used a lightning tactic, planning to kill the weaker one first so that no one would be a fly beside him when he took revenge. Oh. You look familiar to me, Miss Taoist priest. Four Eyes turned around, drew his wooden sword to hold the fox's paw, and took a deep breath in a rogue manner. Slut. Fox's slut. How could the vixen bear the ridicule of Taoist priest Four Eyes? She opened her red lips and shouted arrogantly, "Take your head as a memorial to my sister." Your sister? Humph, it turns out that the fox cub is here. Taoist priest Simu jumped back one step and kicked He Chang away, who had been standing behind them. He danced with sword flowers and threw a few pieces of yellow paper into the sky. When he stopped, no piece of yellow paper fell, hanging on the wooden sword like a string of candied haws. Today I will show great mercy and destroy your whole family. After saying that, Taoist priest Four Eyes stabbed him with his sword. This sword was naturally a sword that Taoist priest Four Eyes had been preparing for a long time. When he danced with the sword just now, he also incorporated the 3 sword moves he had learned when he was practicing martial arts in the mountains. The swing was awkward at first, but his momentum increased greatly. When he reached the top of the dance, he thrust out the sword. This sword naturally condensed the furied Taoist priest's energy. Confidence. In a fight, the most important thing is to show off your power. If you are strong, you will win by 3 points. The vixen grabbed the wooden sword with both claws, but the power of the wooden sword without the blessing of Huang Fu more than doubled. When her claws touched, it was like being struck by lightning, and she was instantly ejected. She flew like a cloud and fell backwards. Humph! Taoist Master Four Eyes snorted proudly, turned to Master Isho and said, "Monk, come with me, this monster is quite powerful." "Go to hell, both of you." The body of the vixen who fell to the ground defied gravity and quickly jumped up, landing on her hands and feet. She didn't care that the gauze had already fallen off, and the elegant beauty was completely naked, doing the movements of a beast. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Master Isho's forward step suddenly slowed down, and he turned his head forcefully. "Monk, do you want to die?" The furied Taoist priest was very helpless to the pedantic old monk. "Good and evil are fighting, and you will die if you are not careful. Turning your head to the side when facing the enemy like Master Ikkyu is as good as death. No different. Monk, die." A ferocious roar came. Taoist Master Shirmu flew and blocked Master Ikkyu with his sword. He hesitated and blocked the way hastily, and the two of them were instantly knocked away. But the vixen didn't feel well either. The magic power on the wooden sword bounced her so far away that a pit was made on the ground. If it were a human being, he would have broken his muscles and died. It's broken, the guy who is eating is broken. Although Taoist Master Simu's body was sore, he was more concerned about the peachwood sword in his hand. Unexpectedly, the vixen's desperate collision broke the wooden sword into pieces, and he was about to broken. The fighting here was fierce, and He Chang, who was among the zombies on the other side, was finally kicked away by the furied Taoist priest, and finally escaped from the vixen's surveillance and was free. Pick up the leak. Looking at the zombies around him who were knocked to the ground and unable to move by the magic of the furied Taoist priest, how could He Chang possibly run away? If the strength is not good, even hiding in the deep mountains and old forests is not safe. As a zombie, abandoned by the 3 realms and 6 paths, natural strength comes first. Looking at these zombies waiting to be slaughtered, it was difficult for He Chang to move. He Chang came to a person who had been shot through the shoulder and fell to the ground unable to get up. Only orthodox zombies could bounce freely. Xinjiang was not a real zombie and fell to the ground like an overturned turtle. If the exorcist mentions him, he will collapse to the ground and roll over. It's a pity that Xingjiang is not conscious and will not regard him as an enemy at all. Wait, He Cheng suddenly thought of a way and turned his attention to Taoist master Heiji Qianna. This black zombie is angry, intelligent, and even thinks he is the king of zombies among this group of zombies. As long as he is provoked, He Zhang will be surrounded by all zombies. The most important thing is that these zombies turned over like turtles, lying on their backs and unable to get up. They had no choice but to be killed. The black and stiff Chizuru, who was about to pounce on the two monks and Taoists, jumped up, but was knocked away by a powerful force. The body made of copper and iron flew sideways like a cloud in mist, breaking an earth wall at the waist before stopping. Roar! The Qianha in He Cheng's eyes has turned into a red name. Not only that, the angry Heijing also called on the Xingjiang on the ground to come over and help him kill He Cheng. He has lost his patience with Bai Zhan, who provokes him again and again. This plays into He Cheng's plan. The zombies lying on the ground with red names but unable to move are just big fat guys. He jumped up and fell like an anvil in the air. One of the zombies died immediately and turned into an ordinary corpse. Taoist priest Four Eyes stood up with a grin, cursing in his heart that he was unlucky because he broke a third of his wooden sword in just one effort. Today was a fierce fight with this vixen, and both sides could only survive. Simu himself had no intention of being a martyr, his eyes were wandering in his eye sockets, and he was still thinking about a way to win. When he turned around, he saw a zombie killing his companions. He grinned and said, "Miss Beauty, your zombie nest is full of people." The vixen was naturally coquettish and charming, so she didn't care about his teasing tone. Instead, she stood up and twisted her waist and said, "They are all a bunch of crazy wild dogs, biting people and ghosts. They have turned this village into a zombie village. Let them make trouble next." Bai Hua's body is really eye-catching. Master Isho has long been sitting cross-legged on the ground chanting the Buddha's name. "You monk! If you want to die, don't drag me with you." Taoist priest Four Eyes saw that the monk who had come to help him looked like a virgin. When he saw a woman, he chanted Umat Bai and spat, "Bah, virgin? Who is not?" He rolled over backwards, lifted Master Ikkyu who was sitting cross-legged on the ground with his eyes, and threw him backwards, narrowly escaping the sharp and deadly fox claws. Just as this vixen said, as long as the zombies make trouble here and turn the entire village into zombies, the goal will be achieved. The vixen could ignore the fuss, but the two monks, Four Eyes and Ikkyu, couldn't stand it. It's big, you damn bald donkey, close your eyes and recite Buddhist scriptures." "My eyes don't have the magical powers of 3 heads and 6 arms. I can't save people and protect the bald donkey before I deal with the vixen." The Four Eyes were filled with pain, and the battle was at a disadvantage for a while. Compared with the aura of fighting and the gorgeous scenes over there, He Cheng's side can only be regarded as a small fight. An ordinary zombie also has 79 points of experience, and it can't afford to struggle while lying on the ground. It's as easy as cutting leeks. It can jump up and down and take it away in one go. The experience will naturally increase. According to this progress, if he has 40 or 50 zombies, he will be able to level up. The black zombie Qianja who collapsed the wall over there shook his head before jumping out of the rubble. Looking at the body of his little brother on the ground, the black zombie roared to the sky in anger. His shout just attracted the vixen and the furied Taoist priest who were fighting fiercely. As Master Ikkyu opened his eyes again, he used his fingers to find out the Buddhist beads. The vixen's advantage was completely blown away. If the fight continued, the vixen would definitely be defeated. After overcoming the problems of color and emptiness, Master Ikkyu became so powerful that the furied Taoist priest almost became a spectator. "After these demons are subdued, I will go back and copy thousands of scriptures and repent before the Buddha." There were 2 yellow talismans between the fingers of his 4 eyes. After throwing them out in a hurry, the yellow talismans turned into sharp arrows. It was like a brush dipped in red rouge drew 2 clear lines on the snow-white skin, which made people frown. What a waste of natural resources. "If you can escape this disaster, I can copy the scriptures with you." He jumped back and avoided the vixen's fierce pursuit. He also did not forget to hold on to his western glass mirror and said, "But my Maoshan disciples only copy the Maoshan scriptures." Seeing that the 2 of them still had time to talk under his fierce attack, the vixen directly abandoned his long dark hair and delicate face, transformed into a human monster with a fox head and claws, and erect breasts, and responded, "Kill you and me. Just slaughter that town." She was really furious. With an unparalleled gesture, he smashed his claws towards Master Ikkyu. Master Ikkyu had just finished using a string of Buddhist beads. He had never learned any martial arts. Faced with this move, he could only take off his clothes in a hurry. revealing the large string of Buddhist beads on his chest. The golden light is as solid as a needle, and can even be used to refresh one's mind. When touched by monsters, there will be poisonous needles and sharp blades, and the burns on the hands and feet will be minor. Not good. Taoist priest Simu, who was holding the battle next to him, said secretly and then rushed out. It turned out that the vixen just pretended to attack Monk Ikkyu. Because she was just pretending to be powerful and didn't have much strength in her hands, she retreated very quickly. The white shadow fluttered, like a piece of tissue paper pasted by the golden light, and went straight to the two zombies confronting each other behind the Four Eyes and Ikkyu. She is looking for help. It takes two vixens to barely suppress one vixen. If a black vixen and a white vixen are added to the mix, the battle will definitely turn into a war of attrition. Buddha beads are limited, but vixens and zombies have unlimited physical strength. In the end, the time-consuming battle of pulling a big saw has to hand the winner to the one who can stand and breathe. After thinking about this for a moment, Taoist priest Four Eyes followed by Ying out, preparing to stop him. But Vixen's speed was faster, and she didn't see her feet touching the ground. It was like there was an invisible bridge in the air, one end connected to the battlefield over there, and the other side leading to the front of Heiji Chizuru. You two have to stop fighting in the den. Help my sister kill that bullnose first. A man with a fox's head said these words, which made people feel weird. But the vixen felt good about herself and thought she had that fairy face. She opened her big fox mouth and blew out white smoke. The white smoke swayed slightly in the air, like a small snake that came to life and got into the mouth and nose of Heiji Qianhe. He Chang, who was confronting Heijing in the distance, could clearly see that Heijing's hatred towards him was gradually turning from crimson to dim. He couldn't see that this vixen couldn't be defeated and was looking for reinforcements, and that his efforts to attract hatred for a long time were in vain. Anyway, I'm no match for level 16 Heizong, so I might as well take advantage of the chaos. He Chang was determined to retreat, holding the yellow talisman with one hand, but suddenly it came over and stuck the yellow talisman on his forehead at a tricky angle. For a moment, He Chang's consciousness fell into darkness. There is one more. Taoist priest Four Eyes nodded with satisfaction, turned around and rushed towards Heiji Qianhe. How could the vixen let them disrupt his actions? Prepare to fight with the Furi Taoist priest. Hey! Look at the Buddha treasure. Master Ishio also ran over at this moment, dragging his clothes. If He Chang was still conscious, he would definitely admire this loud shout. It really smells like yen shisha. Humph. The vixen snorted coldly, and pulled away to avoid the beads. After the battle just now, she knew that the beads were fishy and must not be touched. Fortunately, the black zombie was already in her hands, and she had a chance of winning this battle. When it comes to combat ability, Heijing is definitely the most superb here. He is indestructible with his copper skin and iron bones, but because he has no brains and only has a ferocious nature, he is also the least valued. Monk, contain her. Amit Ba. Master Ikkyu pulled off his robe, revealing his smooth upper body and a huge string of Buddhist beads. He said to the vixen, "Monster, you should surrender." Looking at this huge prayer bead, the vixen's eyes twitched. A prayer bead as big as the belly of her little finger could seriously injure her. If she replaced it with a fist-sized prayer bead, wouldn't she lose 2 lives at once? She wiped off the fox's head and transformed into a delicate beauty again. Master, the Buddha said that sparing a person's life is worse than building a 7-level pagoda. Why don't you let the little girl go? You are a monster. If you kill one monster, you can save 100 people. Master Ikkyu, who is used to being surrounded by Four Eyes, actually learned 2 tricks of talking nonsense. So, if I kill you, I can build a 700-level pagoda. Stinky monk, if you don't eat the toast, you'll have to drink wine as a penalty. The vixen didn't bother to disguise herself and scolded fiercely, but at this time she had a fairy face. Even if she was cruel, she was still beautiful. It's a pity that the monk in front of him, who is dedicated to exterminating demons, is not attracted to her naked body, so how can he be obsessed with her appearance? Taoist priest Four Eyes finally met his junior brother for the first time. Looking at the livid face and the corpse teeth that could not be covered by his upper lip, he sighed, "Just let me take you on your way, senior brother." The black zombie was a trouble for him. It was not easy to kill him in a short period of time, but it was not difficult to control it. After all the crises were resolved, he would go out and deal with the 2 zombies and the corpses on the ground. After more than a dozen moves, Heiji Qianhe was affixed with a yellow talisman and stood quietly aside. On the other side, Master Ishio, who had lost his Furi Taoist priest array, was pressed down and beaten. 2 slender blood-red palm prints were left on his swollen chest, and there was blood hanging from the corners of his mouth. "If you don't come here, monk, I will die." Seeing Simu coming over, Master Ikkyu breathed a sigh of relief. "I think this beautiful lady is not in good condition." Taoist priest Simu did not miss the opportunity to ridicule the enemy. In the fierce battle just now, although Master Ikkyu was chased and beaten for a while, he was covered with Buddha's light like Huang Ron's soft hedgehog armor may not hurt others if touched, but it will definitely hurt yourself. The vixen had no choice. She had to kill the fly monk while she was dealing with the zombies, but she didn't expect that the monk was too prickly. Today it seems that I, the monk and Taoist, are going to unite to eliminate demons and defend the Tao. Ha! Taoist priest Simu's laughter hadn't ended yet. A slightly drunken, louder laughter came, and at the same time there was the sound of a group of people running and stamping on the ground with their leather boots. Ha ha ha! I want to see who dares to disturb Tai Sui. Everyone stand still for me, Commander-in-Chief, Warlord. In these troubled times, bandits are rising up in various places, robbing a tailor shop or a horse farm before they dare to call themselves warlords. The world is in chaos and everyone wants to be Liu Bei, so they cut the big meat pie in the world into half. In the fight against foreign enemies and Japanese pirates, this group of warlords had no effect, but when it came to robbing homes and houses, they turned into weasels. To be honest, they did not take a needle or thread from the masses. They moved away everything except the needle and thread, leaving behind a pungent smell. Smelly. It's broken, someone is coming. Master Ishio and Taoist Master Shirmu looked at each other and thought something was wrong. With hostages in hand, this battle would be frustrating. The soldiers carrying flashlights over there have already approached the village. The one running first is the adjutant with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks. The drunken commander sitting on the motorcycle must be the leader of this group of soldiers. Hiss, it's so tragic. The soldiers took a breath of cold air. Corpses were strewn on the dirt road in Xiaopa village. Walls collapsed and houses collapsed. Those who had never seen it thought it was a natural disaster caused by strong winds and earth dragons turning over. The adjutant stopped and shouted, "Everyone is here, alert!" A large group of soldiers shouldered their rifles crookedly, guarding the few still standing in front of them. "If anyone moves again, I'll blow their heads off." Anyone with a gun is a master. No matter whether they are monks, Taoist priests or vixens, their bodies are not so strong that they don't care about bullets. On the contrary, every zombie who doesn't care about bullets has a talisman attached to it and stands aside obediently. How come so many people died in this place? Marshal Chow turned over and got off the motorcycle, raised his foot and kicked the corpse beside his feet. It was shriveled and light. If it weren't for the fact that it was wearing human skin, it would be believed that it was a skeleton with the flesh removed. Thinking of a disgusting possibility, he took back his leather boots in fear. Marshal Chow waved his hand, and the adjutant next to him immediately understood what he meant. He took 2 steps forward and asked loudly, "What's going on here?" There were a total of 5 people standing, and the idiots holding up corpses on both sides of the road didn't attract much attention. The monk was a bit eye-catching. The monk was bare-chested and carrying a Buddha bead as big as his fist. He thought he was a monster from the Lusha River, so he put a necklace on the child's skull and hung it around his neck. The adjutant's main focus was on that side. They all heard laughter just now. "What's the point of having corpses all over the ground?" "Sir, a demon has appeared here. We are trying to conquer the demon and defend the road. If you leave here, if you take a few steps slower, your life may be in danger." Taoist priest Four Eyes naturally knows that vixens can fly. Although they are afraid of gunshots, their bodies are stronger than humans, so they have a greater chance of winning. On the contrary, Four Eyes and Ikkyu are decent people who are meant to save people. If a village is killed and then a group of soldiers are killed, it will be a serious crime. Destroy demons and protect the Tao? The adjutant quietly took half a step back. When the troops were marching, they encountered people driving corpses for funerals. In order not to get into trouble, the adjutant glanced at the dozens of guns beside him and stopped his waist. He pretended to be dignified and said, "Get rid of demons? Knowing that our Marshal Chow is here, the demons and ghosts will not dare to do evil." After patting his boss's horse openly, the adjutant bent down in front of the drunken commander and asked hesitantly, "It seems that the monks and Taoists are beating dirty things. How about we avoid it?" Marshal Chow was drunk but his brain was still bright. Avoid it? Then avoid it. The corpses on the ground looked like they had been drained and bled. If the soldiers hadn't seen this scene, they would have scared away 3 souls. They didn't know whether the monk and the Taoist priest were fighting dirty things, or whether the 2 of them were dirty things. It was not advisable to get into trouble in the middle of the night, and it was better to avoid it. A group of people were about to turn around and leave, when suddenly a delicate cry for help came out. "Commander, sirs, please help me." The voice is 70% accurate and 30% tragic. If ordinary people heard it, they would say that the acting is poor, not as good as the actors in Taoyuan who listen to the music. But now that they see the real person, half of them may not be able to walk. In front of the shirtless monk and the furried Taoist priest, her naked figure fell to the ground without any clothes on. It was precisely because of this fall that she escaped from the cover of the two grown men. The figure instantly captured the eyes of most of the soldiers, and Marshal Chow was so drunk that he sobered up. A naked beauty. No, the monk takes action first. Taoist priest Simu has been wandering around the world for a long time, and he knows that these ruffian-like soldiers will definitely think wrong when they see the vixen who looks like a fairy, and their chances of winning will be almost zero. Got it. Master Isho nodded, grabbed the Buddhist beads around his neck, and prepared to save this vixen. Boom! A gunshot exploded the thick black cloud above their heads, and the monks froze in place, not daring to move. Okay, you two unruly monks and Taoists, I wonder why the whole village was massacred. It turns out it was you evil monks and Taoists who did the good deeds. The adjutant put down the pistol raised in the air and cursed mercilessly, "How dare you rape a good woman under our noses? Anyone who dares to move will be beaten into a hornet's nest." The Taoist priest with 4 eyes said pointedly, "Monk, this is bad. You will not be able to live if you do your own evil." Master Ishio nodded in agreement. The two of them still have the upper hand. If those soldiers with sperm heads go back with the vixens, they will rush to jump into their mouths. After killing these dozens of people, the vixen will inevitably become stronger, and then the chance of winning between the monk and the Taoist will be very small. Beauty. No, miss, hee. The adjutant gave the soldier next to him a considerate kick, pulled off his military uniform, quickly came to the vixen and put it on her, and comforted her. "Don't worry, our Marshal Chow is here. Known for being fair and honest, he is known as Chow Ching Tian. He will definitely make the decision for you. You go back with us and rest on Marshal Chow's bed. As for these two evildoers, we will imprison them and shoot them." Needless to say, the hints and the tone are clear. At this juncture, no matter how good a woman or a slut is, can she still run away? They are no worse than monsters, and they can eat people without spitting out their bones. The adjutant's hand was on the vixen's arm. The skin was slippery. Just touching the arm made him excited, but he didn't dare to eat more tofu. Everyone knew whose meat was in the bowl. "Thank you, sir." Even the wisp of fragrance exhaled made him fascinated. How could Taoist 4 Eyes and Master Isho dare to stop them when they were pointed at guns? They raised their hands above their heads. Although they saw the smile on the vixen's lips as he walked away, there was nothing they could do. "Come with us quickly, don't catch a cold." The adjutant retracted his hand reluctantly, rubbing his fingers on the tip of his nose, smelling the last scent. How has this group of people ever seen this? Each of them had a bayonet in his crotch, and his throat was gurgling, and he was swallowing saliva as if he were drinking water. "Monk, you want to sneak attack me with such a big prayer beads?" The adjutant saw the Buddhist beads in Master Ikkyu's hand, raised his hand to grab them and hung them around his neck, dragging them to follow the white buttocks in front of him. "Looking at it from this angle, it's really big and tall with such a small body. It would be nice to be my 10th wife, huh?" Marshal Chow drunkenly put his hand on the shoulder of the person next to him, but the person next to him did not answer. "What are you doing with a piece of paper on your face?" Marshal Chow looked at the tall man next to him hazily. Seeing that the man was wearing an official uniform of the Qing dynasty, he smiled and said, "What's wrong? An opera singer? I tell you. You also have to sing in operas." The biography of my Marshal Chow. The Qing government has fallen long ago, and the Beiyang government has no business to play. Now the world belongs to me, Marshal Chow, do you hear me? No matter how drunk he was, he would scold him for a while, but the other party would remain motionless. In anger, Marshal Chow raised his foot and kicked the opponent with his custom-made leather boots, but it was himself that hurt. "Is it possible that you are a fake?" Marshal Chow raised his hand and tore off the yellow paper, revealing a livid corpse face. "It's bad. It's bad." The Taoist priest with 4 eyes slapped his forehead. Who would have thought that the drunken commander would have nothing to do to tear off the talisman on the zombie's head? "Monk." Master Ikkyu nodded in understanding, and the two of them rushed towards the vixen at the same time. How could the soldiers on guard in the distance make them move? When they saw the monk and Taoist priest rushing towards the smooth and white beauty, they immediately fired. The smell of gunpowder went straight to his nose, making him feel dizzy. The sporadic gunshots of bang 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 blocked the progress of Master Ikkyu and Taoist Master Four Eyes. You don't have eyes. Shoot. You didn't see me here. The adjutant was like a monkey on hot coals, being beaten by the strokes and shooting skills. He cursed angrily, but the woman walking in front of him suddenly jumped, her uniform fell to the ground, and the soldiers forgot to fire for a moment. Moreover, they did not dare to shoot after receiving the order from the adjutant just now. The vixen immediately retreated and raised her hand to grab the adjutant closest to her. With the hostage in hand, she could win this battle without losing. Beauty. When the adjutant saw the naked beauty turning towards him, he thought she didn't want to be that idiot with Marshal Chow and wanted to stay with him. The thoughts in his mind were beautiful, and he didn't hesitate in his actions. The adjutant opened his arms and waited for the other party to fall into his arms. Ah! The woman in his arms suddenly screamed. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. I asked those blind guys to put away their guns. Don't worry, the adjutant thought the beauty was frightened and patted her head on his shoulder to comfort her. Strangely, the smooth black hair disappeared, and instead he felt a handful of furry hair, and there were 2 cartilage ears on the top of his head. Every time he went to Lao Wu's house to sleep with his sister-in-law, the family's yellow dog saw him as if it were his biological father, and the adjutant felt exactly the same when he rubbed the dog's head. You hurt me. The long tongue swept across the adjutant's face, it was wet and slippery. He narrowed his eyes and was about to enjoy it when he saw the soldiers on the opposite side nervously pointing at his arms. A bunch of idiots, envy me? The adjutant was very proud. This beauty threw herself into his arms. Even if Marshal Chow also fell in love with him, he would not let her go. He was an adjutant and one person was inferior to 1,000. He had to give himself the opportunity to pursue love freely. Have you hugged me enough? The woman lying on his shoulder asked again. The adjutant, who was about to reply that he couldn't hug her enough, thought about it. His beauty was still naked. Wouldn't all this tofu be eaten by others? He quickly said, enough hugs, enough hugs. As soon as he let go, the beauty took a few steps back. The skin of the mutton-fat white jade seemed to have been burned by a soldering iron, leaving a few black scars as big as half a fist, and the delicate and beautiful head turned directly into a snow-white fox head. Monster, monster, monster. As the yellow paper talisman was uncovered, He Chang suddenly opened his eyes. His consciousness was still before the talisman was affixed, and when he opened his eyes again, he saw a fat man in military uniform staring at him with hazy sleepy eyes. Dummy? A burst of yang energy came out of his mouth and was inhaled by He Chang's nose. With this breath of yang qi, the last traces of the sequelae of Huang Fu's suppression were swept away. Level 2 Marshal Chow. Level 3 Miscellaneous Soldiers. Level 3 Miscellaneous Soldiers. Level 3 Miscellaneous Soldiers. There were all white names in front of him. What was more eye-catching in the distance was the black and stiff Qianjia, who still had a yellow talisman on his face. He still retained his last-minute anger towards He Chang, and his name turned from red to orange. In the distance are Master Ikkyu and Taoist Priest Four Eyes, who are rushing toward the vixen. No one has time to pay attention to him now. This is an opportunity. The appearance of a group of human soldiers will inevitably disrupt the actions of Master Ikkyu and Taoist Priest Four Eyes. He leaned straight forward and jumped towards Heiji Qianha. Monster, monster, monster. The screams over there were not over yet. The soldiers had just watched a delicate beauty turn into a monster with a fox head, and now they saw another person jumping up stiffly. Zombie. Shoot. Shoot quickly. Marshal Chow was completely drunk and felt scared because he had just kicked a zombie. Who are you beating, Commander? The soldiers were too frightened to hold their guns steady. Are they aiming at monks, Taoists, vixens, or zombies? With guns in their hands and strength in numbers, they became a vulnerable group. Who should I beat? Beat them all to death. Marshal Chow rolled around and ran to hide behind the soldiers. With his order, the dark night under the thick dark clouds finally saw the light. Commander, there's me, there's me. When the adjutant saw several bullets hitting his feet, he raised his hands and shouted, but his palms were almost shot through. Forget it, I'd better pretend to be dead. The adjutant stretched out his body and fell to the ground, but the vixen still kept his posture of rushing forward. Without the Buddhist beads, Master Ikkyu and Taoist Four Eyes, how would the balance of this battle be tilted? Ah! The vixen was accidentally shot and jumped forward. Good opportunity. Taoist Master Four Eyes and Master Ikkyu nodded and rushed towards the vixen. At the same time, they shouted to the soldiers in the distance, "Don't shoot, let us deal with this monster." Marshal Chow himself was stunned. Don't shoot? I've already shot and wounded her. If I hit her again, I'll kill her. However, he also understood that monks and Taoist priests are human beings and we should unite on the front. Turn around and hit that zombie. Ding ding ding, a burst of bullet impact hit He Cheng's back, which was neither painful nor itchy. He was too lazy to pay attention to the group of people, set up the black zombie Chizuru, and quickly got into the night. This was a controlled experience zombie. He would try to control him after it was safe. Originally, with He Cheng's own strength, trying to kill Heiji Chizuru was tantamount to death, but now Heiji Chizuru has been stuck with a talisman and cannot move, and his consciousness is still before the talisman was attached, which not only makes him unable to move, but also makes him unable to move. Because of his anger towards He Cheng, this is a big bargain. The sound of gunshots was like fried beans. After a short while, it stopped after the zombies were no longer visible. On the other side, Master Ishio and Taoist Master Four Eyes also stopped fighting. Taoist Priest Four Eyes grabbed the fox's tail and held the body of the female vixen that had been beaten back to its original shape in his hand. The two masters, the zombie, ran away holding the other zombie that was not moving. When Marshal Chow saw that he was safe, he ran out from the crowd and kicked the adjutant who was pretending to be dead. The adjutant rolled up the wheel and walked back with a smile, but was stopped by Master Ikkyu, who embarrassedly handed back the beads around his neck. Run away? Taoist priest Simu looked at the dense darkness and frowned tightly. The zombie just now should be the zombie that was hiding from them in the forest before. I am not afraid of the zombies being ferocious, but I am most afraid that the zombies have brains. To ordinary people, the existence of zombies means they are invincible. Escape will definitely bring trouble to all parties, Taoist priest Four Eyes said to himself. It seems that I will mention it to my brothers when I go back, but what's the use of him turning into a black and stiff Qianjia? What do we do now? Marshal Chow had already determined that the two people in front of him were experts and hurriedly asked for measures. In order to prevent the corpse from transforming into a corpse again, the officers are requested to gather the corpses together and burn them. The soldiers put away their guns and dispersed from work. Looking for trouble in the village turned into collecting corpses. Although they had complaints in their hearts, they did not dare to say it out. They had seen how powerful the monsters were, but they did not want the corpses everywhere to turn into zombies. Then the troops stationed nearby, they will definitely suffer, and it is they themselves who will suffer. Commander, there is a girl here. A soldier shouted excitedly, secretly saying that this time it was not in vain, he actually found a living person among the corpses. Get out of the way. Taoist priest Simu hurriedly came over, pinched the unconscious girl with his fingers, and opened her collar. What he saw was not a piece of white flowers, but rotten blackness. She will die immediately after being poisoned by corpse poison. If she cannot be saved, she will immediately turn into a zombie. Become a zombie? The soldier's legs were trembling as he almost took off his pants just now. If he really pulled up his pants, who knows whether he would be poisoned by corpse poison? I can't save her. The most I can do is remove the corpse poison from her body and turn her into a zombie. Oh, sir, please find a deserted mountain and forest to bury her. People who have been bitten by zombies have resentment in their souls and will not accept it. The 3 realms and the 6 paths, sir, you were the first to discover her after all. If you can't erect a monument to burn incense before she dies, she will turn into a ghost day by day, and she will definitely find you first. Taoist priest Four Eyes frightened the soldiers with half-truth and half-lies. Ah, the soldier wailed, wondering how he got into such a big problem. 2 don't know her name, how can I erect a monument? I know. A sneaky fat soldier came over and said, her name is Xiaoyu. At that time, old Wu and the others killed that little flower. They fell in love with this little girl when they brought the body back. Tonight we came here just to see Lao Wu, hee, I didn't expect that. I didn't expect that this place is full of zombies and monsters. Old Wu and the others may have died a long time ago if their sperm got into their heads. In fact, their guess was correct. Not only did Lao Wu and the others die, they also died at the hands of the vixen. Xiaoyu, the soldier nodded repeatedly, picked up the body and ran towards the mountain, muttering something in his mouth. Little girl, there is a rightful owner, and I have not done anything worse than a beast. Don't worry, I will erect a monument for you and offer you incense. I will buy you a big house with a red sedan chair, and I will give you all my coffin book and wife book, but you must not come to me. In the year of Icho, it is the leap month of April, the 19th day of the 4th month of the lunar calendar. It is appropriate to offer sacrifices, pray for blessings, and seek heirs. Taboo, laying a bed, making clothes, building beams, entering a house, getting married. The sky is turning white, and in the distance there is greenery. Nearby, however, the earth is filled with rotting black leaves and dead wood. Because level 3 soldiers carry guns, they are rated above royal guards with strong martial arts skills. A gun can easily kill Taoist Priest Four Eyes, but it can't hurt me. He Chang stood at the foot of the stairs of the abandoned inn and sighed. Taoist Priest Four Eyes can easily kill me, but he is helpless against a soldier. Does one peck and one drink have its own destiny? Of course not. In He Chang's eyes, this just tells him that level is useless and he must not act blindly. The breeze swept over the flag embroidered with the word in that was burned by the fire. Many people follow the example of foreigners who opened hotels, and inns, which are considered old-fashioned, and few people visit them. In addition, this place is remote and few people pass by. After a fire, the trees will naturally fall and the housens will scatter. It's so cheap that this zombie is here to cool down and avoid the sun. Zombies lie dormant during the day and emerge at night. There is also a saying that they are thin during the day and fat at night. At night, zombies come out of the coffin with plump bodies like living people. However, when you open the coffin lid during the day, you will find that the corpse is skinny in bones. It is recorded in Zibuyu that high-level flying zombies among zombies can fly, but they still have to hide in coffins during the day. Some will evolve into flying yakshas, and then they no longer need to stay in the coffin. The flying yaksha is no longer a zombie. Yaksha is the name of a ghost in Indian mythology. There is also a patrolling yaksha in the classic story of Nezahauhai. This shows that the yaksha family covers a wide range. Of course, it may be that the types are different and it is just a coincidence. The names are the same, so I won't go into details here. High-level zombies still need to avoid the sunlight during the day, but He Chang is just the lowest level white zombie. How can he withstand the scorching heat during the day? A ray of sunlight filtered through the dilapidated roof, and his stiff corpse face was not afraid of being rejoiced at the sight of this ray of sunlight. I can bear it until daytime. Although zombies are all made of copper skin and iron bones, there are obvious differences in different realms. Even if Heiji Qianhe stands still, it will be difficult to injure him at all. The sunlight during the day became his last resort. Heizong Qianhe, who was stuck with the talisman paper, stood stiffly. The sunlight was like a file on the wrist bone, the morning light as thick as a thumb shone on Heizong Qianhe's chest. A burst of green smoke lit up the yellow robe, and then bursts of corpse energy leaked. The black and stiff Chizuru remained motionless. The corpse-suppressing talisman is really powerful, and Heizong will not react even if it is exposed to the sun. He Chang was shocked but also felt pain in his heart. The Taoist priest naturally restrained the zombies. What is the way out for being a zombie? It's the limit. Feeling the increasingly rich zombie aura in the air, He Chang pulled the black zombie Qianhe aside and jumped up high. His stiff body used the gravity of the earth to maximize the power of this kick. Boom! The old and decaying inn lost its last breath and collapsed with a stamp of a foot, leaving a ruin. Everything is calm. At night, the crescent moon is like a hook, hanging upside down on the treetops. Barren Mountain Yiling's solitary grave, a wild dog in the grass, followed the example of its distant relative, the wolf, and howled twice at the moon. However, when a jumping figure in the distance approached, it frightened and ran away with its tail between its legs. The legs feel like they are filled with lead, and the feeling of heaviness is especially obvious when jumping. What comes naturally is the white-haired stiffness. Paji, a pair of official boots, stepped into the mud puddle, causing a small splash of dirty water. The dung beetle pushing the dung ball and the ants moving before the rain just passed by him, and they fell to the ground and died one by one. Is it just talk if zombies are not accommodated by the 3 realms and 6 paths? Even if zombies do not suck human blood, if ordinary people are often close to them, they will lose their vitality and lifespan, and they will be short of essence and blood. Although he escaped from Taoist priest Four Eyes Men, he had no plan for the rest of his life. At the moment, I can only worship the moon and walk away from the direction of Taoist Master Simu. He. In the quiet night, a child's laughter suddenly sounded chilling. A pair of golden boys and girls, wearing red belly bands and pale skin, look exactly like the paper figures of the boy and girl burned in front of the grave during the funeral. This is a barren mountain, the territory of ghosts. The 2 little dolls looked around He Chang. Their pale faces and dazzling blush made them look scary even if they were zombies. They were just 2 level 3 brats. He Chang didn't pay attention to them, and his attitude towards him was not hostile. Is he a zombie? What a handsome zombie. Look at the way he is dressed. Was he a general in life? I really want to ride a zombie, the 2 brats chattered at each other in a very annoying way. The boy jumped up behind Yi Chang and jumped onto his shoulders. Yi Chang felt his shoulders sink slightly, turned around suddenly, and knocked the boy down. Regardless of his status as a prince in this life, even in his previous life, he was not used to others riding on him. What a vicious zombie! The two imps were not afraid of him. Among the low-level ghosts and evil things, the zombies could not defeat the imp. The zombies had copper skin and iron bones. The imp had a phantom physique. The essence was that the imp's blinding method restrained the zombie's zero IQ. He was fooled around and around. There is no way. He is not one of those low-level zombies. He not only relies on his nose, but also has all 5 senses. After Yi Chang dumped him 2 or 3 times, the boy was like a spike under his feet, stuck to his shoulder and motionless. I want to try it too. The girl also climbed up, and her ass was really long with nails, which could not move. 2 ghost children sat on Yi Chang's shoulders and happily sang unheard nursery rhymes. Oblong festival, eating candles, ghost dolls, going home. My father ignored me and killed me and gave it to Sister Hua. My mother ignored me and captured me and gave it to the Lord of Hell. My father ignored me and killed me and gave it to Sister Hua. My mother ignored me. Catch them and offer them to the Lord of Hell. People often say that imps are difficult to deal with, but little do they know that imps not only bother people, but also zombies. The little ghost boy posed no threat to him, and he couldn't be driven away. Stupid zombie, send me back to Aunt Hua. The boy patted Yi Chang on the head and said bossily, "Are you so arrogant as a ghost? When I turn around, I will eat you." Zombies can absorb yin qi, and ghosts can naturally be swallowed as pure yin qi. However, thin yin qi is easy to swallow, but ghosts with 3 souls and 7 souls are difficult to chew. Only those with certain strength can deal with them. The 2 little ghosts were nimble, but Yi Chang's body was stiff and difficult to catch. The boy blew white smoke into his nose, and suddenly Yi Chang felt that there was a living person standing in front of him, with yang qi urging him to jump forward. Do you really think I'm an ordinary zombie? Unable to get rid of these 2 brats, he had no choice but to send them back. Climbing a barren mountain, we stopped in front of an earthen tomb with a stone tablet. Time had crooked the tombstone, causing 3 feet of weeds to grow on the tomb. There are 3 words Hua Xiaofeng written on the stone tablet. This should be the Hua ante sung in the Ballad of Ghost Dolls. The white smoke flashed, and a woman with a graceful figure wearing a red skirt, with wide sleeves raised to cover her face walked out. Sister Hua. The 2 ghost dolls ran over happily when they saw the female ghost. We brought you back, man. Aunt Hua nodded, her eyes slightly raised, her eyes truly seductive and her eyebrows striking. Handsome is quite handsome, June is quite handsome. It's a pity that such a beautiful woman has become a ghost, but it can be heard in her words that Aunt Hua is so hungry and thirsty that she wants to find a man? A beautiful girl seduces the soul, a romantic night. There are scholars in every era. Men who want to be ghosts under peonies will not become extinct. As for finding a zombie with no sexual function to relieve loneliness? But the zombies are really hard, except for some places where the whole body is hard. This is a zombie. What do I want him to do? Unexpectedly, Aunt Hua turned against her faster and knocked away 2 ghost dolls. When I put down my hand, I saw her 3-foot-long red tongue. It turned out to be a hanged ghost. Dogs don't bark, birds don't sing. The thick darkness could not be wiped away, and the heavy clouds blocked the moon hanging on the treetops. He's quite handsome, but he has no brains. Aunt Hua clicked her tongue and shook her head, throwing away her sleeves and sighing. The zombies were clueless and only knew how to chase people to suck blood. They were worse than wild dogs. Aunt Hua? Yi Chang asked. You actually have intelligence. She smiled, not caring about the long tongue, which was also very beautiful. She is smarter than the Lord of Hell on the top of the mountain. Ghosts can also communicate with each other, but no ghosts will chat with zombies. Ghosts and demons both belong to the 3 realms and 6 paths, but zombies have jumped out of this jurisdiction. Low-level zombies only eat natural spiritual creatures such as humans. High-level zombies eat ghosts and demons. They swallow everything. They are born to be a disaster. It is said that high-level zombies even eat dragons. One is a ghost and the other is a zombie. One talks in human language and the other talks in zombie language. Lord of Hell? Yi Chang remembered the nursery rhyme sung by 2 ghost children. My father ignored me and killed me and gave it to Aunt Hua. My mother-in-law ignored me and captured her and gave it to the Lord of Hell. In addition to Aunt Hua who wanted a man, there were also is there a prince of hell who loves women? I'm a zombie just like you, but I'm not as handsome as you. Anhua giggled and raised her hand to touch the stiff corpse face with a pity on her face. What a handsome face, more like a zombie. Anhua was a little surprised and Yi Cheng backed away, but quickly put on a smile. You have a very smart mind. Being a zombie is more delicate than being a ghost. If there's nothing wrong with Anhua, I'll leave first. Although he said this, he didn't take a step. But Anhua stopped him with a long tongue. Sister, I have a business I want to discuss with you. Are you interested? I'm just a white s asterisk 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 dot. What is white? If you throw it into a crowd of people in the dark night, you will be frightened by the strong popularity and unable to walk. It is the lowest level among monsters and monsters. On the tombstone in front of Sister Hua's grave, in addition to the 3 characters Hua Xiaofeng, it is also engraved with buried in the 5th year of Jiaqing, July 18th of the Gengxian year. In the 5th year of Jiaqing, it is now the Republic of China, more than 100 years ago, and this Anhua is a century-old ghost. No wonder I have to speak Mandarin and only know the local dialect. Level 16 Anhua, a level 16 female ghost, is far more powerful than a level 16 zombie. The name Hong Qianqi means that this Anhua has never thought about cooperating with Yi Cheng. If he hadn't spoken just now, he would have been just an ordinary zombie, and Sister Hua, who had a hostile attitude, would definitely take action. It's really a bunch of nonsense, Yi Cheng thought to himself. You are just an ordinary white, I don't care about you, you are just an ordinary white, of course I don't value you. Anhua smiled toothily, she really has a lot of charm, but you are a spiritual person, wise zombie, the Lord of Hell will definitely not be wary of you. He's just a brainless guy, when the time comes, I just want you to do one thing for me. Anhua raised her finger and made the sign of one, then rolled her long tongue as if no one else was watching, and said, I only want you to take a piece of jade from the coffin of Lord Hades. If you give the jade to me, I will help you kill the Lord of Hell, and his piece of extremely inland will be yours. Yi Cheng felt cold in his heart, this woman is afraid that I will be regarded as a fool. If she can kill Lord Yama, will she let me steal the jade? Besides, I have no grudge against Lord Yama, who I have never met before. Why? Want to kill him? The female ghost kept talking nonsense, and her main consciousness changed in a few words. It seemed that Yi Cheng got a big advantage here. It only took Lord Hell 50 years to transform an ordinary corpse into a black zombie. It is truly a treasure. In order to emphasize the treasured land of Lord Yama, Anhua emphasized a few more words. I wanted to find a human to help me, and I was promised prosperity and wealth, but you and I are both ghosts and we should help each other. Are they all ghosts? When you think about it, the zombies are family. Seeing Anhua stuffing her long curled tongue back into her mouth, closing her mouth and smiling like a charming beauty, Yi Cheng nodded stiffly. Okay, I'll go. She is strong while I am weak. Anhua has no kind heart towards him, and it will be very bad for him if he stays here any longer. Turning black and stiff in 50 years? After an ordinary person dies, he is buried in a very dark place. When he is buried, he occupies the Yin year, Yin month, Yin day, and Yin time. After 40 or 50 years, he may become a white man. The white man must swallow up the sun and the moon. It took nearly 100 years to become Black Zombie. For example, Taoist Master Qianna, who has advanced cultivation and is bitten by a zombie, would not be surprised to directly turn into a black-haired zombie. If Daluo Jingxian was infected with corpse poison, he might directly become the ancestor of the golden-haired zombie. Zombies are abandoned by heaven and earth, and it is difficult for a population of hundreds of millions to produce hundreds of thousands of zombies. However, people can become ghosts after death, so we can see the difference between heaven and earth. If you are not afraid of death and are not worried about being chased by Taoist priests, even if Bai Dao kills hundreds of people, he will not become Black Zombie, but if he absorbs human blood and is full of resentment, he will become a world-wrecking demon whose strength far exceeds that of Black Zombie. Zombies abandoned by the sky are born with difficulty in cultivating themselves. After 50 years of becoming black and stiff, they naturally have good treasures. Seeing Yi Cheng's stiff face trembling, Anhua just thought he had been persuaded and told him the location and asked him to hurry over. Zombies rarely fight each other when they meet, which is why Yi Cheng agreed to help Anhua steal the jade. Since the Lord of Hell is so terrifying, he just needs a backer. The hanged man only thought that he was someone intelligent, but never thought that he had human thoughts in his head. On the mass grave, we'd swept corpses and dumped them on the roadside, hands gnawed to pieces by wild dogs, and carrion rolled by corpse insects. A click of a foot broke the branch, and the sound disturbed the quiet night. The lid of the coffin with its red paint peeled off suddenly opened, and a zombie stood upright. This zombie was weak and thin, and was wearing a funeral uniform. After meeting He Chang, he happily shouted at him, "Zombie?" Of course he was talking about zombies. That's right, He Chang nodded and jumped closer. Level 17 Black Zombie King of Hell, the words are green. Prince Yama was so excited that he jumped in front of He Chang and looked at it carefully. The two sides remained in a stalemate, and the atmosphere was slightly awkward. After a long time, He Chang asked, "Do you know Anhua on the other side of the mountain? The red letters are enemies, the white letters are indifferent, and the green letters are friendly. This is the routine in the game, and it must be the same now." A century-old female ghost. Lord Yama's response was equally simple, with a hint of disdain in his words. When did zombies stop looking at ghosts? Or should I say that this zombie really has some kind of treasure, a treasure that can defeat ghosts? He Chang's eyes were bright, but he started chatting with the Lord of Hell. The two met at the mass grave, but they were like fellow villagers meeting at the dinner table, beer and cigarettes, boundless magic. They talked in detail with tears in their eyes, and they regretted meeting each other so late. The Prince of Hell is not very intelligent, but he is very loyal. He Chang found a grave. The people in this country are hospitable, and the zombies are also enthusiastic. With the coffin ready for the moment, He Chang had no other plans and just stopped here. Lord Yama's coffin was exposed on the ground. As he lay down, the paint-peeled coffin lid automatically turned up and was neatly closed. It turns out to be Heizong who has mastered the magic of moving objects. The day flashes and the night comes. Pushing open the lid of the coffin, He Chang stood up and saw Lord Heizong of Hell worshipping the moon. The funeral object he carried was a piece of jade. Whenever Heizong bowed to worship the moon, the jadeite around his waist would emit a faint light. Nice. Thump thump thump. There was the sound of light running in the distance, and a wave of enthusiasm came, and the two zombies got into the coffin at the same time. Man, it's a midnight snack. The author has successfully evolved into a second-guessing beast. A young man wearing a short jacket tiptoed to the top of the hill. Hey, dead rat? The young man looked disgusted, raised his feet and looked into the distance under the moonlight. Bah, there are so many dead rats. Mass graves and graveyards were originally paradises for rats and other carrion-eating animals, but now it was as if they had taken rat poison and died. Evil door. The young man rubbed his hands and was about to turn his head when he raised his heels but found it difficult to put them down. The evil sect means getting rich? Give it a try. What if you get rich? He trotted along the mouse corpse and finally stopped in front of two coffins. One coffin stayed in the pit, and the other coffin was placed among the weeds. He had just started looking for dragons and gold. He was not very capable but very attentive. There were centipedes and mice scurrying around the coffins on the ground, but the coffins in the pit were surrounded by animal carcasses. How can I not get my shoes wet after walking along the river all day long? Let's have dinner after this and get out of here, get out. The induced mouse was poisoned and died, indicating that the contents of the coffin next to it were not simple. The young man who had planned to open the coffin and search for 2 coins suddenly changed his goal. There were no nails in the broken coffin, and the lid of the coffin was pushed open by his gritted teeth, and the smell of corpses hit his face. Ba ba ba. After spitting 3 times, he waited until the smell dissipated before he dared to speak. My name is Wang Kai. I don't have money for dinner today, so I have to use your brother for surgery. Hey, let's make some money from this dead man. If there is any alarm, where is your brother's place? Just pretend you can't see it. After finishing speaking casually, Wang Kai raised his hand and grabbed the corpse's mouth. Damn, what a rotten tooth. Buried corpses usually have jade in their mouths, and poor people also use copper coins to seal the dead people's mouths. The coffins thrown in mass graves cannot be from rich owners, but I didn't expect that there was nothing in their mouths. When ordinary poor people die, they are either cremated or buried with a roll of straw mat. Those who can afford a coffin and wear funeral clothes are at least ordinary families. The funerary objects must not be empty. This is a rule passed down from the older generation. Now that the coffin is empty, it's probably a colleague who has arrived and made the first move. Wang Kai's nose shrank, he gritted his teeth and grasped the zombie while groping for a while. From shoulders to arms, calves to crotch, I touched every place I could touch, but nothing was gained. Poorer than me. Wang Kai jumped onto the coffin without believing in evil, bent down to grab the body, and his feet trembled. Tang Tang was as stiff as a piece of rag and was thrown up, and his head banged against the bottom of the coffin. Not to mention really asking him to shake something out. A broken piece of jade. Throwing the body aside casually, Wang Kai smiled and picked up the broken jade and wiped it with the corner of his clothes. He looked at the moon above his head, it was still glowing green. It must be a treasure. I take back what I just said, you always brother is still quite rich. Today's harvest is good. This piece of jade can also be used as a family heirloom for my future son. Wang Kai jumped off the coffin, put away the pickaxe and hammer on the ground, and prepared to call it a day. The Prince of Hell is quite good-tempered. In the other coffin, He Chang listened to the noise but did not move. In the Prince of Hell's territory, people like to play the game of pretending to be dead, but he doesn't mess with the situation, although it's a pity that the fat in his mouth is gone. Being so insulted, the Prince of Hell turned from being playful to angry. He turned the coffin and knocked Wang Kai to the ground as he was about to leave with the broken jade. Oh my god, I've hit a ghost. There was shouting outside. He Chang quietly pushed the coffin away, and happened to see the coffin speeding on the ground, like a wild dog running away from the reins, hitting the young man Wang Kai. Wang Kai turned over deftly on the ground, and the coffin behind him turned forcefully. At this moment, the coffin, as if possessed by Fujiwara Takumi's soul, drifted easily and hit the butt in front of him again. Ouch! Wang Kai lay on the ground in a dog-gnawing position. The coffin behind him was ready for the second blow. He was so frightened that he got up and ran away. It turns out that the Lord of Hell was lonely in the cemetery and wanted to have some fun. He really thought Heijing was angry. There are very few zombies that don't suck blood, just like a tiger giving up its meat and competing for grass with a rabbit. There should be only one zombie in the world that is as playful as this black zombie. He Chang closed the coffin and thought about leaving when the sun sets tomorrow. There is 100-year-old hanged ghost on this mountain, a black zombie who knows magic. His little white-haired zombie cannot be offended. Sucking people's blood and killing people to escalate is serious business. On the other side, Wang Kai climbed up the tree with all his wits, followed closely by the coffin. The lid of the coffin was lifted like a fly swatter, knocking Wang Kai down from the tree. Help! Help! Wang Kai was about to shout for help, but then he remembered that there was no one in the wild mountains and forests. Maybe there are a lot of ghosts. He turned over and climbed up, continuing his desperate escape. The coffins in the back were stuck in place one after another. After a few breaths, the lid of the coffin was opened, and the black zombie Lord Yama jumped out of the coffin, moved the coffin away from the tree stump, and then jumped into the coffin again. The coffin started its journey again, but it turned out that a tree lump blocked the way of the coffin. Wang Kai stumbled and fled for several miles before finally escaping into a small town. He still remembered that during the day, when he was eating noodles at a roadside stall and stole 2 cloves of garlic from the boss, he heard someone say that there were experts in this town, who seemed to be called Mashan's number 1, and the safety of the town depended on them. The corner of the pawn shop, oh, I found it. Looking at the narrow houses on the roadside, the white paper plaque reads Mashan's first house. Although the store was a bit poor, there was a savior. Wang Kai raised his hand and was about to knock on the door when he saw that there was also a Mashan first store directly opposite, decorated like a wealthy landlord. The red-painted door has a colorful painting of Qin Xiong, the door god of Jingda. A gold metal plaque was hung on it, with Mashan's first home written in cinnabar. In comparison, the Mashan's first home in front of him was not only dilapidated and poor, but also smelled like pirated goods. Wang Kai quickly changed his target and stepped forward to knock on the door hard. Master, open the door, master. When he knocked on the door, he didn't forget to look back. Wang Kai was extremely afraid of the guy in the coffin. Who is this late at night? The 2 people who poked their heads out, one was wearing a Taoist robe, had small eyes, and looked vulgar. The other one must be a capable master. His hair is oiled and he is combing his hair with a wooden comb. The 2 of them were naturally unhappy when they were woken up late at night. Master, help! Help! There is a ghost. The ghost is chasing me. Is there a ghost? The small-eyed young man smiled proudly. Then you have found the right place. We are the first family in Maoshan, and we are the most powerful in Maoshan. Do you see it? He raised his hand and pointed to the gold medal above his head. Are you afraid of being chased by ghosts? What I'm most afraid of is that you have no money. Money is not a problem, as long as you can save my life. It's easy to negotiate if you have money. Where is the ghost? Inside the coffin. Wang Kai was really out of breath. Where's the coffin? Flying over. Wang Kai hurriedly turned his head to look at the intersection, and the other 2 people also poked their heads out of the door. The dark night was quiet, but there was no one. See you big-head devil. The 2 of them just thought they were being fooled and slammed the door shut. Arriving early is worse than arriving by chance. As soon as the door of the first house in Maoshan was closed, a coffin appeared at the intersection. No matter how hard Wonkai banged on the door would not open. Seeing the coffin hit him again, Wonkai gritted his teeth and rolled over to avoid it. The targetless coffin suddenly hit the door of the first house in Maoshan. With a roar, the zombies came to the door automatically. Nearing an hour, Heijing turned back to the mass grave. He Chang jumped out and saw the miserable-looking blackened zombie king of hell. His left leg was bent outwards and his right leg was bent backwards. He couldn't walk or jump, and he couldn't walk. He had obviously been beaten violently. What happened? It's not unusual for someone to be able to defeat Heizong. For example, a piece of paper talisman from the Four Eyes Taoist master can immobilize Heizong and prevent him from moving. Anyone who can beat Heizong to such a miserable state is definitely an expert. I met two Taoist priests. The Prince of Hell lost his place for the coffin, so he once again used his ability to control objects and pulled out the coffin from the earth bag next to him. Open the coffin and find a skeleton inside. The rotting flesh will definitely not turn into a zombie. The scattered bones were thrown out like tatters by the Lord of Hell, and he lay inside. Only then did he tell his previous experience. It turns out that after Prince Wang followed Wonkai down the mountain, he entered a small town. Before he had enough of the game of cat and mouse, he encountered a tiger. Two Taoist priests came out, one from the left and one from the right. Each punched and kicked him. They used their Taoist skills and fists to beat him into this state. If he didn't have the ability to control things, Lord Yama would definitely fall into the hands of two Taoist priests. The Prince of Hell was still reflecting on his fears and raised his hand to direct the coffin to cover him. It was not known how long it would take for his body to recover from his injuries. He Chang also lay back in his coffin. He was naturally not at peace in his heart. To be able to casually beat the level 17 Heizong into such a state, the methods of the two Taoist priests must be even better than Taoist priest Four Eyes. I am more determined to leave tomorrow. This night was destined to be unstable. He, cluck cluck, ha 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 ha. Lord Yama, come play with me. The laughter of the two children moved from far to near, and it really penetrated people's minds. He Chang was a zombie, but there was a cold air coming from his back. This ghost doll of a golden boy is the man who hanged Aunt Hua for hundreds of years. Maybe the female ghost found out that the Lord of Hell was seriously injured and was going to come over to test it out. Heijing's IQ was not high. The lid of the coffin suddenly popped open, and he jumped out with this twisted and miserable look. It's you too. I was injured today. I will play with you tomorrow. No, the boy jumped up to the shoulders of the black zombie. Lord Yama, play with us. Heijing really thought they were here to play. He Chang sighed in his heart. There was no way to calm down in this small mass grave tonight. Not long after, the laughter of the hanged man came from afar in the dark wind. He wanted to hide in the coffin for a night, but the two brats were not ready to let him go. They clenched their gums on their pale faces and only moved the lid of the coffin. The boy put his head into the coffin and said, June Zombie, why don't you come out and play together? I want to see how ghosts kill zombies. Since they didn't want to let him go, He Chung didn't bother to be shy. He raised his hand and knocked over the lid of the coffin, which weighed several dozen kilograms, and jumped out. Ghosts will return. After a person dies, he turns into a ghost. His essence returns to heaven, his flesh returns to earth, his blood returns to water, his veins return to rivers, his voice returns to thunder, his movements return to wind, his eyes return to sun and moon, his bones return to wood, his tendons return to mountains, and his teeth return to stone. The ointment returns to dew, the hair returns to grass, and the breath turns into dead spirits and returns to the underworld. For people, ghosts can scare people to death, but they have no means of thunder. They mostly rely on their spirit to hurt people. Ghosts are just an illusory state. Zombies gather the grievances of heaven and earth, take the death energy of heaven and earth, and are born out of bad luck. Immortal, abandoned by the three realms of heaven, earth and man, outside the 6 realms of living beings, wandering and homeless. The body is stiff, using resentment as power and blood as food in the human world. But if you put ghosts and zombies together, it's hard to tell them apart. Just like in the game, one uses mental attacks and is immune to physical attacks, while the other uses physical attacks but is immune to mental attacks. The two sides have no means of fighting. The little ghost is difficult to deal with, but He Chang doesn't think that he will definitely die. The immortality of zombies is not just talk. He Chang's feet landed on the ground and he saw Aunt Hua, the ghost who had been hanged with a long tongue, standing in front of Heizong in red makeup. Did you meet a Taoist priest today? He was beaten quite badly. The Lord of Hell responded seriously. Hey Zombie's language was not coherent, and Zombie's words were not smooth. That's just right. Aunt Hua smiled, raised her hand and waved a red silk ribbon to roll up the Lord of Hell. What game is this? The zombie, who was full of fun, thought he was a female ghost and wanted to play with him. Unexpectedly, Hong Ling suddenly wrapped tightly around him, and a sound of bones snapping was heard. Normally she wouldn't be able to hurt the zombie's body, but now that Heijing was injured by the Taoist priest's spell, all she had to do was raise her finger to poke the wound. The female ghost struck hard and fiercely, and only then did Prince Yama realize that the other party was trying to harm him. The zombie exploded with ferocity, and immediately tore the red silk ribbon to pieces and jumped out. He raised his hand and pointed at the female ghost, and threw the female ghost away with invisible force. At this point, He Chenkai suddenly realized that the female ghost was not afraid of Lord Yama because of the piece of jade, but because of her ability to control objects. One zombie and one ghost fight fiercely. The zombies are soulless. They are not creatures of the 3 realms and 6 realms, and there are no injuries. But it cannot be said that Aunt Hua will lose. As a ghost, she can fly and escape at any time, so she is naturally invincible. If the hands and feet of the black zombie Lord Yama are cut off, the zombies who are immortal and cannot enter reincarnation will also become a decoration. He Chang suddenly turned his head and looked at the 2 kids beside him. If Heizong loses, He Chang will naturally not be able to escape the female ghost's tactics. June zombie, do you want to play with us too? Why don't we ride big horses? The kid has no morals, he's just annoying. His shoulders sank slightly, and the 2 little devils had already landed on He Chang's left and right shoulders. The boy raised his feet and kicked around, patting his head to watch the zombie ghost battle. Looking at the feet dangling in front of him, He Chang's eyes turned cold, and he opened the corpse's mouth wide and bit it down. Ah! The ghost boy screamed, and his little white feet were actually bitten off by He Chang, making the whole ghost image become more illusory. He Chang chewed stiffly, and a wave of resentment and energy rushed into his body. Experience value +3. It turns out that swallowing ghosts can also increase experience. The zombie face forced out a smile, and raised his hand to pinch the boy's other leg that was trying to withdraw. The boy who was still clinging to his shoulder was now weak and he easily grabbed it. Regardless of the doll's appearance, He Chang grabbed its feet with one hand and pulled its head with the other, then opened his mouth and bit it. I was disgusted with this ghost child in my heart, and I was naturally merciless with my mouth. Energy overflowed, and a ghost boy was eaten 3 times and 5 times, leaving only his head and the feet he held in his hands. The experience value increased a few points, and He Chang let go. The boy's head and feet turned into energy that gathered together, and finally condensed into a green will-o'-the-wisp, as if a gust of wind could kill him. Aunt Hua, the zombie ate the golden boy. Seeing He Chang being so ferocious, and Viwar was so frightened that she jumped off her shoulders and flew towards Aunt Hua, who was fighting He Zhang with the ball of Chi in her arms. Sister Hua, who was in a stalemate with the black and stiff Prince of Hell, was stunned when she heard this, and turned around to look at the golden boy who was fluttering like a will-o'-the-wisp. What a white stiff head! Lu's eyebrows stood upright and he glared at He Chang angrily. The golden boy has been with me for 100 years, and you actually ate him. The long tongue turned into red leather and whipped Heijing away, then rushed towards He Chang. He Chang jumped back, but was no match for Aunt Hua's raised hand and struck him. He was knocked upside down, like a cloud on his back, swinging a few meters and making a pit on the ground before he stopped. There was a huge difference in strength between the 2 sides. He Chang stood up and jumped up, glancing at the golden boy. The weak eat the strong. If I have the ability, I will naturally devour those 2 annoying ghosts. Old hag, if you are unhappy, just kill me. He Chang jumped forward, and the golden boy who turned into a will-o'-the-wisp was so frightened that his soul trembled. What a white-haired zombie! Sister Hua was furious. She never thought that she would lose to a zombie in a verbal battle. Her tongue was as red as a knife. She flicked it twice in the air and word, "Today I will cut off your hands and feet and sacrifice you to the sun. You'd better watch yourself." What? The corpse energy came from behind, covering Aunt Hua like a big net. Corpse teeth penetrated the body, and bursts of resentment and energy were quickly sucked away. Only then did Aunt Hua remember that the black and stiff Lord of Hell behind her had not yet been solved. Because the golden boy was almost out of his mind, she turned her anger towards He Chang, but ignored the black and stiff Lord of Hell. He Chang's plan to attract Aunt Hua's attention succeeded. He raised his foot and stamped on the ground, and quickly rushed towards Aunt Hua. She was trapped by the black zombie but still had the ability to resist. Her red tongue was like a whip, and she whipped He Chang out with a snap. Although the body was beaten away, it was not seriously injured. Aunt Hua dared to be violent to He Chang, but she had no choice but to beg for mercy and screamed, "Ah, Lord Yama, please let me go. I will leave the mass grave and never come back. The rapid flow of yin energy in her body made her panic. Heizong, who was sucking ghosts, paused quickly when he heard this. Just when Yi Chang got up and secretly said that something was wrong, the female ghost showed a sarcastic smile on her face and was about to escape and mock the zombie for being brainless. Crack! The Lord of Hell actually opened his mouth and bit off 1/5 of the beautiful head. Ah! Aunt Hua was in pain and angry. The bitten area quickly recovered, but her shape was a bit unreal. Ghosts have no permanent form, and human form is just a state. People often encounter evil spirits who can fly their heads. This is just the lowest level of yin qi utilization. They can divide themselves at will. But after his soul was swallowed, the damage to his soul could not be repaired. If he lost his soul, he would become stupid, and he would be reborn as a mentally retarded child. After being bitten, Aunt Hua's soul will be with her. Aunt Hua suffers from being restrained by the Lord of Hell's ability to control objects and cannot escape. Yi Chang finally jumped in front of Sister Hua, grabbed the white arm and bit it. A surge came immediately. Experience value +2, experience value +1, experience value +2. 2 or 3 minutes later, Lord Yama's skinny body began to swell, and he had no choice but to stop smoking. Yi Chang still continued. The ghost screamed and wailed endlessly, but he drank even more happily. Aunt Hua's plump and round chest shriveled up, her smooth white arms were wrinkled and dry, and her face was full of wrinkles. It's just that Yi Chang's level is too low and his smoking speed is extremely slow. Prince Yama is also loyal and helps catch the hanged ghost Yi Chang to smoke. Oh. It's 5 o'clock in the morning when the rooster crows, and the east is white. It took more than an hour to suck Aunt Hua, who was level 16, at level 5. When the sun comes out, you can't even hope to survive if you don't let me go. Aunt Hua let out a sigh of relief when she saw the white thread leaping out of the mountain. She must avenge her, but her life must come first. The Black Zombie King of Hell also nodded in agreement. Their evil creatures are most afraid of sunlight. Prince of Hell, can you flatten her and make her smaller? I want to swallow her in one gulp. Swallow me? Aunt Hua looked at Yi Chang with disdain as she looked like an old lady in her 70s. The Prince of Hell doesn't dare to swallow me. If you swallow me, my body will explode and I will become a broken bean zombie. I'm Daozu, your Yume, just wait. Yi Chang looked at Heizong, who nodded. If a hostile attitude means killing quickly, a friendly relationship means selfless trust and help. So far, Yi Chang has not been rejected by Heizong. Amid the curses, Aunt Hua was crushed by Heizong with his hand, and turned into a red ball. Yi Chang swallowed it in one gulp, the female ghost's scolding disappeared, and the concentrated energy exploded in Yi Chang instantly. Experience value +110. Without thinking too much, Yi Chang jumped into the coffin. The Prince of Hell also grabbed the ghosts of the male and female children beside him and hid in the coffin. The lid of the coffin was closed, and the sun shone down. In the coffin, Yi Chang's body was constantly expanding. The experience gained from killing Aunt Hua just now, and the yin qi and resentment absorbed by him were still dissipating in his body. Relying on his white frozen mouth, he sucked in Sister Hua's ghost body, absorbing only 2 points of experience of yin qi every second. There are still nearly 50 points of remaining yin qi that exploded into his body. If it cannot be resolved, it will inevitably explode into zombies like beans, as Aunt Hua said. But the yin qi that entered his body was different. The swollen yin qi was like a pool, connected to the experience bar by a water pipe, and was pulled to where it should go before it could explode. Upgrade, current level LV6. The experience bar jumped sharply, and the level 6 experience bar jumped by another fifth before stopping. His bloated body suddenly subsided and returned to normal. The darkness could not block his sight. Looking at the white hairs on his body that were as hard as thorns intertwined with each other, like dragon patterns interlocking and coiled into a treasure armor, Yi Chang lay quietly with his head raised. It would be better to kill one ghost than to kill 100 people. If that is not enough, he wants to kill him again. There is another fantasy: if the Supreme Being becomes a zombie, can he get his heartbeat back? Chenshur, the dawn breaks through the clouds. Under the gold plaque of the first house in Maoshan, the red-painted door opened, and a Taoist priest wearing a green robe and white coat took a deep breath and walked out. The first house in Maoshan, facing dilapidation and poverty, happened to be open. Afa! The long-faced Taoist priest looked at the poor Taoist priest opposite him and shouted with his hands behind his back, showing off his posture. Oh, here it comes! A wretched Taoist boy wearing a yellow robe and a bagua hat on his head hurriedly ran over, holding a wooden comb in one hand, and opened the hair oil with the other hand. cut out a piece of hair oil and handed the comb over. Applying hair oil, the long-faced Taoist priest has greasy black hair. The poor Taoist priest opposite twitched his lips and said without mercy, I really think I'm handsome, how funny. There was no concealment in the voice, and it naturally penetrated into the ears of the long-faced Taoist priest. This is not called being funny, this is called appearance. Shameless, the poor Taoist priest replied. The two were brothers, but they didn't like each other by nature. One was all about ability and power, while the other was about grandeur. They didn't agree with each other, so they often fought. The long-faced Taoist priest didn't care. He gently pressed his fingers along his hair and asked his apprentice, Afa, where are we going to discuss business today? Uncle Joe made an appointment with us in Yuan. I made a date with him too. The two competed with each other and entered Yu Garden proudly. Yuan, a famous teahouse in the town, is a high-end place where we can discuss matters in detail. Stepping into the door, the two of them paused. On the first floor, there are 8 eldest brothers sitting in damaginto, with guns tied with red ribbons around their waists. They are guys who can kill them with a single black melon seed. Behind the elder brothers stood a dozen younger brothers, all of them fierce. Without exception, the left arm was tied with a black cloth. It seemed that the eldest brother of this group was in mourning. The middleman, Uncle Gio, introduced them, but he didn't say who the customer was. It didn't look like an easy job now. 2 masters, why are you so late? A man stood up and unintentionally flashed the pistol on his waist, and the 2 Taoist priests immediately became stunned. They could only smile bitterly and agree, yeah, our boss has been waiting for a long time, please come this way. The long-faced Taoist priest's cheeks trembled slightly, he smiled and nodded with the elder brothers around him, and followed the man. A group of 4 people climbed the stairs to the second floor. There were also 4 people on the second floor, 3 standing, and 1 lying down. The one standing in the middle is wearing a long gown embroidered with and has a mustache that is not angry and intimidating. He is naturally the boss. Boss, 2 masters are here. The boss raised his eyebrows and said nothing, waiting for the introduction. If he doesn't see his true ability, he can't be considered a master in his eyes. The men introduced each other one by one, starting with the long-faced Taoist priest. This is the famous Mr. Qian with golden letters. Then he led to another Taoist priest. This is Master Wu. I'm not as good as him in terms of style, but in our business we don't care about style, the most important thing is to be practical. Wu Zhenren took the lead and made up his mind to win the game this time. He lowered his head and came to the lying person. This must be the right angle today. His eyes were closed tightly, his face was pale, and he had already returned to the west. After pretending to look at it, Wu Zhenren said in surprise, is it wrong? You don't know such common sense? What's wrong? The man asked hurriedly. The dead can't sleep on a high pillow, otherwise they will look at each other. Wu Zhenren looked around with his fingers, and happened to point them at the boss, who moved unnaturally. Whoever you look at will be unlucky. Wu Zhenren took out a low pillow and put it under the corpse's neck. The boss's beard trembled slightly. Wu Zhenren hadn't noticed that there was something wrong with his speech, but Qian Zhenren, a clever man, noticed it. Afa. Master Qian answered the question first and grabbed a pillow made of gold rope from his apprentice's treasure bag. The words Fu Lu, longevity, were written on the side and a gold pig's back treasure was embroidered on the front. Yes, you should sleep on a low pillow. There are many kinds of low pillows. You are the one who sleeps on poor people. Qian Zhenren raised his hand and knocked on his pillow with a bang. This is where rich people sleep. Qian Zhenren threw away the tattered pillow and put his own golden pillow under the corpse's neck. The air was quiet for a moment. Wu Zhenren was angry and breathing a little hurriedly. His chest rose and fell several times before he calmed down. The competition was nothing, so he walked over to the corpse and pinched his mouth. With a twist of the corner of his mouth, his smile changed, and he puffed out his chest and said, the dead must seal their mouths with copper coins, otherwise if they go to the underworld, they will talk nonsense, which is very unlucky for the living. Wu Zhenren pointed his fingers randomly and pointed at the boss again. The boss shook his head slightly, and the guard beside him put down his hand that was touching the gun. What do you know? How can a reputable person like the boss be worthy of copper coins? Fa. Taoist boy Fa cleverly opened a box that looked very good. It is an elegant box made of red lacquered wood. When you open the box, you will find a row of 8 coins and 2 rows of 16 coins inlaid with gold and jade. It looks good. This kind of copper coin is the treasure of Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty. Only I have it. The boss looked at it and nodded secretly, thinking about it. Master Wu did not want to be compared. Since the competition was about ability, he did not believe that Master Qian could prepare everything. Living people want to save face, dead people don't need to be so particular. It's not safe to sleep on a low pillow. If you look at him looking up, he will count the tiles. As he counts, the house will collapse. He took out a piece of white cloth and covered the body's head. Master Wu said proudly, "We must find a white cloth to cover his face." Yes, dead people don't want face, but living people do. How ugly would it be to use this broken diaper? Qian Jinren raised his hand and replaced it with a satin cloth embroidered with gold thread. Wu Jinren didn't want to end the conversation yet, so he walked up to the boss and said, "I am an honest person, and I will say whatever I want." The boss squeezed out a and waited for the next step. "Now, let me tell you honestly, this dead man with the head and eyes of a deer must have never done any good deeds during his lifetime." With the dark gun barrel pressed against his waist, Wu Jinren finally stopped his annoying mouth. The hard thing on his waist finally blocked Wu Jinren's mouth. It's always easy for people to get fooled, especially when they don't know how much they weigh. Fortunately, Mr. Wu is not stupid, at least he knows how to be afraid. The boss's beard twitched slightly, and the younger brother beside him took out the pistol from his waist and put it against the temples of their heads. The red cloth strip tied to the handle of the gun hung down, just like the hearts of Taoist priests Qian and Wu sank to the bottom. There's no need to say more about what line of work I do. The boss clasped his hands and turned his back to the three of them and sighed softly. My brother's life is short and he has to leave in the morning. This is the saddest thing for me. Turning around, the boss glanced at the two Taoist priests from side to side and said, I have a lot of money, but I only have one brother. No matter which of you is more capable, sending my brother home for burial must be done properly. When if money isn't an issue, then that's no problem. Shen Jinren and Wu Jinren who work in this industry know best that holding a gun to the head is not as effective as opening a road in the ocean. The boss looked down at Jinren Wu, pointed at his nose and said, I tell you honestly, I am going to leave this matter to Master Qian for my brother. Qian Jinren raised his left eyebrow. Brother, don't worry. I guarantee with my head that I will send your brother's body back to his hometown safely and intact, and lay it to rest. The vermilion door under the gold medal plaque of Mao Shan's first family is tightly closed. Bang! 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 14 nails, and they have to be lined up in a straight line. How long will it last? It's too exaggerated. Fa wiped the sweat from his forehead, shook his right hand that held the hammer, and continued to hammer the nails into the coffin. Qian Jinren shook his head, grabbed the hammer and put nails on the coffin. It's not an exaggeration, it's necessary. This transaction is very troublesome. I have checked it. This eldest brother was born in the Yin year, Yin month, Yin day, and was immoral when he was alive. If he does too much, he will die in a mess, and he was bitten to death by a mad dog, so he might turn into a corpse. No way, this is not a big problem. What I'm most afraid of is that your frustrated uncle is secretly causing trouble. Qian Jinren sighed and shook his head. He didn't know the virtues of his junior brother. He is honest and tactless in business, and he is arrogant. The most important thing is that he will not be convinced when he loses to himself. If he comes to cause trouble, this mission of delivering the corpse will be difficult. The night sky is as clear as water. The lids of the two coffins in the mass grave were lifted by the moonlight. Two stiff and hard bodies jumped out and landed on the ground. The wild dogs looking for food ran away in fear with their tails between their legs. The golden boy whose 3 souls were bitten by He Chang was torn apart, and whose 7 souls were shattered. He floated out of the coffin in a faint, and hid with the jade girl behind the black zombie Lord Yama, not daring to show his head to look at him. He Chang jumped forward and said in zombie language, I want to go to the mass grave overnight and find a new place to go. Aunt Hua has been eaten by you, why not stay? Without the female ghost, zombies rule the roost in this mass grave. It's not safe to worship the moon in the mountains, but it's not necessarily dangerous to be in the human world. He Chang shook his head, took a few more glances at the kid hiding behind Lord Yama, said goodbye to Heizheng, raised his arms flatly, and jumped down the mountain. There are countless towns around, and each mass grave is higher than the next. How can it be really safe to hide here and worship the moon? As the lowest level, being weak is dangerous. The country is about to fall, the Beiyang government is approaching, demons are emerging, and accomplished masters are also walking around to slay demons. If you want to live well, you must have all the skills. There were no people on the road in the dark night of the deep mountains, but the sound of horse hooves suddenly came from the distance. A carriage moves from far to near. The bright red name is eye-catching. Level 27 Jinren Xian, a famous expert sitting on the side of the car whose figure could not be seen clearly. The other driver, level 2 Taoist Alpha, was much less capable. There is also a level 25 Wuzhenren hidden under the carriage. So far, these two people are definitely the strongest masters he has ever encountered. If it were Taoist Four Eyes and Master AQ here, they wouldn't be able to hold on even with 10 moves. He Chang paused, hid behind a tree and waited for the carriage to drive away. On the carriage, Afa flicked his riding whip and asked, "Master, did you see any figures on the mountain just now? I looked like a zombie when I was jumping up and down." Maybe it's a savage. Qin Zhenwen looked up at the sky with a worried look and said, "Don't mind your business on the roadside. Going out today may not go smoothly." Today? Afa looked up at the sky. "Master, the moon is so beautiful today, and there are no clouds in the sky." Qin Zhenwen narrowed his eyes, as if he was involved in a complicated and difficult problem like cotton balls. Today is a Yin moon and a Yin day. It's not yet Yin time. When the moonlight shines on the corpse of the elder brother in the carriage, he will transform into a corpse. He raised his hand to scratch his cheek, with a sad look on his face. Speaking of He Chang, he waited until the carriage finally disappeared before setting off. The moonlight has magical energy tonight? He still doesn't know the secret of worshipping the moon. Maybe zombies are born with it, but he didn't know it even after asking the Lord of Hell. He Chang took a step and jumped towards the barren mountain at the other end of the road. It would be nice if you could run into two thieves looking for dragons and gold, or some reckless evil creatures. It would be better to kill someone than to be trapped in a coffin. But he underestimated his luck. As soon as I climbed up the mountain, I met a stupid thief who stuck his butt out and dug into the graveyard. He Chang moved his feet and was about to get closer to taste human blood when suddenly a thunder struck in the clear sky. Crack! Ah! The stupid thief jumped out of the grave, and not only did he come out, but he also pulled out those lying inside. He ran in front, with the woman chasing after him. "Brother, help me! There are zombies behind me." After opening a coffin the day before yesterday and bumping into a zombie with high magic power, Wang Kai not only failed to gain wisdom, but also started to think wrongly because he had no money to eat. With a hammer and a pickaxe, you will get rich. That night, he got into a woman's coffin. Before he could count the burial objects in the coffin, a thunder exploded, and the woman in the coffin was actually alive. Seeing the man standing in front of him, Wang Kai led the woman who was chasing him over, preparing to give him some support. Who knows, if you look closer. Zombie. 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 There is also a zombie in front of you. There is a stumbling block in front of you, and a life-threatening wolf behind you. Either you will die or you will die. With a plop, Wang Kai knelt on the ground, shaking his legs and hands. "I'm just opening the coffin to borrow some money. You two, please do me a favor and let me go. I'll burn paper money for you later." However, He Chang looked at the woman who was kneeling down closely behind Wang Kai. The two of them acted exactly the same way. There was a zombie movie in the past. It seemed like a tomb robber gave a young energy to a female corpse. From then on, whatever he did, the female corpse did. There were two Taoist priests with powerful magic in it. Zombies Reborn. Lao Hong Kong movies are mostly about slapstick, and the plot can be told in a few sentences, so it is not difficult to remember. Bang! He raised his arms and jumped forward. Wang Kai can be considered an acquaintance. We had just parted ways on that mountain, and now we meet again on a different mountain. He heard footsteps approaching. Wang Kai lowered his head as hard as he could, but his eyes wandered around, thinking about escaping. Is this zombie the same one that night? Did you come to me to ask for that piece of jade? Uncle Zombie, this is the treasure I accidentally brought out from your coffin. Today I will return the original thing. Farewell, farewell. Wang Kai threw a piece of green stuff on the ground, turned around and ran away towards the other side of the mountain. The female corpse behind him moved in sync and followed closely behind. The cover I eat oranges is custom made _angle _ Wang Kai fled far away with the female body behind him. The screams and wails continued. Maybe he regretted it when he realized that the female corpse was still following him after he had lost his jade. Jade? He Chang looked at the broken jade that Wang Kai threw on the ground, and suddenly thought of the glowing jade on the black head. Whenever Heizong worships the moon and falls on the ground, the jade around his waist will emit a sparkling green light. Aunt Hua, who had been swallowed by him, was thinking about this piece of jade. She thought it was a treasure and could not even think about it with her own ability, but she didn't expect that it would end up in her own hands. He stiffly picked up the broken jade, looking at himself in a tattered python robe with nowhere to store it. Then Wang Kai will meet two capable Taoist priests. Hide away. Putting the jade in his mouth casually, He Chungping raised his arms and followed the two Wonkai. He couldn't afford to offend the two Taoist priests, but as long as he hung far away and a Taoist priest opened the way, the front would naturally be safe, and ghosts like Anthua would not dare to come out and act recklessly. Walking with the moon behind you, the journey is boring and also stressful. The purpose of watching the 6 roads is not to be killed by the decent people carrying lanterns on the night road, and to eliminate demons and defend the road. What I hear in all directions is living people, imps, wild animals such as weasels, wolves, and mountain rabbits. Living animals drink blood, and ghosts swallow their souls. After skipping 2 hills, many fell down on the roadside, and their bones were eaten by wild dogs. With wars and wars all year round, it is normal to starve to death on the roadside. Those who are lucky enough to go to the underworld will either continue to suffer as humans in their next life, or they will choose to be heartless pigs waiting to be slaughtered after being full. The unfortunate one is stuck on the roadside, a lonely ghost with no one to rely on. After jumping for a long time, when the full moon slanted across his head, he was stopped by the ruts of the carriage in front of him. Thinking of the 2 powerful Taoist priests he met in the middle of the night, Bao Buki was the 2 masters in Zombie Rebirth, He Chang stopped. The snorting horse dragged the carriage and ran on the dirt road with its hooves spread. The hooves kicked up dust. Fa raised his riding whip, and when he was about to be lazy, his buttocks hurt and he took a few steps forward. The carriage jolted, and a slight noise from the coffin placed in the hood behind it did not attract their attention. Walking zombies are just for show, but zombies are different. They are extremely powerful and invulnerable. Qianzhenren raised his hand and strangled his apprentice's neck. Just one pinch and your life will be gone. Fa trembled and pulled the reins. The horse screamed ear and stopped its hooves. It's useless. Hurry up and hurry up. Jinren Xian scolded his useless apprentice, and then Fa realized what he was doing and whipped his horsewhip. His buttocks suffered a terrible blow, both when he stopped and when he moved. I had just walked a few steps when I heard a clang from behind. Thinking secretly, this is not good, Jinren slapped his apprentice who was still concentrating on his way, grabbed the reins and reined in the horse. What's wrong, master? There's so much movement, something must have happened to the coffin. The two got off the carriage and saw a corpse wearing a Qing dynasty official-style shroud lying on a pile of scrap wooden boards, with the lower body still pressed against the coffin lid. I was in a hurry just now, maybe I got knocked over. Master, what should we do? Fa chewed his teeth and scratched his head in distress. You're blind. This was obviously done by your evil uncle. The corpse's beard is gone, so how can it not be him? Jinren Xian raised his hand to slap the heartless disciple, but the corpse lying on the ground twitched his nose. The eyelids of the corpse with closed eyes suddenly raised. It's a scam. Qianzhenren drew symbols in the air. The general is here. He is not a professional corpse hunter among his fellow sects, and his skills in dealing with zombies may not be as good as those of Four Eyes, but he can't bear to say that his skills are profound, and the power of drawing talismans in the air is still there. The zombie's eyelids were raised halfway, and before his teeth could come out, he lay down with his head pressed down. It's going to be troublesome when it's cloudy. Go to the woods ahead. The two masters and apprentices bent down and were about to lift the body, but the elder brother who was lying down opened his eyes again and bit Afa. Master. Fa fell to the ground. Snort. Qianzhenren snorted coldly, pulled out a piece of yellow talisman paper, and stuck it on the corpse's head. This stabilized the situation. You must avoid the wooden sword in your hand. You have to avoid the Chimai True Fire. Qianzhenren held the mahogany sword in his hand and stepped on the 7-star steps. He performed a series of moves, which made his apprentice Afa's eyes widen. The scalding fire circled the zombie. Seeing that Jinren Xian had finished his work, Afa stepped forward and asked, Master, what kind of trick is this? Why are the zombies here? What do you know? I've done the math. This place has sunlight for at least 4 hours during the day. Now that it's been burned by the Chimai True Fire, it will be safe and sound. Fa smiled and said, Master, you are awesome. Not only can you deceive gods and ghosts, you can even deal with zombies. Can we feel relieved now? Have no worries? Master Chen frowned and secretly wondered why he was so obsessed with accepting such an indolent apprentice in the first place. If your uncle does this, you won't be able to let go. Watch this big brother carefully. Afa nodded with a grimace. Master Afa looked up and saw his master lying on the carriage and taking a nap. Who made me your disciple? Afa pulled off the navy felt hat on his head, scratched his head and sat on the stone opposite the zombie. The long nights are the most difficult. Fa couldn't stop feeling sleepy and fell into a deep sleep. Ouch! After receiving a solid slap on the back of his head, Alpha opened his eyes immediately. Master Jinjinren in front of him was staring at him, which made him feel scared. Sleep. Did you forget what I asked you to do just now? Fa scratched his hair and replied, you want me to look at zombies? I know you still dare to sleep. The night sky is cloudless and the weather is clear. If your uncle comes up with a plan to divert the tiger away from the mountain at this time, we will be in trouble. Is Uncle Master that smart? Alpha couldn't help but reply. Seeing the master's hand raised again, he shrank his head and took a step back. A plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain? Yes, why didn't I think of that? Wu Jinren, who was hiding in the dark, was waiting for the opportunity. After being reminded by his senior brother, he suddenly realized it. He slapped his head and secretly cursed himself for being stupid. However, he also made a note of his nephew who said bad things about him behind his back. Time is the best time to refine corpses. It's almost time. Wu Jinren raised his head to gaze at the stars, feeling secretly anxious. His senior brother Qian Jinren and Alpha were inseparable, and it was not easy to turn a corpse into a corpse. Help! Help! A man wearing a white cloth jacket, felt trousers, a green cloth belt tied around his waist, and treading on thousand-layer bottoms ran over in a panic. The sweat on his face looked like it had been rained on. There was a woman following behind him, and she was running very slowly. As soon as he and Qian Jinren were lighting up, the man threw him to the ground. Wu Jinren couldn't help but laugh. Hey, here's the opportunity. Thank you unspecified currency Mingzun unspecified currency for your reward and support. I will work hard to evolve into a third watch beast. Help! Help! Wang Kai hugged Qian Jinren and rubbed against the ground for a while. Alpha, who was standing next to him watching the show, felt a gust of cold wind blowing in the teeth and got goosebumps all over his body. Master, it's that boy. I didn't expect him to be as good as Long Yan. Why don't you pull him away quickly? Seeing that his master was annoyed, Alpha didn't bother to watch the show. The master and apprentice pushed and pulled Wang Kai away from Qian Jinren's body. There are zombies. There are zombies, Taoist priest. When Wang Kai saw that the person he knocked down looked familiar, was he the expert who helped him fight off the zombies the night before? He settled down and decided not to leave, and held on to Qian Jinren's right hand tightly. 2 zombies. Zombies? Qian Jinren glanced at the woman standing in the distance. The woman grabbed the air with her hands and opened her mouth as if talking. The action is exactly the same as that of Wang Kai. Something weird. Jinren Qian shook off Wang Kai and slapped away his chattering apprentice Alpha. Master Qian opened his mouth. Stand still and don't move. Wang Kai swallowed, and as expected, he let go and stood still. The woman 3 steps away also imitated Wang Kai and remained motionless. Fa rubbed his chest and looked at the scene in front of him, his big eyes widened. It's really weird. Snort! Jinren Qian turned his head and glanced at the zombie in the ring of fire. He felt relieved, snorted coldly, and kicked Wang Kai away. After being kicked for no reason, Wang Kai immediately fell back and fell to the ground. He rubbed his chest and stood up. Just as he was about to reason, he heard Qian Jinren's voice again, don't move. At this time, he also felt strange. Why didn't the female corpse that had been chasing him pounce on him? He also decided to suppress his anger and listen to Qian Jinren for once. Fa, who was watching the show next to him, could see clearly that the beautiful woman fell down after Wang Kai was kicked away, as if she had been hit by a shadowless kick. The two stood up, their movements and expressions of taking in the cold air were exactly the same. Damn it! Now tell me honestly, what did you do tonight? Listening to Jinren Qian's inquiry, how could Wang Kai dare to hide his clumsiness? He poured out all the evil things he had done during this time like beans. The opportunity has come. Wu Jinren, who was lurking, had waited for the opportunity. He was dressed in night clothes and a black mask, only showing a pair of small eyes, and quietly touched and got behind the corpse. His eyes rolled, while Buki was holding back some bad water. Wu Jinren picked up the zombie, turned around and hid in the corner where the inchi was strewn. As soon as the yellow talisman on the forehead that was suppressing the zombie was revealed, the transformed corpse immediately opened its eyes. He had sucked in the yin energy and moonlight. He was just a fake corpse and still belonged to the ranks of the walking zombies. Usually 3 or 5 big men can beat him down. This is said lightly. Corpse, who dares to take the title? If you become a zombie, invulnerable, and there is no Taoist priest to take action, you can only win if ordinary troops come with cannons and carts, or you can only wait until daylight. Suck it quickly. Suck it more. The moonlight in a cloudy year and a cloudy day is good, but it's not enough, it's not powerful enough. Master Wu shook his head. He turned his head and looked far away. Master Qian was talking eloquently, talking about half man and half corpse, about the symbiosis of yin and yang, showing off his knowledge like a teacher with his hands behind his back. Can it make you feel better? Wu Jinren sneered, raised his hand and pulled out the dagger tied to his calf, gritted his teeth and stabbed his arm. Red blood suddenly splashed out, covering the face of the moonlight-sucking corpse. The corpse trembled, and the glowing red blood fell from top to bottom into his mouth, and the corpse immediately devoured it wantonly. Drink! I've spent a lot of money today. Drink my blood and bite him to death. Walking zombies can become zombies by sucking the blood of ordinary people. The corpse was born in the Yin year, Yin month, Yin day, and Yin time. Today happens to be the Yin year, Yin month, Yin day, and Yin time. It happened that the corpse drank the blood of a Taoist master. A corpse transformed into a walking corpse, and in the blink of an eye, it became a walking corpse. Became a zombie. There are many types of zombies. The ones that hide in the shadows of mountains and forests have long hair and are invulnerable. They are called hairy zombies and hairy zombies. In addition, there are blood corpses, shadow corpses, and demon corpses in large numbers. This zombie that was refined by Wu Jinren at the right time acquired the strength of Heijing in the blink of an eye. Although it only has enough corpse energy in its body, its strength and hardness are not as good as Heijing, but it is now considered a difficult target. Zombies that drink blood and go crazy are several levels more terrifying. Seeing the zombie grit his teeth and break free of his Taoist-bound feet, Wu Jinren secretly said it's done, jumped up the tree with monkey-like hands and feet, held his breath, and smiled as the zombie turned its head and slowly moved towards Qian Jinren, who was still teaching. With Hei Zombie's zombie aura, his physical strength is not enough, and the zombie can only move its legs stiffly and cannot jump. But it can satisfy Wu Jinren's inner thoughts and disgust his senior brother. You are so powerful, you dare to fish for the dead man's oil and water. Mr. Qian sighed. Wang Kai opened his mouth to retort, but couldn't close his mouth. He stammered and pointed his finger at Jinren Qian's back. Zombie! 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 Zombie? Qian Jinren's heart sank, and he turned his head to face the livid face of the corpse. He punched the corpse with a hammer and hit it on the stomach, knocking it backwards. Qian Jinren grabbed the zombie's neck with one hand and shouted to the sky, Xiao Wu! Come out! The mutated corpse has turned into a zombie, and there is blood at the corner of the mouth. Except for his ill-intentioned junior brother, there is absolutely no way there can be anyone else. Wu Jinren, who was hiding in the corner watching the show, snickered under his eyebrows and let Qian Jinren scold him fiercely. I made you unhappy too. Seeing three people and one corpse scrambling around because of a zombie, he finally felt out of his resentment at being suppressed by his senior brother Qian Jinren during this period. Crazy zombies are indeed difficult to deal with. Although they are not at the level of steel and iron bones, Qian Jinren does not have steel swords and pistols in his hands. Moreover, the power of zombies far exceeds that of humans. As soon as they join hands, Qian Jinren is immediately thrown away. Go out and hit the tree trunk. Qian Jinren said ouch and stood up holding his waist. Humans are really inferior to zombies in terms of fist and kick skills. There was no weapon in his hand, so Qian Jinren bit off the belly of his finger. He was assisted by his apprentice Alpha, Wang Kai, and the half-human, half-corpse woman. They tried their best to subdue the zombie. Alas! Looking at the body standing in the Tai Chi circle he drew, Qian Jinren was in trouble. Burn? If the zombie is burned, the zombie's big brother will have to kill him, and the Taoist priest cannot afford to offend the underworld. Although it is not safe on the road without burning, if you are careful, you can always reach it successfully. You have to die a good death, Xiao Wu. Qian Jinren controlled the zombies and cursed. No matter how well cultivated a person is, he would have been rolled up by anger and thrown into the ditch. Swear, hey hey hey. Master Wu could clearly hear the angry tone in his senior brother's mouth, and he covered his mouth and tried not to make any sound. Hiss. He had just watched a play and was so happy that he forgot that he had been stabbed in the left hand, and blood was still dripping down. The cover I uploaded is not displayed. The ruts and seals are like the Chu River and Han boundaries, blocking the elephant of Heqiang. There were at least 2 experts in the forest ahead. In the movie Zombie Reincarnation, the 2 Taoist priests who are most beneficial to him are the 2 Taoist priests. Killing them can increase their level, and sucking their blood can enhance their abilities. Heqiang looked at the white-haired chain mail on his body, and he didn't have the confidence that this mahogany sword could resist killing ghosts and warding off evil spirits. Taoist Master Qian's sword scratched his chest, and he could not forget the pain now. You have to die a good death, Xiao Wu. There were curses coming from the woods. Although it was a long time ago when I watched the movie, He Chang still remembers some general plots. The Ma Shan brothers, who loved to worry, opened a feng shui shop opposite each other, but they disliked each other because of their different concepts. Senior brother is deeply involved in the world, and he knows that people in the world care about appearance, and he has also made a fortune by prescribing the right medicine. The junior brother is also very capable, but he is stubborn, and he is arrogant and evil-minded. He once again lost the fight with his senior brother for a job. After losing face, the junior brother refused to accept and secretly did something to refine the corpse that the senior brother had transported. Became a zombie. Wang Kai fed the half-yin, half-yang female corpse to life with a mouthful of yang energy. He met his senior brother who was carrying the zombie, and they walked together. I turned into a zombie for the first time, but I'm not afraid of popularity. He Qingshang remembered that before he took his first mouthful of human blood, a group of people gathered in front of his coffin to worship him. He was so frightened that he dared not move. However, this brother who had just turned into a zombie was able to flee in panic in the hotel, and finally he only stopped after eating a cannon and breaking his bones into pieces. The specific reason was so old that he couldn't remember it. Afa, please come here and help. Get into the town before dawn. The horse snorted and pulled the carriage from a distance. He Chang jumped in front of a nearby tree, jumped up to half of the tree trunk, inserted his stiff hands, and drilled through the bark of the tree with his fingers like chisels. He jumped onto the branch of the tree easily. The leaves completely obscured his figure. He was more than 2 or 3 meters above the ground, and it was impossible to see him without holding a torch. After swallowing the female ghost and increasing his strength, He Chang was not only more powerful, he could also jump higher and farther. As soon as they walked out of the woods, the white horse pulling the cart dropped its hooves and almost broke free with a cry. Master, what's going on? Afa comforted Bema and asked his master. It was the first time in so many years that he saw his master subdue zombies. It was also the first time that he knew that his master could not only read feng shui, read faces, and move houses and graves. As your respect increases, your attitude will naturally change. Xian Jinren frowned, sniffed quickly, and his expression changed. This place is not clean. Taoist master, you are a Taoist priest. Do you still want to hide after seeing that thing? Wang Kai walked up to Qian Jinren and spread his hands, and the female corpse next to him followed suit. I'm a Taoist priest, and now there's a zombie and a half-human, half-corpse beside me. How can I care about anything else? Besides, will you pay me to do it? When he mentioned money, he pinched Wangcai's painful foot. He shrunk his neck and returned to the carriage side by side with the female corpse without saying anything more. Snort Qian Jinren pinched his fingers, took 2 deep breaths and stared at a big tree. The tree is 4 to 5 meters high, with lush branches and leaves. It is so dark that it is difficult to see anything, but the yin energy is the strongest. Is there anything weird? Wang Kai walked to the tree. This tree is rotten, Taoist priest. Wang Kai touched the 10 round holes of different sizes on the tree. The bark of the surrounding trees fell off at the slightest touch. It looked like a dead tree damaged by insects. His fingers felt itchy, as if he had been bitten by an ant, and Wang Kai retracted his hand in shock. Then I heard Master Qian say, it's normal to be a little dirty in the wild mountains and forests. We are very particular about people not offending us and me not offending others. Looking at the bright cold moon in the sky, the horse was frightened and panicked, indicating that there was something here that was no worse than the big brother who turned into a corpse. Today is a cloudy day, a cloudy year, a cloudy moon, and 100 ghosts are walking at night. Maybe we are on someone else's territory. Wang Kai also felt that something was not good. He bit his itchy fingers in the hope of relief. He muttered incoherently, Taoist master, let's leave quickly. 100 ghosts walking at night gives people goosebumps when listening to it. Be on guard against your uncle on the road. After what he did, I really don't dare to relax at all. 3 people and 2 corpses drove the carriage out of the forest. Is it really them? He Chang was hiding in the tree, and he could see clearly what the 3 of them were talking about just now. Level 27 Xian Jinren, Level 2 Taoist Afa, and Level 2 Wang Kai. Half human, half corpse, written in white, is Jioi Tai. The zombie lying in the coffin with the talisman is Level 13, with white characters. Just a few days after his death, he had the ability to transform into a zombie at Level 13 today. This zombie transformation was faster than his effort to kill people and suck blood. Except for the two dead bodies, everyone else has a red name. Zombies are enemies of all things. Even before the two sides meet, it's already a fight to the death. Seeing the group of people walking away, He Chang was still hiding in the tree motionless. He knew there was an expert inside. Beware of me? Humph. Wu Jinren, whose arms were hanging down, saw Jinren Qian and his party walking away, so he walked out. Now that he knew that Qian Jinren's goal was the next town, he was not afraid of losing him. Red blood dripped all the way, and he looked pale and top-heavy. Even though he had used a hemostatic spell, how could it be so easy to recover from a knife on the artery in his arm? I guess you still have some brains. Wu Jinren turned his head and snorted coldly, and the sound of wind shaking leaves came. Although he was injured, his ability was not much lower. No matter how many monsters there were on the wild road, he could not kill them. Seeing Wu Jinren walking away and disappearing at the end of the road, He Changkai jumped down from the tree. He was not stupid. The gap between the two sides was too big. He would die if he jumped up. As he moved, a cluster of white and bluish flames touched his shoulders and fell. Phosphorus fire, to explain it scientifically, is nothing more than the flame when phosphine burns. When the corpse decomposes phosphine, it will burn automatically. According to folklore, it is called a will-o'-the-wisp, and the boy who is eaten by him becomes a will-o'-the-wisp. This bunch of will-o'-the-wisps didn't even have a level, exuding a weakening energy. Get away! The will-o'-the-wisp trembled slightly and circled around He Chang. After being slapped away several times, they still circled around him. You want me to come with you? The will-o'-the-wisp continued to float forward, and He Chang followed it doubtfully. Within a few hundred meters of jumping, the scent of blood in the air caught his attention. After He Chang let go of his nose, he found a tree. There was slightly dried blood hanging on the trunk of the tree, and a small porcelain bowl's worth of blood lay in the tree nest at the top. This is the spiritual blood of Master Wu. He Chang realized that the blood of the real Taoist priest was a good treasure for zombies that feed on blood. Seeing that the will-o'-the-wisp was still floating around, He Chang raised his hand and took out the jade from his mouth and asked, "Do you want this?" These ghosts were all thinking about this piece of jade. He didn't believe that a bunch of will-o'-the-wisps could be so kind as to bring him food. The will-o'-the-wisp happily landed on the jade, but seeing that it had no ability to snatch it away, He Chang put the jade aside, lowered his head and lay in the tree nest and took a long breath. No blood from the tree nest fell into his mouth. The progress bar of physique appears again. 0%, 5%, 7%, 40%. I kept running all the way and finally got 100%. Physique +1. Zombies have stiff bodies and are invulnerable with the corpse energy in their bodies. Monks talk about magic power, while monsters talk about demon power. They have different names but the same essence. Only the corpse energy of zombies, although it is the source of power of zombies, is a poison that other races avoid. In ghost movies, there are often scenes where zombies are expelled from the zombies and then become limp and helpless before being dealt with. Now that we have entered a world composed of ghost movies, we must abide by the laws. But this physical enhancement is different. Every time he gets +1, his whole body is strengthened. It seems like he has been released from corpse energy, but it has no effect. The reason why zombies lose weight during the day and night is because of the corpse energy. Many zombies dare not come out during the day because the sun is too strong. Even if there is a piece of cloth to block them from being burned by the sun, the corpse energy is suppressed. Corpse chi is not only the source of power, but also the reason why most low-level zombies act strangely. Low-level zombies have no thoughts and rely solely on corpse chi to harm people. At this time, with physique +2 and a body of white hair, He Chang had the courage to fight Qianha again. After sucking the blood, He Chang saw that the will-o'-the-wisp on the broken jade was still on the jade, and the firelight became a little brighter. He wondered what the purpose of this jade was. He Chang raised his hand and fanned the will-o'-the-wisp away, then grabbed the jade. The will-o'-the-wisp was anxious and jumped up and down, but there was nothing he could do. I drank the blood and you touched the jade. Now we are both clean. He made it clear that even the rascally will-o'-the-wisp couldn't do anything to him. When it gets brighter later, as soon as the sun touches you, you will be out of your mind. This ghost is the first one that he thinks is good. Everyone takes what they want, and he doesn't mind reminding the other person that of course this jade cannot be given away. The main thing is that the will-o'-the-wisp poses no threat to him. Regardless of whether will-o'-wisp understood what he said, He Chang raised his arms and was about to jump, but his joints felt stiff but not stiff. Although they were not as flexible as ordinary people, he didn't have to raise his arms to jump when he was on the road. He Chang reluctantly took steps, and was able to walk a few steps, half walking and half jumping as fast as the wind. The will-o'-the-wisp stuck to his side following the airflow as he moved. He Chang couldn't shake it off and didn't bother to care about the will-o'-the-wisp, letting it follow him. There was a cave on the path, and He Chung jumped into it. A few meters down, it was pitch black. There are baskets and hose placed next to the feet. This is a mine. It is not popular and no one has come for a long time. He Chang took out the jade and let the will-o'-the-wisp happily stick to it. The flames were swaying. He also quietly observed what was different about the jade. Xian Jinren and his party rode a carriage all the way and finally arrived in the town before dawn. The walking corpse is different from the zombies. The walking corpse is just a corpse, which is unobstructed by the light and relies entirely on the magic power of the Taoist priest. Zombies are filled with yin qi and corpse qi, and when exposed to light, their souls will fly away without any trace left. In the task of delivering the body, if the body is exposed to the sun and disappears, isn't that a failure? Xian Jinren serves the zombies just like he serves his own uncle. The group of people were wearing dresses, and the zombies were also changed out of their shrouds and entered the hotel. Xian Jinren's dick was gone, and it happened to be dawn, so he went to buy some dick from a nearby store. There were only 2 people and 2 corpses left in the room. I heard there's a bar down there that sells foreign wine. Fa fiddled with the sling on his shoulder. This thing made him uncomfortable. He preferred wide-leg pants and a short jacket. If that didn't work, he would wear a Taoist robe because it was comfortable. Go ahead. Wang Kai shook his head. The right hand he held in front of his chest was black and blue, which had spread to his elbow. It was stiff and hard. It took a lot of effort to bend it and put it on his chest. His mouth was numb and his throat was itchy. Unfortunately, he couldn't scratch it and could only swallow saliva, hoping for relief. If you don't go, it will be boring for me to be alone. Fa sat down on the bed, his short legs dangling, and he suddenly somersaulted and crawled to the body of the woman sitting side by side with Wang Kai. Tell me, she is dead, are her breasts still firm? Wang Kai was startled by Fa and hid his right hand in a panic. Lifting her foot and kicking, the female corpse synchronized with his movements. At that time, she kicked Wang Kai beside her away and fell to the ground with an ouch. You also take advantage of the dead. It's not your wife, what are you worried about? Fa rubbed his chest and complained, but he didn't dare to get close easily. If you don't want to go, then I will go by myself. When my master comes back later, you can help me make things right. He couldn't take any advantage, it was 2 against 1, and Fa had some brains, so he neatly packed his clothes and got ready to go out. Wang Kai wanted him to go out quickly, so he agreed twice. Creak bang, the door closed and the room fell into silence. Wang Kai swallowed and slowly unbuttoned his clothes. My right hand was numb, as if it had been carved out of wood. I couldn't use any strength, and it took a lot of effort to take off half of my clothes. Wang Kai opened his clothes and saw the blackness crawling up and onto his shoulders. Wow, you! A shout came from behind, and Wang Kai was so frightened that he quickly wrapped his clothes tightly, hid his hands behind his back, and turned around. Did you see it? What Wang Kai is afraid of is that Afa told Jinren Xian that he might have been accidentally touched by a zombie and would turn into a zombie. With Qian Jinren's methods, he might be able to kill him to eliminate demons and defend the law. You think I'm blind? Of course I saw it. Fa walked up to Wang Kai and the female corpse, and said with a sly smile, you just took off your clothes yourself and didn't let me take advantage of you, so you did it yourself. Just now he could see the smooth back and jade-like spine of the female corpse through the crack in the door, and he was almost full of saliva. It seems that you are also a beast in clothes. How about this, strip yourself naked? Faced with Afa's proposal, Wang Kai first breathed a sigh of relief, and then his face froze. Don't get distracted. I mean, you take off your clothes and she follows your example. You want to see it anyway, right? No. How can Wang Kai think about looking at women now? If he really takes off his clothes, his problems will be exposed. If you can't, then don't move and let me take off her clothes. Fa chuckled. He was a 20-year-old virgin. He looked at Ihom courtyard all day but couldn't get in. Now he was also interested in the female corpse. Just as he raised his hand, the door opened with a clang. Afa, come out and help. As soon as Master Qian's voice came, it was like a tiger descending from the mountain. Afa was so frightened that he didn't dare to move, and Wang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. Qian Jinren came back carrying a box of things. Yellow talisman paper, cinnabar, weasel writing brush, and rooster's red blood crown are all evil spirits. Wang Kai trembled in his heart. What would it feel like if these things greeted him? He slowly moved toward the door with his hands behind his back, deciding to escape as far away as possible. Taoist Master Qian, I'm going to have a drink at the bar below, you guys are busy first. He was not Qian Jinran's apprentice, so he casually thought of an excuse to run away. Qian Jinran agreed casually and continued to play with the guy. Master, are you just going to watch that female corpse go out with him? Afa swallowed his saliva and asked regretfully when he saw that the female corpse followed Wang Kai out with her buttons untied. Qian Jinran glanced at him and said, You want to go too? Of course I do. Fa couldn't control himself and said what was in his heart. Seeing his master's face getting longer, he quickly changed his words, Of course I don't want to, not at all. Hurry up and write the talisman, hide this big brother, don't let your evil uncle see it, let's go down and have breakfast. Speaking of breakfast, Fa rubbed his belly. He only remembered the woman just now, and forgot that he was traveling at night, without eating or drinking, and his stomach was very empty. Are you saying I'm full of bad ideas? Wu Jinren, who had been squatting outside the window for more than an hour, snorted coldly, It's strange that I can make you relax. Thank you Lun Ling Qin Qing for the reward. I used the code word Blackroom software today and locked myself up, unable to get out at all. Thank you for setting it to automatically unlock at 9 o'clock. Thank you for your support through tips, collections, recommendations, clicks, etc. I will recommend it on June 3rd. Long after dawn, a man came out of the town with a cloth bag draped over one shoulder and clutching an umbrella. This business is ruined again. He cursed and didn't know what to complain about in the air. Uncle Ming, who knew there would be a Taoist priest with a long face coming to expose us? The umbrella buzzed for a while, and a man's voice came out. Fortunately there was no one around, otherwise I would have thought it was haunted. Dabeo, how dare you say that? If you hadn't coveted the pig face of others, we would have called it a day and put the nail in the coffin. Uncle Ming rubbed his flat belly, making a rumbling noise. Uncle Ming, don't blame Dabeo. I'm just too hungry and want to eat. A child's voice came from the umbrella again. No, Uncle Ming, I don't blame Xiao Bao, it's because I'm greedy. Okay, Uncle Ming grabbed the umbrella and thrust it behind his back. The Jianghu knight carried a sword and said coolly, You guys follow me, Uncle Ming, to keep the popular food and drinks. Wang Baiwan's house in the town ahead is haunted. Someone throws them out of bed every day. When we go to clean it up, won't we get a few hundred yuan? I can give away a few yuan to the beggars, I am a master. Uncle Ming is awesome. Uncle Ming is wise. Uncle Ming smiled proudly when he heard the praise from the big and small ghosts. Gulilo suddenly there was a thunderous sound from the Five Zhang temple, and the smile on Uncle Ming's face gradually became awkward. While Uncle Ming was on his way, he looked around on the road. Not to mention, he actually saw a fruit tree next to the river. The red and orange plums look sweet and appetizing. There are dead people buried under the plum tree. Big brother, please be patient and bear with me. Uncle Ming bowed to the plum tree, and after saying that, he grabbed a plum from the branch as if robbing it. There is a saying that peaches nourish people, apricots hurt people, and dead people are buried under plum trees. In medicine, plums are very harmful to the human body. From the perspective of the spiritual world, if there is a plum tree growing on the roadside in the wilderness, it is probably grown from the bones of someone who died in a foreign land and the resentment has not disappeared. If you don't consult, just eat it. Yes, there will be bad retribution. Uncle Ming was so anxious that he caught the plums and threw them into the river instead of eating them. Paji made a splash of water, and it sank to the bottom. The plums float, but the resentment remains. If you eat floating food, you are courting death. If you eat it, it will probably be fine if it sinks. At worst, you will get dysentery. Hey, it's a little sour. He said it was sour, but Uncle Ming picked them quickly, and 7 or 8 plums went into his bag. After eating one, I took one out of the bag and wiped it on the corner of my clothes. Then I took a bite and half of it was gone. Uncle Ming, we are so hungry. I want to eat. The big and small ghosts screamed happily in the umbrella. Uncle Ming said, You are ghosts. Why are you eating plums? I still have half of the incense sticks I gave you when you buried them today. Do you want to eat them? Thank you Uncle Ming. Thank you Uncle Ming. Seeing that ghosts have something to eat, their mouths are filled with sweetness. You guys? Uncle Ming shook his head, grabbed the incense from the cloth bag, found a soil bag everywhere and put the incense in it. After a while, the sound of eating came from the umbrella. Half an incense stick takes just over 2 minutes. The incense that has been eaten by ghosts will not be left behind when the wind blows. Okay, let's eat and continue on our way. When people and ghosts meet, bad luck comes first. Although one person and two ghosts spend a long time together, they can't make any money and they will always be hungry. Ghosts are bad luck and a symbol of bad luck. They are often called dirty things, which has some meaning. Mao Shanming relies on a few tricks to catch ghosts and can be regarded as a practitioner. When laymen see him holding a compass and wearing a bagua robe, they call him a master, but he does not have the skills of a Taoist master. Ordinary hanged ghosts can't be dealt with. Most of the times they meet, he begs for mercy, helps people move graves and dig out acupoints, adjusts feng shui and even clears 9 out of 10, leaving only one clueless. So he raised ghosts, big and small, and searched for haunted places. He would put on a ghost-catching show in front of his employer, and he could get a few bites of food and a few tinkling coins to fill his stomach. However, the price of ingot candles is also high, raising ghosts brings bad luck, and the consumption is still high, so Mao Shanming's life is not smooth. After crossing the mountains and ridges, the sun stood at noon, and the two ghosts in the umbrella yawned continuously. All ghosts and ghosts come out during the day and night. Ghosts, big and small, are protected by paper umbrellas, so their yin energy is not damaged, but they still feel weak during the day. After finishing the plums, Mao Shanming walked to the roadside, unbuttoned his belt and whistled, and the yellow urine stream went into the tree pit. Uncle Ming! Xiao Bao in the umbrella shouted, something smells so good. It's my urine. Mao Shanming grabbed the guy and trembled. After shaking the guy, he pulled up his pants and tightened his belt. No, Uncle Ming, I felt it too, in the cave next to you. Cave? Looking at the dark and gloomy cave, Mao Shanming shook his head. What good stuff can there be in an abandoned mine? Is there any gold? No, Uncle Ming, it smells like chicken drumsticks. Dabao's voice made Mao Shanming whisper, chicken legs? He took 2 deep breaths and could only smell his own urine. There is nothing, Uncle Ming, there must be something precious inside. Mao Shanming's eyes glowed green when he mentioned the treasure. You said there is, maybe there really is. Let me go in and take out the treasure for you. Mao Shanming held the paper umbrella behind his back with one hand and put it in the cloth bag with the other hand. There were some talismans in it to ward off evil spirits, so he could avoid any danger. The sun was shining brightly outside, but upon entering the abandoned mine, everything was pitch black. Mao Shanming took more than 10 seconds to adapt before continuing to walk inside. With the guidance of 2 little ghosts in his ears, he walked down the road for 3 or 4 meters, and a cluster of white and blue flames as big as a fist came into his sight. Will-o'-the-wisp? A piece of jade. I saw the will-o'-the-wisp falling on a piece of jade, burning happily. Mao Shanming was a Taoist priest no matter what. He couldn't deal with ordinary ghosts, and he wasn't afraid of unformed will-o'-the-wisps. Raising his hand and slapping the will-o'-the-wisp away, Mao Shanming happily grabbed the piece of jade attached to the will-o'-the-wisp. Get rich, haha. Big and small treasures, I will sell this piece of jade to buy chicken legs for you to eat. Seeing the will-o'-the-wisp scurrying around but unable to do anything about it, Mao Shanming smiled proudly. This jade is destined to me, little will-o'-the-wisp. Thank you, Uncle Ming. Dabao's voice suddenly became more urgent. Ha? What's wrong? Run. Run? Mao Shanming looked around in confusion. It was pitch black and there was nothing there. Even with the presence of will-o'-the-wisps and the lack of sunlight, there is a slight gloominess in this abandoned mine. Ha? So much corpse energy? Seeing a pair of official boots falling under his eyes, Mao Shanming broke out in a cold sweat. Zombie, zombie, zombie. The tattered official uniform rather than the burial shroud indicates that this zombie was a high official during his lifetime. The thick white hair inside can be seen through the tattered robe. This is a certain way. Over 5 feet tall, Mao Shanming could only see his face clearly if he raised his head. The white hair on his face is dense but not long, and his contours are sharp and angular. He is still a handsome boy among zombies. He's tall and straight, and he's a tough guy in the army, but he's a tough guy among zombies. Run for your life! Mao Shanming screamed, trying to escape before he was ready. As soon as he took a step forward, his body flew into the air and was picked up by the zombie's back collar. Master Zombie! I didn't mean to steal your jade. The broken jade was thrown to the ground, but the zombie ignored it, grabbed Mao Shanming's collar, and came face to face with him. During the day, He Chang would fall into dormancy. The strong yang energy suppressed the corpse energy in his body, making him too lazy to move. Unexpectedly, a Taoist priest came to the door. Looking at the red words level 5 Ma Shanming above his head, from what he heard just now in the face of Wu Yaowen in front of him, He Chang realized that he had met an incredible plot character, and it was very likely that he would meet him as a zombie. The idol in the film is now the sworn enemy. Uncle Gio. Wan Kai took the elevator downstairs, and the female corpse followed him as usual. Good morning, color, the hotel waiter, no, should be called a waiter. The young waiter, wearing suspender trousers, a white shirt and a black bow tied around his neck, greeted Wan Kai with a smile. When foreigners open a store in a provincial city, foreign style is the first priority. Sexy? You are the only one who was sexy. Listening to Weinsai's muttering, the waiter looked embarrassed. Seeing Wan Kai walking towards the door, he felt contempt in his heart. He met another country bumpkin. Wan Kai has many things on his mind and is usually keenly observant, but now he has no time to care about what others think. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of Ludian, Weinsai's right leg was lifted up and hanging in the air, hesitating. The sun is shining brightly outside. I'm going to turn into a zombie. Will I lose my mind when I touch the sun? Wan Kai remembered what Xian Jinwen said on the carriage last night, you have to go to the next town to lit before dawn, otherwise the zombies will hit the sun and be turned into fly ash if they are illuminated by the sun's rays. He shuddered and turned to the waiter. Brother, I heard you have a bar here. The hotel waiter smiled and pointed to the corridor on the first floor on the right, where there stood a western wooden door decorated with gold decorations and a cross. A wooden sign hung on the side with the word bar written in western characters with a ghost painting. Sir, it's just behind that door. Oh okay, thank you. Wan Kai walked away, and naturally the female corpse behind him followed closely. Poor guy, we'll see how you die when you meet Marshal Chow inside later. The waiter felt happy as he watched Wan Kai push open the door and walk in. Thinking of those who served Marshal Chow, most of them went in standing and came out lying down, and those who came out lying down had died. Wan Kai entered the bar for the first time. The interior decoration was very western. The glass wine table, the chairs with backrests, and the scent of flowers. It's better to die drunk here than to die in the sun. A cabinet stands on the north wall with many glass bottles on it, probably all of which are foreign wines. In front of the wine cabinet, there is a counter half as high as the pork table. A man wearing a black suit and a mustache is holding a small iron bottle in one hand and a tall glass in the other, shaking it with various movements. The wine was poured back and forth in the iron bottle and the cup without spilling a drop, making Wan Kai dazzled. There was a man sitting on the counter, lying on the table and crying, Qianwen my Qianwen, he must be a drunkard, and his skin is a bit irritating. Wan Kai remembers that in a town in the north, there was a marshal who called himself Dalong. He had hundreds of men and hundreds of guns under his command, and he was extremely majestic. Marshal Dalong is wearing something similar to this one, but the color is different. There is also a man with a musical instrument on his shoulder. The small wooden saw in his hand plays a melodious tone up and down. It was called a violin. Wan Kai had seen rich people in provincial towns play it. They all played it like sawing wood, but the man in front of him played it beautifully. Changed to something more festive. It's so sad. I can't help but want to cry, woo woo woo. The man looked at his head, his nose was red with wine lees, and he wiped the drunkenness from his cheeks. The violinist was startled and quickly agreed to play a cheerful song. It seems like this soldier is trapped in love. Are you not afraid of death when you play such a cheerful song? Wan Kai had just begun to have doubts in his heart, when there was a bang on the other end, and the musician whose chest was penetrated pressed down on the delicate violin, collapsed on the ground, kicked off his legs, and went to the west. I just died, Aunt Gio, and you are so cheerful. Do you mean to make me angry? I can't pay attention to the drunken man, and besides, he still has a gun in his hand. The musician who fell in a pool of blood was so aggrieved that he could not explain himself to the underworld. Although Wan Kai was about to die, he was also afraid of death. He was obviously frightened when he saw the man behind the bartending the wineglass with his hand grabbing the wineglass and spilling more than half of the yellow water. Wan Kai turned around and wanted to leave. Ahem! Come back! The man was drunk and staring at Wan Kai with squinted eyes. His other hand crookedly grabbed the gun and pointed it at his head. Don't shoot, sir. I won't leave. Wan Kai raised his hands and sat down next to the drunk man obediently. Looking at the muzzle of the gun that was placed on the table and pointed at his chest, Wan Kai smiled bitterly. It was really making the sky not respond and the earth not working. Chat with me, and I'll treat you to a drink, my favorite Wei Shui. Thank you, sir. Wan Kai slapped the table and shouted loudly to the bartender, what are you doing standing around, bartending? He slapped the table, and the female corpse sitting behind him, whose sight was blocked, also slapped it once, twice. The bartender glanced at the two of them in surprise, then obediently grabbed the whiskey in the wine cabinet behind him. Prosperous wealth is a villain's idea. A dead person dares to make money, and he can learn the trick of pretending to be powerful. You kid is on the road. The drunken official really likes to make money, and uses his prestige to train people, and the fox pretends to be the tiger's power. Isn't he just a tiger? Half the glass of wine was placed in front of Winesai's eyes, the other half was spilled, and the bartender's hands were wet. Someone had just died, the musician's violin was still being stepped on by Wankai, and the bartender could still make drinks, even if he didn't pee his pants. What does this smell like? He poured the yellow foreign horse urine into his mouth in one gulp, and he was so prosperous that he didn't spit it out. Weishui, whiskey and water. Haha, how about it? This official liked to see Wansai's troubled face, and a sense of mischievous joy filled his heart. Delicious, just to your taste. Wankai forced himself to swallow it and said with a smile. The taste is the same as mine, not bad, not bad. The two started chatting here, one was hurt, the other was about to die, and drank glass after glass of wine. The bartender's eyes were elsewhere. The woman who came in with the young man whose face was half black seemed to have some problems. No matter whether the young man toasted, drank, or burped, he followed the same example. His movements were carved out of the same mold, as if he had been controlled by evil and had been stabbed. He remembered that a group of zombies massacred an entire village a few days ago, but it was Marshal Chow in front of him who led his troops to quell the chaos. I thought being a soldier was the safest, but how could I still encounter such strange things while hiding under a soldier's gun? By chance, when he glanced at him, Marshal Chow took out a photo from his arms and placed it on the bar. Clang! The bartender didn't stand still, took 2 steps back and bumped into the wine cabinet behind him. Dozens and hundreds of foreign wines fell to pieces on the floor. You kid, you are looking for death. Before Marshal Chow raised his gun, he heard the bartender pointing behind Wankai and yelling, Ghost! 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 Isn't the 9th aunt of Marshal Chow who just died exactly the same as the woman behind Wankai? When Marshal Chow took out the photo, Wankai felt something was wrong. Ghost? I've fought zombies and monsters before. Let me see what kind of ghost is running wild in my territory. Marshal Chow stood up, his leather boots clattered to the ground and stepped on the blood, his eyes widened as he looked for ghosts. Xianwan? You turned into a ghost and came back to see me? It's daytime, don't get caught in the sun. Wankai took 2 steps back in fright. The female corpse followed suit, but it made Marshal Chow anxious. Did you kidnap Qianwen? Marshal Chow walked drunkenly, swaying to keep up with Wankai. He put his pistol against his chest and shouted, Let go of my Aunt Jiu. Let go of my 9th aunt. The tiger's roar is familiar to his ears, the official has official power, and he has a gun in his hand. He is really frightened and Wankai dare not move. Sir, is there any misunderstanding? Wankai raised his hands as he dared not move. Misunderstanding? Why is my 9th wife following you? The muzzle of the gun poked Wansai's chest hard, but Wankai felt no pain. If you tear open his clothes, you can see that his chest is dark, stiff and hard, as if he is wearing a small coat made of iron sheets. Now Wankai can't even bend down easily. Monster! Monster! The bartender who was leaning on the wine cabinet was helpless. He looked up and saw Wansai's raised hand. It's pitch black and its skin is like an old tree. The nails are red and long, just like the ghosts told by the gentleman in the tea house next door. His shout woke up Marshal Chow from his drink a little. The muzzle of the gun was raised with Zuian. Hey, that's scary. Marshal Chow fired with a trembling finger. After Wankai was shot, he cried out ouch in pain and knocked over a glass wine table. Wankai rolled twice on the ground. The female corpse Jiu and Tai followed suit. After a while, he didn't notice any pain, and Wankai sat on the ground in the broken glass. Only then did he see a hole in his little coat. When he tore it open, he saw that darkness covered most of his body, and bullets were embedded in his shoulders like iron nails. Wankai grabbed the bullet with his still flexible hand and broke it. The bullet fell to the ground. A burst of black gas burst out from the bullet hole, but no blood flowed out. Marshal Chow and the bartender swallowed together, their lips were dry and they didn't know what to say. On the contrary, Wankai smiled bitterly. He didn't feel even if he was shot now. He would probably turn into a zombie soon. Your 9th aunt has nothing to do with me. To tell you the truth, she wouldn't be alive if it weren't for me. After listening to his explanation, Marshal Chow put down the panic in his heart and looked at Wang Kai hiding his hands in his sleeves, his drunken eyes slowly wandering around, wondering what he was thinking. I buried Qianwen with my own hands, how could you help her? Seeing Marshal Chow put away his gun, Wang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. Until the last moment, people just don't want to die. Wang Kai wanted to smile, but found that half of his face was numb. The two people looking at him could see the dark circles under his eyes and the purple lips. He smiled effortlessly and talked about his experience that night. I was also thinking to myself, had I done too many things that ruined my conscience and moral integrity by opening coffins and digging up corpses, so that it was my turn to die young in my 20s? Marshal Chow nodded and moved slowly. Scratch the ground with your back heel, as slowly as you want. Finally, Wang Kai lost their way. Marshal Chow knocked open the door of the well-renovated bar and shouted loudly, "Come here quickly. There are zombies." He has encountered zombies and knows that guns are useless and they are invulnerable. Wang Kai panicked. There were troops outside. If he was shot at randomly by them, he would definitely die. The long red nails scurried towards Marshal Chow, trying to catch him. Unable to dodge, Marshal Chow was pushed to the ground. You're a crooked kid who won't let me, Qianwen, live peacefully in Zhochuan, and you're here to harm me. Marshal Chow got angrier as he spoke. He aimed his gun at Wang Kai's heart and fired bang bang bang. The red blood dripped down, and Marshal Chow was so excited. Killed? Wang Kai died, his yang energy was cut off, and Jiao Weitai's body collapsed motionless on the ground. So far, no one cares about her. The soldiers on both sides rushed over and just grabbed Wang Kai from Marshal Chow's body. The dead Wang Kai suddenly came back to life. Two snake-like fangs popped out from under the purple-black lips, like the syringes used by Western doctors to treat diseases, and they poked two bloody holes in Marshal Chow's neck. Oh! It hurts me so much. Drag him away quickly. Drag him away. Marshal Chow became anxious, and the soldiers beside him used all their strength to pull Wang Kai off Marshal Chow's neck. Unexpectedly, as soon as Wang Kai left Marshal Chow, he turned around and pounced on the soldiers who were dragging him. The soldier couldn't dodge and his throat was bitten open. Gudong blood entered the mouth, and Wang Kai's lifeless, cloudy eyes flashed blood red. Go outside, the sun is out. Marshal Chow responded promptly. The sun was still 4 or 5 hours away. Since Wang Kai had turned into a zombie, he would not dare to go out into the sun. After losing one of his soldiers, Marshal Chow covered his neck and came outside the hotel. When the soldiers stationed in the town heard that Marshal Chow had been attacked, they walked with chaotic steps, their black leather boots smashed the clods of soil, stepped over the pit 1 foot deep and the other shallow, and arrived in front of the hotel. Raise your gun and surround the entire hotel. Most of these soldiers had seen the demonic zombies that night. They had guns in their hands, but they were still panicking. Commander! Commander, help me! The bartender covered his neck and escaped from the bar. As soon as he stepped into the sunshine, Marshal Chow waved his hands and shouted, "Shoot him, he was bitten by a zombie." After random shooting, the bartender did not escape the fate of death and was beaten into a sieve. Wang Kai turned into a zombie, baring his teeth and claws downstairs, but did not dare to step out of the door. He's afraid of the sun, Marshal. The adjutant who had just gotten up from the young lady's belly was laughing. He was smoking and lying on the bed, missing life. Suddenly his subordinates burst in and said that a zombie had injured Marshal Chow, which scared him and made him run away. Marshal Chow is his god. After Marshal Chow dies, there are a few hard-headed people below who refuse to accept it. As an adjutant, he may not be able to continue to serve. The adjutant thoughtfully grabbed some rice and applied it to Marshal Chow's neck. Rice can cure corpse poison. He vaguely heard the Taoist priest wearing Western glasses say it. I'm so happy. Qianwen is still inside. Marshal Chow slapped the adjutant in the face. The adjutant was so red that he didn't understand the situation at all. Upstairs guest room, Qianzhenren and his apprentice Alpha finally managed to get rid of the corpse that turned into a zombie. Touching his stomach that was gurgling, Alpha wrinkled his face and said, "Master, it's time to have lunch." "Okay, let's go." Qianzhenren was also a little hungry. The master and apprentice closed the door and got into the elevator. As soon as the elevator came down, they saw a large group of soldiers carrying guns standing outside the hotel and watching them eagerly. It means shooting if there is any disagreement. Prosperous wealth? Alpha looked at the tomb robber with his back to the elevator and shouted at the soldiers outside the door, and was stunned. "Why isn't that female corpse with you?" He was still thinking about the female corpse. Hearing the noise, Wang Kai slowly turned around. Finally gone. Wu Jinren breathed out, climbed through the window and entered the guest room. It's great to have money. Looking at the luxurious Tianzi guest room, Wu Jinren shook his head, envious of the amount of money his senior brother earned. Pinch the fingers with your right hand, step on the 7-star steps of Tiankue, and grasp the compass with your left hand. The red compass pointer flickered, and finally pointed behind the screen in the guest room, and the pointer stopped on the word corpse. Hey, you can hide it however you want. He opened the screen, and there was a zombie tied up with talismans hidden behind it. It's noon now. How interesting it would be if Qian delivered the body and the body turned into ashes. He thought of causing trouble to Jinren Qian, and throwing the zombies out would be boring. Wu Jinren untied the hemp rope that tied the zombie, bit the belly of his finger and drew a talisman in the air, uncovered the yellow talisman on the zombie's head, and pressed a red fingerprint. A string of magical light flashed. The zombies, who had been sluggish during the day, suddenly regained their madness. Hey! It's done! The first recommendation, although it only has words and no pictures. Wang Kai heard the voice and slowly turned his head. What about you? What are you doing with all your teeth and claws? Are you imitating a zombie? Alpha pushed open the elevator door and was about to pat Wang Cai's shoulder when Qian Jinren's hand fell on his shoulder first. He clasped his fingers inwards and pulled Alpha to lie back. Be careful. Only then did Wang Kai turn his head. His dark lips and livid cheeks were covered with purple bags under his eyes. His lips could not cover the corpse teeth, and the corners of his mouth were still stained with blood. Prosperous, prosperous wealth. Alpha was stunned when he saw Wang Kai turned into a zombie. Not long ago, the two of them were fighting with each other. He must have been accidentally bitten by the elder brother in the room. I'll restrain him here. You go back and get the mahogany sword and paper charm. Yes, master. Fa obeyed and turned back to the elevator. The sky was falling and the master was holding him up. He didn't want to fight any zombies. He just remembered that the person he just met suddenly turned into a zombie. Fa felt a little melancholy in his heart, but soon he carelessly put aside his melancholy, and took the slow elevator, humming a small tune to go up. Watching the elevator go up, Jinren Qian let out a long sigh and faced Wang Kai rushing towards him. He lunged backwards, bumped his right shoulder forward, and slipped into Wang Cai's arms. In one move, the old monkey offered his treasure, holding the peach in both hands and pushing it up. It hit Wang Cai's chin, with a crisp click sound, and 2 broken teeth were knocked out. Wang Kai was hit on the chin and his body leaned back. The zombie was very strong and heavy. Although he was caught off guard and bit off his own teeth, the injury was not serious. Wang Kai got angry, and with his arms like big scissors, he aimed at Qian Jinren's head and cut him left and right. Qian Jinren was not greedy for tricks. He strode forward with his legs bent, making him a little shorter. He just happened to avoid the arms of Wang Kai that swept through thousands of troops. He clenched his fists with both hands and saw Wang Cai's arms spread out, punching Wang Cai's armpits left and right. Ouch! After suffering pain, Wang Kai was filled with anger. He dug his 10 long and red nails downwards like hose. The red nails whirred in the wind. He closed his eyes and listened to the sound. He thought it was someone pulling a kitchen knife, chopping it down. How can getting beaten be a good way to make money? That's the racial specialty of zombies. Which zombie is too stupid and dull to be killed? These characteristics are all mentioned by Taoist priests who have great skills. If ordinary people look down on zombies because of this, they will die after encountering zombies. Zombies are stupid but powerful. Qian Jinren imitated the horse-drawn carriage and wheel. He took a small jump and rolled out with his head in his hands, narrowly escaping the claws of the zombies. The offense over there came up again. Master Qian casually grabbed the stool and threw it away. The 10 red spears penetrated the stool without any hindrance. With a flick of his finger, the stool immediately fell apart. He also threw water glasses, plates, 2-faced heads. Whatever was caught was thrown away, and Wang Kai was furious, but Qian Jinren used this to distance himself. Wang Kai has just turned into a zombie, hard but not stiff. He has done a lot of digging for golden graves, his body is flexible, and his boxing and kicking skills are not much weaker than that of Qian Jinren. Now that he has turned into a zombie, he is so powerful that no real person can take advantage of him in a fight. This damn Fa, why don't you come here? Master Qian cursed angrily, and a faint cry for help came from above his head. Master, help! It's broken! Damn Xiao Wu, did you release the zombies? Qianjin shouted angrily at the top of his lungs, saying that his junior brother could really cause trouble. The zombies hadn't been cleaned up yet, and there was another fire in the backyard. Before, Afe took the elevator leisurely and came upstairs, when he saw a chubby figure whose back looked familiar, like a flower picker sniffing a big girl's underwear. Having been a virgin all his life, Afe's only desire was to be lazy and playful, otherwise he wouldn't have caught the female corpse of Mrs. Gio and tried to take advantage of it. I said friends. Afe tiptoed over and patted the man's shoulder gently. Do you have something good to share? The figure who was lowering his head and breathing in paused and turned around suddenly. Ah! Where is the voyeur and flower thief? This is the zombie in their room. Afe felt bad, but his neck was strangled tightly. The zombie's mouth was spraying stinky smell, and it slowly leaned on his neck. Afe used the last breath in his stomach to shout, Master, help! When the apprentice is in trouble, Master Qian cannot ignore it. Seriously, Wang Kai was no match for him. He held a spell with his right hand and pointed it at Wang Kai's forehead, and punched Wang Kai in the stomach with his left hand. A fist touch is like hitting iron with a fist. What kind of corpse poison is so weird? Qianzhenren bared his teeth and took a deep breath. People who have been infected by corpse poison and have just become zombies, even if they take the first bite of blood, are generally not very capable and cannot be invulnerable. Unless like the zombie upstairs, he was born in the Yin year, Yin month, Yin day, and Yin time. After death, he sucked the moonlight of the Yin year, Yin month, Yin day, and Yin time. He also happened to drink the spiritual blood of a righteous person. Many coincidences. It all adds up to becoming stiff and hard overnight. Normally, it would take a few days for a person infected with corpse poison to become stiff after being fed enough blood. Zhenren Xian took a look at Wang Cai's birth date with his fingers. He was born in a Yang year, and the 5 elements belong to fire. Such people are difficult to transform into corpses after death, and even if they become zombies, they will be the weakest. Is it possible that Wang Kai said that the zombie he encountered on the mountain was that zombie? Zhenren Xian remembered when he met Wang Kai last night. Wang Kai said that he met 2 zombies, one was a female corpse following him, and the other was wearing an official robe and having white hair on his body blocking the front. It was naturally difficult for Bai Maozong to attract his attention. What really concerned Zhenren Xian was that his junior brother Shermu once said that a prince transformed into a corpse and bit junior Qianhe to death. A few days ago, Yashim also said that when he was fighting against the vixen, Chizuru, who turned into a zombie, was abducted by a zombie. At that time, Shermu speculated that there was something strange about the corpse poison that turned Chizuru into a zombie. People infected with the corpse poison would turn into zombies within half an hour. However, after that night, there was an emergency call, and the white-haired zombie with intelligence did he behaved strangely during the fight, not only killing zombies, but also kidnapped Chizuru in the end. This made Simu remember the zombie prince whom he had long forgotten. The intelligent zombie was probably him, and the corpse poison was also him. It's amazing that zombies have intelligence, so they should be called demons. It's normal for a whole village to die. The thatched cottage where Simu lived was not far from the first family in Mashan where Qianzhenren lived. Except for the senior brother who lived in Mashan, others settled in the surrounding towns in 2s and 3s. Most of the people who are engaged in the business of removing corpses can travel to the next town overnight. Then we borrowed the Yizhuang of the same family to park the zombies, rested for a day, and then started on our way again. Last time, Master Qian and Master Wu were fighting so hard that they had no time to help Simu. It's so early for the present report to arrive. Qianzhenren shook his head, withdrew his fist, shook it, and kicked out the immobilized zombie Wang Kai. Pull him out quickly and set him on fire. The soldiers who surrounded the hotel looked at me and I looked at you. There were nails on the soles of their feet, nailed to the spot and motionless. You idiots, go quickly. Marshal Chao cursed and pushed the adjutant out. You, and you, come with me. The adjutant felt bitter, but he still pulled out 2 big soldiers and walked in front of him, waiting for the adjutant and others to enter the hotel lobby. It was a mess. The waiter wearing suspenders and trousers was lying on the cashier counter with his neck crooked, and there were 2 bloody holes in his neck. There was also a guy in a suit bartending, vomiting blood and lying on the ground with his eyes open. Lifting his feet, he covered his eyelids so that he could not stare at the dead man with frightening eyes. The adjutant waved his hand and urged, "Pull the body out quickly." The soldiers who were carrying their guns bent down, gritted their teeth, and walked out of the hotel holding the corpse's legs. The streets of the town had long since been cleared, and others had gathered firewood. The corpses were piled on the firewood and burned. Wang Kai, who was just about to wake up, was struck by the sun and was immediately frozen to death and burned to ashes. Qianzhenren abandoned the elevator and climbed the stairs with his feet to run upwards. His chest was hot, and the air was like red-hot iron carbon when he swallowed it and stung for a while. Finally arrived at the 4th floor. As soon as he entered the corridor, he saw the zombie pushing Afa away. Master, with a pop sound, Afa fell to the ground with a bloodless face. Save, before he finished speaking, he died. Afa. Ah. Xiao Wu, you deserve to die. Qianjun was so angry that his heart ached. He felt a little uncomfortable when Wang Kai, whom he had just met one night, died, but when his disciple who had been taught from elementary school to high school died, his anger was uncontrollable. Qianjunren's eyes were wet, and Kixingbo came to the zombie in the blink of an eye. The zombie was not a character that was easy to negotiate with, so he roared back and pounced on Qianjunren. Qianjunren, who was heartbroken, did not dodge. He raised his fist and struck it on the zombie's elbow. He spread his fingers apart and dug in like an eagle's claws. Only then did the zombie's force hit him. Qianjunren was no match for the strength of the bull. His little shoes with 1,000-layer sole took 7 or 8 steps before he stopped. It wasn't that he blocked the zombie, but that the zombie's strength had disappeared. One leap is only 7 or 8 steps away. Come die. With his red neck and the veins popping up on his forehead, Qianjunren grabbed the zombie's elbows with both hands, turned over and smashed the zombie to the ground. He imitated the beauty snake, wrapping his legs from the zombie's shoulders to the back, tightly blocking the zombie's hands. He bit his finger and drew a talisman, then tapped it on the zombie's forehead. Xiao Wu. Come out and die. Xiao Wu. You must die a happy death. Leaving the zombies behind, Qianjunren kicked open the guest room door angrily, but saw no one. But there was a frightened little girl hiding in the corner of the room where the zombie smelled just now. It's really damaging to one's moral character. Zombies kill without causality, because zombies jump out of the 3 realms in 6 paths. When Wu Zhenren releases zombies to kill, the injured life will be counted on his head. If you lack moral integrity, it will be difficult for you to be a good person in the next life. In this life, you will encounter heavy rain while walking on the path, be bitten by wild dogs, and step on dog feces. To be precise, you will have bad luck. Unable to find the demon-making junior brother, Qianjunren went back to his room and put a yellow talisman on the zombie. You, go ahead. Junren Qian picked up his apprentice's body. There were tears in the corners of the old eyes, and he raised his head silently and said nothing. Taoist master, real person. The adjutant had already taken the elevator up. When he saw Huang Fu's body on the ground, he silently took 2 steps back. We, Marshal Chow, would like to invite you to go down and have a chat. The soldier beside him tilted his gun, and he had to agree even if he didn't agree. After putting down Afa's body, he took the elevator downstairs. The fire burned the bodies, and black smoke filled the sky with a stifling stench. Commander, are you looking for me? How are you, Taoist master? Marshal Chow was sitting in the hall, caressing the female body with compassion. Master Qian naturally saw some clues and did not dare to say anything. I was bitten by a zombie, can you help me treat it? Marshal Chow opened his collar, revealing 2 tooth holes that reeked of rotten fish. This is a trivial matter. Master Qian nodded, the corpse poison is not heavy, just drink a talisman water. After saying that, he pulled out a yellow talisman and said to the soldiers beside him, burn this talisman paper, and the paper will be mixed with ashes. 3 bowls of water make 1 bowl. The soldier took the paper and stepped back. The adjutant lowered his head and whispered a few words in Marshal Chow's ear. Marshal Chow, who was about to thank him, suddenly turned gloomy. You have zombies there? Qianjunren was a little panicked. Well, the zombies were released by my junior brother, and I have subdued them. Your junior brother? Eyes wide with anger. Ah, sneeze. Wu Zhenren, who had just had lunch at a roadside stall, stood up, left 2 copper coins, and happily walked back to the hotel. Old Qian, you are busy this time, a zombie can't hurt Zhenren Qian. The 2 brothers knew the truth and didn't care at all. But Wu Zhenren did not expect that Wang Kai suddenly turned into a zombie and bit Marshal Chow. When Qianjunren was dealing with Wang Kai, Wu Zhenren happened to release the zombie. He didn't even know that his nephew died because of him. Burping, Wu Zhenren returned to the hotel, only to see a group of soldiers burning something next to him. He hid further away, and as soon as he stepped into the hotel, he saw Qianjunren standing next to a high-ranking military official, smiling apologetically. What are you doing back here? Zhenren Qian was shocked when he saw his junior brother. Just now, Marshal Chow had blamed Zhenren Wu for releasing the zombies for the transformation of Wang Cai's corpse. He tried every means to explain but was finally blocked by the bullet hole. Someone has to take the blame.
Master Wu doesn't take the blame, and Master Qian doesn't take the blame. Could it be that Marshal Chow is really looking for some kind of zombie? He's not stupid. What do you mean? Have you taken care of your zombies? You still have to take care of me. Wu Jinren frowned, bent down and tiptoed, and came up to Marshal Chow in a low voice, Sir. He and I were from the same school. We are known as Wu Jinren. My skills are not inferior to him, and the price is affordable. If you have any questions, just ask me. The soldiers on both sides raised their guns and followed Marshal Chow's eyes towards Wu Jinren. Jinren Qian was worried. Although Jinren Wu was the most important person to blame for his apprentice's death, he did not want to let his junior brother lose his life again. Get out of here. You're not welcome here. He scolded loudly, but Wu Jinren became more and more unhappy and moved forward. Don't think that you are powerful because you know those two tricks. As long as I'm here, you won't be able to get what you want. Etc. The pistol was raised to stop the two men from cursing. This Master Wu, you just said zombie? Did you release that zombie? Shen Jinren was heartbroken and winked at Wu Jinren, but he forgot that his junior brother was very good at catching ghosts, but he could never learn to act based on color. How dare you stare at me? Wu Jinren snorted at his senior brother and said with a smile, Yes, sir, I did it, boom. Wu Jinren was shot in the right leg immediately and fell to his knees on the ground. If you dare to release zombies to kill others, I will shoot you today. Seeing his junior brother in trouble, Shen Jinren had no choice but to save him. His right hand was like an iron chain and immediately tied around Marshal Chow's neck. He pulled back and Marshal Chow leaned on his chest. After grabbing the gun, Shen Jinren couldn't use it, but he kept it on Marshal Chow's temple and said, Let us go. At this point, no matter what kind of zombies or what kind of missions, life is not important. Alpha, forgive me, Master. I won't even be able to bury your body in the end. Shen Jinren looked up to the sky and sighed silently. The gun under his hand poked Marshal Chow's head and left a blank mark. Hurry up. Quick. Quick. Get out of the way. The captured Marshal Chow gave an order and the soldiers made way for a narrow road. The lame Wu Jinren was bleeding and his face turned pale after a while. He reluctantly followed his senior brother and escaped from the town. He never imagined that it was just a joke between brothers and sisters, and it ended up like this. When you leave the town, I promise not to hurt you. With a strong breath in his chest, he dared to drag the emperor off his horse. Okay, don't worry, I won't let them chase. Marshal Chow was also timid. The three of them stumbled out of the hotel. Xiao Wu, go get the carriage. People in this era are also loyal. The boss was controlled and did not know how to take hostages. He watched helplessly as Wu Jinren snatched the carriage, and the three of them got on the carriage and drove away. The soldiers who were running on foot followed him out of the town and watched Marshal Chow being kicked off the carriage. What are you doing standing still? Shoot! Marshal Chow roared, and the frightened soldiers raised their guns. The bullets fired indiscriminately broke the tarpaulin of the carriage. Wu Jinren, who was covering his thighs, and Shen Jinren, who was driving the carriage, both grunted and were shot a few more times. Fortunately, the road had many twists and turns, so the two of them were completely safe after getting rid of the bullets. The carriage slowed down, and no one spoke among the injured brothers. They had been seriously injured, and it was good that they were not unconscious now. Xiao Wu, Offit is dead because I released zombies? The air is cold. Shen Jinren has hatred in his heart. The other person is his junior brother and he cannot get rid of the hatred. Wu Jinren also regretted in his heart, Afei, although that boy is naughty and stupid, he has been thinking about Yi Hangyuan all day long, but I shouldn't. He was so angry that there were a few more white hairs on the top of Wu Jinren's head. After a long sigh, the path passed through a forest, and the white horse pulling the cart suddenly lost control. Not far away from the roadside, a figure holding an umbrella jumped over. The brothers looked at each other and said, Zombie. Thank you XJRMTRXD for your reward support. We are working hard to make more updates. Usually only when one story ends, another one will start simultaneously. I also want to avoid the situation of multiple lines to avoid messy writing, but I don't want to lose the coherence. I try to control it. Thank you everyone for your support. I also want to ask. Looking for a recommendation vote? Let's talk about it before. Mao Shanming entered the cave and met He Cheng, who was dormant again, and was caught by his back collar. Master Zombie, I didn't mean to steal your jade. Mao Shanming was so frightened that he moved his shoulders with his elbows, swaying left and right and struggling hard. Looking at the face of the corpse getting closer and closer, he gritted his teeth and grabbed onto his belt. Bliss! Ma Shan was as smooth as a loach.
In the blink of an eye, he took off his clothes and escaped from Yi Cheng's clutches with his bare buttocks.
Master, I don't want any more clothes. I'll give them to you. I'll give them all to you. Doesn't he have anything valuable on him?
A pair of tattered clothes, a few pieces of yellow talisman paper that didn't work when it failed, a small cup of cinnabar mixed with water, and a book of Ma Shan's skills for traveling in the world. They were not worth a date at all.
Uncle Ming. Uncle Ming. Us. The big and small ghosts are still trapped in the paper umbrella. It's broken, de Bao Xiaobao.
Ma Shanming rushed to the entrance of the cave. His left foot stepped under the warm sunshine, but his right leg had difficulty and did not step forward. The two ghosts had been following him for a long time, sharing the same joys and sorrows. Taking a step forward, the zombies cannot catch up, but the fate of the two ghosts is not guaranteed. Alas, Ma Shanming sighed, raised his right foot and stomped the ground hard, pinched the magic formula with his left and right hands, and shouted loudly, "Please bring forth the spirit of the ancestor." At the end of the daylight, a red light came. Yi Cheng squinted and saw that the words on the top of Ma Shanming's head changed from level 5 to level 7 lame Taoist. I didn't expect that my lame Taoist would have a descendant, ha. Ma Shan, who had one eye crooked and his right leg was half short, pretending to be lame, burst into laughter. The changes in his momentum and posture clearly meant that his body was still there but his soul had changed hands. This is a method of Zhu Yushu, also called Shindi. Invite the gods to come up. You can also invite the powerful warriors in yellow turbans, heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals, and the third Prince Neza. I would like to invite you to have a bull-headed horse-faced judge, Zhongkue, and Yama from the 10 palaces. Mortal warlocks are all capable of 2 divine attacks, and even many martial arts performers on the street, such as swallowing coals of fire, crushing chests with boulders, and picking up people's ears, all seem to be skills that humans cannot do. They are all divine attacks. If you are not good at martial arts, you can do it without pain at the moment. When the pain comes, you can grit your teeth and endure it by yourself. It is suitable for you to show off as a hero and find a place, or to go into battle to kill the enemy. If you are powerful, you can invite the gods to come to the world and use all kinds of extraordinary skills. No matter how strong your opponent is, you have to give up. Of course, those invited are not real bodies, and the strength is closely related to the cultivator himself. Ma Shanming's skill in inviting gods was good, but the ancestor he invited was not so good. Level 7? Yi Cheng jumped up and slapped him. Humph! How dare a little zombie act so arrogantly in front of me? The lame Taoist snorted coldly, raised his lame right leg and pointed it at Yi Cheng, and his limp right foot kicked out with a burst of energy. The power comes quickly. Yi Cheng hit the waist or wall behind with a bang sound. The white-haired chainmail was extremely tough, and the kick seemed powerful, but in fact it didn't cause much damage to him. There's a way. Yi Cheng became interested. For him at level 7, killing someone should be as easy as chopping melons and vegetables, just like meat on a chopping board. Who would have thought that a lame Taoist with low cultivation level would still have such 2 abilities? What a white-haired zombie, so weird. The lame Taoist was secretly speechless. In the daytime, when the sun is the brightest, the corpse energy of the zombies is restrained, and 2 or 3 young adults can subdue them. The bones of zombies at this time are like deep-fried crisps, and the skin is as thin as air drying. It breaks when kicked and breaks when poked. It is impossible for them to be so durable in broad daylight. Yi Cheng didn't care about his shock. The 2 sides were fighting for their lives. His back touched the wall and bounced back. Yi Cheng's heels hit the ground again, his arms straightened out and turned into spears, and he grabbed the lame Taoist. A spear shot out like a flying arrow with thunder. The lame Taoist's eyelids jumped and he shouted, "It's a disaster! It's a disaster! There is something wrong with the legs, but the regression is not slow." He calmly took 2 or 3 steps back, his left foot stuck to the ground, his toes were nailed to the ground like a top, and he was dragged around in a big circle. The right leg was kicked out, and the broken shoe flew out first. Whoosh! The broken shoe flew and hit Yi Cheng's chest. The force did not stop Yi Cheng. The broken shoe was not his ultimate move. The real killer move came now. The dirty feet suddenly swelled, the blood vessels bulged, and thin and dense red blood flowed down the hair, hanging on the thick black leg hair. Who would have thought that the remaining leg could perform such fancy kicks, such as a quick scissor, and the sole of the foot hit the zombie's ribs? Go to hell! Yi Cheng was kicked and fell to the ground. It seemed that he was at a disadvantage in the first confrontation. He was lame and had some skills. Want to kill me? Just go and die. Yi Cheng howled and jumped up, stiffening his arms and exerting great force. As if his body had memory, he turned around and hid, then hit the lame Taoist's right leg sideways. There was a ding sound, like picking up an iron bar and hitting it on an iron plate. He Chang's calf covered with black hair was punched, but it was not hurt at all. Memories exploded in his body, as if someone was practicing martial arts in He Chang's head. The opponent used a pair of pumpkin hammers, which were made of solid copper. They danced vigorously and vigorously. The person who lost the pumpkin hammer also had extraordinary strength. He raised his hand to catch one person's side kick. That kick was 80% similar to the kick that the lame Taoist hit him in front of He Chang. The corpse energy decreased during the day, which seemed to revive the body memory left by the original owner of He Chang's body. If you give him a precious horse and a pair of golden melon hammers, he can dominate the battlefield. It felt like a lightning bolt piercing my forehead. Blessings come to you. He Chang's left arm was stiff and pressed down, and his right fist was raised high. A hard punch to the lower body and a stab to the head. Only 2 punches forced the lame Taoist to death. The lame man's legs are not flexible. His right leg is out and his left leg is on the ground. Where can he get the legs and feet to move? If he had withdrawn his right leg, he would have received a severe punch. If he had not withdrawn, he would have been able to dodge the punch to the top of his head, but not to the leg. The fist turned into a golden hammer, like a meteor falling down the mountain in the middle of the night. It seemed that the birds in the forest were frightened under the fist and fled majestically with their wings fluttering. Birds fleeing into the woods. Left fist and right hammer, pressing and smashing. The lame Taoist bit the tip of his tongue and a mouthful of blood spurted out. After suppressing the corpse energy in He Chang's body, he reluctantly pulled out half of his body, raised his residual leg and hit He Chang's left fist. Going head-to-head with a zombie? He Chang smiled inwardly. His left fist did not dodge and hit the stump of his leg. The fists and feet collided, and a huge force suddenly came out. The lame Taoist screamed in pain, but suddenly lost his strength during the confrontation. He actually used his strength to escape. This lame Taoist was quite experienced in fighting. In the blink of an eye, he had already fallen into the sunlight outside. Monster! Demon! Alas! The lame Taoist shouted twice and his body shook, apparently leaving Mao Shanming's body. Zombies know how to fight, so they are not considered monsters. Thank you, Grandmaster, for the rescue. Mao Shanming woke up, his mouth full of red blood mixed with saliva. He rubbed his right foot and prayed to the sky. Big baby, little baby, come to my mouth first. He suddenly pinched his fingers, and the paper umbrella in He Chang's hand trembled. Halfway up, 2 lines of green smoke escaped from the cave. As soon as they touched the sun, the 2 ghosts started howling miserably. Fortunately, Mao Shanming was not far away, so the 2 ghosts finally stopped crying after getting up. 2 streaks of green smoke were swallowed by Mao Shanming. The sound came from Mao Shanming's belly. Uncle Ming, what should we do now? What should we do? Of course we should run away. Looking at the zombies that had fallen into the cave and could not come out, Mao Shanming ran for several miles with his lame legs, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. It's safe. Phew! This zombie is so vicious. Grandmaster can't subdue him. It's better to hide away. Touching my cold arms, I didn't have the clothes to eat. The next step was not easy. I'm hungry again. Gulyolu. He Chang grabbed the paper umbrella and jumped back into the cave. There was another strange thing just now. He was fighting with the lame Taoist, but suddenly a reminder came that he had gained 2 points of experience. Who did he kill by mistake? He Chang shook his head and ignored it. He doesn't feel any loss for escaping Mao Shanming and the 2 ghosts. He is not murderous. If you don't mess with him, then it's good for you, good for me, and good for everyone. If you see him trying to kill you and then come back quickly, you have to risk your life. He took off his tattered official robe and put on the robe belonging to Mao Shanming in his hand. Mao Shanming's robe was 1 size too big, but it fit him just right. The robe was exquisitely designed, with one side made of cloth, and when worn inside out, it turned into a yellow robe. However, the Bagua Taoist robe had no magical power, and when it touched He Chang's body, the corpse energy stabbed and tore apart. The yellow talisman in the cloth bag touched his hand and he raised it casually. But with this paper umbrella, ghosts are not afraid of the sun, but what about zombies? He Chang held up his paper umbrella and jumped out of the cave. He was under the sun, and under the strong yang qi pressure, the corpse energy in his body was dull. He did not dare to move, and could only lift a little corpse energy. Relying on this wisp of corpse energy and his strong physique, He Chang was able to jump around on the road. The zombie's daily walking was definitely not a smart move, but he was afraid that Mao Shanming would find some experts to block him at the entrance of the cave, and he would be caught and burned to ashes. The little Willowthuist jumped into the umbrella, for fear that He Chang would drop it. There was a ghost for company on the road, but He Chang didn't resist. As soon as I jumped down from the abandoned mine, I heard the sound of horse hooves in the distance along the way to a small forest. Hearing the sound of horse hooves falling not far away from him and looking at the two names in crimson, He Chang did not turn around and run away, but stopped jumping and stood by the road. Jinren Qian and Jinren Wu, their scarlet names are like thorns on their heads. The road between enemies is narrow. Standing and jumping on the road, will disaster come from the sky? Under the umbrella, He Chang looked strange, and he smelled the smell of blood. The two real people on the carriage were in poor condition. The long-faced Qian Jinren had a pale face, and the ugly-looking Wu Jinren was even worse. His blue shirt was stained with red blood. Except for his face, which was pale, the rest of the body was red. Is a blessing or a curse? He didn't know the cause and effect. He didn't know that the poison in his own body had killed Wang Kai, triggering a series of reactions that made the warlord commander furious. In the end, Qian Jinren lost the bodies of his apprentices and customers, fled for his life in a hurry with his junior disciples, and was shot several times and suffered serious injuries. Seriously injured. Smelling the sweet scent of the Taoist spirit blood floating in the air, and watching the two men dying, He Chang tightened the umbrella handle and jumped up. Is a blessing or a curse? Of course it's a blessing. No, Xiao Wu, run away. Qian Jinren whipped his whip twice, and the white horsehair fell to the ground with its hooves limp. He kills people in life and kills ghosts after death. Zombies are also powerful. Before they met Bema, He Chang was so frightened that he didn't dare to move. Now that he was facing him, he didn't have the courage to run away. Two people were seriously injured, and they couldn't escape without their horses. Your legs are not injured and you can still run. I'll forget it. Wu Jinren raised his sword finger and poked at his wound, baring his teeth. His fingers were stained with red paint, and he wrote quickly on his palm. Ah! The blood talisman is powerful. He Chang Dun was jumping over, and there seemed to be a ball of golden light covering the carriage. When he got closer, the golden light turned into long thorns. Go away quickly. Let me leave this miserable life for Afa to forgive. Wu Jinren looked sad and angry. You and I, brothers and sisters, disliked each other and compared each other when we first came up the mountain. But you and I also made an oath to slay demons and eliminate evil spirits for the rest of our lives, and to keep upright and ward off evil. Today, I was obsessed with refining zombies, and even killed a hare. Xiao Wu, the junior brother who never admits defeat, the two have been fighting each other for more than 20 years. Qian Jinren can already guess what it means to say these words at this time. If you don't leave, both of our brothers will die here today. It's better to let me die together with this zombie. Qian Jinren nodded and climbed up with his seriously wounded body. If he hadn't been shot several times, how could his white hair have caught the eyes of these two people? That was someone you could deal with just a raise of your hands, but now it's hard for them to even raise their hands. Qian Jinren ran away as if crawling aside. He Chang wanted to chase him, but found that the golden light was a little stronger. Ha ha ha! You beast! Today you, Mr. Wu Lai, will do justice for God. Master Wu laughed loudly, poured out more magic power, and his face became paler. He Cheng's expression remained unchanged, holding an umbrella and standing motionless in the sun. More than half an hour passed, Jinren Qian had disappeared, and Jinren Wu fell into a coma. Bang! He Cheng jumped up, and just half a step later, he suddenly turned around, grabbed a big stone on the ground, and threw it at him. Wu Jinren, who had just passed out, opened his eyes immediately. He couldn't turn his head. He was hit in the chest by his head and vomited blood. You are not an ordinary zombie. How could a zombie be so cautious and know how to test? Even his idiot nephew probably wouldn't have thought of it. He Chang said nothing and stood under the shade of the tree with an umbrella. A quarter of an hour passed, and He Chang moved forward again. Good beast. Wu Jinren's lips seemed to have been smeared with flour and his cheeks were frosted, making him look like a dead person. Looking at the zombie standing in front of him, Wu Jinren had already prepared the magic handprints, but he was no longer able to pick them up. The fangs rushed toward him with corpse aura. Wu Jinren's neck hurt and his consciousness suddenly darkened. But in my heart, I breathed a sigh of relief and felt a bit of relief. He Chang took a bite and saw that the experience bar seemed to be filled with water. It filled up in the blink of an eye and then sprang out again. Upgrade 4 times in a row to reach level 10, and you are still just shy of reaching level 11.
A Taoist master can bring more benefits than just this. The spiritual blood was sucked into the mouth. Although Wu Zhenren wasted a lot of blood, the rest also brought benefits to Yi Chang. Physique skyrocketed.
At +3, his fingers can already move slightly. At +4, it is not difficult to bend the knees of both legs.
It didn't stop until +5. Wu Zhenren had already been sucked and fucked.
He let go of his hands, skinny and bones, and fell to the ground in a bloody shirt. With this look, it would be difficult to turn into a zombie. His strength has increased several times, and he dares to fight against the vixen again. He Chang casually grabbed Wu Zhenren's cloth bag and put it into his diagonal bagua yellow cloth bag. He also took out a green felt hat from the carriage and put it on his head, as if it belonged to the Taoist boy Alpha.
I opened my legs and jumped into the sunset step by step. Wang Wanwan's family has hundreds of acres of fertile land. 2 generations of our ancestors were engaged in business and made a lot of money. There are 36 people in total. Taoist master Mao Shanming?
Wang Wanwan's family lined up on both sides of the stone lion, forming a large formation and watching a downcast man wearing thin pants running from a distance. The young man who corresponded with Mao Shanming met Wang Wanwan and greeted him with a displeased look on his face.
Taoist priest, what are you?
Ahem, there was a thief on the road and my clothes were stolen.
Do you have any clothes?
Please help me cover my shame.
The young man looked at Wang Wanwan,
and when he saw the boss nodding, he responded, yes.
Mao Shanming put on a brand new shirt and quickly got into work mode.
He set up the incense table, grabbed the wooden sword on the table and shook his head slightly, as if he was not good at it.
He was just shaking his head and guessing the next asking price, hesitating again and again.
In order to show that he had gained the status of an expert, he decided not to talk about money.
Talking about money is worse than cheating for money. People don't know how to bargain when giving it. Is this Mr. Mao okay? Why do I think he doesn't even have any clothes?
Wang Baiwan grabbed the guy who was communicating, and Mao Shanming looked really unreliable. When I went there, Taoist master Mao Shanming was moving the graves of his ancestors.
I'm sure he's an expert. If you are not an expert, I will kill you. Money also means power. Wang Wanwan holds the financial lifeline of the family of 36 people. He is the emperor of this family.
The young man nodded and bowed, patting his chest in assurance. Taoist priest, ever since our family built this new house, someone would throw them out of bed every day while sleeping.
It's probably haunted. Even though we invited many experts to solve it, we couldn't solve it. Mao Shanming smiled hee and said, who told you not to invite me earlier? Don't worry.
When the foil is danced, ordinary people find it gorgeous.
Mao Shanming ran into the room and closed the door.
He opened his mouth and let the 2 brats escape from his mouth.
Uncle Ming, your mouth smells so bad.
Yes, I'm going to be smoked to death. The 2 wisps of smoke flying out of Mao Shanming's mouth fell to the ground and turned into 2 imps, one tall and one short.
You 2 brats.
Mao Shanming's sword was raised, like a ruler's deterrent effect on apprentices, sealing the mouths of the 2 ghosts.
Pretend to be more realistic later, we'll make money and leave.
Yes, Uncle Ming, there was a lot of fighting and ping-pong in the house, and Wang Wanwan and others in the yard heard the excitement, but they couldn't see anything.
Quick! Give me cinnabar.
Mao Shanming nimbly threw the 2 fish out, holding a wooden sword and shouting at Wang Wanwan.
Cinnabar.
The servant handed over the cinnabar.
Not this. Mao Shanming raised his hand and knocked over the cinnabar box. Do you have any banknotes?
This ghost is a bit fierce. I need the cinnabar on the official seal to suppress evil spirits. Mao Shanming's chest rose and fell, as if he was exhausted.
Money? Yes. Wang Wanwan took out a 50 yuan bill from his arms and handed it over.
Hey, he's quite rich. Mao Shanming twitched the corner of his mouth, but his words were serious. Wait for me to try. Xiaobao, who looked like a 5 or 6-year-old child, was carried out with a money note on his forehead, shaking from time to time as if he was being electrocuted. No, the official seal is not powerful enough.
Do you have more money? Bigger?
Yes. There had been 2 waves of masters before, and they were beaten to pieces without even touching the ghost's face. Now that he finally saw the ghost, Wang Wanwan saw that he had hope of conquering them, so naturally he would not be reluctant to give up money.
Wow, 500 yuan. It's big enough. Mao Shanming's eyes widened and he couldn't close his mouth.
He picked up 2 pieces of 500 yuan and placed them on the heads of the big and small ghosts one after another. The ghosts, big and small, got the signal and stood still.
Is there a wine jar? Bring one.
Mao Shanming took the wine jar, raised his hand to take the two ghosts in, and quietly collected 3 banknotes.
Now that the ghost has been conquered, it's time for me to leave.
That's not right, Taoist Master Mao. The ghost inside is a female ghost. Wang Baiwan grabbed Mao Shanming's wrist and pulled him to prevent him from leaving.
A female ghost? Mao Shanming was riding a tiger and couldn't get off.
There was really a ghost in the room, and he couldn't deal with it. A gust of dark wind blew up, and Mao Shanming and all the ghosts were swallowed into the room.
A few minutes later, help! Help!
Seeing Mao Shanming fleeing hastily, Wang Baiwan sighed, and he really met another charlatan. He spent a lot of money to build this house, so it would be a pity to lose it. The house deeds, land deeds, and the second son's wedding room are all here.
What should I do, Sai? He Chang held an umbrella and walked quickly.
Although he was in a running posture, his one foot bounced on the ground as if he were stepping on a flying swallow, floating as if he were flying. He turned his clothes inside out and wore a Bagua diagram on the back of his apricot yellow Taoist robe, with yin and yang fish buttons on the inside. People wearing ordinary clothes and traveling in such a hurry are likely to be feared. If they were transformed into Taoist priests, they would definitely be revered as the true immortals of the land.
Moreover, there was no intention in mind.
Wearing Taoist robes would be like fishing in troubled waters. Maybe you would meet a Taoist monk with bad eyesight and think you are a Taoist.
Friends, we can also have a meat meal.
Following the spiritual blood on the ground, I saw the carriage seal intercepting the blood. Let him escape, He Cheng exhaled alas, and the corpse poison hit the weeds on the roadside and died. If he kills Master Qian, he might be able to advance to another 4 levels in a row, and his body might become as flexible as a living person. He is not worried about Jinren Qian's revenge.
Anyone who is a Taoist priest wants to kill him when they see him. It doesn't matter whether he has enemies or not.
It's a pity that the great master just ran away and followed him all the way.
It's late afternoon.
As the yang energy declined, the corpse energy in the body revived, and it was at this time that He Cheng's level 10 abilities were revealed. Jump higher, run faster, and be stronger. A dog barking woof, woof, woof could be heard in the distance. After taking a few steps closer, the dog was too frightened to move.
What should I do?
In the wild mountains and forests, there was a young man riding a high-pole foreign car on the road. He was the young man who was sent by Wang Wanwan to find the master before. After finding a parallel importer, he was also deprived of the right to dinner.
Wang Wanwan ordered him to go out quickly to find the master to exorcise ghosts.
The house was haunted, and the Wang family was so frightened that they did not dare to sleep in the house. The young man was not glad that he didn't have to see ghosts, but he was afraid of being intercepted due to the recent horse thieves.
How should I find this expert?
Just as he sighed, he saw a yellow figure land on one foot. It bounced as high as a tree branch, landed on the ground and bounced again. It was no slower than him riding a rickshaw. Wearing an apricot yellow Taoist robe, wearing a Bagua green felt hat, holding a Bagua yellow cloth bag diagonally across his head, and holding a Yin Universe paper umbrella. This way of traveling in this outfit, who dares to say that this is not an expert?
Master! Master, wait for me.
He Cheng caught a glimpse of a cyclist in the distance and thought that ordinary people would be of little help to him, so he planned to go around them. Who would have thought that the man would pedal his bicycle desperately to catch up? He Cheng fell to the ground, his feet pressed out of the earth pit, and his back was turned to the young man without saying a word. The young man just thought it was because the master was acting strangely. Master, Taoist priest, our family has been attacked by an evil spirit. We have invited masters 3 times, but they couldn't fight the ghost. Now, master, I have been asked to come out to look for help.
Master, please do it. Help us.
Our master, Wang Wanwan, has countless fertile farmland, and we will never let you get rid of it in vain.
Looking for zombies to catch ghosts?
He Cheng turned his back to the young man and shook his head. This young man was really whimsical.
Ghosts have a sense of territory.
They stay in one place for a long time, not because they are doing evil, but because they are bound by the bones and unable to move.
As a zombie, why would he step into other people's territory and ask for trouble?
Seeing Yi Cheng raising his feet to jump, the young man added there was a Taoist priest named Ma Shanming before, but he was chased away by ghosts.
Taoist priest, why don't you go and take a look? Mao Shanming?
Yi Cheng glanced at the ugly word Mao Shanming written on the lower right corner of the red cloth strip, tore up the strip and motioned for the young man to lead the way.
If you can't catch Jinren, you won't lose if you can catch Mao Shanming.
The young man happily turned the front of the truck around, thinking he had found a real person, but he didn't know that he was actually an evil spirit. Along the way, the young man found that the Taoist priest next to him was silent. Or rather, he could not speak. No matter what he asked, he only nodded and shook his head. The sky was getting dark, and He Cheng held an umbrella again. The shadow blocked his entire face, and only his white chin and white beard could be seen. I guessed that this should be an elderly Taoist priest.
Is this Taoist master Mao Shanming's senior brother? No matter whether it succeeds or not this time, we finally have a good relationship.
The young man relaxed in his heart. He would be frightened when he met ghosts while walking at night, but he would be dead if he met a horse bandit. What surprised the young man was that the yellow-robed Taoist priest was very capable in rushing. He was riding a foreign car and he was able to keep up with the other party without falling behind. Moreover, after riding and dancing for so long, I didn't even hear the Taoist priest breathing heavily.
Awesome, really awesome.
On a hilltop more than 10 miles away from Wang village, a man with 4 eyes was crawling in the grass, looking into the distance with a homemade telescope.
Captain, what are you looking at?
A voice came next to his ear, and Ah Chang knew it must be Ah Fu even without raising his head.
Look at the beauty. Looking at the beauty?
Ah Fu's voice rose 3 times. The people in ambush around him suddenly raised their heads and stared at Ah Chang with straight eyes.
Ah Chang! You dare to look at a beautiful woman.
Ah Fu yelled, oh, and then threatened, show me, or I'll tell Uncle Gio.
You damn fat man, okay, here you go.
Ah Fu took the binoculars with satisfaction, only to see a young man riding a rickshaw more than 10 miles away, followed by zombies wearing yellow clothes and holding umbrellas.
What is the jumping thing not a zombie? Could it be that he is a god? Watching Uncle Gio use his moves all year round, he could guess 1, 2, or 3.
Ah Fu scratched the back of his head, but Ah Chang snatched the binoculars away. Ah Fu was just about to get angry when he saw an upright and majestic middle-aged man standing behind him. Uncle Nine, Ah Fu said hello, and the other party responded with a soft "hm." Ah Chang was holding a telescope with a gloating look on his face, and was winking at Ah Fu.
Taoist priest, master, here we come.
Stopping the foreign car with his foot, the young man jumped out, holding onto the handlebar and entered the palace. The stone lion is as tall as a man, with one mouth roaring and the other stepping on a hydrangea.
This thing is more powerful than the door god.
If it were in a peaceful and prosperous age, monsters would never dare to move when they see the stone lion. These are troubled times, and the mighty stone lion is just a decoration.
Taoist master, just call me Xiao Chang. Please wait a moment, I'll call the master. He Chang held up the umbrella and nodded slightly.
The paper umbrella was held down so low that Xiao Chang could not see his face at all.
Master, I've invited the master back for you. Xiao Chang happily knocked on the door.
The vermilion door is half a person tall, with gold-painted doornails in 6 rows and 6 columns.
There are pepper pictures on the left and right doors.
The Zhao picture is also called the head of the shop.
The head of the shop holds a ring. The embossed dragon and lion hold a ring in its mouth.
When a guest asks the host if he is at home, he only needs to knock the ring, and the host will open the door when he hears it. After a heavy creak sound, a man and a woman came out. The man is wearing a short coat and the woman is wearing a long skirt.
They should be servants. Cheng Zi, if you find another idiot this time, I will definitely beat you to death.
The maid held a red paper lantern with King written on it in her hand, and the male servant held a kerosene lamp. It was getting dark and naturally the red lantern at the gate was lit. Xiao Chang smacked his chest and promised, "Don't worry, I saw this expert, he can jump as high as a tree branch." He raised his hand to sign, and the other 2 people naturally didn't believe him.
It doesn't matter to you, just talk to the master yourself.
Xiao Chang nodded, confessed to Yi Chang, and led him into the house.
Fragrant. The fragrance of human beings, the fragrance of blood.
Passing by the male and female servants, Yi Chenghao could not hold back and started killing. Now that he's here, he naturally has the intention of going on a killing spree, but it's a pity that Bai Zi's name is on his head, and it's useless to kill him if he doesn't hate him. Maybe when he reveals his true face and turns into a zombie, he will become a mortal enemy in an instant.
Heezy, do you feel that the Taoist priest is a bit scary? The maid quietly approached the male servant and said furtively, he is so sinister.
When I look at him, I feel like my heart will pop out of my throat.
My heart jumped out of my chest? Really?
I touched the male servant smiled and raised his hand to touch her heart.
Oh, get out of here.
The maid's cheeks were red and she slapped away the outstretched hand. Taoist priest, this is our master. Xiao Chang introduced Yi Chang into the courtyard.
Wang Baiwan, who was wearing a gown while his wife was serving him, yawned, what's going on? I'm already lying down. There were not many entertainment programs in this era.
After being tricked by a fake master named Mao Shanming during the day, Wang Wanwan had a fight with his little wife.
As soon as I undressed and lay down, Xiao Cheng came. This is the master I met, an absolute master.
He didn't dare to introduce that this master was related to Mao Shanming. He was really capable. If he was thrown out by the master and offended the master, he would definitely bear a grudge against himself.
Xiao Cheng leaned close to Wang Baiwan's ear. I saw that this master could jump higher than a tree, just like flying in the clouds and mist. When the master heard that there was a ghost here, he took the initiative to come with me and prepare to slay the demons. In the blink of an eye, He Cheng's ability changed again. He raised his voice a bit. Taller than a tree?
Wang Baiwan raised his beard from the corner of his eye and turned to look at the poplar tree in the back room, which was 2 to 3 feet tall. Taoist priest, Wang Wanwan reluctantly swallowed the suspicion in his stomach and moved closer to He Cheng. I saw him wearing a yellow robe and holding a paper umbrella.
I wanted to take a look at his appearance.
The sun had set in the west and it was so dark that I couldn't see clearly with only kerosene lamps and lanterns.
If you can't see it, he won't force it, as long as you can catch ghosts.
What's your price?
Wang Wanwan is not a fool. How can he continue to be defrauded of money?
He Cheng shook his head slightly and talked about money with the zombies.
If he hadn't been strong in resistance, these people would have become inventory in his stomach.
The master seems to be unable to speak, Xiao Cheng explained in front of Wang Baiwan's ear.
Taoist priest's quirks are normal. Wang Wanwan said hee with an awkward smile.
10 oceans, as long as you can help me put away the ghosts in the house. Before he finished speaking, he saw the Taoist priest in yellow robe jump out, as if mounted on an ancient catapult, and shot into the main room.
Are you agreeing or not? Wang Wanwan was really digging.
If Mao Shanming hadn't cheated during the day, it would have been hard to get even 10 yuan, let alone hundreds of yuan.
I must have agreed.
Wang Wanwan was stunned, and then he was naturally delighted. I really met an expert. Xiao Cheng, if I catch a ghost this time, I will reward you with 2 yuan.
Thank you, sir.
Xiao Cheng curled his lips. He broke his leg for 2 yuan, but he bought the foreign car with his own money.
Wang Wanwan, no wonder the servants call him Wang Baixio. He Cheng jumped into the room with an umbrella.
Just now he smelled the evil spirit, which was not as good as Aunt Hua, who had been hanged for hundreds of years, but she was not too weak either.
Zikwa, the door closed tightly with He Cheng's heel. There was no light at all in the room. Why is there a zombie?
White smoke was burning, and a pretty female ghost wearing a long white dress held the silk brocade and frowned at He Cheng. Without the suppression of the sun, the corpse energy returned to fill He Cheng's body. Wearing a Taoist robe and holding a paper umbrella doesn't change the fact that he is a zombie. It is common knowledge in the world that low-level zombies are not intelligent. Level 8 female ghost, Level 6 ghost mother, Level 4 ghost, Level 7 ***, Wu Hong's name is on his head. It seems that the name of zombies being hated by the 3 realms and 6 realms is not just talk.
The one who kills is.
He Cheng jumped out, and the paper umbrella fell out of his hand and spun in the air. The zombie who appeared was not sure what the situation was. He raised his hand to resist, but was pinched by the zombie's hands. He Cheng grabbed her hands, tripped her right leg, blocked her retreat and pushed her down. With a bang, was pushed to the ground.
Dad! The female ghost panicked, and her hands turned into feet and clasped He Cheng's neck. Ghosts and zombies wrestling?
There was no chance of winning. The soft arms were strangling his neck, not attracting any attention at all. He Cheng grabbed the penis, punched it one after another, and beat the penis into the size of a ball as if kneading dough.
Pick it up and swallow it.
The group of people outside can't make as much profit as this ghost. He Cheng still thought, if he had not become a zombie, but an ordinary person, with the ability to fight monsters and upgrades, he would be a general on the battlefield, and he would be an immortal by worshipping his masters.
No matter what, he would be able to mix among the best. Being a zombie means more danger than opportunity. So, be ruthless.
Swallowing the semen in one gulp, the exploding yin chi seemed to be ready to burst through his body. After a few breaths, there was no problem with his body. Strengthening your physical fitness is not just as simple as physical flexibility, but also strengthening your body from the inside out.
You actually killed my father. I want to avenge my father.
I will not only kill your father, but I will also kill you. Raising his hand to grab the white hand on his neck, He Cheng didn't care whether it was smooth or tender. He pulled his right hand to the right and made a fist with his left hand.
The female ghost screamed and bumped into his fist.
A big hole was punched out of his plump chest by a zombie's punch. There was no need for her to be angry, so Yi Chang bent down and clamped the female ghost's legs. Ignoring her shy and angry expression, he folded her into a piece of cake and bit into it. Let me go, I'll never come out again. The female ghost whimpered and begged for mercy. Our family lived here long ago. After our death, Wang Wanwan and his family built a house on our grave. No one feels comfortable being pressed on us, but we just wanted driving them away. No one was killed at all. The ghost mother and the ghost boy knelt on the ground and kowtowed to beg for mercy. This zombie was very powerful and was beyond their family's ability to deal with. Yi Chang was too lazy to talk nonsense about people having their own homes, ghosts having their own homes, and they shouldn't invade each other. He is here to eat ghosts. I want to eat you. After spitting out this sentence, the three ghosts looked blank and obviously did not understand zombie language. Open your mouth and bite down. Yin energy penetrated into the body, and Gulialu was taken away by the system. It sounds like there's a lot of movement inside. Wang Wanwan was sitting on the stone pillar in the courtyard, and his wife was holding onto the silk brocade to wipe his sweat. The servants who were guarding with lanterns glanced at him from time to time, half full of saliva. Slutty fox. The eldest wife has long been an old lady, and her sons are older than Wang Wanwan's younger wife. Naturally, she can't win in the competition for favor. If she can't compete for favor, it doesn't mean that she has given up. If she hadn't been so arrogant, she would have become a cold empress in the Qing palace, living in darkness, and everyone would bully her. It seems that the master is very capable. The noise seems to be those ghosts begging for mercy. The little wife opened her voice sweetly, and the sweet sound made Wang Baiwan wish he could hug his little wife and sleep until dawn. I guess not? The eldest wife twisted her fat waist and snorted coldly, maybe. He is here to make money again. It is known to everyone that our master has a millionaire. Who knows if this is a deliberate move? That Mao Shanming at noon today, have you forgotten? Her words resonated with everyone, and the servants nodded repeatedly. Seeing this, the eldest wife became even more proud. If you want me to say that these deceitful guys were all brought in by Xiao Chang, do you get a commission from the money you cheated? Xiao Chang stood beside him with his head lowered and sweat shaking from his forehead. No, madam, I don't dare. This expert is really the one I invited, and he has real abilities. Didn't you see him fly into the main room just now? When Xiao Chang said this, the other servants nodded secretly. Although Taoist Huang Pao's actions just now were not like those of an immortal, he still has his own abilities. Who dares to say nonsense? You invited this expert. Where are the first few? The eldest wife bit her tongue and refused to let go. Xiao Chang was young and handsome. He usually liked to seduce the little vixen, but he would avoid her when he saw her. Today, he was angry and she wanted to punish him. No, madam, sister, for the sake of our Wang family, Xiao Chang has been running around looking for experts. Which of those ghost catchers wouldn't stand on the grave and sleep in the middle of the night? Others would have been too frightened to move. Xiao Chun can still, sister, why do you still doubt me when I find you? The younger wife can't stand the sarcastic and mean look of the elder wife. She is young and has no say in the family. Now is the best opportunity to win people's hearts. Okay, stop arguing. Wang Baiwan opened his mouth and blocked the eldest wife's newly opened mouth. It's a mule or a horse out for a walk. If the ghost is caught later, Xiao Chang will be rewarded with 20 yuan. If the ghost is not caught, Xiao Chang will be fined 5 years' wages. Hearing this, the eldest wife swallowed down her dissatisfaction. Master, Taoist priest, you must do it. The salary of 1.5 yuan a month, including 2 meals in the morning and evening, 20 yuan is about a year's salary, but with a 5-year penalty, it is just a waste of work. Xiao Chang, who has reached the marriageable age, had already planned to take this year's salary and leave. If he is detained for another 5 years, he will become a bachelor. At that time, everything will be in trouble. Now he can only ask the Taoist priest to be more capable and accept those ghosts. Bang! The wooden door was pushed open, and the Taoist priest in yellow robe holding a paper umbrella walked out of the main room. The master behaves strangely and holds an umbrella even in the dark. After eating a family of ghosts and rising to level 11, Yi Chang's body was a little heavier with yin and corpse energy. The corpse energy was strong, but the body was stiff but still flexible. Looking at the people in the courtyard, it was like having a banquet. Plate after plate of stacked meat was placed, and the aroma was overwhelming. He had just swallowed the ghost and now he was greedy again. Why do I feel that the Taoist priest is a bit scary? A servant who kept a donkey in the circle shrank his neck and did not dare to look at He Chang. The older worker slapped him down, and the servant became shorter. Don't talk nonsense, the master has just taken in the ghost, there must be evil energy in him.
Master, if you come out safely, doesn't it mean that everything will be fine tonight and you can sleep well? Don't be happy, everything is still uncertain.
The older long-term workers are good at pouring cold water on them, but they are not good at doing small servant music or mourning.
Taoist priest, how is the situation inside? Wang Wanwan stood up and asked about the situation in the hall. The yellow-robed Taoist held an umbrella.
It was dark and he couldn't see anything.
Wang Wanwan couldn't see whether he was happy or sad, so it was even harder to guess the answer.
He Chang took a step forward and felt indescribably weird in his heart when he saw Wang Wanwan still leaning towards him. Some weasels send New Year greetings to chickens, but I have never heard of chickens sending New Year greetings to weasels.
It would be a shame not to eat the fat meat that comes to your mouth. Taoist priest.
Xiao Chang, who was standing nearby, suddenly shouted, I know where your companion has gone. Companions? Xiao Chang thought that He Chang and Mao Shanming were companions. A Mao Shanming is comparable to the entire Wang family. Not to mention level experience, the spiritual blood of cultivators is also extremely precious. Taoist Master Mao is walking towards the big woods this afternoon. I guess we have reached the river and the mountains outside the mountains.
Going further will be Fugui town.
You may not meet Taoist Director Mao there. Xiao Chang raised his finger to point in the direction and breathed a sigh of relief when He Chang nodded. Well, Taoist priest, this is prepared for you. Wang Wanwan jumped up and walked to He Chang holding a few dollars. The sinister aura in He Chang was not only noticed by the servants who circled the donkey, but also others. Regardless of whether the ghost was caught or not, Wang Wanwan just wanted to send the ghost away quickly. The fragrance was overflowing, and He Chang naturally didn't want to endure it any longer. He just opened his mouth and was about to bite Wang Wanwan and his family to death.
Is Wang Wanwan here?
The bossy furried boy crossed his arms and stepped into the door. Naturally, He Chang paused.
Who is it? It turns out to be the captain. Do you know that Fugui town is looking for horse thieves?
For the safety of the whole town, I will come to your house to kill the horse thieves.
Draw a dice. Even the young people including Xiao Chang took 2 steps back.
Of course, it's all for the sake of Fugui town, so I took them all away. Wang Wanwan's home is more than 10 miles north of Fugui town, and the horse thieves are robbing him from south to north.
I don't know how it is possible for Fugui town to rob Wang Wanwan.
Wang Wanwan didn't need to send anyone to help at all, but the team leader in charge of the town's security was not a good bird.
If he didn't agree, he might have something bad in his stomach. Eh? This yellow-robed Taoist priest is unfamiliar to me. Who is here?
As soon as the captain took a step forward, he was grabbed by the fat man behind him.
Afyu, what are you doing? Don't you know that there has been a lot of horse thieves recently? If the angry face is a spy, we will be in danger. No, Captain Axiong, the Taoist priest is an expert. He just helped us catch a ghost.
Xiao Chang took 2 steps back and stood between the two of them.
Captain Axiong rolled his eyes and looked down at Wang Baiwan. Catch ghosts? Why don't you find my master? Can't you trust Uncle Gio? No, it's not that we can't trust Uncle Gio.
Wang Baiwan turned around and pulled the silk brocade in his wife's hand to wipe the sweat. Before he built the house, this place was a cemetery. After the house was built, some people said that they had provoked the ghost first. Not only did he want to live in peace, but he was also unwilling to give up the house. Uncle Joe was known for his uprightness and fairness in doing things. If the house was awarded to a ghost, where would he cry? Even if the foundation is dug up and the coffin is pulled out, he is not willing to do it. That's why. The captain continued to press, but the fat man behind him pulled the captain and whispered a few words in his ear. He Chang felt strange since the two entered the house. The leading team leader was Bai Ming. The fat man behind him shivered when he saw him, and his head was red with blood.
Aqiang, I've seen him through your telescope. He's jumping up and down. He's a zombie. Do you have any friends who can vote for recommendations and collect more? Let's try to make more updates. At the expense of my whole body, I can make 10 more updates? You, don't lie to me, you damn fat boy. Really, I don't know when Uncle Gio will come here. After hearing what Axiang said, he looked at the figure holding the umbrella and not moving, feeling a little more confident. Although he was Uncle Joe's apprentice and had just started practicing Qi training, so he was just a parallel importer, he could still detect Yin Qi. Not a zombie, but also an evil heretic. Ahem, one by one, we are going to ambush the horse thieves today, so let's go first.
Achan pretended to be calm and took a step back, but saw the yellow-robed Taoist suddenly take a step forward. The long boots under the yellow robe stepped on the ground, making a loud noise, knocking Xiao Cheng away and rushing to Achan and Afu.
Don't come here, my master will be here soon. Ah Chang's fierce expression and inner turmoil threatened him, and he could no longer hold back his yellow urine.
He Chang didn't hear what the two of them were whispering to each other just now, but he saw the white words on top of Chang's head turn red instantly. Lu Nanguang's familiar face, coupled with Uncle Joe's name, no one would believe him if he said this was not a familiar ghost story. Coupled with the arrival of Mao Shanming, who raised the little ghost, He Chang's guess became certain.
Mr. Fantasy, this is the only possibility.
In the movie, there are horse thieves in Uncle Joe's town who come to kill and rob, but they are ambushed by Uncle Joe and his group in advance. In the end, they are both dead and captured. The witch, who has many abilities that are not inferior to Uncle Nine, finally turned into a ghost.
Although the battle process was thrilling, the result was not unexpected. The superhero in ghost movies is naturally Uncle Nine.
According to some speculations, Uncle Joe is very likely to be one of the most capable people in the world today. Taoist priest Four Eyes, Master Qian, and Master Wu that he has encountered in the past cannot compare with him at all.
Neither Uncle Joe nor the warlock and witch were the ones he wanted to face. Achan?
There was a sudden sound outside the courtyard wall. He Chang stretched out his fangs and paused. He could feel a sense of righteousness.
It's dangerous. He turned around and pulled Achan up.
The furried boy looked bluffing with his fat body, but he couldn't break away from He Chang's hand. He jumped far away, and the corpse energy at night made him jump much higher than during the day. He jumped onto the roof, and the roof paved with fine black tiles was trampled to pieces with a crash.
Taoist, why are you arresting the captain? My roof, my roof! Wang Wanwan shouted distressfully, but watched as the yellow-robed Taoist disappeared without a trace. What happened? The visitor has a square face and a pair of eyebrows.
A string is tied around his head. The sleeves of his dark gray slant-button coat are rolled up on both sides. He walks with his chest held high, and his cloth shoes with a 1,000-layer sole are taken 1 foot or 2 inches at a time.
No more, no less. Uncle Gio, why are you here?
Roofing hadn't finished feeling distressed yet, and unexpectedly saw Uncle Gio arriving.
Master Wan. Uncle Gio nodded. Afu, didn't Achan come with you? Achan was captured by zombies just now. Zombies? Zombies? Uncle Gio was surprised in the front, and everyone in the Wang family was surprised in the back. Wang Wanwan was still holding a few coins in his hand. Where did the zombie come from? Ah Fu, don't be scary. That yellow-robed Taoist priest is a zombie. Ah Fu sighed, secretly thinking that no demons or monsters could be seen with the naked eye. What? It was the Wang family's turn to be shocked. Afu, are you mistaken? The Taoist priest just helped us catch a ghost. That's right, why don't they bite us if they are zombies?
Uncle Gio sniffed, and a light corpse energy rushed in. There really were zombies in this place.
We'll talk about these later. Afu, where did they go?
If a living person is really kidnapped by zombies, it will be very dangerous and must be rescued quickly. After crossing the roof, I guess I went to the mountains outside the river.
It's okay, Uncle Gio, our people are ambushing you over there.
Ah Fu let out a sigh of relief. The kidnapped Da Chang bumped into one of his own. How could he not be rescued?
Those are zombies. Uncle Gio sighed. He didn't have the ability to climb over the roof.
He took out 2 copper coins from his arms, rubbed them and put them in front of his eyes. Suddenly a pair of footprints appeared in front of me, crossing the roof.
No matter how many people the zombies encounter, they will still win.
Looking at this zombie again, he is probably of high moral character.
No matter how many people there are, they will die. I'm going to chase the zombies to save Achan. When Afu comes back, stay here.
I'll check if anyone else has been infected with corpse poison later.
Yes, Uncle Nine.
Putting on his copper coin glasses, Uncle Joe chased him all the way. He was halfway through when he heard a cry for help.
Master, I'm here, Achan. Uncle Joe stopped and looked at the zombie's footprints moving continuously into the distance.
He wanted to chase after him, but found that something was wrong with his apprentice.
You were bitten by a zombie? That zombie was weird. After he caught me and ran here, he bit me and then ran away. Achan shouted ouch. Master, I don't want to die, please save me. This.
Uncle Joe was determined to chase the zombies, but he saw that his apprentice Ah-Chang's eyes were black, and it was obvious that the corpse poison was attacking his heart, so he had to give up and continue chasing. I didn't expect to bump into Uncle Joe. A small river blocked He Chang's way. It's not that he can't kill Ah-Chang, it's that he can't kill Ah-Chang. A wounded person on the battlefield has to drag a soldier to rescue him. If Ah-Chang is killed, not to mention Uncle Joe fighting desperately to kill him, Uncle Joe will definitely pursue him without any burden. He could feel the danger even before he met Uncle Joe. It seemed that Uncle Joe was more capable than Jinren Xian. Wouldn't that mean he had to go up to level 30? The life of a street rat is not easy, and it seems like there is no end in sight as it runs around. But he still had to continue killing. Even if he hid and ran for his life, he would never get ahead. The improvement in his strength in the past few days made him feel even more like this. Whoever wants my life will be killed by me. Zombies love the earth and are afraid of fire and water. A small river is like a boiling oil pan. Even high-level zombies would not dare to cross the river. He Chang naturally has no such worries. As he approached the river, He Chang lowered his head and saw his own reflection in the water. He had already collected the paper umbrella and tucked it under his arm. The apricot yellow robe was a little too small. He took off his felt hat, and his black hair was as wild as if it had been electrified. The hairline of the princes of the Qing dynasty was worrying, and when a person dies and turns into a zombie, except for his teeth and fingernails, nothing else grows. There is no way he could have had any other hairstyle before his death. How come he has long hair after his death? Wow! If you don't understand, no one can ask. He Chang waded through the river, jumped into the river and slowly walked towards the other side of the river. The zombies were moving slowly in front, and the fish behind them were all dead. The dead fish drifted away along the river. Roar! As soon as they stood firm on the shore, the two men suddenly jumped out. The steel knife struck He Chang's body, Stabla split his Taoist robe, and Ding the knife hit him and sparked sparks. Sneak attack? Looking for death. He Chang glanced at the two of them, raised his hands, and struck out the heart with a black tiger move. Ding! Even when my hand hit the person's chest, it made a clanking sound. God fight? He Chang's face was expressionless, but his chest suddenly lifted. He had seen Mao Shanming's Zhu Yushu and invited the lame patriarch, but it was not enough to fight. The zombie in the movie also encountered the furied Taoist priest who turned him into a monster with human body and elephant power. He beat him into a soft-footed shrimp with 3 punches and 2 kicks. This was the first time he saw the indestructible god. Level 5 Horse Thief, Level 6 Horse Thief, I unexpectedly met you here. The warlocks and witches in the movie will use this evil magic to make people invulnerable. Only with righteous energy can the evil be defeated. Chicken blood, boy's urine, and black dog blood containing righteousness are all treasures for destroying evil. These things are useful for evil magic, but they are more harmful to He Chang. There is also a clumsy trick to induce blood with blood, which has little effect but has a miraculous effect in suppressing evil. It's a pity that He Chang is a zombie, his body is dry and there is no blood left. Zombies are inherently evil. How to defeat the evil? Destroy evil with force. The toothless steel knife hit He Chang and caused sparks. Apart from tearing the yellow robe and making it more tattered, it did not cause any harm at all. He Chang jumped up and took out his hands, like 2 long worms exploding from the river. He was so fast that he caught up with the 2 horse thieves in the blink of an eye. Although he was a zombie, his wrists were flexible. He turned left and right, grabbed the 2 horse thieves' left and right hands, and smashed them hard. The 2 horse thieves were immediately pushed to the ground by him. It's not a human, it's a zombie. The 2 horse thieves looked at each other and saw the shock in their companions' eyes. Dare you compete with a zombie? Grandpa, I'm thick and hard. He Chang stepped on his chest with both feet and pulled his left and right hands back. Ah! The screams broke through the breeze beside the river, and 2 arms were torn off. The blood surged wildly and was stained with blood. The 2 horse thieves were suddenly weakened by the method. He Chang took the opportunity to lower his mouth and gritted his teeth to suck the blood. The progress bar of physique only increased from 3% to 4%. 2 level 5 living people with blood all over their bodies didn't help much. Ah! A woman's wailing voice came from a distance. After beating the younger one and the older one came, He Changgang raised his head and saw 2 black dragons protruding from the ground, digging a hole of 3 or 2 inches in the earth, rapping him until he completely lost sight of his eyes. Damn zombies! He speaks Mandarin very poorly, like a foreigner. He lost in one move and didn't even see who the opponent was.
Uncle Joe helped Achang back to Wang's house. Wang Wanwan's whole family was sitting in the yard waiting. Uncle Joe, you are back. Is there any misunderstanding between us?
Wang Wanwan has lived a shrewd life all his life. Uncle Joe is very capable and upright, and everyone in the town knows it, but the other Taoist priest in yellow robe is also very capable.
He can reach the roof in one leap. If he is misunderstood because of the Wang family, Wang Wanwan will have to live in fear in the future.
No misunderstanding. Uncle Joe helped Achang sit down and pointed at his apprentice's neck. Achang did hit a zombie.
Ask someone to get some glutinous rice and ashes from the pot. Now tell me everything in detail. Xiao Chang, hurry up and go. The little wife winked at Xiao Chang. Xiao Chang woke up and immediately nodded and left. The first few times I found a straw bag, and then I found a zombie. The consequences for Xiao Chang can be imagined. It is true that he must run for his life quickly. After quietly returning to the room, Xiao Chang held a letter from his mother under the pillow. It's better to join brother Chu Lu and work as a handyman for the commander than to be skinned by the master. Let's not mention that Xiao Chang ran away overnight. On the other side, Wang Baiwan told the whole story in the Wang family compound. This is indeed suspicious. The zombies don't suck blood or hurt people. Instead, they help you catch ghosts. Uncle Joe walked into the main room under Wang Baiwan's fearful gaze.
Use one hand to pinch and calculate, and the other hand to poke left and right. He was stepping on the bagua steps under his feet, and he walked very skillfully for more than 10 steps. If there was white lime sprinkled on the ground, you could see him stepping on the bagua steps.
Mr. Wang, the Yin energy here was very strong before.
There must be ghosts, and there is more than one ghost. Uncle Joe walked out of the hall and agreed with Wang Wanwan's previous words. However, the ghost has been eliminated. It is not a salvation.
It should be eaten by zombies. Zombies eat ghosts? Ah Fu supported Ah Chang and asked. Not only can zombies eat ghosts, but ghosts can also eat black cats and crows, and even humans can eat them. Ghosts can kill people, but they only lose their bodies and leave only 3 souls and 7 souls in the world. People also have 3 souls and 7 souls, so why can't they eat them? What are the benefits of eating ghosts, Uncle Joe? Ah Fu asked. No good. Uncle Joe raised his eyebrows. Some Nanyang warlocks, who are evil, will eat ghost spells to enhance their cultivation, and people will become crazy and have perverse personalities.
Moreover, eating ghosts will completely dissipate the soul, which is an evil thing that interrupts people's reincarnation and damages their moral character. Wang Wanwan paid no attention to the matter of eating ghosts and gods, and asked, that Taoist priest just now. No, is he a human or a ghost? Of course it's a zombie. Ah Fu opened a Chang's neck, and there was no connection between the hideous black blood hole and the master holding a yellow umbrella and wearing a zodiac robe. This zombie reminds me of a zombie that my fellow junior once said. Uncle Joe frowned and looked at Ah Chang's body that suddenly turned black, his eyes full of corpse poison at an unprecedented speed. He once encountered a corpse escort team that had been going to the Qing dynasty. There was a zombie in it, which seemed to have human intelligence. And the corpse poison is extremely powerful. I hope they are the same one, otherwise the people will be in danger. Why hasn't Nuomi come yet? I'm about to die. Ah Qian was in low spirits. He felt numb in his chest and couldn't jump. He couldn't help but feel anxious. Yeah, who's going to get the glutinous rice? It's Xiao Chang? It's broken. This kid has definitely run away. A group of servants ran to the kitchen, but they didn't see Xiao Chang. When I returned to my residence, I found that Xiao Chang had packed up his clothes and ran away. A cave, 5 or 6 miles away from the mountain. Outside the mountain, the cave is cold and damp, breeding snakes, rats, insects and ants, which is very disgusting. 4 or 5 men in black robes spoke in Nanyang dialect, but Gulialu couldn't hear what they were talking about. There were 2 mummies lying on the ground. One had a broken left arm and the other had a broken right hand. They were the 2 horse thieves killed by He Chang. Walk about 4 or 5 steps inside. He Chang's clothes were torn off and he was lying in a pit covered in white hair. There was a large red-crowned chicken head pressed against his forehead, and chicken blood lay all over his face, making him unable to move. Scorpions, poisonous snakes, centipedes, toads, and spiders crawled all around. Although his body was suppressed, his consciousness was still awake. He could see the level 22 witch and chanted with tears, "It's useless to kill him because he's a zombie. Let me refine his corpse and go to Fuguay town. I took the money and gave him. You give me a grand burial." He Chang tried to resist, but his arms couldn't twist his thighs. He heard clearly that the witch wanted to raise a medicine corpse. The medicine corpse is more famous than the medicine Jiangtu of Nanyang General, who is responsible for the three major evil arts in Southeast Asia. 5 poisons: scorpions, poisonous snakes, centipedes, toads, and spiders are put into a jar, and they eat each other, and finally become a medicine. It is called the 5 poisons. Those who survive will writhe and wail to death in very painful circumstances. The method of refining medicine corpse is similar but more complicated. The resulting corpse is indestructible and contains highly poisonous substances. If touched, it will fall down. The witch confidently spread the 5 poisons, but then she saw one after another poisonous insects approaching He Chang, and then they turned their belly to the sky. All dead. Zombies covered with white hair lay in the pit, surrounded by poisonous insect corpses. The witch bent down and picked up a dead spotted snake. She tore the snake's body off with both hands, and black blood dripped down. What a powerful corpse poison! Her eyes glowed green, looking at the zombies on the ground as if she had seen a rare treasure. The rooster head that was pressing on He Chang's forehead was removed, and without any restraint, he stood up immediately. Zombies have no shame, just run away first. Ghost, when I escape, I will kill you. The witch blocked his path. The black hair on his head surges like a long snake. When He Chang was tied up again, he was like a strong man stuck in the ring of fingers, and it was difficult for him to move because of his black hair. He also understood now that the oolong that attacked him earlier turned out to be the witch's hair, which was really good. Go! The witch raised her hand to grab it, and there was a vicious ghost with a vicious face in her hand. Level 3 wandering ghost. It should be the low-grade stuff from mass graves. God is also fair to ghosts. They are low-level and can be invisible and can use illusions. It is difficult for Taoists to catch them. He Chang usually walked by the graves in the wilderness, and wild ghosts would hide away when they saw him. It was clearly a time of war, but he had seen very few ghosts. He is only unfriendly to zombies, but He Chang has long been used to it. God hates ghosts. The witch threw the evil ghost in front of He Chang, and the evil ghost was bound and unable to break free. An ugly face began to act mischievously, with its tongue hanging out, and centipedes and white maggots lying on it. Pustules appeared on the tongue and the tongue coating turned yellow. Getting angry, brother He Chang smiled, this ghost should have no IQ, zombies are afraid of ghost faces? The witch chanted a curse in her mouth, and the force that bound He Chang became stronger. People are knives and servants, and I am fish and meat. He was also open-minded, but he thought in his heart that if you can't kill me, I will kill you one day. Being a zombie means you have to be happy with your grudges, and a heroic corpse is also a good way to survive. The witch's curse was finally finished. The black fingernails pointed at He Chang, and the evil ghost turned into light and penetrated into his body. The zombie is the body and the evil ghost is the soul. The monster created is ferocious, vicious, intelligent, and powerful. Zibuyu states, the human soul is good and the soul is evil, the human soul is spiritual but the soul is stupid, the soul dominates the human body, and when the soul leaves the human body, it will become a zombie. It is possible that zombies have no souls. This possibility will mostly appear in high-level zombies, while most low-level zombies have no souls. Low-level zombies are corpses that have not decayed for many years. In addition, yin qi is causing trouble. It is the natural principle of heaven and earth to seek yang qi to achieve a balance between yin and yang. Therefore, low-level zombies will chase people when they are driven by yin qi and corpse qi. It is completely feasible to use ghosts as souls and zombies as bodies, so as to achieve the perfect combination of wisdom and strength. However, this fierce ghost shouldn't be very smart. It seems that it is common for the zombie family's wisdom to be ridiculed, so just get used to it. Regardless of how the time traveled, whether the consciousness or the soul arrived in this corpse, there will be no good results if evil spirits get into his body. The yin qi entered the body, and before He Chang could react, the experienced tank started to stir up, digesting the evil ghost in an instant. A few drops of experience made no waves. The witch was surprised. The evil ghost just now lost contact with her. Could it be? What a baby, what a baby! A disgusting woman with maggots in her mouth shouted baby around a man with a bare buttocks and white hair. The scene was a bit disgusting. The witch only thinks that the ghost's cultivation level is too low and the 3 souls and 7 souls are incomplete. To strengthen the corpse like this, it is natural to strengthen the soul. She reached out and grabbed it from her cloak, and pulled out another ghost. Good baby! This time it was He Chang's turn to be amazed. He watched with his own eyes as the witch took out ghosts and poisonous insects from her cloak. Maybe it was really a treasure.
Level 7 Hanged Ghost.
He has a long tongue that hangs down to his navel, a rosy nose, a mustache, a body like a ribs, and a pigtail whip. He is in his 30s or 40s, with a face that looks like he failed the imperial examination and was unhappy.
You witch, why are you arresting a young man?
He also spoke politely.
Go! How could the witch care about him?
He started chanting the mantra again, but he couldn't understand what he was saying. The scholar hanged ghost hovered in front of He Chang.
The surname of Xiao Shang is Sunday. The grandson of grandson is not the grandson of grandson.
He is the grandson of the art of war. This eldest brother has a great surname. He Chang couldn't move, it didn't prevent him from showing his corpse teeth. It turns out to be a zombie, so disrespectful. Sun Xiaotsai closed his mouth, but his tongue was still hanging out.
How can ghosts and zombies chat? According to ghosts, I can still be reincarnated. Can you be a zombie?
After reciting the curse again, the hanged long-tongued ghost got into He Chang's body. The intelligent ghosts were indeed different, and they were so frightened that they screamed wow. Unfortunately, when it enters the body, it is just a ball of walking yin qi.
After the yin qi is digested, it is still experience. Gone again?
The witch felt more and more weird in her heart. She reached out and scratched He Chang's body, and she actually made a cut. As a zombie, apart from those mahogany swords, it was the first time He Chang saw someone hurt himself so easily. But after a while, the wound healed a lot on its own. Before the contact, the zombie had long hair. It seems that the constitution has awakened the body's self-healing ability. The witch didn't understand that, she was just astonished. Judging by the impatient look on her face, I'm afraid she doesn't want to wait any longer, so she's going to make a bigger move. The black cloak was swung whirring, and one ghost after another was captured and fixed in front of He Chang. Hanged ghosts, skinned ghosts, starved ghosts, you name it. Those with rotten bellies, those with intestinal tracts, those with bulging heads, and those with raised ears, there is no shortage of them all.
Hey ah!
The witch started chanting the curse again. The faster she chanted, the faster she chanted. The ghosts turned into black light and penetrated into He Chang's body.
Oh, guys, yeah, the screams that were full of ghosts in my head made He Chang very irritated.
This is how a duck feels when he's in a meeting. The system digested them one by one, and He Chang's body control was not taken away. However, the witch smiled disgustingly. She still sensed that the connection with the ghost was not broken. Walk! The witch untied her hair, and He Chang jumped twice as she pleased.
Seeing this, she was very satisfied. Follow me into Fuguei Town. As long as the vicious zombies kill people and infect everyone in Fuguei Town with corpse poison, who can stop him?
It's a pity that this witch doesn't recognize a certain vixen who has entered reincarnation, and doesn't know the consequences of manipulating zombies to attack the village. He Chang was wrapped in a black robe, and the moonlight was shining brightly on the top of the tree. He Chang Nan could not move at all with his hair still tied up, and it seemed that the witch did not trust him. Get on your horse.
3 or 5 horse thieves yelled wow wow wow, showing the momentum of thousands of troops. Horse hooves kicked the ground, dust flew into the air, and several horse thieves headed towards Fuguei Town to kill fiercely.
Just after crossing the river and the mountains beyond the mountains, a wooden pile wall suddenly popped up on the wide road.
Quickly retreat! There is an ambush.
The witch didn't expect to prepare for a long time, and the people in Fuguei Town were not stupid either. Unexpectedly, there were shouts of kill, horse thief, from behind, and they were already surrounded. The horse thieves had no choice but to escape through a small road, but they didn't know that the villagers behind them, who were shouting happily, were happy to see them fall into the ambush trap. The witch rode in front, taking He Chang along at a gallop. The 2 horse thieves at the back were unlucky and were knocked off their horses by the wooden pier with which they were tied.
I don't want to face Uncle Joe here.
Afraid of what might happen, the witch grabbed He Chang and threw him into the crowd of people coming back.
Boy, you must have been ambushed, hee hee.
Several young men with tiger head knives and straw sticks in their mouths emerged from the dense forest and blocked He Chang. One of them looked familiar, Ah Fu, who had discovered He Chang's identity before. At this time, he apparently mistook He Chang for a horse thief and had not yet discovered that he was a zombie.
How could He Chang care about him?
A witch could beat him so hard that he couldn't fight back. Uncle Gio would come later.
Wouldn't he be willing to die? Tough. Do you know who was covering up in Fuguei Town?
With the back of the knife on his shoulder, Ah Fu spit out the straw stick.
The people around me started cheering. Yes, do you know who is the boss? The ambush traps knocked down 2 and dropped 1.
A small team went over to deal with the other 2 horse thieves, and the one left behind was the spoils of Afu and the other 5 people. They looked relaxed and determined that the person in front of them was surrounded and unable to fly.
The man in black robe stood but did not move.
Afu, I'm afraid this guy is from Laos and doesn't understand our language.
Then he's still standing there? Kill him. If the threat fails, it will be cut down.
He is also a master who reacts quickly. The thick-backed sword held the blade, and the 5 people drew a circle and surrounded He Chang tightly. He was juggling the techniques of the 5 tiger soul-severing swords. This sword technique also has its origins. It is said that in the early years, when Uncle Joe was studying feng shui, he bumped into a dark boy on the road. The man named Sha was a good spearman. Many of Uncle Joe's kung fu techniques benefited from it. I heard that he is a master in Hebei, and his best one is the 5 tigers soul-severing spear, and the 5 tigers soul-severing knife is a low-level trick transferred from him. But if He Chang's thick-backed broadswords were used to slash the wind, if this was just a rudimentary skill, then the 5 tigers soul-severing spear would be so powerful.
Come die.
The 2 people on the left and right gritted their teeth, and the sound came out from the bulging cheeks and squeezed out from the gaps between the teeth. Their eyes were round and their neck tendons were bulging/swollen.
Ding ding.
He Chang raised his hand and took the initiative to meet the 2 swords on the left and right. The white hair on the back of the hand was curved and pressed against the skin, and was finely buckled.
When it hit the blade, sparks exploded out.
He fished it out with his backhand, one left and one right, and 2 knives were caught in his hand.
Hey! Yeah!
The 2 people behind him hit his neck with knives, one on the left and the other on the right. The black cloak couldn't resist the sharp knives and was cut open, revealing the white hair.
What kind of monster is this? It can't be cut.
By chance, a voice came from a distance. They are warlocks. Uncle Joe said that you can hurt them by drawing blood.
Don't cut them, but drag them.
Not far away, 2 horse thieves were killed and they were almost exhausted. The unibrowed Uncle Joe was dragging a tiger-headed sword on his back, slashing people and killing enemies with all his sword skills.
Use blood to attract blood? Watch me chop him in half. Fu bit off the belly of his finger and wiped it on the blade.
The man in black in front of him was pulling his companion's knife from left to right, with the knife pressed on his neck. He was motionless.
It was the time for him to take action.
He really has an indomitable momentum to split Huashan Mountain with one move. The cloak covering his head was split open, and the sparks slid down from the top of his head to his chest, revealing his long white-haired face and wild black hair.
There are also corpse teeth sticking out. Zombies. Fu was stunned. Zombies?
The other 4 people who asked the question were also stunned. The horse thieves robbed and killed people, so why did they drag out zombies? Using blood to induce blood, encountering zombies can only cause madness. Uncle Joe had just cut the horse thief's neck, but he saw the last man in black robe broke the big knife and broke it like celery, killing several people with a simple click.
Fu.
The cloth shoes stomped on the ground, and using the trick of raising his body lightly, Uncle Joe jumped up into the air and jumped half a foot high to save people.
You wanna die. 2 black dragons that came from nowhere entangled his feet.
Uncle Joe was dragged to the ground and watched as Fu also died tragically at the hands of the man in black. The witch killed a group of villagers outside the trap before entering the battlefield. His black hair was thick and long, and he was pulling Uncle Joe closer and closer like a living python.
Go to hell.
She cast a spell, and the rocks on the ground were instantly heated to red coals, and she hit Uncle Joe with a wave of her hand. When the red charcoal touches people, it is like crushed fireworks, exploding all over the forest. Sparks were like fallen rose petals, falling on Uncle Joe's chest. Small holes were opened in his clothes, and his face was distorted by the heat.
Ouch!
It's burning to death, it's burning to death.
Me!
Not everyone is as tough as Uncle Joe, most of them still scream in pain and simply fall to the ground and roll like a dog. Uncle Joe's chest still hurts, and his legs are still being dragged towards the witch. He bit the belly of his finger, drew a spell and pressed it on the blade, and finally cut off the hair with 3 or 2 blows. The black hair retracted, but the broken hair tied to Uncle Joe's body was still alive, twisting like a snake, and was kicked away by Uncle Joe 2 or 3 times.
Is there any child urine?
Uncle Joe turned over and stepped back to question the villagers who were still standing. His eyes moved back and forth between the witch and the man in black robe who stood still in the distance and turned his back to him. In terms of ability, he believed that witches were no match for him, and those who practiced crooked ways were most afraid of the right way. The worry lies in the black-robed man with his back turned to him. He can't break his indestructible body by drawing blood. It may be because he has mastered Ju Yushu, or some other evil skills.
The two of them fought in a flanking attack.
Uncle Joe was able to ensure his undefeat, but he could not protect the villagers behind him. No, Uncle Joe, our Fugue town's economic conditions are good, and Fengawa Building's business is very good every day. Oh, you guys, be on guard. Uncle Joe unbuttoned his belt and had to use his own boy to pee. Stop him. The witch also gave an order to He Chang, and after saying wow 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 she recited a strange spell. When he opened his mouth again, there were 2 white maggots stuck to his tongue. She pinched the white maggots and pressed them on the wound of her companion whose neck was cut open, like sewing a zipper. She pulled the wound and bit it, so that no blood would flow. The witch saved her companions, and immediately rushed towards Uncle Joe. She looked like a ghost, with 10 fingers raised, and her black nails pierced the chests of the 2 villagers. Hot red blood spilled all the way. There were 2 dead bodies hanging on her arms, and she walked straight towards Uncle Joe. Takes off his pants. Look at the piss. Uncle Joe's plan succeeded. He had already caught the urine and turned his back to the witch to show his weakness. Unfortunately, the 2 villagers refused to listen and ran away. Their chests were pierced and their lives were in vain. The yellow urine poured down into a rain curtain, and the witch was immediately splashed in the face. The smell of the urine combined with the righteousness of the boy's urine made her scream wow in annoyance and pain. The 2 horse thieves lying on the ground were not spared from this disaster. The evil magic dissipated after touching the boy's urine, and the wound exploded again, with blood gushing out. Stinky Taoist, I want your life. You should worry about yourself first. Neither of them wanted to lose verbally. Ah Fu, what's wrong with you? Uncle Joe, Ah Fu seems to have been bitten by a zombie. Shotsai, Wangshan, Asho, and Quan Kai were all bitten. The one in the black robe just now was a zombie. Looking at the 5 people with weak breaths on the ground, the witch couldn't smile at all. Why is that zombie gone? Escaped for your life? Even though she is a warlock, she also knows that white is only at the bottom of the zombie group. Can low-level zombies escape? It's him. Uncle Joe's face was uncertain. Achian was bitten by a zombie and was infected with corpse poison. Even if more than 10 kilograms of glutinous rice was added, he could only get some relief, but the poison could not be removed. The only way to find out is by catching/capturing the zombie and investigating it carefully. Judging from the appearance of the 5 Afus, only the intelligent zombie could spread the corpse poison so quickly. After some inner struggle, Uncle Joe gave up chasing the zombie and turned around to fight the witch. The witch poses the most obvious threat to Fugue Town. If you catch her first, you might be able to find out where the zombies are. It is said that it is stupid to update too many new book issues, and it will lose a lot of recommendations? I don't know much about it, so I'll set a small goal. When I collect 1,000, I'll update 8 chapters in a row. I've been writing for more than 20 days, and I just collected 500 today. Granny, you still want me to be cannon fodder? It was He Chang who was jumping and running through the woods. Seeing the fight between the witch and Uncle Joe, He Chang turned around and ran away. I am a zombie baby. If I face the boss now, I am seeking death. If there were divisions of force value in this world, He Chang absolutely believed that Uncle Joe would be at the top. When he was leaving, he glanced in panic. Uncle Joe's head was illuminated by a level 34 red light. It was so powerful that he couldn't resist. At this time, the ghosts in He Chang's body were smashed by the corpse energy, and their 3 souls and 7 souls were crushed like being thrown into a garlic mortar, and finally turned into nutrients that enhanced his strength. After escaping for 3 or 4 miles, he changed direction. My precious umbrella! He Chang crossed the top of the mountain, and instead of going straight down the river, he changed his direction and rushed to the cave where the horse thief lived. An umbrella that can be used for traveling during the day helps him block the sun and increases his mobility. Naturally, he cannot throw it away casually. Let's talk about a few days ago. Een year, een month, een day, een time. The cold moonlight shines on the land of China, and demons dance wildly. There is a village dozens of miles away from Fugue Town. In a small courtyard at the head of the village, chickens were penned and a doghouse was built. Not long ago, the owner gave away the puppy that he had raised for 2 years due to inexplicable reasons. Entering the main room, a middle-aged man wearing a short coat and long eyebrows was holding 3 sticks of incense. With a flick of his backhand, the incense ignited spontaneously. Master, I have no children. That little guy has never hurt anyone, and my 2 apprentices are not living up to expectations. They will marry and have children in the future. I just hope that the little guy can accompany me to the end of my life. Oops. There was a lot of noise in the attic. Those three brats. The middle-aged man climbed up to the attic and saw two apprentices busy dealing with a little zombie wearing Qing Dynasty official uniform. Explain it to me later. He grabbed the shoulders of the two disciples and threw them away. He pinched the spell with his back hand and pointed his sword finger on the little zombie's forehead with a spiritual light. The crazy little zombie stopped. He carried the little zombie on his shoulders like a sack, ending the farce. After catching the little zombie and going downstairs, the middle-aged man picked up a tomato and put it into the little zombie's mouth. His white corpse teeth pierced the tomato and it was instantly sucked.
The little zombies also settled down, their bloodshot veins receded, and their madness subsided. Didn't I tell you that today is a Een year and a Een month? When it hits a Een state, ordinary corpses will turn into corpses if exposed to the moonlight. What did you do? You actually let him suck the moonlight?
No, master, this boy is naughty. The little zombie made faces at the two people being scolded.
Is that so?
The middle-aged man turned to look at the little zombie behind him. The little zombie who had just made a face suddenly shook his head aggrievedly. The hat on the head is separated to the left and right, and there is a painting hidden inside. In the painting, two people are holding a little zombie, holding a hammer and scissors in their hands, with fierce and vivid expressions.
Hey, don't slander me. Ah Hao and Fong, what else do you want to say?
Anyway, master, you are favoring him. Alfong lowered his head and saw the little zombie hiding behind the master's legs, showing his head, pulling his lower eyelids apart and pulling his cheeks apart, sticking out his tongue and making a face.
You brat! The middle-aged man's eyebrows trembled. Who are you scolding?
Afong quickly shook his head and admitted his mistake. No, I meant that I was a brat, and I actually made you angry, master. That's pretty much it. The little zombie Gigi behind him smiled even more proudly.
One eyebrow Taoist priest, one eyebrow Taoist priest.
There was a man knocking on the door outside. Ahau turned around and opened the door bolt to avoid being scolded.
The man entered the door, out of breath. Hurry up and help, Taoist priest. Stay well at home. Taoist priesty may turn to yell at the little zombie. Don't think you can escape. Ah Hao and Fong, come with me to have a look.
He Chang returned to Ma Thief Cave and saw a centipede crawling on his bagua yellow cloth bag. He grabbed the centipede and threw it away, then picked up the paper umbrella and cloth bag on the ground. Only then did he realize that the centipede he had just thrown out moved more and more stiffly, and died within a few seconds. The medicine is much more effective than the insect-killing red pills sold at market stalls.
Is this corpse poison? As a zombie, what deadly things can you have on yourself?
Leaving aside corpse teeth and fingernails, all that's left is corpse chi and corpse poison. It was the first time he saw the effect of his own corpse poison. The most vivid memory of watching zombie movies back then was Mr. Zombie. When Kai was bitten by a zombie and after a day or two, he was still half human and half corpse. Centipedes are originally negative poisons. When you open the coffin, rats, cockroaches and centipedes are the most common.
Nowadays, a centipede cannot stay in He Chang's hand for more than a few seconds. Is his corpse poison really so strong? Or maybe there are other reasons.
He only regarded it as his own ability, and now it was important to run away. The paper umbrella opened slightly, and a will-o'-the-wisp sprang out and circled around him twice, as if to celebrate his safe return. Let's go. He Chang wrapped himself in a black robe, carried a yellow cloth bag on his shoulder, grabbed a paper umbrella and left the cave. At the same time, Fuguei Town, Uncle Gio looked sad. The witch finally disappeared, and only the two horse thieves who survived were captured by him.
Put them in the Yamen prison first.
I believe the horse thieves will come to rescue their companions. Uncle Gio returned to the bedroom, looked at Achan lying on the bed with dark circles under his eyes, and sighed. The corpse poison was not incurable, and Achan was gradually getting better.
According to Wang Wanwan's family, the zombie walked with an umbrella during the day.
You can move around during the day, but if you hurt someone, the poison will attack the heart. If you are not careful, the poisoned person will turn into a zombie in just half an hour. And zombies are very intelligent.
This is an absolute disaster. Can Fuguei Town survive this disaster?
The zombie that was being talked about was traveling southward along the river overnight. The population in the south was small, and there were foreigners in Xiangjiang. The residents in this section of the journey were the poorest. River within a river, the water flows southward along the low terrain. Due to the recent horse thieves, nearby villagers did not have the courage to fish in the river. But there are many fat fish with bleached bellies, clumsy tails, and they look like they will die.
Fish flow down the river. Ah Hao, do you want to buy fish? My master wants to eat fish soup. You know, he is old and has a big mouth. Ah How was holding a straw rope in his hand, and the straw rope was passed through the fish's gills. After leaving the water, the fish was still breathing, and its mouth opened and opened. The two carp were about the size of a hand and a half, and cost a how more than a dozen men. By the way, Uncle Wang, where are you going with the basket on your back? Wang Dahai is a well-known lazy man in the village. Ahau has never seen him get up early in the morning to plow the fields. Most days, Wang Dahai's vegetable garden is half dead, and it is almost impossible to eat. Go to the neighboring village, don't you know? I don't know, is there anything good? Ahau shook his head and looked at Wang Dahai curiously. Wang Dahai looked around, avoiding the villagers who were walking to the fields in the morning, and quietly whispered into Ahau's ear, I heard that there is a fish disaster in Linsuan. Fish disaster? Don't tease me, Uncle Wang. This is not the beach. Where did the fish disaster come from? Ahau waved his hand. There is only a small river dozens of miles away, and it is almost dry at our end, and I haven't seen any fish fry. Why did I lie to you? Uncle Wang glared unhappily. Believe it or not, I went to catch fish to eat. I heard that there are many fish floating down the river. They are so fat and big that some people can't eat them. I'm going to sell them in the town. Real or fake? How thought about it. The master calculated the money to buy fish every day, and every time it was 1 penny no more and no more than 1 penny less. If there was free fish to eat, the money to buy fish would belong to him alone. Every month, the master confiscated his and Alphonse's wages, claiming to be saving them. I have no money and can't buy anything except enough food. Uncle Wang, please run away, I have to go home and make fish stew for the master. They are all human beings. Why couldn't Wang Dahai see what Ahau meant? He asked him to make a trip, and if there were plenty of fish, Ahau would follow suit. If there were no fish, there was no need to make an extra trip. I see you can't trust me. Oh, forget it, don't be greedy if you see me carrying fish this afternoon. If there really is a fat fish, we have to rely on Uncle Wang. Ahau handed over his hand, and he didn't hesitate to say good things without paying for it. He was really a fat fish, and he could make a lot of money in a month. Wang Dahai carried the bamboo basket on his back and staggered towards the neighboring village. I heard that the fish within a few dozen miles upstream seem to be under a spell. They cannot swing their tails or shake their fins, just like the frozen fish that are cut out when the ice is broken in winter. Yesterday, a group of women were washing clothes by the river. Widow Wang from the neighboring village was at the upper reaches carrying a porcelain basin painted with red flowers. Speaking of Widow Wang, she is actually a generation removed from Wang Dahai. Widow Wang also told Wang Dahai about picking up fish. Her parents' family is far away, and Widow Wang and her old cousin Wang Dahai usually move around more, and there are people to take care of them. Isn't there a lot of things in front of Widow's house? When her husband was alive, she had been a minor official in the village, and she had acquired a complete set of things used by foreigners, such as matches, foreign cars, and foreign porcelain basins. Although the foreign car was expensive, she couldn't ride it, but the foreign porcelain basin was the most useful. The foreign porcelain basins used by foreigners to wash their faces and feet are not broken, do not leak, and the hot water cools slowly when poured in. In fact, apart from washing clothes, Widow Wang was reluctant to use the foreign porcelain basin at other times. She just carried 3 or 2 pieces of rags and trousers for others to see. Sister, are you here to wash clothes again? 2 women holding wooden basins and squatting on the river rocks, beating their clothes with wooden sticks, saw Widow Wang and greeted her from afar. Yeah, isn't it almost summer? I sweat a lot, so I need to change it frequently. Widow Wang held the porcelain basin high in her hand, and those who didn't know it thought she was holding a cornucopia. In this remote place, having a foreign gadget is a way to gain face. Matches cost a few bucks per box. Who else but the village chief would be willing to use them? That porcelain basin of yours is really nice. It hasn't changed even after using it for a year. Although foreigners are cowards, their things are really useful. Widow Wang nodded proudly. Her little feet walked all the way up the waterline. She carried the porcelain basin and used the water for her first time washing clothes. The women did not dare to say anything more. After enjoying enough compliments, Widow Wang squatted on the river rocks and started rubbing her clothes. If there was a washboard in a man's house, she could only wash it with her own hands. Fortunately, the clothes were washed frequently and they were not dirty. Plop! A huge stone fell from above and wet Widow Wang's blue floral dress. It must be some bachelor who was peeking. Widow Wang was not angry either. She was wondering if someone had given a signal and was preparing to climb the courtyard wall in the middle of the night. You are a widow and you can't think about a man anymore?
Women washing clothes would get wet to some extent, and men farming would pass by and look at them sideways with their faces turning red. When crossing the bridge upstream, the nearest widow Wan was about 5 or 6 feet away. She couldn't see anything even if she was blinded, but everyone liked this tune. Widow Wan was just about to lay out her clothes, wring them out and go home, when she saw a fish floating up with a white belly. Dead fish are not clean. If you encounter them, there must be a problem with the water source. This fish was different. It floated up to the surface of the river, rolled around, and then burrowed into the river. However, it didn't have enough energy to drill a few meters. The fish's belly was white in the sky, and it looked like it was dead. Plop! The water exploded again. Only then did Widow Wang realize that what fell upstream was a fish, not a stone. Someone spread the anesthetic? When the fish floated up with its white belly, Widow Wang grabbed the porcelain basin and fished it out. More than 6 tails of fat fish were still flopping in the porcelain basin. Since it is not a dead fish, you can make more money if you catch more, and you will regret it if you catch less. In a short time, more and more fish fell from the upper reaches. On this day, all the peasant women doing laundry returned home with their loads. The smoke rises and the aroma of fish fills the entire village. After walking for several miles, Wang Dahai finally arrived at a neighboring village with a basket hanging on his shoulder. What's wrong with you? Stomach upset. The man carrying the hoe walked halfway, dropped the hoe, ran into the grass, unfastened his belt and squatted down. The stench was choking. No shame or shame. Wang Dahai raised his eyebrows and raised his hand to pinch his nose. He was a lazy man and had never done anything like defecating anywhere. It hurts my stomach, ouch. In the grass on the other side of the road, a man walked out with his pants held up. What's wrong with your village? Is there dysentery in your village? I don't know, I guess there are bugs in my stomach, so I have to let the ladies at home dry some pumpkin seeds. Ouch, is it so bad? I can't take advantage of it. I threw away the idea of going to Widow Wang's house for a meal. Wang Dahai quickened his pace and met many people with diarrhea along the way. Those who couldn't find any grass would just take off their pants/trousers on their own field, so as not to let the fat water flow to other people's fields. When we came to the river, there were many people waiting for the fish. They were all people from neighboring villages who had gotten the news. The fish disaster is also said to be pleasant, but only a dozen fish can float in an hour. The size of the fish is not small, and I don't know what happened upstream. Hey, I'm getting rich. Wang Dahai rushed upstream and threw the basket into the river. One end of a thick hemp rope was tied to the basket and the other to his waist. Just relax and take a nap on the shore. Pulling up the basket, there are more than a dozen fat fish living in it. Just looking at it makes me want to swallow my saliva. It's really strange that these fish don't jump out even after entering the basket. Lazy people behave like lazy people. Wang Dahai stopped after catching half a basket of fish. He waved his hand to the man who had piled 3 large baskets of fish at the bottom of the river and had not yet taken his hands, rolled up his sleeves and turned to leave. The fine silk blows to the courtyard shaking spring like a thread. Pause for a while to read the flowers. Didn't know that Ling Hua stole half of someone's face? The colorful clouds are drifting away. After catching the fat fish/meat, Wang Dahai was so happy that he sang A Dream in the Garden and stepped on his toes. The Kunku opera excerpted from the Peony Pavilion happened to be heard by Wang Dahai when he went to the provincial capital earlier, and it happened that Marshal Daolon was marrying his wife to set up a stage for the opera. The tune he sang was not in tune, and the music was not smooth, but he was happy in his heart. Who wouldn't be happy if you picked up a dozen big fat fish for nothing? After walking for a while, I returned to the village entrance and saw Hao walking around scratching his head. Ah Hao, what's wrong? Uncle Wang, it's nothing. Ah Hao was a little hard to say. The fish I bought for my master was lost. Didn't you tie the straw rope? How did you lose it? Ah Hao hesitated and said, let Haizi take it in his mouth. Haizi is a black dog raised by a Taoist family, but after a little zombie came to the house, the black dog was taken to another house. Ah Hao often goes to see it, but he didn't expect the black dog to snatch his fish today. Just lost the fish? I thought it was such a big deal. Wang Dahai slapped his chest, grabbed the basket on his shoulder and smashed it to the ground. One after another, the fat fish still opened its mouth. Ah Hao's eyes lit up. You've become rich, Uncle Wang. Does that need to be said? Wang Dahai urged, hurry up and catch 2. I have to go back to the water to raise them. Uncle Wang, when are you going to pick up fish again? Just take me with you? Ah Hao was not stupid. He caught 2 small fish that were similar to the ones he had thrown away. He broke off some grass on the roadside and tied the fish on a skewer, fearing that Taoistime would notice something fishy.
I'll go back and rest first, tomorrow morning. It's time for lazy Wang to go back to sleep. Thank you, Uncle Wang. I'm going back first. It's been almost an hour and my master is definitely angry.
Jog more, don't lose another fish. Wang Dahai picked up the fish basket, staggered home to the tune of the Peony Pavilion. As soon as Ahau walked in carrying 2 fish, he saw Taoistime practicing Tai Chi and exercising. He stepped on his feet, fearing that Taoistime would find out that he was back late. Just as he was about to sneak into the kitchen, Taoistime turned his back to him and asked, Ahau, what time is it now? Master Ahau lowered his head and watched Taoistime close his fists and adjust his breath. His heart beat like the sound of fast horse hooves, thump, thump, thump. Where's the fish I asked you to buy? Well, the master is here. Ahau quickly handed over the fish. These 2 fish weighed at least half a tael more than the ones Ahau bought in the morning, and the meat looked fatter and tenderer. You need good water upstream to raise such good fish. The quality is also in line with the standards of large restaurants in provincial towns.
Taoistime caught the fish and took a quick look. The fins don't move, the tail doesn't move, and if the mouth doesn't move, I'd think it's a dead fish.
Master, I bought this fish for an hour.
It's good to be alive now. You still have the nerve to say it. Taoistime held the straw rope, weighted up and down, and handed the fish to Ahau. What are you doing standing there in a daze? Go quickly. Ha? Oh. Okay.
Ahau nodded repeatedly, feeling secretly happy that he had escaped disaster. He took the fish, lowered his waist, and ran into the kitchen with small steps. Gulula Taoistime's expression froze. He looked around for no one, gently pressed his belly through his clothes, coughed dryly and went into the room to drink tea.
Ahau had just entered the kitchen.
The fish was placed in a wooden basin on the stove, smelling a slight smell of corpse.
You brat, you're gloating. When you open the firewood, the little zombie is hiding behind the firewood and laughing. Hurry and help me light the fire, I have to make fish soup for the master.
Humph. The little zombie turned his head and held his hands in front of his chest.
Hey, okay, you little boy, let me beg you. Ahau bowed and said, Master treats you like his own son. You don't want to see him hungry, right? Gigi? The little zombie hesitated for a moment with a livid face. Okay, don't hesitate.
Ahau picked up the little zombie and joined his cooking team.
13 miles south of Fugui town, there is a locust forest.
The locust trees are lush with branches and leaves, but there is no sunlight during the day, and the atmosphere is gloomy. The river, called the River in Fugui town, runs through the locust trees.
The stream is clear, and there is a tombstone lying on the bank.
Green moss has climbed up on the tombstone of Ma Lin Xiang.
The grave has been filled up, and it is an empty grave.
Crows, wild cats and dogs like to hang out in the locust forest. He Chang, a zombie holding an umbrella, hurried on the road in the middle of the night and finally found a shady spot. The sun above his head was blocked by the locust tree, so that no sunlight could come in. He Chang lost his umbrella, took off his black shirt and robe and jumped into the river.
A big handful of water splashes exploded. Zombies are afraid of water and cannot get into water.
It can be said that there are very few people in the world who jump into water like him.
He Chang happens to be no ordinary zombie.
The nature of zombies is entangled with rationality, and rationality often prevails. The river water soaked the white hair on his body, dirty blood, charred black hair, and hanging dead insect corpses were all thrown off.
It's not like he loves to be clean.
With blood on his face and body, it would be difficult for him to pretend to be alive during the day.
Dirty blood and dirt drifted downstream. A small fry ate dirty blood and soon turned white.
There was another big fish that ate the small fry, its tail stiffened and flicked, and the frozen fish caught in the winter by breaking through the ice. More and more things in the water were eating each other and touching the stolen goods washed off Yi Chang's body.
When corpse poison touches water, its toxicity weakens and few fish will die.
However, more and more zombie fish are flowing downstream along the river.
Master, the fish soup is here. Where's Master Alfang? Ahau entered the main room with breakfast, and the round dining table with the words Chu River and Hanjia painted on it was placed in the middle of the main room. He has a stomachache. It seems his aunt caught some fish last night and asked him to eat it. He has been having a stomachache since he came back this morning. He deserves it. Who told him not to bring some for the master? I'm not that picky. Taoistime glared, as if there was a sharp knife hidden under his droopy eyelids, which made Ahau shrink his head in fear.
There was a chair with a backrest on the north side.
Taoist Ime sat on it and just grabbed the cigarette bag.
The little zombie quickly grabbed the match and went over to light the cigarette. Well, if my apprentice were half as clever as you, I would have no regrets even if he dies in the earth.
Taoist Ime grabbed a red persimmon and brought it to the little zombie's mouth.
Chi, the white corpse teeth punctured the tomato, and the juice was instantly sucked clean. If you were as kind to us as you are to this guy, and gave us your salary every month, we would also honor you, Aha muttered in a low voice, serving soup and rice. You two idle boys will definitely go out and act like monsters when you have money. I help you manage your money for your own good.
Taoist Ime put down his pipe, grabbed his chopsticks and said, eat, eat. Taoist Ime naturally does not covet his disciples' wages. He helps his disciples save money.
When the disciples no longer want to do this business and want to start a family and start a business, these wages will be their family foundation. It is enough to build a new house and do some small business.
The fish was cooked well today. Taoist Ime nodded, scooped a spoon and put it into his mouth. Hey, master, if you want to eat, I will continue to cook for you tomorrow. Isn't it your biggest headache to run errands and buy fish? The Taoist priest raised his eyebrows on the left, secretly doubting his apprentice's sexual transformation. No, master. It is necessary to show respect to the master. If you want to eat fish, I will buy it for you. Aha took 2 bites of rice without even looking at the fish soup, concentrating on fighting with the white radish. I really feel like giving some good things to the master. I feel relieved if you think so. Taoist priest Ime nodded happily. Let's eat fish soup. Thank you, master. Aha knew that master had a soft mouth and a soft heart, so he picked up a good piece of fish.
Ouch, ouch, ouch! A fawn crossed the threshold of the main room, clutching his stomach, and sat down on the round stool. There was still a stench coming from his body. Master, after saying hello, Fawn picked up his rice bowl.
The chopsticks were snatched away by Fawn.
He proudly picked up the fish and shook it in front of Fawn's eyes.
You're still eating when you're like this? Of course you have to make up for the shortfall. Put.
The melodious stench spread to the dining table, and Aha suddenly retched, not daring to eat the fish, and the Taoist frowned.
Afong, otherwise you should stop eating.
Master Afong put down his chopsticks with a sad face, his brows suddenly knitted, and he held his stomach and said, I'll go to the latrine first.
Isn't it disgusting to eat while farting smelly?
Aha made a cattail leaf fan with his right hand and fanned the tip of his nose.
He suddenly sniffed. Why does it smell so bad?
It smells worse than before. Taoist Ime's face froze. He put down his chopsticks and stood up pretending to be nonchalant, saying, Aha, I finished eating, you eat slowly.
Ah? Isn't this fish and meat cheap for me? Thank you, master.
As soon as Aha picked up a small bowl of fish soup and put it in front of him, he heard a melodious fart coming from behind the buttocks of the Taoist priest who walked to the door of the main room.
Sound, puff, porphyrin. Afon, I need to go to the latrine, come out quickly. More than half an hour later, Taoist Ime was exhausted. His disciple Afong sat down with support on the table. He did not dare to take a step without tightening his belt, for fear that his pants would fall down when walking. Master, Afong, are you okay? Aha asked worriedly. Taoist priest with one eyebrow. Taoist priest with one eyebrow.
In this village, most of the people in the neighboring villages have stomach upsets. You are the only one who knows some medical skills around here, so hurry up and save people. It was the village chief who came in holding his belt and almost trampling the chicken to death.
Feeling sick? Did you eat fish?
Yes, the village chief nodded and admitted, in the past 2 days, stupid fish have been falling upstream, and everyone in the village has caught them.
Free fish?
The Taoist with an eyebrow turned to look at Ahau.
Now he finally understood what Ahau, who was so attentive to others, wanted to do.
Ahau imitated the rooster and shrank his head in his croaking nest.
Snort! Taoist Ime said, in my opinion, fish meat is poisonous. There is something wrong with the water source. Crash!
He Chang burst out of the water.
He held up his umbrella and continued on his way.
It had only been 10 miles. If Uncle Gio or the witch suddenly took action and made up their minds to hunt him down, it would be difficult for him to escape.
Fellow Taoist Mao Shanming, I have really asked you to help me these past few days.
Fellow Taoist, you're welcome.
It's good that I didn't do any harm.
Mao Shanming sat on the bed and put down the Taoist book in his hand with a dry smile.
As long as you are self-aware, Chiang, who was almost cured of the corpse poison, nodded. Chiang.
Uncle Gio glared and stopped his disciple's embarrassing behavior. He put on a smile and said to Mao Shanming, there is a celebration outside. If you don't look shabby, fellow Taoist, let's have some together.
No, it's not appropriate. Just know it's inappropriate.
Achiang looked like a coward and had his arms folded in front of his chest. As if aware of Uncle Joe's cold eyes, Achiang immediately changed his tone, but depending on your attitude, let's have something together. I am disrespectful. At night in Fugui town, a banquet was being held at Uncle Joe's home. 50 or 60 people gathered around the 8 immortals table, divided into 8 large tables. 2 diners were supported on a long bench, and there were also women sitting on their laps holding dolls.
The food is here.
A temporary earth stove was set up at the gate and an iron pot was set up. There are many taverns in Fugui town, which is relatively wealthy, and today they all hired help as cooks.
If we were to travel dozens of miles south from Fugui town, we would probably be in trouble.
A young daughter-in-law who married there said that she would barely eat the bark of the tree.
Oil pot chicken. It's delicious. A pot of stewed chicken was placed on the table.
The villagers grabbed their chopsticks and knocked on the table. The elder at the table started to say, "Eat vegetables, everyone eat vegetables.
It smells so good."
Mao Shanning picked up the chicken leg and stuffed it into his mouth. The people eating at the dinner table were of all shapes and sizes. The woman holding her child picked up a piece of chicken and stuffed it into her mouth first. She smashed it in her mouth, sucking away the spicy taste from the skin of the chicken, and then stuffed it into her child's mouth.
Rural people don't pay much attention to their meals.
There are also drunkards who hang their chopsticks and eat 3 or 4 glasses of wine without taking a bite of the food. Their cheeks are red and they say it's delicious without taking off their chopsticks. They drink on their stomachs.
It's rare to have a drink at a banquet.
I'm exhausted from doing farm work on weekdays, so of course I have to drink hard when I get the chance.
Achiang, where are On and All? Uncle Gio asked.
Achiang grabbed the chicken legs and stuffed them into his mouth, muttering something he couldn't hear clearly. "Let them burn the corpse."
Didn't you say that the corpse will turn into a corpse if left for a long time? Uncle Gio nodded.
Although all the horse thieves were killed, he still felt uneasy.
Wasn't there still a rebellious zombie that he couldn't find? Well, Afu and Asho's bodies had better be cremated, otherwise there will be a big disaster in Fugui town.
Master, is it that serious?
Hey, aren't On and Ada here?
The door opened, and 2 young brothers, On and Ah, with pale faces and dark bags under their eyes, slowly walked into the courtyard. Uncle Gio noticed something was wrong at the first glance.
Those with pale faces have kidney deficiency.
Their faces were too pale, their yang energy was extremely weak, they looked like dead people.
Why can dead people move?
I'm afraid that something big has happened and that the person who comes is not good.
Achiang, On, and Ada seem to have something to do with you. Go and have a chat with them.
The word chat was written with great force, as if there was a metaphor.
Oh. Okay.
Achiang spit out the chicken bones, smiled, and clapped his hands. After receiving the master's order to make fun of others, he couldn't stop snickering.
On, come here. Achiang waved and attracted 2 pale-faced young men to follow him into the ancestral hall.
Achiang didn't notice, but the 2 pale-faced young men kept milling around outside the dining table, not daring to get close to anyone. Uncle Gio stood up and shouted loudly, "There are still some things to deal with today.
Let's stop the banquet here. I will make up for it in 2 days.
No, Uncle Gio, there's chicken but no fish, so I'm missing half a piece of chicken. The one who started talking was a gluttonous man who only drank wine.
There's really something going on today, everyone is being accommodating. How big of an event can it be compared to today's happy day? The woman only fed the baby and hadn't eaten a piece of whole meat herself, and she didn't want the banquet to end like this. Everyone was reluctant, but listened. Boom sound. Achiang broke through the door of the ancestral hall and rolled twice on the ground. All changed, turned into a zombie. Ouch.
All, who was howling like a wolf, walked out with his teeth and claws spread out, 2 corpse teeth sticking out.
Everyone, be careful.
Uncle Gio didn't notice Xingjiang, so he moved up the ladder with a move, and Uncle Gio turned over and jumped behind the 2 zombies. Holding the eagle's talons with both hands, he pinched the back of Xingjiang's neck and lifted it up.
A normal child's neck would be broken if he was lifted like this.
Uncle Gio has been practicing martial arts for many years, and he will not show mercy to zombies unless he is a killer. God has the virtue of a good life, and when encountering ghosts, Uncle Gio will not cut off other people's opportunities to reincarnate into the next life, except for zombies, which will be directly exterminated. There were 2 click sounds, and Xing froze and fell to the ground.
The zombies are just poisoned by corpse poison.
The living corpses are stronger than the zombies but not zombies. Their strength is not unlimited, and they walk clumsily and slowly. Uncle Gio, there are a lot of zombies coming over the gate. Suffer it. Fellow Taoist Ma Shan Ming, Ah Chang, you go stop the zombies first, and I'll get the sword. There are so many zombies, master, don't let me go. Ah Chang was frightened and watched as Ma Shanming pulled up a long bench to stop the zombies and then shrank into the crowd. If you want to eat him, don't eat me, don't eat me. Ah Chiang. You are Uncle Gio's disciple. We have to rely on you to save us at the critical moment. I don't know who said a word, but Ah Chang was kicked in the back, and he was lying in front of a group of zombies, gnawing shit. Master, save. Life. Ah. Centered around the location of Uncle Gio's home, there was no one alive in the entire town at this time. Xinjiang moved slowly and spontaneously towards the only place where there was a living person. Everything starts with the witch who died in the well a few hours ago. This witch was extremely powerful, possessed of evil magic, and was full of resentment and anger when she died. The black and white impermanence of the underworld was still on the way, so she turned into an evil ghost and flew out. Her strength increased instead of decreasing. Seeing the two young men trying to burn her brother's body, the witch became furious and rushed towards them. Unexpectedly, several dead bodies sitting on the firewood pile about to be burned suddenly sat up and turned into zombies. God, you want me to take revenge? Ha ha ha. The witch picked up the two young men and put them under the zombie's mouth. They were frozen but too scared to move. The witch slashed their necks, and blood spurted out on Xingjing's face. Low-level zombies have no brains and go crazy when they smell blood. They lower their heads and swallow loudly. As expected of a zombie that He Chang had bitten, the second transformation speed was not too slow. The corpse turned into a zombie in an hour or two. The evil ghost transformed by the witch flew around the town with its two ends, and quietly turned all the people staying at home, regardless of gender, old or young, into zombies. By the time Uncle Gio noticed it, it was already too late. Countless zombies gradually surrounded Uncle Gio's house. Ouch! Ouch! Second uncle, shoo! Don't talk! Outside, there were zombies wandering the streets, looking for prey. In a small tile-roofed house, a middle-aged man held a quilt and blocked an old-fashioned boy under the bed. Second uncle, it's a bit hot. You brat! Don't move around. If the zombies outside bite you, you will die if you don't know. Oh, but it's so hot. What a silly boy. The second uncle laughed angrily. There's Uncle Gio in our town, don't be afraid. The boy wanted to comfort his second uncle, but he accidentally spoke a little louder, and suddenly there was a sound of smashing the wall and the door. Speak lower. The second uncle gave him a reproachful look, turned around, walked to the door of the house, leaned against it, and started to act as a human/doorbolt. Everyone in the town has turned into zombies. Even the reincarnation of Dalio Jinxian can't save Uncle Ninth Uncle. Maybe Uncle Ninth himself can't save himself at this time. Stay up until dawn first. Big eyes stare at small eyes, time is slow and hot. Stinky Taoist priest, I will make you pay with your life. As soon as the evil ghost transformed by the witch let go, the two people who were poisoned by her poison froze. Fuanasho fell from a tree more than 4 feet high, and both of their legs were immediately broken. He broke his leg, but he still crawled towards the yard with his teeth and claws bared. He was not interested in ghosts and only loved eating blood. In the courtyard, a group of people having a banquet were surrounded by walking zombies. Uncle Gio grabbed the wooden sword and killed one, but 2 were bitten behind him. People who suck blood after being dragged down will stand up again, but there will be more and more enemies. I'll fight. A Chang had springs installed in his heels, and he kicked away a walking stick, back to back with Mao Shanming, whom he hated most. What should we do? Master. Uncle Gio's movements were much sharper than theirs, and he swung his wooden sword like a spear. Like a dragon. Straight and straight. Kill. Tilt. Pick and slice. Kill. Turn your wrist. Smash the chisel down. Kill. Kill kill kill. 1 step to kill, 7 steps to kill 10. The peachwood sword was broken and replaced with a money sword. The sparks burned his chest and made him stiff. It's really like the death god is alive. Uncle Gio twisted his waist, his right shoulder turned into a long whip and swung it violently, grabbing the money sword with his right hand and swiping it. Huanlong stabbed Lala and cut Xingjing's chest, causing the corpse's energy to leak out. Fall. There are more and more zombies walking in front of you, but there are fewer and fewer living people behind Uncle Gio. Uncle Gio responded, enter the ancestral hall and find a way to escape through the window. Yes, master.
Okay, everyone, come with us.
Aqiang and Mao Shanming got the order and trotted into the ancestral hall with more than a dozen living people.
The ancestors' rankings were not enshrined.
The incense was kicked and twisted, and the incense burner hit the stone brick floor and broke into pieces. Mother, the little baby, cried loudly.
It's okay. Your father is waiting at home. Let's go home right now.
The woman raised her hand to wipe the tears from the corners of the baby's eyes.
If such an incident happened for nothing, could it really be a disaster for Fugui Town? Well,
Uncle Gio knew very well that he might not be able to stop these walking zombies.
The ants would bite the elephant to death. Even if he practiced the Mahayana, his manpower would be exhausted. How many people are there in Fugui Town?
In addition to the 50 or 60 people in Uncle Gio's family who were having a banquet, there were hundreds of people with other surnames. If that zombie comes back, according to the speed at which he spreads the corpse poison, within an hour, there will be no one left alive in the entire Fugui Town.
Let the children and women turn over first.
Mao Shanming stopped Aqiang, who was about to escape through the window. When Xiaoxi looked unhappy, he helped the mother and son jump over the window. Plop, there was the sound of a woman landing outside, and she caught her child again.
Ah! Help! Zombie! Mom! There were actually zombies outside.
The mother and son who jumped out of the window first were like putting their heads into the tiger's mouth with their own hands, only to wait for the tiger to smash its mouth and gnaw the head into pieces. The mother and son's painful cries for help pierced everyone's hearts like sharp cones. Mao Shanming closed the window to prevent others from seeing the horrific and cruel scene.
Everyone get together and I will escort you out of Fugui Town.
Uncle Gio threw the money sword to Mao Shanming, turned over and jumped in front of the statue of Mao Shan Patriarch. He grabbed the bagua robe and whisk from the statue, and a few of them fell in front of the zingzhangs. The whisks they threw out were like long whips, and with a snap they flew away 3 zingzhangs who had squeezed through the door. At this point, even if everyone will die, Uncle Gio has to fight out.
Ha! Uncle Ninth really deserves to be Uncle Ninth.
The survivors held their chests and gasped, feeling relieved when they saw Uncle Gio's power. Fighting all the way, like a lonely boat in the quagmire. Uncle Gio grabbed a whisk and made it sharp.
Mao Shanming was guarding the back.
The young and strong boys grabbed long stools and held the 8 immortals table to block the sides.
Woyang froze and blocked the way with his body. The boss! The boss!
A woman was dragged down by her feet and fell to the ground. The man who climbed up to bite her was her own man. Her son Tai Long, who worked odd jobs in a tailor shop, also followed the man. The father and son stretched out their corpse teeth and bit through the woman's throat.
I don't want to die.
No one wanted to die, so Uncle Gio could only try his best to stop him. When they fought their way out of the compound, the intersection was wide, and the cement brick road that Fugui Town raised money to build finally worked. There are people who stop and go on the road, and it is impossible to catch up with people who are running at a slow pace. There were 7 or 8 people left alive, so he dropped the thing in his hand and shouted, "Run for your life!" A group of people were like sparrows hanging on the treetops, and they fled in all directions when a stone hit them. Some of them crashed into Xinjiang's mouth in a panic and died miserably, but there were also some who managed to escape and ran towards the outside of the town, not daring to look back.
Hey, fellow Taoist Mao Shanming, are you okay? The dust flew like a waterfall, wrapping around Xing's stiff neck, breaking his neck and knocking him to the ground. Uncle Gio knocked down several zingzhangs and stood beside Mao Shanming to protect him. Mao Shanming turned pale and smiled. It's nothing serious, just a few bites.
His arms, cheeks, and arms were all injured.
It's just a pity for Aqiang and the others.
Hearing what Mao Shanming said, Uncle Gio realized that his apprentice Aqiang seemed to have disappeared long ago.
This is not a place to rest. Fellow Taoist Master Mao Shan, let's go.
Uncle Gio held on not to feel sad, and helped Mao Shanming to run along the deserted path.
There were also poor households in Fugui Town.
There were many thatched houses and tiled houses, and there were not many people. When they passed a tile-roofed house, they saw 5 or 6 people knocking open the wooden door and pressing a man to the ground with bared teeth and claws.
Fellow Taoist, save people. Fellow Taoist, take care of yourself.
It was impossible for Uncle Gio to ignore someone in trouble.
After knocking down Xingzong with 2 or 3 moves, the man in front of him had already died. Who's in there?
When Uncle Gio heard the noise, his undisguised murderous intent was revealed, making the boy under the bed scream in fright.
Uncle Ninth, is that you?
A head emerged from under the bed and looked at Uncle Gio with a horrified expression.
Wan Kai? Come here quickly.
My second uncle, Wen Kai, climbed out from under the bed tremblingly, looking at the twisted and entangled corpses on the ground, his face turned pale with fright.
It's okay, just follow me and you'll be safe. Uncle Gio covered Wen Sai's eyes and took him out of the room. If he couldn't save an entire town, how could he not save a boy?
The three of them supported each other and stumbled to the woods outside the town. They dared to breathe a sigh of relief after climbing up a tree. The most important thing now is to stop these gangsters in the town. They will be dead as soon as the day comes.
But how easy is it?
Uncle Gio looked up at the sky. The clouds covered the moon, but God didn't even look up. Fugue Town, which suffered an unreasonable disaster, may disappear from now on. Fellow Mao Shan, who had a frosty face, suddenly felt a soreness/itch in his gums. He knew that his end was approaching.
Fellow Taoist Master Mao Shan, if you have anything to say, it's okay to say it.
Uncle Gio hugged Wen Kai, who had turned into a crybaby. The huge Fugue Town was not destroyed by the iron hoof of the horse thieves, but was actually destroyed by the zombies.
Mao Shanming was in a low spirit.
He covered his mouth and whispered, "Although I call myself Mao Shanming, my surname is Li.
I named Mao Shan based on the sign."
Listening to his words, Uncle Gio nodded slightly. It is true that Mao Shanming's technique is outside the realm. The technique is not pure but still somewhat sophisticated. He feels that he does not belong to the Mao Shan school. Mao Shanming should not be bluffing and deceiving in the name of Mao Shan, but in front of us, who has the mind to care about that?
My ancestor calls himself a lame Taoist.
He has a crippled foot and a book of miscellaneous discussion formations. There is a formation in it that can refine bronze-armored corpses. When all living beings in the world gather together, a king will emerge, and zombies who jump out of the 6 realms and do not return to the 3 realms cannot escape this.
You're thinking?
Uncle Gio guessed a possibility in his heart. To be honest with you, fellow Taoist, I have already been attacked by corpse poison. After removing the hand covering his mouth, Mao Shanming revealed a pair of corpse teeth. Wen Kai was timid and was so frightened that he covered his eyes and screamed. Fortunately, Uncle Gio reacted in time and blocked his mouth, thus avoiding the dilemma of being surrounded by Xingzheng. Fellow Taoist, if you can trust me, you can transform me into a bronze-armored corpse.
I will control all the zombies in the town and prevent them from harming others.
This, Mao Shanming pulled his corpse teeth and said feebly, "If one day, fellow Taoist, you can summon your fellow Taoists, and then we can go up the mountain together to collect this evil spirit from me and help me to be liberated, I will also thank you." The body becomes a zombie, and the soul goes to the underworld. The soul could not leave the body and was turned into a zombie. Although it could maintain human intelligence, the soul disappeared after death and disappeared from the world. Liberated, but no future life.
Uncle Gio has been upright throughout his life, and he also drives away ghosts.
The ghosts that he will never fight will fly away.
He is unwilling to embark on this evil path.
What are you still hesitating about?
Do you want to see hundreds of zombies in Fugue Town go out and cause chaos in the world?
Mao Shanming shouted loudly, awakening Uncle Gio, who was hesitating. A few hundred lines of zombies going out is not a great chaos, but it can be a disaster for one party. The whole area south of western Hunan may not be able to live in peace.
Fellow Taoist understands righteousness, Lin admires it.
What should we do?
I'll teach you.
Mao Shanming not only raised ghosts, but also studied how to make zombies. He never expected that he would be turned into a zombie in the end.
Gathered into pillars in the moonlight.
In the corpse refining formation, Mao Shanming raised his head and opened his mouth. The moonlight poured into his mouth. In a short time, he became fat and swollen.
Like a blown cow urine bubble.
Uncle Gio also spared no effort in refining the corpse. Under the pouring of mana, the formation on the ground slowly glowed, like a bright moon placed on the ground, facing the Guanghan Palace hanging high in the night. Mao Shanming's cultivation spirit blood has dried up, his skeleton has become crispy and crispy, and his skin and flesh have become stronger and stronger. Ordinarily, it would take years and months to refine a corpse, but Mao Shan clearly had a shortcut to do it. Since he didn't want to be a zombie for the rest of his life, he naturally didn't need to think about whether he could improve his strength. The rooster crows at midnight. Mao Shanming, who raised his head and roared, his body gleaming with copper, he stomped on the ground and jumped up, rising 3 to 4 feet high, as if flying.
Fellow Taoist, don't worry.
After turning into a zombie, Mao Shanming found it difficult to speak human language. Fortunately, Uncle Gio could understand zombie language.
Roar!
The bronze-armored corpse roared to the sky, and the sound wave swept through half of Fugue Town like an overwhelming gust of wind. The pedestrians shuffling slowly on the road trembled when they heard the sound. Then he obediently moved closer to Mao Shanming.
Uncle Nine, Wen Kai hugged Uncle Joe's arm and hid behind him. There were hundreds of people in the distance.
After smelling the scent of human blood on Uncle Gio and Wen Sai's bodies, his steps moved a little faster.
Don't be afraid.
Uncle Gio comforted him verbally and held the fly whisk tightly in his hand. I also had no idea about Mao Shanming in my heart. If Mao Shanming's corpse nature overwhelms his humanity, a bronze-armored corpse, and countless waves of zombies, he and Wen Kai would never be able to leave alive.
Roar! Mao Shanming roared again, and all the zombies trembled, bowing their heads and not daring to move. Fellow Taoist, we will never see each other again. Mao Shanming turned around and roared at Uncle Gio, raised his arms, and jumped into the zombies.
The zombies spread out a path, as if waiting for the arrival of their king.
We'll never see you again, Wen Kai, let's go too. An old man and a young man supported each other and walked away.
I have a junior fellow apprentice, Taoist Four Eyes, who is not far away.
Let's settle there first. Uncle Nine, Wen Kai, you and I have no relatives, would you like to become my teacher? I do. Okay, haha. Damn it.
High in the sky, the female ghost watched Uncle Gio leave angrily. The opponent was far stronger than her, and there was no hope of revenge. She also wanted to use the zombie disaster to destroy the surrounding towns, but was blocked by the bronze-armored corpse transformed by Mao Shanming. The corpse in bronze armor is comparable to a Taoist priest from a human sect.
Its skin and flesh have been refined into bronze armor, and its Taoism is extraordinary.
Uncle Ming, you have become like this. The big and small ghosts floated in front of the bronze-armored corpse, feeling depressed. Dabao Xiaobao, I often say that people and ghosts will have bad luck when they are together. In fact, the same goes for ghosts and zombies when they are together.
If you are affected by the corpse energy, you will not be able to be reborn.
The bronze-armored corpse went to the paper-making shop and picked out a fancy shroud for himself, as well as a gold-painted coffin.
After a lifetime of poverty, even if you become a zombie, your life will be better. We don't want to be reincarnated, and we want to stay with you, Uncle Ming. Those zombies will not be merciful to you after they turn into zombies. Besides, ghosts will die if they don't reincarnate after their lifespan is exhausted.
Uncle Ming, Dabao and Xiaobao hesitated.
Get out of here.
The corpse's mouth opened wide, and the corpse's aura rolled towards the face.
The two brats resisted and were blown away. Xiaobao, since Uncle Ming doesn't want us, let's go and be reincarnated. Maybe we will still be brothers in the next life.
Dabao, the two little ghosts were in a low mood, and joined hands and flew towards the sky, faltering as they flew. Mao Shanming watched the two brats getting farther and farther away and sighed in his heart. Roaring to the sky, he told Xingjianhe that he was absolutely not allowed to leave Fuguei town. Opening the coffin, Mao Shanming will sleep here forever, waiting for Uncle Gio to reunite his fellow experts and come to destroy the zombies in Fuguei town and help him escape.
Uncle Ming, help! Xiaobao fell from the sky and fled in panic to the bronze-armored corpse Mao Shanming and said, that female ghost. That female ghost ate Dabao. What?
Mao Shanming jumped up, his legs were like wings with wings, and his body was glowing with bronze, and he hit the female ghost in the sky who was laughing fiercely, ha ha ha. One is dead and the other is ghost, it will inevitably be a fierce battle.
There really is something wrong with the water source. Taoist Ime walked in front holding a compass, followed by two apprentices, followed by the town's police captain and his cousin, and a bunch of other people.
Having diarrhea in two villages is no small matter, and the police captain also got to see the situation from the front line.
That's not right.
The sky is full of stars here, there are no forests everywhere, the sun scares you during the day, and the Big Dipper suppresses you at night.
Even if the Demon King is alive, he can't stand up.
The village chief ran over holding his stomach and said, no, Ime Daochang, the fish was found up there, not here. Upon hearing this, Taoist priest Ime ran upstream to check, only to find that the stream was clear.
Did the fish float from upstream?
Yes, it floated from upstream.
This is weird, it's weird?
Why is it weird? The police captain came over and looked at the compass for a long time, but he couldn't understand it. Taoist priest Ime carefully explained, after my inspection, the villagers' abdominal pain is mainly caused by eating fish from upstream. However, the upstream water source is fine, but the downstream water source is extremely polluted. If you eat it by mistake, you will die.
So serious?
The police captain winced, but what does that mean? Ahao, who had been watching for a long time, interrupted and said, explain that although there will be problems with the water source below, it has nothing to do with the fat fish floating upstream.
Yes.
Taoist priest Ime nodded and agreed with what his disciple said. There are at least two troubles.
Thank you unspecified currency Mingzun unspecified currency for your reward support, as well as the rewards from creation friends.
The ID is not displayed in the background here, and there is also a string of things similar to mobile phone numbers on the app author's background.
In addition, we are working hard to prepare for the update. The third evolution update will take less than a week at most. Friends who are interested are also invited to click and add it to their collection.
Cousin, I'm so tired. The woman carrying a foreign group and wearing a western hairpin looked pampered and howling. The police captain from the township office came over and supported the woman. Cousin, if it doesn't work, we will check again tomorrow.
We will check again tomorrow.
Hey, you said it.
Hey, my cousin is the oldest. The police captain looked at his cousin's deep-necked dress and laughed. It's big, it's really big enough.
Taoist priest Ime put away his compass and said to the village chief, town chief and other officials in the next village, both problems must be solved, but give me some time.
I'm giving you time. Do you mean I can't finish it today?
The township police captain, who had long been thinking of ways to cheat and cheat, answered the call from afar.
In June, the heat is in full swing. There are many mountains around, and there are only a few bare trees.
The sun is shining directly, not to mention ghosts, and people can't stand it.
Well, you could say Taoist Ime nodded. Then what are you waiting for? Close the team.
The police captain waved his hand. Turning around to face his cousin, the flattering look on his face was disgusting.
Cousin, let's go back and rest, shall we?
Thank you, cousin. Others were worried that the whole family in the two villages had stomach upsets, but this couple thought it was a sightseeing tour for fun. Others had long disliked them, but they could not ignore the gun in the police captain's hand and could only swallow their anger. During the day, the yang qi was soaring. When He Chang held the umbrella, he felt that his body was limp and weak, and his bones were dry and brittle, like dried dough that would break when broken. After leaving the locust forest, he followed the river southward for an unknown number of miles, and finally found a shaded place. On the hillside between two distant mountains, we crossed the rickety chain bridge and entered the woods. On this hillside there is an abandoned house with its roof lifted off.
It looks like a wealthy residence. Where to go from now on? He doesn't know.
Since this is a movie composed of a ghost movie and a zombie movie, maybe it can have the plot of Music Zombie and Musical Zombie. The zombies that were injected with chemical agents by foreigners and mutated cannot be afraid of the sun and can use the right magic. A zombie that has eliminated its weaknesses can be said to be invincible in the world, but it is absolutely carefree.
What are the abilities of zombies that have been injected with chemicals? They were just ordinary zombies that were driven away, not even zombies. Otherwise, human needles would never be able to penetrate the zombie's skin.
After sucking human blood, the walking corpse turned into a walking zombie, and then into a zombie again.
Even if his ability tripled, it still wouldn't be enough in front of He Chang.
Not to mention the Heizong above, who is proficient in the magical power of moving objects. It's a pity that he didn't know the way, and it felt like there was a piece of wood stuck in his throat.
He could only roar woo-woo, couldn't speak human words, and couldn't ask for directions. A female corpse?
While parachuting, he also saw a pretty female corpse lying in the wilderness. Pity. I don't know whether he felt sorry for Huarong Yuemao's tragic death, or felt sorry that he was a zombie without the physiological responses of a living creature. As the saying goes, he couldn't afford to be tough. He Chang jumped under the eaves, hid among the broken bricks and tiles, and put away the paper umbrella.
There are also advantages to being abandoned. He can rest peacefully without meeting any living people. The disadvantage is that he cannot meet any living people.
He has not had blood in his stomach for a long time and his body is a little weak.
Blood is food. If a person does not eat 3 meals a day, his legs and feet will be weak. He will not be able to lift a hoe when digging in the fields. Zombies don't eat, can't catch up with living people, and can't escape the pursuit of Taoist priests. The price is to die and turn into ashes, and it's all over.
Hiss! Hearing the noise and looking down, it turned out that it was a long worm whose nest was crushed by He Chang.
How can there be eggs under the cover of the nest?
The shell of the snake egg was shattered by one kick, and the little snake that had not broken through the eggshell was like an earthworm, all lifeless. The snake vomited, its ribs spread out, and a pair of scary big eyes appeared.
Cobra. Snake poison. The cobra couldn't see what was standing in front of him. He sensed the coldness on the other person's body and bit him. The snake's teeth were like ice shards hitting the iron plate. With a click sound, the broken teeth cracked open and fell to the ground. The enemy is not dead, but I have been seriously injured. How powerful is the corpse poison on He Chang?
The poisonous insects carefully selected and cultivated by the witch would freeze up and die completely within a short time of touching his body. The cobra suddenly closed its mouth, turned and twisted on the ground, and was about to re-enter reincarnation with the broken egg, but was caught by the corpse's hand. Snapped. With a casual pull, the cobra split into two parts, twisting and twisting in his hand, and was lifted above his head. Blood dripped into He Chang's open mouth. There was blood in his mouth, as if he had eaten an ice-cold watermelon in the dog days of summer. The heat and weakness disappeared in an instant. The two shriveled snake halves were thrown into the sun. As soon as the sun hit them, black mist rose up from the snake corpse and disappeared in an instant. He Chang lowered his head and then remembered that the Bagua yellow bag contained not only the piece of jade that he couldn't figure out, but also various materials, lifeless talisman paper, and a small notebook. All things can be cultivated. He still remembers the scene when Lord Yama worshipped the moon. It's a pity that he doesn't know how to practice, and the black zombie can't explain it to him. After flipping through the book, I found the Flying Dragon 7-star formation, the Mother and Child Lotus formation, and the 3 Talents Subduing Demon formation, which are magic formations that can defeat the enemy. There are also those who refine corpses and raise ghosts. It is written in the book that if you kill thousands of people and fill a hole dozens of feet high with their blood, block a resentful spirit in the formation, and wait for the blood to be sucked dry, you can refine the body of the Ghost King, and your cultivation will lead directly to the refining of gods. Virtual. Refining God is still empty? It should be the realm of monasticism. He Chang stuffed the notebook into the bag casually. The distinction between realms was of little use to him. He was not a human being, so why should he care about it? This formation is called the Blood Fiend Soul Refining Formation, which condenses the blood and resentment of thousands of people. If the Ghost King is refined, his life will be ruined. He Chang also saw the evil method of quick refining of bronze-armored corpses, which trapped human consciousness into corpses and refined bronze-armored corpses with human consciousness. There are also detailed notes below to write down various precautions. There are no notes on the Blood Fiend Soul Refining Formation. It is estimated that this formation is just an idea on paper. Not far from He Chang, a dragon-seeking pillar was nailed to the ground, and 7 or 8 peasants carrying shovels, under the command of police guns, dug holes in the scorching sun. After a while, a body was dug out. One eyebrow Taoist priest, is this the reason why this guy has a stomachache? The mayor had returned to the town long ago, and it was the village chiefs of the 2 villages who came to speak. No, this body may have problems with the downstream water source. Taoist priest, who of you cares about the downstream? Now it's an upstream problem. Anyone who doesn't have a knife on his neck is not in danger. What is urgent now is to tear off the steel knife on his neck. Although Taoist may said that it is fish and not water that causes people to have stomach upsets, fish are born in water, and there is no problem with water. How can there be a problem with fish? Except for the big families who have dug shallow wells, both villages rely on this river to survive. If you don't dare to drink water from the upper reaches, you will lose your way of survival. Nowadays, the weather is unbearably hot and the fields are dry, so you need water. Don't worry, everyone. Let's transport the body back to the township office for cremation first, while I'm trying to figure out how to solve the problem of the upstream water source. With good words, he calmed down the villagers who were agitated and out of control. The body was wrapped tightly in the soil, and it was impossible to tell who it was, so it was carried into the township office in a daze. Let's put it in the hall first. The police captain covered his nose and pulled a piece of white cloth to cover the body. The corpse was wrapped tightly in mud, and only the cross on its belly could be seen. Waiting for the strong men to leave, the police captain suddenly raised his leg and kicked the corpse on the head. My cousin thinks I'm ignoring her, and it's all your fault. I'm going to burn you to death today. Swear and kick. He was also very angry with this corpse. The police captain sniffed and raised his glasses with his cheek muscles. He Chang must have been surprised when he saw it. The police captain and Uncle Joe's apprentice A Chang looked very much alike. The wretched temperament between the eyebrows is more like being carved out of the same mold. To say that the police captain's cousin is average-looking, compared to the nuns in the reopened church in the middle of the 2 villages, the nuns are more than 1 level behind. The nuns have round buttocks and perky breasts. They are holding up a black book with red paper. The scriptures recommend which gods to believe in. That's ridiculously tempting. It's a pity that my cousin is also here. The police captain tightens his buttons and changes from being dressed like a beast to being worse than a beast. If you want to ask why he cherishes and protects his cousin, it is because his cousin's identity is unusual. Dashui Su, who was 100 miles away in the distant country mountain, just married his fourth concubine, who was his cousin's cousin.
Just like a family member.
Marshal Su has thousands of troops, which is half better than Marshal Dalong, who was fighting for one side. Miscellaneous soldiers like Marshal Chao are not as good as a personal guard.
They can only show off their power in a town.
The police captain thought that he would follow his cousin and find Marshal Su as his backer. It was not impossible to go to the town police station and sit there, so that he could say goodbye to this township office completely. The sparrow wants to fly onto the branch, let alone the police captain. It's a pity that I was delayed in spending time with my cousin because of this annoying errand.
Would you like to go to church for a taste?
He didn't want to flatter his cousin who didn't look good anymore, he just wanted to take advantage of her and get a good reputation. He lifted his left foot up on the toes, but before it landed on the ground, he found a bright light shining in his eyes. The mud had been kicked open just now, and there was a cross stuck on the body. At the bottom of the cross is a gem as big as a child's fist. Good baby, big baby. Cousin. Cousin. As soon as he opened his voice, the police captain suddenly realized that it was wrong to do this. He shut his mouth, turned around, covered the body with a white cloth, left the room, locked the door, and ran towards his cousin's cabin. In the home of Ime Taoist, the sun is to the west. A little chicken came out of the chicken coop, flapped its short yellow wings, and jumped into the main room. GG. The little zombie wearing a bamboo hat raised his hands and drove the chicken out. Seeing the chicken boy being frightened and falling to the ground, the little zombie snickered, as if he had found something fun. He pulled open the black cloth on the bamboo hat on his head and wrapped it completely around his head, and then took out the black gloves and put them on his hands. The body was wrapped tightly, and then he jumped into the sun. I have to say that Taoist Ime really loves this little zombie.
Master.
Master, the fish is here. Ah How carried the wooden basin, crossed the threshold and ran into the house.
Taoist priest Ime, who was sitting in the seat,
put down his paper and pen, nodded, took the wooden basin and put it on the table. There was a fish with a white belly in the basin. Only its mouth opened and closed, and its tail and fins were motionless, as if it had been hit by a monkey.
The immobilizing spell. Is this the fish that floated down from the river upstream? These days are also strange.
After the fat fish floated for a day or two, no such stupid and stiff fish came down from upstream. Although the river water has been inspected by Taoist Master Ime, it is confirmed that there is no problem. However, the villagers still asked him to find the root cause. If the root cause is not eliminated, no one can guarantee whether there will be problems in the future.
It belongs to Wang Dahai.
He hid at home after picking up a lot of fish. I went to find him today and found that he was still sleeping in. Ah How marveled, lazy people are also blessed with laziness. Wang Dahai thinks it's troublesome to make fish, so he wants to raise the fish first, and then go to a restaurant in town to sell them after they're fat. I was too lazy to eat, but I actually dodged a disaster. But as soon as he said his next words, Taoist priest Ime knew what a how meant. This fish cost me 8 pieces, master. You mean you want me to pay for you? Of course that's the best. Ahau spoke out what was in his heart. When he saw Taoist Ime's face turn dark, he quickly changed his words. Buying fish is for everyone. It is my duty, Ahau, to waste a little money. What he said was high-sounding, but only Ahau knew whether it was cloudy, sunny, round or missing in his heart.
It's good that you know, but I can't treat you badly. After I finish checking the fish, you can make soup and eat it yourself. Don't waste 8 pieces. Taoist Ime snorted coldly. He still remembered to cook the fish soup, but Ahau didn't eat it and didn't have diarrhea. Knowing that this kid wasn't trying to mess with him, he felt uncomfortable. No, master, if the master wants to punish him, will Ahau eat it or not?
At this time, Ah Fong also ran back in a hurry, finally breaking Ahau's crisis. Master, the silver needle you want. After receiving the silver needle, Taoist priest Ime raised his hand to catch the fish in the wooden basin. It feels like a dead fish in the hand, very stiff. When a needle was pricked and pulled out, the dark color was like a long worm crawling on a connecting rod, scurrying up.
Poisonous! Poisonous!
Ahau and Fawn looked at each other and said in unison. It is expected that fish flesh is poisonous.
And it's not just any poison, it's corpse poison. Ahau and Ah Fong's eyelids twitched. Corpse poison. How could fish be infected with corpse poison?
Taoist Ime turned around with the silver needle in his hand, grabbed the yellow paper charm on the table with his left hand, and wrapped it around the silver needle. Turn your heels, use your right leg as the center, and stretch your left leg out to draw a circle. Circle the legs and draw Tai Chi. Only people who practice Chi and maintain their health can do this round Tai Chi so casually. If you have a ruler to measure, you can find that the distance between Ime Taoist's feet/yin yang fish is the same distance from the center, and the size is exactly the same. Standing in the middle of the circle, the Taoist priest kneaded his eyebrows and his body was filled with spiritual light. Poisons can be cured by medicine. But when Taoist Ime saw the silver needle, he found that there was a ray of yin qi, corpse qi hanging on the needle. This ray of corpse aura is very light, and the corpse aura on Ah Hoan Fong, who has been with the little zombies all year round, is 10 times heavier than this. Ah Hoan Fong were only contaminated with corpse qi outside their bodies. In addition, people who practice Taoism and martial arts have strong blood energy. Although the two apprentices have no future, they are considered beginners in qi refining, and their bodies are not contaminated with corpse qi. Did someone feed the blood of fish corpses? Taoist Ime couldn't think of anyone who would be so heartbroken, but this didn't stop him from making calculations. It is common sense that zombies will never enter the water. Even if there are wild zombies running rampant, they will stay away from the river. No matter who you are, I want to meet you with my eyebrows. The yang energy is too strong during the day and the body cannot be found. Taoist Ime had to give up. Now that the two sources of trouble had been found, it would be much easier to solve the problem. Look at the time, they should have built the haystack. Ah Hoan Fong, let's go to the township office and burn the body first. We'll catch the zombies at night. Fong was lying on the bed alone, spreading her legs regardless of her appearance and lying upside down. She was not originally a lady, her only relative was her aunt's cousin, who was also a police captain. Thinking about it carefully, half a month ago she was pouring manure in the field with a basket. Who knew that in just a few days, her aunt's only cousin would be attracted by the great warlord Marshal Su? When one person attains enlightenment, chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. My little cousin is indeed pretty, and I feel pity for her. Dashwai Su gave her a generous dowry, and her aunt gave her a lot of it. What should a girl who was too old to marry suddenly have money do? Naturally, eat and drink a lot, and spend the money on death. My father, mother, and aunt kept the coffin book and didn't care that she went to the provincial capital to buy a dress or powder her eyebrows. Parents always hope that their children can live a good life. It is good for their children to be rich and wealthy, but what they think is that every child is equally good, no more, no less, so there is no need to worry. My aunt also felt that Fong had to go to her cousin to get it after she ran out of money. They said that Marshal Su raided several nearby towns every day, and the big red envelopes he collected amounted to thousands of dollars a day. The jewelry given to my aunt is made of pearls, the ring is made of gold and jade, and the earrings are made of jade and silver. It's a pity that it's harder to calculate than it is to calculate. Fenghuo ran out of money, and when she entrusted the letter to her cousin, Marshal Su found out and angrily threatened to send troops to shoot her. She was so frightened that she didn't dare to mention it again. I ran out of money and was about to take off my dress when I picked up the basket and went to the fields. But her aunt's distant cousin came. Hearing that Feng's cousin was married to Marshal Su, he shamelessly approached her and gave her a foreign car, rouge, and a foreign umbrella. The meaning is that I want to be good with her, get together as a couple, and then climb on Dashwai Su's big boat. The township office is also a manure man, so it is better to go to the fields and pick manure. Feng chewed up the fact that Dashwai Su almost sent someone to shoot her, swallowed it, and followed him out while holding up the skirt of her dress. All she had to do was pretend to be stupid and not understand what her cousin was thinking, and pretend to still be with Dashwai Su's fourth concubine. If we keep in touch, we can get on with it day by day. It's just hard to live without money. Cousin. The police captain pushed open the door and walked in. He saw Feng getting up from the bed, disheveled. Cousin, you are taking a nap. He swallowed his saliva and sat down next to Feng. Well, what's the matter with you? If he didn't covet this cousin's money and power, how could Feng commit herself to find him? She looks extremely slutty and smells bad. After all, she is also the cousin of Dashwai Su's fourth concubine. The police captain's nose was filled with the rouge scent of Feng, and he slowly came close to her ear and whispered a few words. Gem. Feng jumped up. Shoo. Cousin, don't let others hear it. Shoo, oh, okay. Feng was very excited after hearing this. A gem as big as a child's fist could be sold for hundreds of dollars, no problem. It was enough for her to squander for a while. Cousin, I want that gem. The police captain smiled obscenely and shrank his nose. If my cousin wants it, I will definitely give it to you. The two secretly unlocked the door and entered the house, then locked the door behind them. Then the white cloth was lifted. Cousin, you are so awesome. Looking at the big gem on the cross, Feng became tired of talking. Unable to wait any longer, she naturally wanted to pull her, but the strength she had gained from farming was of no use here. The cross looked like it had teeth biting into the bones of the mummy, and it couldn't be pulled out no matter how hard it was.
Cousin, let me do it instead.
When the police captain saw that his cousin liked her, he was very happy. As long as she was happy, he would write a letter for him and ask his fourth aunt to mention him in front of Marshal Sue. If you get promoted and become the police chief of the town, you will be your own. Both of them felt that their goal was close, and they worked very hard.
One eyebrow Taoist priest. The policeman guarding the gate saw Taoist Ime coming and hurriedly said hello. Everyone respects people who are capable. The firewood has been piled up, why don't you burn the body yet? Things will change if you wait too long. I'm going to call the captain right now. The policeman guarding the door trotted to the door. Just as he was about to knock on the door, he heard gasping sounds coming from inside. Cousin, please try harder. Cousin, don't worry, I'm pulling it out.
The policeman had a sly smile on his face and simply leaned on the door to eavesdrop. The captain is really energetic, he does this in broad daylight.
What's going on? Where's the captain?
Taoist Ime came over and saw that the police captain refused to come out, so he couldn't help but feel doubtful. But he couldn't figure out what the police captain was planning to do if he didn't deliver the body. Our captain is busy, the policeman made a gesture, but unfortunately Taoist Ime was an old virgin and didn't understand this at all. I'll go in and have a look. Taoist Ime pushed the door open, only to find that it was locked. The people inside were frightened.
Who is it? It's me, Ime.
Taoist Ime was a little unhappy and said through the door, the firewood has been prepared, now we need to transport the body out.
Here, wait a minute.
Me. The police captain was impatient for a while and kept saying I for a long time, unable to come up with the next word. Hefeng rushed out and shouted, I'm still getting dressed, please wait. By this time, Taoist Ime also understood what the policeman beside him was busy with. Hurry up, he shook his beard and stood at the door without speaking. Inside the house, the police captain lowered his voice and said, Cousin, wait a minute, I'll get a saw. The two of them were stealing like thieves. The cross was made of unknown materials, and even after half an hour of sawing, there was only a small gap. The urging outside the door became more and more urgent. The police captain turned to look at his bronze statue, gritted his teeth, put it down and covered it with a white cloth. After hiding the body, he opened the door and said, Come in. Take it away quickly, this corpse is so disgusting.
Captain, that's awesome.
The policeman next to him gave him a thumbs up. He was able to carry a gun and go into battle with a corpse nearby.
It was extraordinary.
The police captain slapped his hat and said, Move it quickly.
Why is this body so heavy?
Like made of iron, the two policemen carrying the body complained, but the police captain yelled at them for not eating and they had no strength. Seeing that the body was covered with white cloth, Taoist Ime wanted to go forward to check, but was stopped by the police captain. By the time the bronze statue was burned beyond recognition, it was already too late.
Taoist Ime returned home with his two apprentices.
When the jade rabbit came up to the eaves, he grabbed the compass and said, Go to the mountain and solve the last problem. The compass needle turned sharply, and the general direction pointed to the abandoned hill where He Chang was. Cousin, I have to go drink and dine with those old immortals tonight. It's okay, go ahead, cousin, and remember to drink less.
Do not worry.
With his cousin's concern, the police captain rode on a red rabbit horse. He was no longer the same as before, with his chest raised and his head raised, he opened the door and left in a majestic manner.
Seeing that they could drink alcohol, many policemen put down their guns and followed him.
Seeing that everyone was gone, Hefeng locked the door, pulled the body out from under the bed, grabbed the small wood saw, and continued working one after another.
An hour, 2 hours.
The only dull sound was the squeaking sound of sharpening the saw blade, but Hefeng did not feel bored or tired at all. The western clock on the table turned a few times, and the lotus phoenix finally cut off the cross with the gems with a click sound. Ouch! The saw failed to stop and cut her hand. The pain was nothing compared to the big gem in her hand. With a flick of his hand, a drop of blood fell on the corpse's head along Hefeng's fingers.
Like raindrops falling on dry land, they disappear in an instant.
Get rich, haha. Hefeng was feeling happy when she suddenly found someone holding her shoulder.
When she turned around, she found a mouth with fangs biting him down. Gudon.
The resurrected corpse was full of blood. When it looked up again, it revealed a foreign face. He has thick hair, a high nose bridge and blue eyes. There is also a mouth of rotten teeth, all crooked. Hefeng died and was thrown to the ground, still holding the gem in his hand. What she saw was the cross that suppressed the Western vampire zombie, and coincidentally, she used her own blood to awaken the zombie. She was greedy for money but lost her life. Shalene, the Western zombie, broke through the door and flew out, heading towards the abandoned house in his memory, the love nest where he and his lover once lived. And Hifong, who collapsed on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes a few minutes later. Grinning, two long corpse teeth poked out of his lips, extremely penetrating in this late night. It's a joke, it can be updated 3 times a day. The writing and plot are not enough, so I will make up for it with updates. The nightclub is finally here. The jade rabbit is lying on a branch. The breeze rustled through the leaves, and the moon's shadow hung down to cover the man wrapped in black robe. The umbrella beside him had already been opened, and the will-o'-the-wisp was burning next to the broken jade. The moonlight fell and poured on the will-o'-the-wisps and broken jade, making them even brighter. I used to like to stay up late. As the old saying goes, if you don't sleep at night, you won't wake up during the day. He Chang opened his mouth, and the words he spoke were human words, but the sounds that came out of his throat were still corpse sounds. It wasn't that he was homesick, it was just that he wanted to taste something other than human blood. When I was in school, I used to go to the internet cafe on the wall and play games all night long, with a bowl of instant noodles at hand. In other words, it's a pain in the ass. Ever since he emerged from the coffin, within a month, he had encountered many difficult masters and nearly lost his life several times, which was frustrating. But I have never had the opportunity to beat up others, and my life as a zombie is boring and boring. Squeak! A bat covered with moon gauze flew towards him from the sky. He Chang slapped the bat on the ground and turned it into meat, cutting off its way of survival. It's almost time to go. The will-o'-the-wisp got into the umbrella still unfinished, and He Chang put away the jade pendant and prepared to leave. It's not bad to find a place where zombies and ghosts live. If you level up for yourself, he will still be white and stiff. The day when the white hair will turn into black is still far away, and when will the long hair fall off? Hurrah! A swarm of bats flew overhead, blocking out the sky and the sun. Eccentric. Bats bring good fortune, and the ancients liked to seek luck. In fact, this is not a blessed beast, but an evil beast. Bats appear in many foreign horror films. Seeing swarms of bats gathering, a man in a robe stood on the ruins with his back to He Chang. Level 20 Baron. The name is white and red, and the overall color is orange, which means this guy is not a friend. In fact, how can we tell by the color of the head? He Chang looked at the foreign Japanese with a ferocious face and knew that he was coming with bad intentions. Where is Shalene? Looking at the dilapidated abandoned house with only the walls and pillars intact, the Baron roared at He Chang. I don't care what you do, Shalene. He Chang looked at him sideways. Could it be that I just got tired of being bored and now the food delivery guy comes? Everyone is a zombie, and dignified Chinese zombies don't need to be afraid of foreign devils. One is Chinese and the other is Western, one speaks zombie language, the other speaks English, and the conversation is free from speculation. The Baron couldn't fly, and dozens of bats on his back were hanging him into the sky, just like an eagle hunting for prey, smashing him down from high, full of murderous intent. This Western zombie has been sealed for many years. It has tasted human blood for the first time, and with the anger and resentment burning in its heart, it can still conquer an army with just one claw scratch. He Chang jumped sideways and dodged. The master of jumping is naturally a domestic zombie. He jumped up to several feet. When he reached the peak of his strength, he changed into a head down and foot up position. He clenched his fists like a winter melon hammer and cut through the strong wind behind the Baron's back. Then he smashed it down hard. This moment is a transition between offense and defense. It is not correct to call the Baron a Western zombie. Agile movement is his strong point. Stiffness is not considered stiff. On the contrary, his body is more agile than a living person. Also dodge quickly. This punch was like a comma digging into the ground, knocking the stone apart with a bang, leaving a fist mark. If you miss a hit, you won't be angry or annoyed. A food delivery guy came to the idle Dantuan, so he must put his skills to good use. It was as if there were explosives in his heels. Once he landed, the earth and rocks would burst into pieces and insects and ants would scurry around. The more I beat, the happier I feel. It turns out that I not only want to live. He didn't know where this warlike intention came from. He just felt that the depression was swept away, and he felt extremely happy just by pumping his fists. He Chang was excited to pursue the hunt, but the Baron was angry. How had he been crushed and beaten by a zombie just now? His body floated strangely, and he turned around and grabbed He Chang with his claws. Plan to fight hard. The Baron's breath is far inferior to him, so he may not lose in a heated confrontation.
Neither side can dodge, and it's time for the Chinese and Western zombies to compete for toughness.
He Chang's fist struck the Baron's face, and the Baron's claws hooked into his heart. Both sides had quick eyesight and quick hands, and they each touched the enemy with their own abilities. It's just that He Chang's strength was unusual.
The joints of his fists were like firecrackers, crackling and exploding in random directions.
The Baron's teeth were smashed into his throat, and he flew backwards and shot several meters away. The Baron's claw hooked on He Chang's chest only broke a handful of white hairs, but when it touched his body, it only left a white mark. The hardest thing about Bai Mao Zhang is that he is covered in white hair and is invulnerable. The worst thing about He Chang's body is his white hair. Breaking the white hair may not hurt him, unless he has the evil magic of a witch. Her fingernails are like diamonds and can pierce his skin with a single stroke.
Besides, you may not win if you poke it, and the body's ability to recover is not weak. The Baron stood up from the ground and said, "Oh, at He Chang."
He couldn't speak English clearly, his broken teeth fell all over the floor, and the guy who was eating was chipped into pieces. The Baron looked up after being beaten all over the ground, and his murderous eyes met He Chang's gaze, as if sparks cracking were burning in the air.
The Baron's condition is not that good.
The most similar thing about Chinese and Western zombies is that besides being bloodthirsty and afraid of light, there are only two states. One is that his limbs have been cut off and he cannot move, and the other is that he is completely reduced to ashes. There is no such thing as minor injury or serious injury. The half of his head that was sunk into his face gradually recovered.
Chinese zombies don't have this kind of resilience. A broken leg can only be a disabled zombie for the rest of its life.
The changes in He Chang's body are caused by the system. Although the strength and hardness of the foreign devil zombies are not good, their ability to recover is indeed their strong point.
However, how could He Chang give him time to repair? Boom!
Stomping on the ground, a pit exploded.
There is no reason to let an enemy who can defeat him escape.
But he also knew that the Baron could fly, so he couldn't stay if he wanted to leave. After all, the Baron level was much stronger than him.
How could he have the upper hand in this fight?
He had taken advantage of his strong body. If it had been an ordinary white-haired zombie, he would have been torn to pieces by the Baron.
Ordinary black zombies may not be able to win. It can be wounded but hard to kill.
This was his first serious fight since he turned into a zombie. A lion fought a rabbit with all his strength, not to mention that this time it was a lion fighting an evil tiger.
If he didn't use 200% of his strength, he would definitely be dead.
At this time, He Chang didn't look like a zombie. He was lunging forward with his right foot, his fists were clenched emptily, and his shoulders were slightly raised, as if he was holding two invisible giant hammers.
If there are thousands of troops in front, it seems that they can be defeated by one person.
A strong wind suddenly blew, and the clouds in the sky rolled up like scrolls. After a few more seconds, the cloud paintings like splashed ink spread out again, and the strong wind suddenly dissipated. Surges of evil, resentment, and corpse aura emerged from He Chang's nose, twisting and rolling like two black dragons, spinning around in a circle and then worming their way into his empty hand.
The black mist enveloped the fist, making it dazzling for ordinary people to see. The Baron felt like he was facing a formidable enemy.
His eyes swayed left and right to look at the black mist in He Chang's hand. He could feel the crisis. Corpse energy is the root of zombies. All zombies in the world will bite people to suck blood and use their bodies to resist, but no zombie will ever use the corpse energy in their body as a weapon to attack.
It's not that I won't, it's that I won't use it.
When many Taoists subdue zombies, they like to use a bamboo tube to penetrate the zombie's throat to release the corpse air from the body. When the time comes, it all depends on your mood whether to flatten or round the zombie. Zombie damage to corpse energy is like a person spitting out essence and blood, hurting others first before hurting yourself.
The price is huge, and the power is naturally extraordinary.
Using his back foot, He Chang was wrapped in the wind and pushed up his fists. His fists were like splashing ink, and he drew two horizontal black gestures in the air. The fist slammed into the face of the Western zombie, and the nose dug in and penetrated into the back of the head. The whole face bones shattered, and black blood exploded into a sky full of rain, splashing all over the ground. Like hitting a train heading, the Western zombie hit the ground and a pit burst out, waiting for He Chang to take action to finish him off.
Master, what a vicious zombie!
There's someone. He Chang was startled and turned around to see three heads hiding in the dark.
Level 31 Ime Taoist, Level 6 Afog, Level 7 Ahau. It was Alphonse who spoke just now. The mantis stalks the cicada, followed by the oriole?
He Chang chuckled inwardly.
No, he found us.
There will be another update later, a little late. No, he found us. The three people shouted that they were in trouble, but they did not run away. Instead, they jumped out from behind the gravel. Seeing that a third party was coming, He Chang opened his mouth and inhaled, and the corpse energy wrapped around his body was sucked back into his mouth. The source of power could not be wasted. The punch he just punched actually consumed 10 experience points from him. The experience value and corpse energy were almost equal.
He Chang's momentum returned a bit.
He stepped on the chest of the Western zombie and turned to look at the three Taoist priests who were facing a formidable enemy.
For example, Uncle Gio is almost identical to the Taoist with one eyebrow.
Ahao, who is 90% similar to Wang Kai.
Ah Fong is 90% similar to fellow Taoist boy Afe.
So it's you. He looked at the Baron on the ground.
Isn't this the plot of Ime Taoist?
The old priest He Chang stepped on turned into a vampire and was dug out after being sealed by the cross. The police captain and his cousin were greedy for money, so they destroyed the cross and released the vampire. Next, of course, comes the scene of the Chinese Taoist priest fighting the Western zombies. When powerful weapons such as magic talismans and peachwood swords to exorcise evil do not work, the fight between Taoist Ime is embarrassing and the plot is also interesting. But I can't say it's interesting to encounter it myself. In his eyes, the Baron, who has been suffering from chronic lack of blood, is not very strong, and his apprentice Alfang Ahao can ignore it, but Taoist Ime puts too much pressure on him.
Western zombies are not afraid of the Tamu sword, but he is afraid of a Chinese zombie.
He slowly raised the pressure on the Baron's chest with the soles of his feet.
Master, this is us Chinese zombies fighting foreign zombies. They are so handsome and their faces are so handsome. A fawn emerged from a baboon's nest, scratching his arms in excitement. It doesn't matter whether it's China or the West, they're all zombies. Taoist Ime threw the compass in his hand to the excited Afong, raised his hand and pulled out 2 yellow talismans from his sleeves.
Ahao and Fong, tonight we must keep upright, ward off evil, and slay demons.
Yes, master. The 2 apprentices stood ready, then moved away to prepare for Taoist Ime.
The yellow talisman in Ime Taoist's hand flickered slightly, and the aura was dazzling like a 100-watt incandescent lamp.
Go!
He Chang withdrew his feet, got under the Baron's body and the instep turned into a hook and struck hard. How could the Baron, who had just been severely injured and whose facial bones were twisted and seriously injured, have a chance to react? It became a natural hidden weapon and hit the 3 masters and apprentices of Ime.
If you can't defeat 1 Chinese zombie, how can you kill 3 living people?
The Baron flew high in the sky, turned around, and squeezed his hands into eagle claws. He moved his right front and left back, and instead used He Chang's strength to kill.
The 2 apprentices threw their arms away. From the battle between the 2 zombies, they knew they were outmatched. They lowered their arms to avoid the Baron's attack. The apprentice missed the attack, and the one facing the Western zombie Baron was naturally Taoist Ime. Conquer demons and eliminate demons.
Taoist Ime let out a sigh of relief, took half a step back with his right foot, dug his toes into the soil, clenched his fists with the yellow talisman between his fingers, and faced the Baron's 2 claws, one in front and one in back.
Boom! Without any further delay, the 2 sides collided. Thump thump thump. The yellow talisman did not work. Taoist Ime was beaten so hard that he stepped back and almost fell to the ground after stepping on rocks.
One thing kills another. Western zombies are afraid of garlic, crosses, and holy water.
Only Chinese zombies are afraid of yellow paper charms. To paraphrase a sentence from the 9-rank Sesame official, you actually used the sword of the previous dynasty to kill the official of this dynasty?
The donkey's lips are not the horse's mouth, so it's strange that it works.
Taoist Ime, the archenemy in He Chang's eyes, might just be a good prey in the Baron's eyes.
The Taoist priest with one eyebrow raised his fist and fought with the Western zombie. With the name of a zombie, he is naturally not afraid of physical punch attacks, nor is he afraid of quick punches to sweep his legs. He lets him be strong, but I hold him down and beat him.
This is the posture of the Western zombie.
If you hit him with an eyebrow more than a dozen times, if he hits him with a slap, you will win. Therefore, Taoist Ime becomes more passive the more he fights.
Master!
A Fong's cry for help suddenly came. Taoist Ime took a quick look and saw He Chang, who had been motionless, suddenly stretched out his arms and knocked away his 2 disciples in a sweeping gesture. He Chang has the greatest chance of winning in this battle. The Western zombies cannot defeat him, and the Ime Taoist is restrained by the Western zombies. Moreover, it is impossible for Ime to join forces with the Western zombies. As long as He Chang helps kill Ime from the side and then takes action to destroy the Western zombies, he will naturally become the biggest beneficiary. Lin Zhengying was once his idol, yes, but he turned into a villain, a zombie, and there was no way to reverse it. Even if he encountered the Monkey King carrying a stick to fight, he could only raise his sword and dance with his spear. Just live. In these zombie movies and ghost movies, as long as the apprentices are not very capable, they will naturally be beaten by He Chang until they are unable to fight back. Even if he punched He Chang in the face, he would cover his hands in pain. Ime immediately bit his finger and pressed the talisman on the Baron's head. Unfortunately, it was useless. However, with the help of the Baron's slap, he staggered the situation of the battle and jumped towards the two apprentices who were being surrounded. Town. He imitated a cheetah in hunting, stretched out his right hand in front of his head and flicked his fingers, and the red light turned into electricity and went straight towards He Chang to kill. A drop of spiritual blood seemed very heavy. In He Chang's eyes, this drop of blood turned into a heavy cauldron. If it was hit, it would be impossible to turn over. He Chang couldn't take the bite he had to take, and leaned back to avoid the drop of blood, but it also allowed Ah Hao and Fong to escape from the dangerous predicament. Master, this white-haired stiffness is so powerful. The two disciples hurriedly ran up behind Taoist Ime and stood guard. There are many types of zombies. If you count them in detail, various possibilities will turn the corpse into a zombie. The white-haired zombie is only one of the moderately aggressive zombies, and it is the lowest ranking. Ah Hao and Fong have been exorcising demons with Ime Taoist all year round, and they have also subdued two white-haired zombies under their hands. However, it was unusual to see this one today. The mind is quick, not stiff, and has great strength. If he hadn't been covered in white hair and kept his mouth shut, the two of them would have thought he was a martial arts master who had practiced horizontal kung fu. I'm afraid my master and disciple are in danger today. The two zombies were eyeing them. Taoist Ime didn't regard He Chang as a big threat yet, but he was worried that he couldn't deal with the Western zombies. Howl! The Western zombie lowered his throat and turned into a bat and flew away. The wind was so quiet that it could not move the leaves, and the moon dimmed by 3 points, hiding behind the black cloud scroll painting. Quiet. He Chang is the best at deserting on the spot. Whether the Whiteford vixen captures him as a coolie or the witch wants to use her main force to massacre the town, he is always the one who seizes the right opportunity to escape. Today, I didn't expect to be tricked by this foreign devil zombie. Master, Ah Hao looked at He Chang hesitantly. Superior. Isn't it enough without the Western zombies? Taoist Ime had Bagua stuck to his soles, and the yin and yang fish transformed into spiritual light flashed on his toes. He took 3.5 steps and arrived in front of He Chang. He held the talisman in his palm and hit He Chang on the forehead. If you hit it, you will definitely lose. Die. He Chang gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. The long dead pores on his skin popped open, and a burst of corpse air burst out. The fist covered in corpse aura was raised in front of his face. The one-eyebrow talisman finally arrives. The yellow talisman burned quickly when it touched the corpse aura, and the corpse aura immediately turned into a breeze. Not good. With an eyebrow, he saw that the blow missed, and it was too late to hide. The black tiger punch hit him squarely in the stomach. Who would have thought that the dignified Taoist with one eyebrow would be knocked away by a white-haired zombie? He fell to the ground and felt that his stomach was rotten and his intestines were pierced, and he could not stand up at all. Master! Ah Fong jumped angrily, put his hands into the soles of his shoes, and pulled out the 2 copper coins that made him smell bad. Copper coins suppress corpses. 2 copper coins struck He Chang with auras of light. There were 2 bangs, and the white hair on his chest was slightly burnt, but He Chang Jen was not hurt. The master fell, and the 2 brothers could not be hurt. Their fate seemed to be doomed? Ah Hao, the 3 talents demon subduing formation. Ah Hao, the 3 talents demon subduing formation. Taoist Ime suddenly spoke with half a mouthful of blood stuck to his teeth. Ah Hao, who had started earlier and dabbled in formations earlier, immediately accepted the order. Yes, master. How could He Chang let him get his wish? He had just read the Sankai demon subduing formation in Mao Shanming's book. Sankai made the formation eye and used yellow talismans and small seal characters to draw the formation. Its main function was to trap and suppress. That's why it means to conquer the devil. There were 2 ways before him, the easiest was to escape. How many masters are there in the world? Uncle Jiao, Xian Zhenwen, Taoist Ime, everyone he bumped into had their ability to accept him, and he couldn't count the number of people he didn't bump into. They kept running away and never had a happy life.
What's more, it's killing.
The three masters and disciples have great cultivation, especially Taoist Ime, whose blood is absolutely tonic, and may allow him to evolve into a black/hairy zombie.
Ah Fawn. Help me.
Alphonse, the most inconspicuous person, pulled the compass and turned it over, and a yellow light came out. It turns out that the opposite side of this compass is Bagua. The yellow light was as long as a dragon and as fast as a spear. In an instant, it hit He Chang's chest and pushed him to the ground with a roar. He Chang's back shook and he stood up lightly, but the yellow light refused to let go and hit his face again.
The meat is right in front of you, how can you escape without eating it?
The next time I bump into a master like Taoist Ime and get injured, I don't know what the chances are. But the yellow light was fierce and clung to him. The yellow light stuck to his heels again, and He Chang jumped behind a red brick stone pillar with a bang.
Ah Hal, hurry up.
Don't worry. Sweat dripped down Hao's forehead, his eyes were blurred, and it tasted salty in his mouth. Sweat hit the ground along the tip of his nose, like a sign before rain, 2 drops of watermarks on the dry mud. He didn't have time to raise his hands to wipe them. He was holding 2 long vines in his hands and was concentrating on using the vines to form a 3-talent demon-suppressing array on the ground. After the long and complicated formation came to an end, Hao casually grabbed a handful of dirt at his feet, spit, wiped off the sweat, and pinched it left and right to squeeze out a ball of mud. It is when life is at stake, everything must be done quickly. Without noses or eyes, he quickly pinched out 3 small clay figures and placed them on the eyes of the Sankai demon-subduing array. The array flashed twice and it was completed. Alright, it's finally okay. The 2 senior brothers breathed a sigh of relief.
Boom!
Before they could catch their breath, they saw the stone pillar in the distance suddenly shake.
The next moment, he suddenly flew up and landed on the Sankai demon-subduing formation, smashing his 3 clay figurines and the magic circle that he had spent so much effort on. The strong wind pressed down by the stone pillars stirred up dust, like the Iron Fan Princess holding the banana fan on the tip of her tongue and flapping it twice. It can be called flying sand and flying rocks, and the ground trembled 3 times in a row. The 2 brothers stepped back in fright, pushing their heels against the ground and digging out pits. Ah Hao and Fong, run quickly and leave me alone.
Taoist Ime shouted nervously. He had already seen that the danger was dangerous, and it was definitely not something his 2 apprentices could deal with. Just after jumping to the stone pillar, He Chang struggled to move the bottom of the stone pillar, and with a move of Overlord lifting the great power, the stone pillar flew away and fell on the Sankai demon-subduing formation. If the 2 of them had not hid in time, they would have turned into flesh. Cake. Once the 3 talents formation is broken, master and disciple will have no backup plan. Taoist Ime's stomach was as sharp as a knife, and the fear in his heart was like a wave, which was difficult to calm down. The zombie actually threw a stone pillar and broke the Sankai demon-subduing formation. He started learning how to conquer demons, refine ghosts, and raise corpses, perform medicine and face medicine, and watch stars and fortune-telling all his life. I have seen many monsters in my life, but there are no more than 10 that are as smart as this zombie in front of me. Each caused an earth-shattering disaster, with countless casualties. For those who conquer demons, the best outcome is to die on this road.
Today is the day he died as a martyr. He has come to the conclusion that they are no match for this zombie today. If they don't escape quickly, they will definitely die here.
Taoist Ime bit the belly of his finger again, and blood dripped from his finger to the back of his hand in the blink of an eye. 10 fingers connected to the heart, nothing hurts more than this.
Afanyahao, the 2 of you, the fans, walked to Guangdong overnight.
More than 10 years ago, I met an expert from the linens. After I found him, I told him that I wanted to bring him to kill zombies.
Master.
How could the 2 disciples not hear that this was a decisive decision? Looking at his eyebrows again, blood dripped down his elbow and stained his sleeves. The Taoist with one eyebrow raised his hand and pointed at the center of his eyebrows. The golden light was loud.
He Changgang jumped up and was punched away.
The golden light dissipated, and the Taoist with an eyebrow was seen standing up seriously. Hands leaning on tree branches, feet stepping on black stones. The eyebrows are a little blood red, and they are majestic.
Class, the red question mark indicates that the opponent is too strong and cannot be detected by the system, or does the opponent have the ability to cover up? Ime used the secret technique, and his strength could never be lower than his own.
Besides, if Ime was not injured, his level 31 strength would be enough to crush He Chang.
Ime shouted loudly, "You're just a little zombie, let's die."
The branch suddenly turned in a semicircle in Ime's hand. He turned his hand and stabbed straight, twisting his waist, and in an instant the branch was attached to Yi Cheng's face. In his eyes, this was not a branch, but a deadly weapon. He Chang stumbled to dodge, rubbing his waist and leaning back, but he still couldn't dodge the gun and it passed sideways, slicing off a piece of white hair. The spear that was thrusting suddenly stopped and suddenly changed from stabbing to smashing. Boom! There was an explosion, and He Chang was hit by a branch and lay on the ground. Although the branches cracked, they were not broken. This was because the opponent had a magical ability that could protect the spear continuously. In the novel, swordsman masters can pinch straw sticks and branches and use brilliant sword skills to injure and kill enemies. The Ime in front of him is of this mysterious level. Rub the gun and drape the pole. The gun in his hand is as soft as a whip, as flexible as a snake, and difficult to defend against. Within a few rounds, He Chang's black robe was covered in scars, and his chainmail made of white hair was in tatters. Click! With a sudden cold light, the spear hit He Chang's chest and penetrated 3 points of the flesh. At this moment, the branches shattered and the stamina disappeared. He Chang Kai escaped the fate of being penetrated by a gun. Master! Come on! Kill him! A sudden voice came from behind, causing the Taoist's chest to tremble. He fought hard to buy time, but instead of escaping, his apprentice died here? The wind blew in my ears. Ime turned around and saw a pitch-black fist coming, filled with cold corpse air. He hurriedly raised his arms, and there was a loud bang. Stomach and abdominal cramps hit him, and his eyebrows fell to the ground. It was because the secret technique was broken. This fight is about luck. Taoist Ime, who was injured by He Chang's attack, was brought to his own level by He Chang, or even lower. They only want one blow, no matter how hard they can bite. If they bite, they will win. The one-eyebrow secret technique must have more than just this one move, and maybe even the ability to self-destruct. He may die, but he may not necessarily lose. GG. Why are you here? Leave quickly. He looked at the little zombie flying in front of him and was shocked. Surprisingly, nothing happened. Little prince? Aren't those little eyes that are wandering around the corpse He Chang's nominal nephew? GG. The young prince spread his hands to stop He Chang and jumped up and down anxiously. Roar! Being blocked, He Chang looked quite angry. Master, are you okay? Ah How raised his eyebrows and looked at the scene in front of him with some surprise. The little zombie his master picked up some time ago could actually stop the white-haired zombie who beat his master into a hunched-over cooked shrimp? It's okay, you can rest assured, he is one of our own. One of our own? Ah How scratched his head in distress. How could humans and zombies be his own people? Is this big zombie the kid's family? It's his uncle. Taoist Ime is familiar with nonsense and zombie talk. From the conversation between a large zombie and a small zombie just now, he understood a lot of the meaning. The uncle and nephew had just turned into zombies some time ago, and what was even more surprising was that they still retained human consciousness. With someone's consciousness and the presence of Western zombies in front, Taoist Ime put away his offensive, but of course he did not completely let down his guard. He Chang lowered his head and looked at the young prince who blocked his attack. He was dressed in official robes and had a money sword floating behind him. There is a spiritual light hanging on the sword, which is a magic weapon that has been illuminated. After seeing He Chang, the sword began to shake, preparing to stab him. Look at Taoist Ime, who is being supported by the two disciples and is rubbing his belly. His face is livid because of the pain, but his fists have bulging veins and are strong, which proves that the qi and blood are flowing smoothly and there is no fundamental injury. If they fight again, it's hard to guarantee that Ime still has a trump card. There is no way that a level 30 master will be beaten by a zombie of level 10 or so, and he will be unable to resist. Kid, He Chang did not rush to kill Ime, but instead he was stopped by the young prince following his identity. Since Taoist Ime can accept the young prince, there is no need to kill the great prince himself. He took in the little zombie, which proved that Ime was not a monk like Uncle Gio who risked his life to stay upright and ward off evil. Some discussions. It took most of the night to fight against the Western zombies and the Ime Taoist. It's almost the fourth watch, and the east is slightly bright. If Ime can hold on until dawn, He Chang's strength will be greatly reduced by then, and the identities of both parties will change. Even if they escape, they will be caught up and killed. The main reason is that the red light on the top of one brow has faded, leaving only a hint of caution, indicating that the two sides are not fighting to the death. You are an interesting Taoist priest who can avoid killing zombies when you encounter them. He Chang met someone along the way, and after learning that he was a zombie, he wished that a thunderbolt would fall and kill him. It is indeed not easy for Ime to suppress the hatred and murderous intention in his heart. I briefly asked the young prince about his experience. It turned out that after that night, the young prince rolled down the road pit, slept in a graveyard during the day, and drove on the road at night. It took him 4 or 5 days to regain his consciousness. By chance, he met Taoist Ime, who was out to clean up monsters. The humane movements and demeanor of the young prince attracted the attention of Taoist Ime, so Ime did not frighten the little prince but instead kept him by his side. She could see the blood of sheep and tomatoes every day. "Thank you for taking care of him." Chung withdrew his fist and yelled at Ime. "Master! Master, be careful!" When the 2 apprentices saw the zombie, they opened their mouths and shouted, "Master, be careful," but they pushed Ime forward and the 2 of them hid behind Ime. "He is thanking us." Seeing that the 2 apprentices were embarrassed in front of the zombies, they frowned and snorted. The dark clouds overhead dispersed and the moonlight fell. "Ahau!" Following Ime's shout, Ahau turned over and took off his clothes and covered the young prince's head, preventing him from absorbing the moonlight. Ime also explained, "You don't want him to touch the moonlight and suck human blood like you, right?" If Ime can give up hostility, besides the fact that it is difficult to tell the outcome between the 2 sides at this time, he also has 2 oil bottles, so the 2 apprentices will definitely not survive in a fight. Now that Chang can talk, it would be best if the current situation can be alleviated. Chang used zombies to say, "We need to talk." Zombies are those who suck human blood. Chang doesn't have a backer like Taoist Ime. He is not safe day and night. People want to kill him. If he doesn't suck human blood, he might as well jump into the sun at dawn and be burned to ashes. Of pleasure. Master, Ahau didn't understand, but saw his master's face was solemn. Although the identity of the uncle and nephew was confirmed, the zombie still couldn't believe it. How can someone who is not from my race be sincere? Okay. You guys chat all night, and we'll go into the mountains to pick him up tomorrow. Roar. Chang picked up the young prince and jumped towards the abandoned house. Master, how can you let the zombie leave with the kid? What if he learns from the zombie and gets bad? When Chang was around, he didn't dare to breathe. After Chang left, Ah Feng became more powerful. She glanced at him with an eyebrow. "Can you stop him?" Thinking of the brave zombies, Ahau and Feng shook their heads repeatedly. Their chests still hurt. But Ah Feng still couldn't change his badmouth nature, so he read a few more sentences. "I didn't bring the guy with me today, otherwise I would have dealt with him long ago." "Can you beat me with a guy?" Facing the sneer, Ah Feng finally shut his mouth completely. He was carrying the Mashan demon-conquering treasure, but his ability to eliminate demons might not be as good as Taoist Ime, but Taoist Ime was defeated at the hands of that zombie. But this zombie was supposed to be stationed at the border during his lifetime, and he was also very skilled in martial arts as a corpse after death. If I hadn't guessed that he had such martial arts, I wouldn't have suffered a secret loss. With an eyebrow and a sigh, who would have thought that zombies would not become stiff? Moreover, his fighting skills are still better than those of a living person like him, and he would kill anyone else. Master, what did that guy say last?" Ahau interjected, easing the impasse. He frowned angrily, rubbed his belly and said, "Let's be careful about the Western zombies. Western zombies are not afraid of Taoism. If you can't defeat them, you can drive them here. If we can't defeat us, do we really need zombies to help us? How is that possible? We are the ones who kill zombies, so there is no reason to ask zombies for help. Ahau and Feng, prepare talisman paper, ink lines, black dog blood, chicken heads, and eggs tomorrow. Let's kill these foreign devil zombies." "Yes, master." Looking back with an eyebrow, he saw the zombie figure smashing into the wall, and walked into the abandoned house with the little zombie. The trace disappeared completely, and he felt reluctant to let go. He raised the little zombie as his own son. "I hope nothing happens. Oh, let's go." The 3 masters and apprentices supported each other and walked down the hillside. After breaking through the broken wall and entering under the moonlit tiles, Chung Kai untied the black cloth covering the young prince. Although the 2 parties were related physically and by blood, both of them died. As the saying goes, once a person dies, his or her debts are wiped out, and they are no longer uncles or nephews. The young prince ignored all of that. After turning into a zombie, he lost all his sophistication as a human being and ran around screaming shishi, thinking that zombies would not harm zombies. One moment, he opened the Chang paper umbrella and jumped up and down chasing the will-o'-the-wisp, and the next moment, he searched for his yellow cloth bag. GG. He held up the broken jade and jumped in front of Chang. "Do you know what this thing is used for?" Chang asked casually, but to his surprise, the young prince actually nodded. One more update: the moon sets against the clouds, the rooster crows at the 5th watch, and dawn breaks. Cousin, I'm coming." The police captain was drunk and cowardly. After a night of drinking, he was helped back to the township office by a group of subordinates. He turned on his toes as he approached the door.
"Captain, it's already dawn, wouldn't it be a good idea to disturb the lady?"
The policeman, with the left side of his eyes looking forward and the right side looking out, suggested.
Snapped.
The slap hit the squinting policeman on the ear, and the wind blew into his head. The policeman spun around in a circle and collapsed to the ground. There are stars in his eyes.
I am the captain. You are the captain? Ah. Believe it or not, I shot and killed. You are. Another tall and thin man hurriedly helped the police captain and complimented him. "You forgot, the Western doctor examined Ritsuji and said he had exotropia caused by myopia. He must have something. He is blind. Of course his bear-like appearance cannot comprehend how handsome you are, Captain. You are still good at talking, Deng Zi. Luer, I will deal with you after I take down my cousin. Just think of him as a fart and let it go." Deng Zi winked at Luer. Luer was very angry with the captain, who always hit and scolded him, but his body rolled up flexibly and bowed. "Captain, I wish you success immediately, and success even after you get off the horse." He knows just one idiom, and he can also make up a dozen with rhymes. "You kid can tell." The police captain drunkenly patted Luer on the shoulder, and then lowered his voice and said, "I will go get my cousin later and ask her to introduce me to Marshal Su. Then my brothers will go to town with me. It will be popular. Why do you have to carry a gun and run 3 times a day if you drink spicy food? You ride in a foreign car in the morning and evening, and listen to music in a restaurant when you have nothing to do."
The eyes of several policemen were straightened, and their hearts moved when they heard this.
"Captain, do you still need to apply wax on your gun?"
Deng Zi said something and took out a small porcelain vase from his hand. "I bought this from the place in town where I practice Guangong's sword and fire-breathing spear. Generally, there are jugglers at the market stalls on the streets. After all, there are only a few people who reward them with money, so they just buy some dolly pills and aphrodisiacs. If this thing doesn't work, no one will be embarrassed to come and find fault.
All they do is dumb business."
The small bottle of wax held in Deng Zi's hand was a good medicine for external application. Many widows and daughters-in-law tried it and threw away all their reputations, spreading their legs and waiting for it to come. "Although I, the captain, will rarely use this thing, I still need to be prepared." After collecting the wax without leaving any trace, the police captain turned around and was about to leave when he suddenly said, "I heard that my cousin is still a baby.
We are going to do something exciting later.
No matter who calls for help, we are not allowed in. Come quickly. I'll kill him." Yes, Captain, don't worry, I wish you a good time, Captain." Haha, the police captain shrugged proudly. Squeak, he opened the door and walked in. The lewd laughter accompanied the movement of the door closing. "Cousin, I'm coming." The few policemen who had just nodded their heads suddenly pouted. "If he doesn't apply wax, he has to pull up his pants in just one sip of tea, so let's just let him collapse on the bed."
"But don't tell me, the captain's cousin's breasts are really big."
The police captain bolted the door with his backhand and saw his cousin Hefeng lying on her side with her back to him. He forced out a lewd smile on his drunken face. "Hey, cousin, it's like 3 autumns after not seeing me for one night.
Can you let me touch your hand?"
Hefeng's face was pressed against the wall, a pair of corpse teeth exposed, and panic flashed in his eyes. However, he still reached out to the police captain who was leaning over the bed. "Slippery. Slipperier than mutton fat, Jade." The police captain grabbed Hefeng's arm and tasted it carefully. It was strange to say that Hefeng had been wearing gauze gloves earlier, and the police captain could feel the calluses scratching his body even if he scratched it. He couldn't have made it without carrying a basket that was 4 or 5 years old. "I grabbed it in my hand today and it felt even slipperier than the hands of those pampered nuns." His hands couldn't be more honest. He climbed up Hefeng's wrist and pinched his shoulder. Seeing that his cousin Hefeng didn't struggle, the police captain secretly thought something was up. Suddenly Hefeng turned over and sat up, breaking away from his hand. He had also sobered up a bit, and thought to himself that it was terrible.
"Don't be too impatient to do anything bad.
If you forcefully lift the gun and mount the horse today, your chances of climbing onto Marshal Su's chariot will be slim." Unexpectedly, Hefeng suddenly put her hands on his neck and rubbed it gently. "Comfortable, it's so comfortable, cousin," the police captain thought to himself. "It turns out she is a slut, that's easy." He didn't see it, but Hefeng slowly opened his collar, opened his mouth wide, and slowly moved his ugly corpse teeth closer to the police captain's neck. "Vomit," Hefeng retched, and it turned out that there was a pustule as big as a child's fist where she wanted to slit. The pustules are glowing with white light and may explode at any time.
"What's wrong?"
Cousin, the police captain turned his head with a smile and saw his cousin looking at him with a ferocious face, a pair of long corpse teeth sticking out. Outside the house, the two policemen huddled together, lit matches and lit cigarettes. "Help! Zombie!" The policeman who was smoking suddenly raised his head and bumped into his companion. "Oh no, the captain is in danger." "Hey! What a fuss!" The companion held his shoulders and said leisurely with a cigarette in the corner of his mouth, "Have you forgotten what the captain ordered? No matter who calls for help, they are not allowed in." The policeman then remembered. "You must be playing tricks. If you don't believe me, why don't you listen again?" The two of them winked and got closer, and just then they heard the captain's soul-crushing shout from inside, which had a bit of a despicable smell. "Cousin, it feels so comfortable inside the house." Cousin Yifeng was pressing down on the police captain on the bed, with her mouth on his neck. Corpse teeth penetrated the flesh and punctured blood vessels. Blood poured into Yifeng's throat, and she swallowed it down. The red light in her eyes grew stronger and stronger, but the police captain's aura became weaker and weaker. It was not until night that the door was opened again. "Captain! That's awesome!" As soon as the police captain came out, his subordinates gave him a thumbs up. Snort! It was dark, the lights were dim, and the few policemen only saw their captain waving again, and followed him in confusion. Oops! As soon as they entered the door, they saw the captain's cousin, naked, with her smooth back facing them. A few people tried to move over to take a look at the front. The captain smiled strangely and locked the door. The black clouds became thicker and thicker, and there was no moonlight. Several screams broke through the roof, and were finally blocked by the black clouds in midair. "Ah! Master, let's go pick up that kid." How couldn't sit still and urged Taoistime. "The western zombie hasn't been found yet. The little guy will have no problem following his uncle. That white-haired zombie knows how to suck blood. If you follow him, you might learn bad things." Well, Taoist priest Ime stood up. His stomachache had long since healed, and he walked back and forth in the main room with his hands behind his back. "Let's go and pick him up." "Yes, master." Ahau and Fong were overjoyed. In order to show their sincerity, the three of them went there with bare hands. As long as Yi Chang didn't have any real intention to harm others, they had no choice but to kill the little zombie's uncle. As soon as the three of them left the house, they met a fellow villager. "Uncle, third uncle, you're not going to sleep at night, why don't you go out for a walk?" Farmers, in poor areas, those with wives can still do some tinkering at night, while those without wives go to bed early. Not many people go out on the streets in the dark. It's the township office. Shots were fired. "Let's gather in front of the gate of the township office." "Township office? What the hell are you doing?" The three masters and apprentices subconsciously realized that something was wrong. There must be a monster when something went wrong. The masters and apprentices temporarily changed their route and headed towards the township office. As we walked and stopped, we saw more and more neighbors around us. The township office is located between two villages, very close to the church. The nuns were also driven over by the barrel of a gun with impatient expressions on their faces. A dozen policemen carried guns and walked around like guarding prisoners, but their eyes were looking at the villagers who were coming as if they were looking at roast chicken, which made people's hearts tremble. The village chiefs of the two villages stood up and asked the police captain, "Captain, what's wrong if you don't sleep at night?" The police captain kept his mouth shut. He wanted to open his mouth to speak but seemed to think of something and quickly raised his hand to cover his mouth. "Raise your hand and raise your gun." Boom. A shot exploded into the night. Many women, elderly people and children were trembling with fear. Boom, boom. The police captain made a sound and pointed at a young and beautiful nun. He did not change his mind. See, that means asking the young and beautiful nun to come to him. "Sister." The young and beautiful nun grabbed the fat nun's arm and refused to go. No one knows what will happen if they go there. The police have changed their temper overnight. They are carrying guns and knives. Maybe they want to harm people? How could it be better for the yellow flower girl to go? Seeing that she didn't move, police officers were already approaching with their guns drawn. "Something's wrong." The one-brow Taoist shook his head and observed, frowning. "What's wrong, master?" A Fong scratched his head. Ahau asked, "All policemen keep their mouths shut and don't speak. Is that right?" Taoist Ime said, "Just wait and see what happens." The little nun was pulled back, and his thin little arms pulled the little nun's arm. No matter how hard he applied, the little nun would not move at all. It turned out that the little nun had a 1,000 pendant tied to her end, a fat nun who weighed at least 200 pounds at first glance, and was holding the little nun to prevent her from leaving. Boom! Unable to grab anyone, the thin policeman picked up his gun and shot him in the sky like a black cloth above his head. The little nun's hands softened and she was pulled forward a little. Sister, sister, save me. Lord, please bless your child, Lord, please bless your child. Seeing that the little nun was about to be taken away, Sister Maria grabbed the cross and put it on her chest and began to pray. Unexpectedly, the light came so powerfully that the skinny policeman was dazzled by the light and let out a howl like a ghost. Ugh! 2 long corpse teeth protruded from the enlarged mouth. It's a vampire. Sister Maria was startled, her fat body hugged the little nun tightly, and she grabbed the cross with her other hand and pressed it against the thin policeman's face. Suddenly, the policeman screamed even more miserably. It's a zombie. The Ime master and apprentice looked at each other and quickly stood up to save people. The villagers also saw the long teeth in Shabalan's mouth, shouted help, zombie, and started running around, creating a mess. Boom! The gun exploded again. This sound works better than anything else. The villagers realized that the police from the township office were here, and Taoist Ime was also there. It was just a zombie. What was there to be afraid of? The order gradually came under control. Many people approached the police captain for help, but some cleverly retreated secretly. In a nest of snakes and rats, no one could believe that only one policeman turned into a zombie. The police captain grinned proudly, revealing 2 corpse teeth. Everyone's hearts clicked, and as expected, all the policemen with guns in their hands grinned and showed their corpse teeth. The villagers who approached the police and asked for protection were immediately knocked down and their throats were bitten. Fear spread quickly. Although drinking human blood in front of everyone was different from the police captain's initial thoughts, who could endure the blood? The nun's forehead was branded red with a cross by the nun. She finally took advantage of the chaos to get away. Feeling anxious and angry, she raised her gun and shot the fat nun. Devil! This is the devil! Everyone pick up the cross, we have to fight back. What came back to her was another shot. 2 bullet holes were placed on her thighs. There were holes in the fat on her thighs, and blood was flowing out. The fat nun's face turned pale. This was considered honest. So smart. Taoist Ime looked at the scene in front of him. The zombies transformed by the township police officers had flexible bodies and flexible minds, no different from living people. Ah Hao and Feng, you stay here, I'll go take a look. Master, be careful. The brothers also believe in Taoist Ime's ability. These zombie policemen may not be able to deal with their masters with guns. He raised an eyebrow, held the sword finger in his right hand and put it against his leg, squeezed the tiger's claw with his left fist, and like a blue and white snake, his arm nimbly slipped under the arm of a policeman who was facing away from him, turned his elbow, and clasped it with the tiger's claw. The policeman's chin. The sword finger of his right hand pressed against the spiritual light and touched the policeman's forehead. Useless. Boom. A bullet grazed one eyebrow and one ear, and the trajectory of the bullet curled up one eyebrow, one ear, and the white hair on the temples. Ah! After drinking the blood, the police captain got up and angrily put down his gun and stamped his feet. It seemed that what he wanted to shoot was Ime's head, but unfortunately his marksmanship was not good. Several policemen around him also finished their meals and aimed their guns at Ime. Don't move, I'll kill him if you do. Ime took half a step back. As soon as he moved, the policeman opened fire. His body tracing skills were not bad, but 2 bullets hit the bullseye and hit the chest of the hostage policeman and the back of Ime's left hand. Ime groaned. Flowers of blood exploded, and the hostage policeman who was shot suddenly went crazy sniffing the blood. The surrounding police officers were getting closer and closer. The spell is useless. With a raised eyebrow, he remembered what the little zombie uncle said. Western zombies are not afraid of Taoism. Could it be that these were bitten by Western zombies? Carrying a gun, not afraid of Taoism, there are so many people that Ime can't deal with them. Ah Hao and Feng, go get the reinforcements. What reinforcements? That's the zombie. Taoist Ime swore that he was a Taoist priest and was born to catch zombies. Unexpectedly, he asked zombies to save his life today. Master, please take care of yourself. The 2 apprentices were not hesitant about their feet. As soon as they moved, gunfire crackled from behind and exploded along their heels, chasing them away like firecrackers. You. The police captain pointed his eyebrows. Who didn't know that this guy is the best at killing zombies? Kill him first and then talk. The 4 policemen came closer with their mouths wide open and took a bite.
Several little nuns ran up to the Ime Taoist, raised the cross on their chests and stuffed it into the mouths of the policemen. The 4 policemen looked like people doing magic tricks on market stalls, with white smoke coming out of their mouths. They are devils. Only the Lord can save us. The fat nun walked to Taoist Ime with the support of 3 nuns. Whoa! There were also zombie policemen about to come, and a few little nuns raised their crosses, which frightened them and made them retreat. Ime also saw the application of the cross, nodded, and shouted loudly, "Let's go first. Everyone, go to the church to take shelter first." After hearing that there was a way to survive, the surviving villagers swarmed towards the church. Seeing everyone running away, the police captain became furious and only hit a few people with his gun. The captain angrily raised his pistol and shot each of the policemen guarding the door. Shot in the head, the policeman guarding the door fell to the ground and stood up unsteadily. They wiped the blood from their heads and spoke in a low voice, which meant, they have a cross and they dare not go to it. The police captain got angry and fired a few more shots. "They have crosses, don't you have a gun?" The subordinates who have the brains of a bunch of pigs really embarrassed the zombies. Hifong, the captain's cousin, also came out of the house and kept talking to the captain with a submissive look on her face. "How is it not going well? Everyone has turned into zombies. Marshal Su and Marshal Chow are useless. How can zombies rely on Marshal?" The police captain still retained the memory of his life, thinking that if he sucked the blood of the people in this village, he could not only fill his stomach but also expand his men. Then what would happen to Marshal Chow, Marshal Su, and Marshal Dalong? Let's all play ball. The bitten corpses on the ground gradually came to life. This speed was several times faster than the explosion of zombie poison. A dozen zombies carrying guns headed toward the church. Kid, where are you? Hey, where are you?" The 2 men sneaked across the chain bridge in the dark, but stopped in front of the abandoned houseyard, only daring to shout from a distance. The white-haired one inside was so fierce that he was really going crazy, and the 2 of them were delivering food. The dark clouds covering dozens of miles around the entire town were like a cauldron lid, with no trace of moonlight visible. However, the dark clouds on the top of the mountain were like a piece of window paper that had been poked with a hole. A bunch of moonlight poked down from the sky like a stick and hit the yard. Inside. "Hey," Fong wanted to continue shouting, but Ahao covered his mouth. "What are you doing?" Afong broke away complainingly. "Did you forget that the master was shot and that the entire township police officers turned into zombies?" "I know, but asking zombies for help, do you think it would work?" Ahao sighed. It would be best to rely on zombies to save his life if he had to catch zombies for the rest of his life. Who would have thought of this unless he was desperate? My Afon's life is worthless. Even if that kid's uncle wants to suck our blood, I will accept it. I'm not saying I won't ask him for help. After dragging Afong into the grass, Hao whispered, "We can ask the brat to say a few words for us. That white-haired zombie is his uncle. We must give him favors and face." "That's true." Afong nodded and agreed with this statement. 2 living people asking zombies for help was no different from door-to-door delivery of food. They still wanted to live longer. The 2 of them walked towards the abandoned house, one moment imitating the frog's cuckoo, and the other the cricket's trembling wings. Finally, a small figure jumped out. "Kid, we're here." Hao and Afong saw the little zombie coming out after hearing the sound, and raised their hands to guide him over. The 2 hugged the little zombie, leaned into his ears, and got straight to the point. The policemen in the township office have turned into zombies, and they are not afraid of magic paper charms. They are like living people. Now the whole village is in danger, and the master has also been shot and injured. Please quickly ask your uncle to save the villagers. Asking a zombie to save someone is indescribably weird. GG. The little zombie also looked very anxious. "By the way, don't say that we are here too. We are afraid that your uncle will be hungry and drain our blood." 2 people and 1 little zombie also know that human life is at stake, and what they say is just practical information. The little zombie nodded and jumped back to the abandoned houseyard. "What should we do?" Seeing the little zombie leave, Afong turned around and asked Ahao. "Wait here, otherwise his uncle won't help. We will use our own blood in exchange and beg him to take action." "What?" The little zombie jumped up and down the hole in the courtyard wall, and saw He Chang, dressed in a black robe, standing outside the light pillar. A simple magic circle that attracts moonlight, with a piece of broken jade placed in the center of the circle. After the little zombie talked to Yi Changkai, he realized that this piece of jade is a good treasure and can store and attract moonlight. Everything in the world has life, including stones. This stone is jade. It is crystal clear and can be worn as a bracelet or necklace close to the body. It can activate blood and prolong life. With sufficient chi stored, people live with essence, energy, and spirit. Before embarking on the golden elixir road to immortality, Taoists also cultivate essence, energy, and spirit. There is a saying that if a person takes care of jade for 3 years, jade will take care of him for a lifetime. There is a kind of jade that is exposed to the moonlight all year round. After being mined, carved, and then refined by experts, it has the ability to attract moonlight. Whether it was Aunt Hua who was buried in He Chang's belly or the will-o'-the-wisp that haunted He Chang, they were all affected by this piece of jade. The cultivation of mountain spirits and ghosts relies on swallowing the essence of the sun and the moon. A treasure that can attract moonlight will naturally attract the schemes of low-level ghosts. He Chang followed the simple moon-inducing formation in Mao Shanming's notebook and placed broken jade at the center of the formation. Unexpectedly, it would lead to a beam of light. He Chang, who was standing outside the formation, opened his mouth and swallowed, and the moonlight immediately turned into a stream of experience and penetrated his body. GG. What's up? He Chang collected the broken jade and had just sucked the will-o'-the-wisp happily. Suddenly there was no moonlight and he jumped up and down anxiously. Knowing that there was nothing he could do, He Chang got into the paper umbrella to no avail. Although it is good to attract moonlight, it is too powerful and can easily attract the attention of experts. Moreover, Shirko Moonlight only has a little experience, which is far less than what he got from killing people and ghosts. In summary, there is not much benefit from using it, and it will cause trouble. Disaster. Chi-chi. Chi-chi. The little zombie jumped up and down anxiously. You mean, the policeman turned into zombies, and Taoist Ime was injured? GG. The little zombie nodded and looked at He Chang expectantly. He Chang thought for a moment, nodded and said, I'll help. Chi-chi. The little zombie jumped with joy. Since Taoist Ime was shot and wounded, what else is he afraid of? Wu Jinren, who was seriously injured and dying after being shot randomly, could still block his path despite his desperate efforts. Taoist Ime, whose cultivation ability was far superior to Wu Jinren, could not resist just after being punched by He Chang. He only believed that when people were shot, they would get white pulp and red blood. 2 zombies, one large and one small, jumped down the mountain, but the little zombie was short of legs and was soon left behind. In the grass, 2 people ran out and stopped the little zombie. They were Taoist Ime's 2 apprentices, a Hao and a Fong. Little devil, don't follow me. If you go crazy when you see blood, it will be over. Gigi the little zombie looked up again, and the figure of the big zombie had disappeared from his sight. The young prince didn't follow, and He Chang didn't care. It just so happened that he wanted the blood of Ime with the knife this time, so the little zombie would be troublesome. He followed the popularity and arrived at the township office. The 5 people were lying on the ground. They heard the sound of He Chang's arrival and struggled to stand up. Ah woo woo woo. Transformed into vampires, they still retained their human sanity and even talked to each other. In the end, the finger was pointed at He Chang. Woo! The 5 villager stern vampires screamed at He Chang. Their corpses had teeth as long and slender as a python, and their faces were white and their pupils were red. It was really scary. How dare you grin in front of me with your stinky sweet potatoes and rotten bird eggs? He Chang suddenly opened his mouth and roared. Roar! What came out of his throat was the low-pressure strong wind blowing through the forest. It roared like a tiger, and its corpse teeth were as powerful as a lion's. It immediately overwhelmed several vampires. The vampires winced, knowing that they were in big trouble. He Chang had no intention of letting them go. He jumped up in front of the 5 vampires and raised his fists, smashing, jumping and kicking them. After twisting around, his elbow broke a vampire's spine, causing the vampire to moan in pain. The fight is about crushing, and the vampires have no power to fight back. But in the flash of lightning, 5 bodies with severed heads and brains were lying on the ground. He Chang turned around without hesitation and jumped forward following the breath. A small tall building filled with living people. There is a cross as high as 1 person hanging on the small building, and the windows are like door curtains hanging with strings of garlic. The living people of the 2 villages were crowded into the small church, making it difficult for them to stay. Outside the church stood a dozen policemen, blocked by crosses and plans, each with their zombie teeth exposed and holding a gun while gritting their teeth. Although they can't go to the chapel, it doesn't stop them from shooting and killing people. There were gunshots and the smell of blood filled the air. Many people were already dead. He Chang jumped out and rushed towards the vampire police. Master Ime, you are mine.
It took me more than 2 hours to write this chapter. I cut my hand mainly in the afternoon, and the cut was on my index finger. My typing was seriously affected. I only have 2 updates today. I'm sorry. The police captain bared his teeth and continued to show off his power. He shook his wrist and drew a few bullet holes on the cross of the church. Just when he heard someone behind his head grabbing a banana leaf and slapping him on the head, the wind whistled behind his ears, and a slap as big as an anvil hit his head. The pop is the brain exploding. Ah! The little nuns saw clearly in the church that in the dark night a man wrapped in a black robe jumped out like an arrow and opened the police captain's throat like he was grabbing a hammer to smash a watermelon. That is the messenger of God. Don't worry, don't worry. The fat nun tried her best to comfort the little nun beside her. The villagers didn't need her to comfort them. They were all happy to slap their thighs when they saw the zombie policeman who bit people and sucked blood had his head smashed. And everyone shouted at the top of their lungs. Kill! Kill these beasts! It sucks our blood in normal times, and it sucks our blood even when we're dead. A life and death feud, where the anger is vented. He Chang stood firm and looked up at the small church. The popularity was soaring, the blood was boiling, and there were no less than 100 people inside. Boom! A bullet hit him in the face, pushing his head slightly, and then the bullet flew away and disappeared. Instead, a cluster of sparks exploded on his face. Whoa, whoa! The policeman who fired the shot was startled, but it was too late to realize that something was wrong. The big white-haired hands were clasped together, and the feet seemed to be stepping on wheels. The distance of 6 or 7 meters was reached in an instant. He Chang pinched the policeman's neck and squeezed lightly, hearing the cracking sound of bones breaking. The corpse was like a sausage wrapped in egg liquid. It rolled on the ground and was stained with a lot of bread crumbs, but the egg liquid was stinking blood, and the bread crumbs were dirt. There were more zombie policemen shouting at the church. The slightly slower ones turned around and saw the corpses of 2 companions who had died tragically lying on the ground. They shouted and turned to deal with He Chang. Shooting together, the sparks gathered like candlelight. Taoist master, is this the reinforcement you invited? He must be sent by the Lord to save us, right? The fat nun held the cross and looked at Ime. Not afraid of firearms and bullets, he can smash vampires to death with his bare hands. Who else has this ability except the messenger sent by God? At this time, Ime looked extremely miserable. He had been shot in his left hand and his left shoulder had just been hit by a bullet. Half of his clothes were mixed with blood and stuck to his chest. Outside the church, He Chang was fighting with the real killer. The ordinary villagers only thought that the savior had come, but Ime did not forget that the other person was a zombie. Does this count as inviting a wolf into the house? I hope. Sai He Chung fought happily, and in the blink of an eye, all the vampire zombies were knocked to the ground, which also brought a lot of profits. A little nun ran out of the church excitedly, raising her hands in the air. We are safe. The devil has been defeated. The fat nun didn't stop when she saw this scene, and watched with a smile. Only the Taoist priest's face hardened, and he wanted to stop it but it was too late. The black figure was getting closer and closer, the little nun's shoulders were tight, she screamed ah and was dragged up into the sky. The little nun desperately waved to the hero in her heart. The ground became farther and farther away, and the hero became smaller and smaller, but all she got was indifference. Finally, my neck hurt, and an indescribable wonderful feeling swept through my body. Plop! The shriveled corpse fell to the ground from a high altitude, and the sound of cracking bones could be heard clearly. If it were not wrapped in the nun's uniform, no one would be able to recognize that it was the sexy and cute little nun from before. The cheering villagers and nuns fell silent and watched 2 figures, one black and one white, flying to the ground in the dark night. The bats flapping their wings disappeared into the dark night, leaving only 2 foreign devils behind. Baron and Baroness Charlene. Found your mother-in-law? Ha! Congratulations! He Chung pressed his fist, picked up a corpse with his toes and slammed it into the Baron. At the same time, he stepped on the ground with his heels and twisted his hips to turn towards Charlene. There may be old grudges between the 2 parties, and the Baron brought a female here, making it clear that he was looking for trouble. A level 15 female vampire, even if she just sucked human blood, her skills are not impressive enough. The vampire's sharp claws turned into knives, and they smashed into the Baron's body. The body was immediately chopped open, and smelly and dirty blood was scattered all over the floor. The Baron turned around and realized that He Chang was already close to Sha Lian. The corpse energy gathered and refused to dissipate. He Chang pinched Sha Lian's head and slapped her on the head. No, the Baron howled at the top of his lungs. He saw Yi Chang leaving tonight, so he dared to find Xiaolian's body and resurrect her with blood. I thought that if the two of them worked together, they could kill this Chinese zombie.
How can you imagine that the other party is not stupid? Start with the weak ones first. No?
Yi Chang slapped the female vampire on the head. The attack of corpse energy was extremely corrosive, and the female vampire screamed in pain. Holding her head with his right hand and pinching her neck with his left hand, he turned half a circle like a top, picked up the female vampire, and threw it at the Baron. The flying Baron put away his sharp claws, fearing to hurt his lover, but Yi Chang succeeded. Yi Chang let go of Xiaolian's hands, listened to the sound of the female vampire hitting the Baron, waited for the Baron to hug his female vampire, and followed with his fists. The arms are straight, and the look is natural and the most authentic Chinese zombie. This move is not considered a martial arts skill, but it is extremely powerful. The posture is very similar to that of wild zombies chasing the moon in the middle of the night. Low-level zombies have no brains. When the moonlight is blocked, they will stretch out their hands to try to drive away the clouds above their heads. Zombies chase the clouds. The fist was in the middle of the center, and the Baron howled in pain and was knocked to the ground. There are 2 more dimples on the chest. The newly resurrected Xiaolian was even worse. Yi Chang stepped on her soft chest and punched her one after another. Her teeth were knocked out, her nose was twisted, and her blue eyes popped out. Pellets. This blood still has some fragrance? The blood that burst out aroused Yi Chang's interest. When a vampire bites a person, it secretes a special hormone. Not only does the person who is bitten feel no pain, but it also enjoys it. There are also scenes of vampires biting each other in other types of movies and TV dramas. Yi Chang lowered his head and bit Xiaolian's neck. Chinese zombies can't enjoy biting people. Xiaolian, who was forcibly held in his arms, was like a pitiful white rabbit. She struggled and screamed, but couldn't push away the corpse biting on her neck. His mouth and bones were pinched by his thick arms, and he couldn't break free. Dulila drank blood, his physique did not change, and his experience did not increase, but there were some changes. Level, LV11, Experience, 870/1600, Grade, Baijiao, Mutating, 60%. Constitution, +5, 12%. Still 40% missing. After letting go of her hand, the female vampire Xiaolian, whose blood was sucked dry and her bones were broken, was finally freed. Xiaolian. The injury on his chest finally recovered, and the Baron stood up, his teeth wrapped in blood, as if he had used some forbidden ability. Like a javelin, it shoots straight towards Yi Chang. The momentum increases as the speed increases. Rise again. The Baron opened his mouth widely, imitating the movements of the great white shark when attacking the enemy, and his fangs pierced the oncoming wind, and the prey was right in front of him. He is willing to exhaust the source of his power, blood, in order to kill Yi Chang and avenge his lover Xiaolian. Bang! A clenched fist hit the Baron's open mouth firmly. There were 3 folds of flesh on his cheeks, and half of his head was deformed. He flew back at an even faster speed. Thunder, little rain. Yi Chang raised his fist, and the white hair and skin were rubbed off by that bite, revealing the white bones wrapped in corpse aura. This Baron is not easy either. As expected, there are few who can reach high levels and are easy to deal with. The flesh on his fist slowly squirmed and was repairing itself. Yi Chang stomped on the ground, followed up and grabbed the Baron, then leaned on him and bit him down. Grade, Baijiao, Mutation, 80%, 90%, 100%. Is it possible to combine the advantages and disadvantages of both sides and become a new species? The advantages are nothing more than the disadvantages. In addition to being afraid of Taoist priests and eggs, you also have to be afraid of crosses and garlic? He remembered that in the movie The Conjuring, Western zombies blended the characteristics of both China and the West, and could change forms at will. They turned into vampires and were not afraid of yellow talisman swords, and turned into Chinese zombies and were not afraid of crosses and Bibles. But that ability is more interesting than practical. No, abandon fusion and continue calculation, ability acquired through fusion, incarnation, please capture animals to extract abilities, suggested animals, black cats, bats, crows, snakes, cockroaches, centipedes, toads. The large menu of the Manchu and Han Dynasty banquet is so large that it is recommended to browse through it. There are no species at the moment, and Yi Chang is too lazy to care about them. Killing the Baron and Xiaolian brought him up to level 13, where he was about to be upgraded. Yi Chang threw away the Baron's body and looked towards the church with a raised eyebrow. The zombie genre is relatively unpopular, so I hope everyone will vote and support it. Finally, all the devils have been dealt with. The nuns raised their hands and put their hands on their foreheads and shoulders, lowered their heads and closed their eyes while holding the cross and praying silently.
Everyone, let's go quickly. He covered his left shoulder with an eyebrow and looked solemn.
In the distance, He Chang lowered his head and came slowly. Low profile, narrow-minded, with a string of hats perched on one brow.
He is a zombie. If he doesn't run, no one can run away.
Feeling the rapid flow of blood in his body, he walked out of the church with a straight eyebrow and a pale face, quietly waiting for the black figure walking this way.
It's not really a zombie, is it? Taoistime is in a small town and has a good reputation in 8 villages. He just failed to catch a zombie once.
It is impossible to accuse him of being a zombie in order to frame the messenger of God. The small church, which had been cheerful for only a few seconds, fell into silence again.
The villagers cannot make a decision and can only wait and see.
Only the lanterns and candles of the chapel were lit around. The cold wind blew out 2 of them, causing a commotion among the crowd. He Chang walked slowly, and the increasingly dimmed lights could not illuminate his face clearly, leaving him looking only in darkness. Looking at the black figure, he raised an eyebrow and his left arm was dripping with blood. He held a sword in his right hand and pointed it at He Chang. His face was pale, but his momentum had not diminished. No one said much, and the 2 of them rushed away. The black clouds covering the top of the head were getting lower and lower, and there seemed to be wild wolves howling in the fields in the distance, and their whines penetrated people. The Imei Taoist who rushed towards He Chang ran very fast, but he held the magic formula in his hand. When he was still 3 feet away from He Chang, he moved and turned around, forming a circle around him. His steps were magical. Even though He Chang was faster than him, he could only catch a strand of Imei's clothes when he raised his hand, creating a trail of wind.
A ray?
His eyes seemed to be covered by someone, and it was pitch black. There is a winding path at your feet, and there is no trace of the church in the distance. There were paths in front, back, left and right, but He Chang stopped. Just as he paused his feet, a cold light suddenly shot up from a path, bearing its fangs like a snake with a chi sound, and went straight to He Chang's neck.
He Chang advanced instead of retreating, opened his arms in the face of the cold light and smashed it.
The cold light hit his fist, it broke and was swallowed by the darkness.
The trail is still there, and Imei is still hiding somewhere.
It seems that high-level people are difficult to deal with even if they are seriously injured. He had no regrets. He only regretted not taking action when he saw Taoistime being seriously injured. The whistling wind picked up again, and there seemed to be hundreds of ghost figures floating in the darkness.
The ability to enslave ghosts? Come and fill my stomach.
He loves to eat ghosts, and he can eat 2 of them in one bite if he is extremely hungry. The 2 strong men with their cow heads on their heads looked down at He Chang and yelled moo.
His is the sound of a horse.
The man with the horse's head is holding the rope in his hand. What's under his feet is a skinny kid, and the green light on his shoulder is the evil ghost tied to the rope. Bull-headed horse noodles. Roar! He Chang's chest rose and fell obviously. He had long since lost all physiological functions and was just like a dead body. Naturally, he didn't need to breathe. What gathered in the chest was corpse energy. Then he opened his mouth wide and roared, and powerful murderous intent came out. The corpse aura was as strong as raindrops, sweeping over the body of the bull-headed horse face. There is a saying, the Tao is 1 foot high, and the devil is 1 foot high. Good can defeat evil, but evil may not be able to defeat good, just like pouring more water to extinguish fire, and adding too much fire will dry up the water. The bull-headed horse-faced product was a defective product, and the corpse aura immediately disappeared when it hit him. Thump thump thump. The Imei Taoist figure who was running in circles around He Chang was given a false push and took 4 or 5 steps back. It's broken. As soon as he finished speaking, the white-haired fist had already hit his head. He didn't expect that He Chang would use corpse energy to force him back. Taoistime raised his right hand and said, "Go." Another cold light came over, but this cold light was several times more fierce than before. From a distance, it looked like a small star shining in the dark night. With a sneer, the charging He Chang was hit in the middle, and the skin and flesh of his right fist exploded, with bones underneath the stiff flesh. What a vicious money sword! He had never fought against such a master. Apart from accidentally killing Wu Zhenren, the last time he had just had a heated fight with the lame Taoist transformed from Maoshan Mingshi Zhu Yushu. Unlike Western zombie barons, Taoist priests are the nemesis of zombies. Taoist priests with low cultivation levels can rely on mahogany swords, eggs, black dog blood, etc. to fight against zombies. There is no reason why those with higher cultivation levels cannot hurt lower level ones. He Chang didn't expect that even a serious injury to his eyebrows wouldn't make him any less advantageous.
The money sword spun in the air, made an arc and shot towards him again. Taoist Ime took another step forward. Even though his face was pale, his vitality was weak, and he was top-heavy, he could not delay his fight against the enemy. Behind them were two villagers who didn't dare to fall down with one eyebrow, so they could only hold on with 2 breaths. After a few hisses, He Chang's flesh was like a rotten cloth bag, riddled with punctures. He Chang raised his fist and hit the peak of the money sword. The flesh of his right fist had been shaved clean. The bones of his fist hit the money sword, like a stick hitting a red iron, and it was instantly charred. The money sword was also smashed and inserted into the pit. He Chang did not dare to delay his feet, and the soles of his feet were buried like explosive rocks. 2 earth pits exploded with a roar, and his head hit Ime. When Ime saw He Chang coming, he stepped across the ground, but the soles of his feet were still on the ground. When He Chang collided with him, he exerted force on his heels and stood up straight. Up and down, the bullet buried in the body twisted, feeling hot and painful. Baya frowned and turned around, only to see a fleshless bone fist coming towards him. He jumped away in shock, but was also punched into the wound on his left shoulder. Wow! He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. But the money sword emerged from the soil, shaken off the dirt on its body, and pierced He Chang's heart with his eyebrows. A meal of corpse energy is released. The experience is reduced. He Chang had a stiff face and grabbed the money sword as if he were holding a hot iron. He stiffened and twisted in pain, but he still tried his best to pull out the money sword. Wow! The red rope was bitten off by the corpse poison in his body, and the copper coins were scattered on the ground. A copper coin hit He Chang's instep and opened a hole. He Chang let go, dodged the copper coins and rushed towards Taoist Ime. One eyebrow was shaky, and corpse poison invaded the wound, making him feel numb. After picking up his energy and watching He Chang pounce again, he turned around and ran into He Chang's arms. The corpse's teeth penetrated his body instantly, and the blood was sucked away wildly. "Burn all our bodies, or everyone will die." He raised his eyebrows and shouted in pain on his neck. He Chang suddenly felt that something was wrong, but his eyebrows were touched with blood from the sword finger. The dark clouds overhead dispersed. The weather was about to fall, and it was even hot to wear short jackets, but the villagers broke into a cold sweat down their spines. The zombie bit through the neck of Taoist Ime. One was immobilized and the other died. There were corpses all over the ground and it was a mess. The elders of the 2 villages stood up. Someone had to speak. "Everyone, just do what Taoist Master Ime said. Now hurry up and collect the firewood and burn the bodies." It was a matter of life and death. A group of people poured out of the entire church building, and no one dared to be lazy. Thanks to book friend 2018021909261737 for the tip. It's a bit late for the next update, so I'll make dinner first. The villagers scattered in all directions, some collecting firewood, and some crying and grabbing the land. Is this the savior that Taoist Master Ime said? I didn't expect it to be a zombie. Who says it's not the case? They've brought zombies to harm us. There are those who are ungrateful and gossipy. Naturally, I am also grateful. Thank you Taoist Ime for saving my life. A group of nuns first collected the bodies of the little nuns who had been sucked into mummies. It would be difficult to become a vampire with this look. Taoist priest, thank you for saving our lives. The Lord will bless you, and the door to heaven has already been opened for you. The little nuns leaned on each other's shoulders and sobbed softly. It's raining? A woman wearing a long dress and lying in the grass looked at the scattered villagers, feeling worried in her heart. She is He Feng. After following the police captain to the church, I originally wanted to drink blood to my heart's content, but I didn't expect that the Chinese zombies came first. They slaughtered the useless policeman and the flying Western zombies. Now Ime Taoist is also dead. Fortunately, she was clever enough to hide in the grass and escape with her life. At this moment, He Feng couldn't be happy as he watched each of the murderous gods either being restrained or killed. In the eyes of others, how much happiness would it be if a whole village sucked her blood? Although she is short-sighted, she can also see the long term. Not to mention what she will do if she absorbs all the blood of these people. Even the garlic hanging outside the window of every house can block her way. I dare not move during the day and cannot move at night. It is worse than death. The group of nuns who could read the Bible and hold crosses were still alive. She was used to living with a backer, and being a Western zombie by herself would probably make her hungry every day. Western vampires are different from Chinese zombies. Vampires will become weak if they don't drink blood, their skin will dry up, and they will eventually turn into mummies. Zombies can be buried underground for hundreds or thousands of years,
and they can still do evil when they are dug up. Looking at the Chinese zombie who was frozen in place and slowly being piled on the firewood, He-Fong gritted his teeth and rushed out. The three young men carried the firewood and placed it next to Yi-Chang, not daring to get too close to him.
What did this person do in life? Being so tall and strong?
The young man on the left raised his head and looked at Yi-Chang, with blood leaking from his mouth that was spitting out corpse teeth. The Taoist with an eyebrow was tied up tightly, and his fingers were pointed on his forehead, like a wax statue of a man who was fighting to conquer the devil and died as a martyr.
Probably a soldier. Aren't all soldiers just chasing dogs and stealing chickens? Is that a military officer?
The young man on the left spoke again. I think he is like a martial artist who uses fire sticks and breaks rocks in the town. Even the Taoist priest with an eyebrow is no match for him, alas. They also know that Taoist Ime is a Taoist talisman. If Taoist Ime had not been stationed here to ward off demons for decades, this remote place would have lost its residents long ago. The three young men suddenly smelled the strong smell of rouge. They turned around and saw a woman wearing foreign clothes, with her shoulders exposed and her chest white, walking over. On weekdays, the peasant woman in floral cloth drools over the pork belly that these young and budding young men would love to cook. He-Fong, wearing makeup and scantily clad clothes, looked fashionable and handsome in their eyes.
You don't think she looks familiar? It really looks like, isn't she the cousin of the township office captain? The captain has turned into a zombie.
As soon as they talked about this, the three young men suddenly lost their appreciation mood and walked away from Yi-Fong.
Ha!
The corpse teeth pierced out, and the young men screamed in shock, shouting, "There are still zombies!
There are still zombies!"
When they heard that there were zombies, the villagers' first reaction was to run for their lives. Fortunately, the nun responded in time. Everyone, hurry up and enter the church.
The devil dare not enter the church.
The villagers swarmed into the church, watching with big eyes and small eyes as Yi-Fong picked up the immobilized Yi-Chang and walked into the night.
What should we do now? It's not safe here anymore. Let's burn it first.
After burning the body, if you have relatives who can leave, just leave. The rain is getting heavier. Braving the heat of the summer, the rain poured on Yi-Chang's head. The heavy rain washed away the spiritual blood between his eyebrows and broke the seal. Yi-Chang woke up and saw a familiar person standing in front of him.
Sandra Ng?
But on her head is written Level 2 Vampire Huffing. He could vaguely remember that the other party was the cousin of the police captain. She was greedy for money and accidentally destroyed the cross that sealed the Baron, and then awakened the Baron in the seal.
Did you save me?
When Yi-Chang opened his voice, he was startled. The cork in his throat seemed to be loosened, and traces of human speech could be heard in the rough roar. The Lotus Phoenix chirped Shichikichichi, but Yi-Chang had no intention of listening to her. Level, LV15, Experience, 2500/2300, Grade, Baijiao, requires zombie bacteria to advance to Heijiao/Moonlight Worship, absorbing earth energy for 20 years, Constitution, +6, 88%. Ability, Avatar. He has been a zombie for more than a month, and it has only been more than a month since he broke out of the coffin.
It actually spanned the decades from white zombie to black zombie.
It is getting harder and harder to build up physical fitness.
Taoist Ime can only improve him by one level, but the effect is very different.
After level 5, he can recover quickly, but at level 6, he can barely speak human words. Needless to say, the physical strength has been taken to a higher level. Zombie bacteria. Yi-Chang retracted his thoughts and saw Yi-Fong chirping anxiously, so he raised his hand to signal her to shut up. Since you saved me, please follow me from now on. Yi-Fong could understand the vague human words, and she nodded happily. Although Yi-Chang doesn't want the advantages and disadvantages of Western zombies, it doesn't stop him from needing a helper. With Western zombies who are not afraid of spells and seals by his side, his chances of winning against Taoist priests in the future will be many times higher. The flesh on the fist gradually recovered, and the recovery speed was another level faster.
The body becomes more flexible and the fingers can stretch freely.
Showing his middle finger, Yi-Chang nodded with satisfaction and walked in front. Yi-Fong followed Yi-Chang obediently. It rained all night and finally stopped. The chicken raises his voice to call the fifth watch, and the sky is bright and clear. Go back and get the guy first. He left in a hurry, leaving the paper umbrella and formation books behind in the abandoned house.
Jumping and running, the speed is not slow.
As soon as they entered the courtyard with broken walls, the sun followed Yi-Chang and Yi-Feng's footsteps. Under the broken eaves, the little zombie screamed shishi at Yi-Chang, but grinned at Yi-Fong.
He could also feel the aura of something different from the same kind.
Yi-Fong followed Yi-Chang instead, shouting Ji-Ji like a fox pretending to be a tiger.
Wow. There was a figure squatting in the corner of the room with his legs crossed. He shrank his head when he saw He Chang coming back. Where's a how? It was Al Fong who was squatting on the ground. A Fong looked up at He Chang in surprise. He didn't expect that he could still speak. He was bitten to death. My tongue felt like it was smeared with anesthetic, one after another. This is not the first time that the Baron has come to look for the female vampire Sha Lian. Since he was able to recruit a female vampire to help him cause trouble for He Chang last night, he probably used Ahao's blood. So you were bitten too and turned into a zombie? A Fong trembled all over after hearing this. That's right, Hao was killed and bloodletted to awaken the female vampire, while A Fong was bitten through the throat by two vampires and turned into a zombie. The fire burned the sky red with hot black smoke. A Fong and the young prince held hands and looked at the place where the black smoke was rising, speechless for a long time. We will meet again in the future, He Chang said the next sentence. He held a paper umbrella and followed closely behind his vampire cousin, stepping on the wet lows after the rain, and drifted away. Ah Fong said wholeheartedly, knowing that He Chang was the master's enemy, he would inevitably not stab him with a knife, and the little zombie was even more useless, so he wanted to collect the three auspicious treasures? It's just that the monk can still speak after being bitten by a vampire, which is interesting. Little ghost, when it gets dark, go back and find the master. They didn't know that Ime was dead, but they just thought that since Ime could raise little zombies, Afon would not be affected by turning into a Western zombie. Expel it. My teeth are itchy and I really want to bite and bite. Afon's eyes were flashing with red threads. The little zombie had not touched the moonlight, and the corpse energy in his body had been removed by Ime Taoist. Naturally, Shi Chi Baba would not be addicted to blood, but what about the vampires who feed on blood and use blood as their power? What about the possibility of rejecting living blood? The small paper umbrella supports two people, and the vampire cousin's skin often falls outside the umbrella. She is immediately burned by the sun and screams, and white smoke rises from her body. There is another difference between vampires and zombies. In addition to being afraid of the sun, they act the same during the day and night and are not affected by yang qi. Except for He Chang, the low-level zombies have no strength to lift the coffin lid even if they don't sleep during the day. As soon as I left the yard of the abandoned house, I saw the body of a woman wearing a white dress and covered in mud lying at the intersection. The crow dumb-pecked at the carrion, and the beautiful face was ruined. Crow. He also thought about the abilities he gained from killing Western zombies. Snakes, insects, rats, and ants are good, but not as good as flying bats or crows. With the ability to fly, survival is easy. What a coincidence. He Chang and He Fong slowly walked towards the female corpse. Both of them were dead and lifeless. Not only did they not scare the crows, they actually tilted their heads and looked at them croaking mute. Still 10 feet away from the corpse, He Chang opened his mouth and spat out thick corpse aura. The black corpse aura shot out like an arrow. The black smoke was billowing from the sunlight, like a pencil hitting a sharp knife. It became thinner and thinner until at the last moment. Hit the crow. With a scoff, Crow fell to the ground, and a black hole was drilled into his chest. He Chang mentioned the crow's corpse and something changed on his body. Is the ability incarnation integrated with the crow? There is a certain chance of failure. The vampire cousin He Fong watched He Changgang vomit the crow to death, and then watched him pick up the crow. The crow was dripping with blood, and she was so thirsty that she spat. Unexpectedly, the tall figure in front of her suddenly disappeared. The umbrella tilted, and the sunlight stung her and she screamed. He Fong quickly grabbed the top of the paper umbrella to block the sun. Under the umbrella, there were 6 dumb crows hiding in the shade. Thumping. The crow flapped its wings and flew out of the paper umbrella. It was burned by the sun and flew back again. When 6 crows gathered together, He Chang's figure appeared. He Fong looked at him with eyes filled with awe. Being able to turn into a crow was such a powerful magical power. It was the same as the 2 foreign devil zombies that night. After activating the incarnation ability, he can only divide into 6 crows, and each crow cannot be too far apart. Although it has 6 extra eyes and 2 pairs of ears, it is no different from ordinary crows. Every minute and every second, the body's physique and blood are consumed, and the body is still covered in corpse energy. But when it comes to the advantage of being able to fly, the disadvantages are also acceptable. He Chengning remembers the movie Zombie Supreme as the name of the zombie bacteria. Not far from the town where Uncle Joe was, there was a zombie forest. There used to be a group of bandits on the hilltop, but later they died and turned into zombies. The zombie bacteria is in the throat of the wild zombie king. It is said to be a strange treasure. Finding a needle in a haystack is better than worshipping the moon for 20 years. Are we going to turn around and find Uncle Nine?
Uncle Gio lives in Fugui town, his apprentice is called Achiang, and he is not a talented scholar. The zombie forest is probably no longer near Fugui town. In the days that followed, they changed their route and looked specifically for mass graves in barren mountains and forests. I also encountered a few wild ghosts and zombies, but none of them had zombie bacteria. Resting during the day and traveling at night, everything was as usual except that the vampire cousin looked haggard and had lost energy after not drinking blood for a long time. What a heavy corpse energy. Wearing a yellow crepe robe, the robe is fastened with 3 buttons, and a necklace of spiritual light orbs hangs around his neck. The sword in his hand is a 300-year-old mahogany wood. His hair is as long as his waist, except for the bald spot on his head. Although he is fat, he has a fierce spirit. The visitor was on his way all night. As soon as he crossed the path, his nose twitched and his face wrinkled. Then his face lit up again. "You Qinghai. Since you don't do business, just make room for me and occupy the manhole without shit." Now I'm not openly grabbing business, I'm calling it a demon killing and defending the way. Xianjinren, who came from Shirley Town, wanted to expand his business scope. The spiritual world also has its own rules, and each town has only one Tianshi master stationed there. Xianjinren sees that Shirley Town has good weather, poor people, and few disasters, so it is impossible to defraud money. And seeing how rich everyone is here, they are naturally jealous and want a piece of the pie. But Qinghai, relying on his master's reputation in the spiritual world, just hid in the coffin and slept and ignored him at all. As long as I catch this zombie and burn it in public, I, Master Qian, will be considered a member of the family. The people have accepted him, so what can the spiritual world do to expel him? Xianjinren stood on tiptoe, his nose shrank like a dog's, and he chased after him with corpse aura. The moon and stars were sparse, and the path was as bright as candlelight. You could see 10 feet away at a glance. On the road ahead, I saw a man and a woman. The man was tall and mighty. Although the woman was not very slender, she was wearing a foreign skirt that hung down her legs and had a lot of straw sticks on it. Xianjinren sniffed the corpse's aura to confirm his identity, then he couldn't wait any longer and killed him with a single jump. "Coming!" He Chang suddenly spoke, and the female vampire beside him turned around and rolled on the ground and got into the grass. Jinren Xian didn't smell corpse gas from the woman and didn't bother to care about her. The wooden sword stabbed at He Chang's back sideways. He twisted his waist to avoid the stabbing. Is corpse odor easier to smell or human odor easier to detect? He Chang had already noticed him before Qianjinren caught up with him. The attacker was quite capable. When He Chang twisted his waist to dodge, the opponent's sword lightly turned and struck his shoulder with a snap, causing it to burn completely. He didn't care about the injury. "Good job." He Chang grinned, his teeth exposed. It is indeed a great skill for a fat Taoist priest at level 20 to be able to do this. Can talk. Jinren Xian was shocked. Zombies can speak human language. Could it be that this is not a zombie but a zombie? Everything can become a monster, including stones, combs, melons, fruits, peaches, and plums. The corpse is incorruptible and can turn into a zombie, but it can also absorb the essence of the sun and the moon and turn into a monster. Those fists had already been smashed down by the strong wind. Xianjinren sheathed his sword and retreated to avoid it. No matter whether the opponent was a zombie or a monster, exchanging injuries for injuries was a stupid way. Who would have thought that his fist seemed to be glued? When Xianjinren took a step back, his fist rushed forward an inch, and he dodged his left fist and pressed left. The hollow fist held in the air exerted the power of a strong general in the army. Xianjinren stumbled suddenly, rolled over and fell to the ground, staring at the fist grazing his face, and the corpse air swept across the tip of his nose, making it cold and numb. Why should he take a risky move when he can easily dodge punches? Only then did Xianjinren use his vicious move. The wooden sword followed He Chang's retreating fist. The wooden sword stood up and struck He Chang's cheek. Suddenly there was an extra hole. A pit of dirt exploded in the path. Xianjinren's back was as hard as an iron plate, and it hit the ground. Dust got into his eyes, which stung and hurt him. The black-smelling corpse claws scratched at me again. He made a donkey roll move, straightened his legs and kicked the zombie on the opposite side in the chest. The yellow robe rubbed on the ground for a few inches, and then he avoided the 2 claws just now. Xianjinren had just taken advantage of the danger and wanted to cut off the head of his enemy zombie, but he didn't expect that the zombie could not only speak, but also had fighting skills inferior to his own. A pair of empty fists smashed him, making him hide and lurk. Chen Jinren climbed up and rubbed the corners of his clothes while rubbing his eyes, not forgetting to take advantage. What a beast! What a beast!
He actually has some abilities.
Before he could wipe his eyes clean, he saw another fist with white hair coming from across the sky. Speaking of which, Jinren Qian can be considered a Taoist priest of the Maoshan sect. The master he followed was also named Qian. Master Qian had 2 apprentices, and they all had the surname Qian. They were the most successful in their sect and focused on making money. It's a pity that Qian Jinren's qualifications are insufficient and his ability is too poor, so he was left far behind by his junior brother. At the end of the Qing dynasty, except for the leader of the Maoshan sect who was still studying hard on the mountain, the other disciples all came down the mountain to make a living.
Jinren Qian was the first to come down.
He is short of 3 things: money. He didn't earn much, couldn't keep it, and he was wearing rags and rags.
But Qian Jinren is also open-minded. If you have money, spend it. It is better to be unable to keep money than to have no money to spend.
His abilities are better than those of Four Eyes, Mamachi, Chizuru, and Ague, but not by much.
Mami He Cheng heard Master Qian chanting miscellaneous scriptures.
The real Qian's speed suddenly increased a few minutes. The peachwood sword was covered with gold skin and bounced on his fist. The golden light fiercely enveloped He Cheng's fist. He felt hot, and when he pulled out his hand, it was like a fist being pounded into glue, making it sticky. After the golden light dissipated, he saw that his right fist was wrapped in a net with lines of golden light and ink. When He Cheng pulled out his hand, red and blue auras flashed sharply.
Hey! Little white-haired zombie!
Qian Jinren raised his hand and grabbed it, and a paper talisman appeared in his palm like a magic trick.
His elbow was like a snake, chasing after He Cheng Tianlingai. He thought it was a trivial matter that could be easily grasped.
A strong force pulled him forward, and he was almost staggered and thrown to the ground. The zombies have extraordinary strength.
How can they say they will win with only one hand wrapped in the ink net?
The little white-haired man in front of him has a lot of lives under his stiff mouth. Although He Cheng is not a high-level zombie, his body in life was definitely a warrior in the army.
Often a small flaw is enough to kill the enemy.
Hey, it's still early. Chen Jinren shrank his head, let go of the peachwood sword, and used the golden cicada to escape the shell and avoid the punch from the side.
The fist hit the robe, and it was empty inside.
The shirtless fat Taoist priest with waist-length hair smiled at him, turned around and ran away. He Cheng was determined to chase him, but this heavenly master who knew magic did not take the usual route. He swayed left and right and appeared a few feet away in the blink of an eye. There is a way to shrink the ground into an inch, but I don't know if it is like this.
Come out. After hearing the greeting, the female vampire carefully emerged from the grass.
It was useless to ambush her as a weapon. She was very clever and quickly helped He Cheng untie the ink net wrapped around his hand, broke off the peachwood sword and threw it to the roadside. He Cheng turned around and put it on for himself. It was better to be wrapped in a Taoist robe in broad daylight than to be wrapped in a black robe, and he was addicted to it as a Taoist.
The female vampire looked at him longingly.
Her face was pale and her hair was burnt. She was afraid that she would turn into a mummy if she didn't drink blood. If you encounter a living person again, just kill and suck the blood. He Cheng had long since lost all the anger he felt towards people when he broke out of the coffin, and he also took human life lightly. The female vampire's eyes lit up and she nodded repeatedly, hoping to meet a living person as soon as possible. Over the mountains and over the hills, there is a waterfall that flows from the top of the mountain to the foot of the mountain, surging for more than 10 miles. After all, this era is not that of later generations. Generally speaking, villages rely on mountains and rivers to live their lives. We walked all the way at night and hid in the old forest before dawn. The water from the waterfall has traveled dozens of miles and turned into a gurgling stream. There was a female corpse lying in the stream that could only be buried up to knee-high.
The white clothes float on the water, looming. There's someone alive. Stao Yu. What are you doing? Can't see, I'm doing laundry.
The girl holding a wooden basin, wearing short braids and diagonally cut floral clothes, squatted by the river, took out her clothes and rubbed them. The girl named Xiaoyu looked at the man jumping next to her with a smile on her face. Xingzi, what are you doing here? If the housekeeper knows that you don't work, your wages will definitely be deducted. The chef of our 6th day told me to come over and catch fish to make fish soup for my 4th aunt. Okay, so it turns out that it's because of the majesty of the master and the 4th concubine. Cheng Zi raised his head and said proudly, yes, and brother Chulu also blessed me to catch 2 more fish, and I want to make soup for the little fish. Xiaoyu's face turned red. Don't talk nonsense, I finished washing my clothes and am ready to leave.
You just came here.
If you don't wash your clothes clean, you will be scolded. The two of them were laughing and joking, but they didn't notice a pair of bright and eager eyes staring at their backs in the old forest behind them. It is difficult to arouse He Chang's interest in the blood of ordinary people. If you want to improve, you must at least absorb the blood of hundreds of thousands of people. Only masters, capable heavenly masters and demons can induce him to have the idea of a feast.
The female vampire was impatient.
She had not eaten blood for too long, and her bloodlust was about to overwhelm her final consciousness.
Etc.
When the female vampire was about to walk out, He Chang raised his hand and pressed on her shoulder.
No matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't escape.
Squeak! Squeak! Although his voice could not produce a human voice, He Chang could understand what she meant. You promised me, why don't you let me go now?
I met an acquaintance here, let's catch up on old times, Gigi?
The female vampire stopped herself and stood next to He Chang, swallowing hard but not daring to take a step forward. She could still tell the difference between life and blood. With the sound of rushing water, the man rolled up his trouser legs, grabbed his fishing net bag and entered the water.
It's so cold.
He turned his head and smiled at the girl on the shore.
He Chang, who was hiding in the woods, narrowed his eyes. Chang Zi regarded him as a Taoist priest and led him to be a servant of Wang Wanwan's family.
Unexpectedly, he left Fugui town to work and came to a place dozens or hundreds of miles away.
An acquaintance indeed. The female vampire moaned in a low voice.
She thought the two of them were mature people.
They just couldn't bite an acquaintance to death and drink their blood.
What could be more painful than being starved and having a plate of mutton fried with green onions in front of you? The scent attracted her nose, and it took a lot of effort for her to press her heels.
Ah, what is this?
Chang Zi flopped and fell into the water, and then he discovered a body lying not far from him.
It's a dead person. It seems like they are from our Su mansion. Xiaoyu, you wait here, I'll go back and call someone.
A murder occurred at home, and Chang Zi knew something serious had happened, so he ran away. Xiaoyu was the only one left there, hiding far away from the water, for fear that a pair of hands would stretch out and pull her down.
Call someone? You'll have a big meal later.
He Chang turned to talk to the female vampire. She had long since lost her image and was drooling. The image of a group of people approaching her and being pushed down to the ground and sucking blood one by one came to mind.
Chang Zi left quickly and came back even faster. You just came to the Su mansion.
If it weren't for the sake of the 6th grade, I wouldn't let you come in to work. If you dare to lie, be careful and I'll kill you. The voice sounded furious. Steward, I, Chang Zi, am too brave to lie to you in the marshal.
The body is right in front. The 4 people came to the river. Chang Zi walked in front with his head lowered.
Behind him stood the housekeeper and 2 burly servants. They walked in goose steps. They should be soldiers with their military skins removed. There is a bulge in the lower back, which should be filled with a pistol. Butler the housekeeper glanced at Xiaoyu. If it weren't for the possibility that Marshal Su would take this girl as his concubine, he wouldn't even bother to hum.
Get the body out.
The 2 servants following behind nodded in agreement.
Yes. Ziji.
Jijiji, the female vampire's expression suddenly changed when she saw the visitor. She was dancing around and wanted to say something, but unfortunately she couldn't speak a word.
Write it.
He Chang took out the cinnabar from the yellow cloth bag and some yellow paper without any talisman written on it. The female vampire heard this and raised her finger to write on the paper. She is probably not very well educated, and her writing is crooked and traditional. Her words are like crawling worms and are messy and ugly, but she can still read them.
You know him?
He Chang pointed at the housekeeper.
Who?
There were several figures in the distance. In addition to his old acquaintance Chang Zi, he could also recognize the maid Xiaoyu. She was Wu Chenjun, known as the Queen of Beautiful Legs. If she can appear, He Chang must have encountered a certain story again. Several people over there had already picked up the female body and carried it back home. At this time, the female vampire He Feng wrote many more words, and when she put them together, she could barely understand her meaning. Your cousin married the handsome man of this family and became the 4th concubine.
Was this the housekeeper who went to welcome her?
He Feng nodded vigorously. Of course, people are not happy to see their relatives.
After being transformed into a vampire, they are no longer human.
Those who have a non-beating heart, are bloodthirsty, and have a weak will have long lost the concept of family ties. She must have other ideas in mind. He Feng wrote again, and after writing the word housekeeper, he paused.
He scratched his head and scratched his head when he went to dig out cinnabar. He probably forgot the word, so he crossed out the 2 words. He must have suffered a defeat at the hands of the housekeeper and was waiting for an opportunity to retaliate. He Chang suddenly smiled, raised his hand to hold He Feng's shoulder, and said in a rough and hoarse voice, "We happen to be at home, why don't you go see your cousin?" Ziziji? What she meant was that she had turned into a Western zombie. Where could she go? Chinese zombies are invulnerable, but Western zombies can't stop bullets.
They are beaten into a hornet's nest by random gunshots, and they will die if they can't.
I have a way to keep it so they don't recognize it. He raised his hand and pinched He Feng's chin, and with the other hand he pinched the corpse's teeth and pulled it down. Ah! Birds are frightened and insects are fleeing.
The screams shook the sky. There was a fong hanging with flesh and blood in He Chang's hand.
Regardless of the female vampire's struggle, he pulled out her other tooth as well. When a vampire loses its teeth, it is equivalent to losing a person to eat. She is afraid of He Chang. He casually tossed the black clothes he took off to her, and He Chang waved his hand to tell her to hurry up. He Feng walked out of the woods, turning back 3 times at a time, and followed the popularity to the Su mansion. This was He Chang's plan in his heart. To find out what kind of movie this was, he happened to meet him and didn't want it to be in vain. The female vampire has relatives here, so everything is naturally much simpler. In the Su mansion, Marshal Su stepped on his military boots and moved his hands back and forth. On the north side is the eldest wife, the first wife, who is the oldest with him. Unfortunately, she is old and has lost her beauty. The eldest wife starts with the second wife, also called the second concubine. She has foxy and phoenix eyes that are most charming when she is young. Unfortunately, she is a morning glory in autumn. After midsummer, it is not far away from withering. The third wife had just entered the house a year or 2 ago and it was a fertile farmland. However, since Da Shui Su married the fourth concubine, this fertile farmland had been abandoned for many days. The fourth aunt sat at the bottom and said nothing. She married Da Shui Su because she was afraid of power and because her parents cared about money. She had no control over her fate and could only feel sorry for herself. In this era, it is better to have a strong man as a backer than to starve to death in the fields. Most favored now. Next, there were more than a dozen servants in the house, including waiters, cooks, and caretakers. Marshal Su's troops are stationed outside the town and generally do not enter the town. Listening to the report from his men, Marshal Su nodded. In that case, you go up the mountain and bury her for a ritual ceremony. Don't tell me that Su Mansion has treated her badly. But this is a family scandal and cannot be made public. The servants said that the maid was drowned in the river, so let's just let it go. Who cares, it's only up to the knees. The servants followed the order and retreated. At this time, another servant came to report and muttered a few words in Marshal Su's ear. Yeah, I got it, please. The wives looked at Da Shui Su strangely. Except for lighting up the lamp and going to bed at night, Da Shui Su had never been so happy. Baby, my servant just said that your cousin came to see you. I have seen you depressed these past 2 days. I know you have no one to confide in. She just happened to be here. Marshal Su had forgotten that he had threatened to kill her. Something. Cousin? The fourth aunt's eyes finally became a little more alert. Hey, be happy. Take a sip. Marshal Su's bearded mouth pecked the fourth aunt's too smooth/tender face, but he did not see the elongated faces of the other wives. Commander, you are so kind to my sister. All your relatives have been invited. It seems that the 4-person mahjong game today will be difficult. I'm good to every baby. Ha ha ha. Da Shui Su took advantage and didn't say that his cousin came by himself. Being mistakenly thought that he specially invited it, the effect would be much better. The second aunt stood up, waved her handkerchief and left first. The other 2 wives also stood up and prepared to leave. What's the hurry? I'll ask Xiao Yu to come over and play with you. The faces of the 3 wives froze, and a maid came to the table to play mahjong with his wife at the master's command. This was because Da Shui Su had a plan in his mind and planned to promote Xiao Yu to be his 5th concubine. If there is 1 more concubine, there will be 1 more person to share the gold, silver and jewelry. Moreover, they are at the age when they are dissatisfied with their desires. Isn't it like being a widow every day? The fourth aunt came to her room and saw a figure wrapped in a black robe. Cousin? She knew her cousin's future, so she probably came here when she was desperate. Even so, the fourth aunt felt more comfortable. After all, they were relatives. Marshal Su gave her a lot of gold and silver jewelry. It would not be a big deal to give some to her cousin. Yeah, He Feng nodded, her face looked bad. Cousin, What's wrong with you?
Hifeng grabbed a pen and paper and started writing. Although the fourth aunt was confused as to why her cousin was writing instead of talking, she still read patiently. Hifeng, whose crime tool was removed, had a very honest day.
Until nightfall, a few crows flapped their wings and flew into the courtyard wall of Su Mansion.
The guards patrolling with lanterns only saw a few birds and ignored them. Hifeng, who sensed He Cheng's arrival, opened the guest room door, welcomed the crows into the room, and then closed the door. The crows gathered together and transformed into a figure wearing a yellow tattered robe, carrying a bagua yellow bag diagonally across the body, and carrying a yellow paper umbrella on the back. Hifeng felt that this magical power was magical every time she saw it, but she did not forget about the business and carefully wrote to He Cheng the information she had discovered.
Marshuaisu confiscated an ancient tomb some time ago and brought back countless gold, silver and jewelry?
It was not considered information. He Cheng shook his head. Gold, silver and jewels have no effect on him.
Suddenly there was a knock on the door outside. Miss Hifeng, I am Chu Lu, and my fourth aunt asked me to make egg drop soup for you.
Catching He Cheng's look, she cleared her throat and said
As soon as Chu Lu entered the door, a hand grabbed his neck.
There was a click, the neck was broken, and the body fell to the ground. The egg drop soup on the tray shattered all over the floor. Hifeng, who had been waiting for a long time, pounced on the corpse, kicked open the egg drop soup, and opened her mouth to bite the corpse's neck. Unfortunately, her teeth were pulled out, and the skin was broken and she could not bite through the throat. Seeing her shouting anxiously, He Cheng kicked her away. Trash! He scratched the corpse's neck with his nails, and blood suddenly poured out. Hifeng was like a mad dog, holding her throat and swallowing like crazy. Her withered face gradually became fuller, her hair became more and more shiny, and her pair of corpse teeth gradually elongated. Moreover, after she screamed, she was able to speak. If you can speak, the subsequent report will naturally be simpler and easier. He Cheng glanced at the corpse on the ground and paused.
Zhang Jincheng.
The two main characters showed their faces, and He Cheng finally remembered which story this was. The Fierce Ghost Cannibal Fetus. The story of Fierce Ghost's cannibal fetuses is simple. Warlord Su Marshal broke into an ancient tomb and brought back thousands of gold and silver jewels from the tomb, 5 little ghosts supported by the White Lotus sect and a golden Buddha to suppress the little ghosts. The little ghost who broke free from the suppression of the golden Buddha used a pregnant woman to turn into a devil fetus, and when he was born, the devil flames filled the sky. Hifeng opened the back window, and a few crows flew out dumb and merged into the night. In the middle of the night, the bitten Chu Lu blinked suddenly and sat up in a daze. The first thing he felt was thirst. He wanted to open his mouth and howl, but Hifeng, who had been waiting for him to wake up, rushed up and punched him to teach him to be honest. Chu Lu squatted on the ground holding his head and did not dare to move. Come over. Chu Lu also knew who was the boss, so he obediently lowered his head and crawled in front of Hifeng. He looks quite handsome in his small appearance. The thin hand clamped Chu Lu's chin fiercely, and squeezed hard with 2 fingers. Chu Lu was like a poisonous snake being pinned down, with 2 long fangs slithering out.
Squeak! Master has an order. Everything will continue as usual after we return.
If you dare to bite someone and steal something, be careful, I will kill you. After all, Hifeng has sucked the blood of many people, and is much stronger than Chu Lu. Seeing him nod, Hifeng showed a cruel smile. With her other hand, she gently pinched Chu Lu's white corpse teeth and clicked them. Her technique was more careful than He Cheng's and she didn't pull out the roots. Even on the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, I was so frightened that I screamed. Bring me food tomorrow morning, remember, I want 2 live chickens. Knock knock. Suddenly there was a knock on the door.
Miss Cousin, I see that your lights haven't been put out yet. I came here to ask you this. Brother Chu Lu came to give you supper but he didn't come back. Do you know where he went?
Hifeng gouged out Chu Lu and said through the door, Here I am.
Your cooks are so ignorant that they dared to spill the egg drop soup they brought. Are you looking down on my cousin? No. Can you open the door and let us in?
The voice outside the door urged anxiously, as if he was afraid that the 6th day would be in danger.
Wait.
Hifeng closed her corpse teeth, put on a cold face, raised her hand and opened the door with a squeak. There were 3 people standing outside. One was Cheng Zi, the one holding a lantern with a worried look on his face was Xiaoyu, and the other one was also a cook. The 3 of them saw Chu Lu kneeling on the ground in the back room, with broken egg drop soup and broken porcelain all around him. After all, I am an outsider, and I don't dare to argue with you. Hifeng turned her back to speak, and a pair of corpse teeth were exposed again when she opened her mouth.
Miss Cousin, I don't dare. Brother Chulu must have accidentally smashed your egg drop soup because he felt unwell. Xiao Yu was serving the fourth concubine.
She had also heard that the fourth concubine's cousin was greedy and mean, and now she saw that it was true.
Humph, I won't say much more. Let Chulu come over tomorrow to deliver food.
I'll see if he really knows he's wrong or if he pretends to know he's wrong.
Thank you, miss.
The three of them looked at each other, knowing that the matter had been revealed, and hurriedly entered the room to help Chulu, who was kneeling on the ground.
When he first smelled the human scent, he didn't expect that his former colleague had such an overpowering aroma.
He wanted to bite his throat with greed. He looked like a lonely traveler in the desert who was sunburned and thirsty. When he saw the oasis, all he could think about was drinking. After cleaning up the debris on the ground, the three of them helped Chulu leave. Go to the side room where the servants sleep, Brother Chulu, let's go back first. The two men didn't want to disturb the lovers' opportunity to chat quietly, so they pretended to yawn and left.
On the 6th day of the 6th month, she didn't make things difficult for you, right?
Xiao Yu helped Chulu sit on the tree stump and wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeves. The sweat was cold. As soon as her wrist came close to Chulu, she suddenly noticed that Chulu was shaking like chaff.
You are sick?
Chulu's eyes were glued to Bai's wrist, and his throat was rumbling as he swallowed saliva. The longer he stayed, the thirstier he became.
He Feng's last instructions were forgotten by Chulu. He grabbed Xiao Yu's wrist fiercely, kissed and bit it. On the 6th day of the 6th lunar month,
oh, what are you doing?
Xiao Yu wanted to get away shyly.
Although the two of them were in love with each other, they had never held hands on weekdays. Today, they were suddenly caught/bitten on their beautiful hands, and they were as flustered as a deer.
Jump up.
The anxious one was on the 6th day of the lunar month.
The guy who was eating was torn off.
Xiao Yu's wrist was bitten until it turned red, and his jade-white skin was soaked with blood, but the blood vessels hadn't been bitten through yet. After tasting the blood, Chulu became even crazier.
Are we too anxious?
Xiao Yu felt something was wrong, twitched his hand hard, and was violently dragged to the ground. On the 6th day of the 6th day, he grabbed his wrist and bit it, and his saliva got wet/slippery into the cuffs. It was like she saw Chulu's true face for the first time, and her other hand popped on Chulu's face, leaving a red palm print. Taking advantage of the stunned moment on the 6th day of the lunar month, Xiao Yu twitched his hands and left quickly. While Chulu recovered a little from his bloodthirsty madness. He watched the little fish run away, heard the rooster crow, turned around and walked towards the chicken coop. Xiao Yu ran back to the room, lay on the bed and touched his heart, which was pounding. She raised her wrist that was kissed by Chulu and found that the skin on her wrist was broken. It looked scary. She also wondered why she didn't feel any pain when she was bitten just now, but felt a little comfortable. The wind was howling, and the clouds were so low tonight that when I looked up, I couldn't see any stars.
I could only see a hazy crescent moon.
6 crows flapped their wings and hovered high in the sky for most of the night. In Fierce Ghost Cannibal Fetus, the devil will know the strength and weakness of the demon fetus when he Feng steals it. What Yi Chang was looking for at this time was the alchemist in the movie, Master Qinghai. He can write talismans and seals, and understands the method of slave ghosts in Mashan, but he also has the great Sun Tathagata/Sutra to restrain evil spirits.
He is neither a monk nor a Taoist, and can only be regarded as an outsider. 20 miles away from Shufu town, there is a Yizhuan on the mountain. The sky is the top and the earth is the seat. I don't know when there were unusual ways of death, such as unjust death, poisoning, drowning, anger, strangulation, hanging, etc. The dead were always placed here. After the relatives burned the ingot candles, the talented man and good woman left in a sedan chair and a precious horse. I came back after the first 7 days and found that the security guard was fine. You can bury with peace of mind then. Crows circled low over Yizhuan, and a coffin suddenly opened.
Sitting inside was a man with Buddhist beads hanging around his neck, wearing a long robe with rolled cuffs, and thick eyebrows and big eyes. It was unusual to see a living person lying in a coffin, and the coffin he was lying in was even more unusual. The lid of the coffin was written with French talismans in gold oil, and it was buckled to protect it from evil spirits. The man sat up straight, looked up, and made seals with his hands.
A crow infected with corpse air? If there's trouble tonight, just hide if you can.
His face froze, and he picked up the coffin lid, which weighed several dozen kilograms, with one hand and laid it down in the coffin again. The coffin lid was pressed shut with a clang sound, making it fit tightly. Crows hover at the foot of the mountain. When they landed on the ground, they gathered together and turned into a figure wearing a yellow robe.
What a heavy resentment.
Yi Chang didn't find Qinghai, but he found this mountain. There were paper horses, paper figures, crossing bridges, and money was burning on the mountain.
But the resentment is soaring, even stronger than the mass graves.
Where there is resentment, there must be ghosts. It's a good place for him to find a late-night snack.
It's the Dragon Boat Festival, let's eat rice dumplings quickly.
I wish you all a happy holiday. The mountain road is winding and the bluestone paved road is also difficult to navigate.
It's just that the road is steep and it's not easy to go up the mountain.
Entering the open-air charity village, there were more than 20 corpses lined up in the first row. Some were dressed as businessmen, beggars, watchmen with their hats off, drowned maids, and pregnant women with bleeding from their belly and crotch.
Without exception, my mouth is stuffed with tofu. Ghost eats tofu. There should be an expert here.
There is resentment on these corpses, and the corpses contain a breath of resentment, which is the condition for the origin of zombies. Tofu calms the good souls and evil souls, and when the black and white impermanence that seduces the soul comes, it can help clear away the grievances, and there will be no problem. He Chang glanced at the open-air charity village and took in the whole scene, then stepped forward to the lined coffins. There were 20 coffins in a row, with benches at both ends. If the coffin does not touch the ground and is not grounded, the dead body will not be alive. He Chang raised his hand and pinched the coffin lid. The red coffin lid looked like tofu dregs.
5 fingers easily got in and lifted it. Roar!
A corpse jumped up, with a pale face, an ashen mouth, and a rotten tongue.
Lie down!
A punch was punched into the corpse's chest, and the stiff corpse immediately deflated and collapsed softly in the coffin. After the coffin lid was closed, He Chang turned to the second coffin. It was only after he came to this place that he realized that Xinghai loved sleeping in coffins, and he was probably lying in one of these coffins. In the coffin, Xinghai's heart was beating rapidly, with a mouthful of rice wine in his mouth, holding the seal in his hand, waiting for the person who opened the coffin to approach. The voices got closer and closer, and the 2 or 3 tough guys were easily subdued.
The visitor is not good.
There was a clang, and the coffin lid shook.
Coming!
Xinghai saw the light piercing through the cracks in the coffin, swelling like frog gills, and spraying water mist from a sip of wine.
Laugh!
Killing me Hedon. Before the word happy Xinghai came up on my brows, I heard an angry voice, fellow Taoist Xinghai, business cannot be done without benevolence and righteousness, so you don't need to spit on me. He was shirtless in front of him, with a water-stained face, and long hair that reached his waist, except for the bald top.
Fellow Taoist Qian, why are you here?
Xinghai was stunned for a moment. His voice was as rough as a cow and full of confusion.
Why can't I be here?
Qian Jinren sighed and said, I bumped into a white-haired zombie, drink.
It's so fierce.
I was beaten until I was peeing, and I had to use the golden cicada to escape from its shell.
So smart?
Xinghai frowned, his thick black eyebrows and Chinese character face made people trust him when he spoke. I calculated just now that a big disaster is coming. Now from what fellow Taoist Qian says, it should be the zombie you mentioned. That's why I came to you.
Chen Jinren said righteously, we cannot sit back and watch zombies run rampant and endanger the people. Fellow Taoist Qian, you are still thinking about your business. I told you that you are willing to come to this place to slay demons and bring benefits.
However, I never charge for helping people, so I won't leave. The 2 of them have similar abilities, one makes money and the other is free. Qian Jinren's business has expanded to this point and it is not difficult to get business. Everything is better than getting rid of zombies. Junren Chen deliberately made a trip, but he felt regretful that he didn't succeed. However, he also thought that if he became famous, 8 villages in 10 miles would recognize his name as Junren Chen, and he would still make a lot of money. It's almost the 4th watch.
Zombies don't dare to do evil at dawn. Let's get up at noon tomorrow to do the ritual and look for that zombie. That's how it should be.
Clang! The last coffin was opened, and the rotten human flesh at the bottom of the coffin attracted flies. When the lid of the coffin was opened, it was like opening a cage, and flies swarmed into the sky. There were also a few that flew towards He Chang out of nowhere, touched his skin, and fell to the ground like dumplings, dying in pieces.
None of them. Are you looking in the wrong place?
He Chang turned around, and a bloody wind suddenly blew in the open-air zhuang. The moonlight above the head was covered with black cloth, and the burning paper money and precious candles were immediately extinguished, one by one from far to near. Hiss! A white horse was snoring, and it was riding on a white horse wearing a black dress, a pure silk garment, a white silk singlet, and red shoes. The white horse was beating gongs and drums, the swanas were ringing, and they were playing funeral music, but everyone's faces were still beaming with joy. After that, there is a big sedan with 8 blood-red carriages. The bearers wear red belts and hats with the word happy on them, and have white faces and red cheeks.
Ghost welcomes the bride.
You. The groom drove his horse up to Yi Chang and pointed at the coffin with his fingers trembling. Why did you destroy my uncle's and aunt's house?
And my grandma is over 100 years old, how can you bear it?
Yi Chang raised his fist and hit the horse's back, pinched the horse's neck and broke it. The tall horse looked like paper.
He turned it over and over, rolled it into a ball and threw it on the ground.
It turned out to be a paper horse. Without the horse, the man fell to the ground lightly, his fingernails were red, his face was green and he had fangs, and he turned into an evil ghost.
I want your life.
Ah! Hey! Yi Chang raised his hand, and with short flat nails as fast as a knife, he cut off the groom's head, stepped on his chest, crushed him on the ground and rubbed him left and right, and the groom's head turned into black smoke and dispersed.
Kill him and avenge my boss.
A swarms of people beating gongs, drums and swanas rushed towards Yi Chang.
When fists collided hidden, one by one, they all turned into paper figures.
When they hit the ground, they turned into paper ash and flew away.
Why is this person like this?
That's right, it's good news for bad people, and it damages one's morality. Yi Chang raised his eyes again, and all the corpses lying in the open-air courtyard disappeared, and only living people appeared in front of him, pointing at him and whispering softly. It turned out that I broke into a ghost cave. Yi Chang walked forward. Since he had provoked a ghost, he was not afraid of arousing more hatred. He raised his hand and tore open the red sedan chair and pulled out a bride with a phoenix crown and a beautiful plumage. He stole the groom's job and lifted the red hijab. Her pale face is delicate, her oval-shaped cheeks are pink and her eyes are pink, and her appearance is exquisite. I really feel pity for her when I see her. Sir, my little girl Chao Chuer was unfortunately bullied by the ghosts from the Pan family's evil grave today. The red lips and red mouth spoke softly, and the white-haired palm came down from the top of the head with a slap. The palm covered in corpse air immediately knocked the bride out of her mind.
You dare to lie to zombies? You are telling nonsense.
Yi Chang turned around and looked around.
The ghosts were doing their own things, as if they didn't see his actions.
He didn't bother to make trouble for these ghosts. They were all the first 7 ghosts, either with resentment in their throats or with their lives still lingering. Even if you kill them all, you will get little experience, just like ordinary people. Haggis, mutton soup, xiaobing, steamed buns and big pancakes. After going down the mountain, a market opened outside. The old man carrying the burden had broth in the bucket in front of him and a basket of pasta in the back. The old man met Yi Chang and took 2 steps away.
If he is stronger, ghosts will naturally avoid him.
Yi Chang controlled the corpse energy to burn his eyes, and the yin energy that blinded his perception dispersed.
Only then did the old man's burden reveal its original shape.
The bucket in front was filled with blood soup.
Old man, how much does a bowl of this cost?
A child in single clothes was stopped in his tracks by the broth.
It's a living person.
There were many ghosts, big and small, behind them. All of them had pale and miserable faces, and their saliva was dripping down. There is also a decapitated ghost whose head floats on top of the boy's head.
However, the old man selling mutton soup glared at him and shrank back. Is it raining?
The boy raised his head strangely and touched the sticky water droplets on his forehead.
Today I see that you look kind and look like my grandson. Let's have a bowl of soup.
It's free of charge. The old man turned around and picked up a spittoon, scooped out a spoonful of blood soup with toes, grabbed the heads of 2 children, put them on the table, and handed them to the boys.
He smiled kindly and said, "Hurry up and eat it while it's hot. If it's not enough, I'll fill it up for you."
"Thank you, uncle." The boy smiled and took the spittoon, lowered his head to smell the human blood, rubbed the child's head and shouted, "The soup smells so good, the buns are so big as my head. If you're full, eat. Get me a bowl too." The boy just lowered his head to drink the soup when he heard someone talking next to him. He turned around and saw that this man was as tall as a big stone pillar that could reach the sky. His strong body made his tattered yellow cloth robe bulge. It was dark and he couldn't see his face. "The broth at my uncle's house is delicious, you should pay it a visit." Taking advantage, the boy started selling, but he didn't know what terrible thing he was eating. In the eyes of the ghosts, living people are the big deal.
"What? Can't you give me one?"
Yi Chang lowered his head and looked at the old man. The kid around him had cleared up a lot. "Yes, of course. Zombies also drink blood.
It is normal to want to drink human blood soup."
The old man comforted himself and turned around to grab a wooden basin and fill it up for him. Yi Chang didn't go to pick up the basin.
The smelly and disgusting blood was probably put on the mummy. The spiritual essence had long been gone. Are you the ghosts from dozens of miles around here?
50 miles, 50 miles, the old man nodded in agreement, maintaining the posture of holding the wooden basin.
Have you met the Zombie King? Ghosts are the most well-informed.
He Chang happened to take the opportunity to look for zombie bacteria.
If he didn't find Shanghai, don't worry. He will evolve into black zombies first.
I have encountered little zombies.
They are all uncivilized heads. I have never seen the Zombie King. I have never seen it. Old man, I've finished eating. Your steamed buns are really chewy.
The boy raised the spittoon, which was still half full of blood. Most of the steamed buns with human heads had been eaten, and the boy's mouth was stained with red blood. He couldn't understand what the two said, but he felt depressed around He Chang and wanted to leave quickly.
After you finish eating, go and eat whatever you want. They are all my relatives and they don't want your money today.
Really? The boy turned to look at the candy maker and jumped over. He Chang raised his eyes and saw that the person making the candy was a rotten ghost. He took the straw stick and took the maggots from his body and skewered them on the straw stick. The boy happily took the straw stick and bit off 4 or 5 maggots in one bite. The worms were still there. His mouth twisted.
Have you never seen them before? He Chang asked again.
I haven't seen it, but I heard that there were bandits in Rinjia town in the early years.
All the people in the mountain died and turned into zombies. I guess there may be zombie kings and zombie bacteria. How to get to Rinjia town? We have been ghosts for decades.
We have long forgotten the way to live.
We don't know the east, west, north, south,
and don't know how to get there. The old man seemed to be telling the truth. You are useless. He Chang suddenly raised his hand, pinched the old man's head, and rubbed it until the old ghost became the size of a meatball and was swallowed by him. The experience value jumped up a few points.
If you don't eat it when you meet a ghost, it's a waste.
He went on a killing spree, causing chaos in the ghost den, and the gathering of ghosts suddenly dispersed. Only the boy who finished eating the candy in his hand suddenly dropped the straw stick, clutched his stomach and cried ouch.
At dawn, Shanghai and Xianjunmen went up the mountain carrying the magical weapons on their backs.
There was a ghost gathering last night, there were cracks in the underworld, and all the ghosts in the cemetery came out to hang out.
There's a boy.
Shanghai leaned over and opened the unconscious boy, and found that his mouth was full of blood and his face was pale.
I guess we hit a ghost market. At first glance, he looks like a cheap boy who is dealing with ghosts. Xianjunren's attitude is very clear. Ghosts cannot harm people for no reason. You asked fellow Taoist Qian to open a forum first to find Zong. I have to save him.
Shanghai put one hand under the boy's neck, the other hand picked up the boy's legs and picked him up.
I'm alone, and I'm not good at divination. Xianjunren shook his head and followed Shanghai.
It seemed that he had to treat the boy first. Su Mansion, it was dawn, and the aroma of vegetables mixed with meat woke up the entire Su family. The housekeeper went to the kitchen to eat and drink as usual. When he saw 10 chickens on the chopping board, he was shocked and slapped Chu Lu on the back of the head, saying, "You Chu Lu, you are very capable.
How dare you kill someone like this? What a chicken! Why, you want to eat it yourself. Woo!" Chu Lu shook his head. What the hell? You're mute. Another slap was about to come, but fortunately Chang Zi, who was yawning, saw it, came over to stop him, and asked with a smile, "Butler, why are you so angry?" Don't say I'm just looking for trouble. Chang Zi, look, these chickens were all killed by Chu Lu. 10. Chang Zi swallowed, not because he was greedy, but because he was scared. I guess we were attacked by a weasel last night. Brother Chu Lu saw that the chickens were all dead, so he took all their hair off and put them here. Cheng Ziwei thought of a reason, and the housekeeper thought, even if he had the courage to kill 10 chickens on the 6th day of the lunar month, there must be an accident. But he still refused to let go easily. He bit the 2 of them, deducted 3 months' wages, and ordered him to cook 5 roast chickens specially for him on the 6th day of the lunar month before relenting. To work for Marshal Su, the chef earns 5 yuan a month, and the handyman Cheng Zigong earns more than 3 yuan. Who is this person? Eat him to death. Cheng Zi spat, and worriedly approached Chu Lu and asked, "Brother Chu Lu, are you okay? You didn't speak and didn't go back to sleep last night. Are you sick?" Smelling the fragrance nearby, Chu Lu controlled the corpse teeth that had grown long ago and shook his head slightly. "But Brother Chu Lu, your cooking skills are really good. The meat smells so delicious." Little did Cheng Zi know that the Chu Lu in front of him was no longer his Chu Lu brother. A plate of chicken was delivered to the table of the marshal and his ladies. On the 6th day of the 6th day, he also stuffed 2 live chickens into the vegetable box, put chicken on top,
put on his black robe and hurried towards Hefeng's guest room. She pushed open the wooden door, pulled off his black robe and closed the door behind him.
Where's the chicken?
On the 6th day of the 6th day, he opened the vegetable box and pulled out the live chicken. Hefeng went crazy when he saw the live chicken, bit off the chicken's neck and sucked out the blood. The 2 chickens were drained of their blood before she could breathe. The master came back just now and asked you to find the batch of gold and silver treasures that the commander brought back. Look where the golden Buddha is placed and steal a small porcelain cup next to the golden Buddha tonight. Chulu nodded and put the chicken on the ground into a vegetable box, with a layer of fried chicken on top. After putting on the black robe again, Chulu walked out of the door. Walking to the back garden, a coquettish voice blocked Chulu's path. Chulu, why did you just come out of the 4th aunt's cousin's room? It was the 2nd aunt who spoke. She had left the fields uncultivated all year round. Seeing her handsome appearance on the 6th day of the year, she wanted to hook up with her, and it would be more fragrant to have a red apricot and a wallflower. Who knew that this 6th grader was so determined to pretend to be nothing? Today I caught him working diligently to deliver food to his 4th aunt's cousin, so I was just in time to scold him. Chulu raised his head and glanced at his 2nd aunt. He was stimulated by the smell of chicken blood just now. He killed 10 chickens last night to quench his thirst. Now that a living person came to him, how could he bear it? He rubbed it against his 2nd aunt. The 2nd aunt had only opened her eyes for the first time, and she happily whispered, "Come to my room, don't let others see it." The 2 entered the room one after another. The 2nd aunt closed the door and went to tear off Chulu's clothes. She touched his strong muscles and looked at his handsome face. The 2nd aunt actually trembled and said, "Ah, my calves are cramped and trembling, you dead look, you finally fell into my mouth." The 2nd aunt was so happy that she hugged Chulu's arms and felt Chulu's lips brushing against her cheeks, ears, and finally resting on her neck. I feel like the 2 recommendations I posted are of no use at all. The top recommendation and the bottom recommendation. The collection is stable at 30 or 40 a day. If you don't say anything secretly, I will ask for some recommendations and collections. I will almost collect 1,000 collections. It's almost done. There was a fire in the room, and when the door rang, the fire went out. Knock knock. 2nd madam, 1st madam and the others are inviting you to play mahjong. The 2nd lady's room faces east and west, and a ray of light shines on the door in the early morning. The wooden hinge door creaked open, and the 2nd concubine who was walking towards her ran into a ray of morning light, and she immediately screamed "Ah!" and ran backwards. "Madam! What's wrong with you, madam?" The little maid was startled, and rushed into the house to help the 2nd concubine, when a pair of man's feet came into view. "Brother Chulu, I didn't hear anything just now." She looked up and figured out who the wild man was, but her heart felt cold. The 2nd lady noticed her lying under the door, so she must be in trouble. This is a warlord family, and it is normal for 1 or 2 servants to die. The 2nd lady who fell to the ground had already gotten up and closed the door, blocking the maid's escape. The 2 of them stood in front of each other, grinning widely, and their long, pointed corpse teeth like pythons were exposed. "Ghost! Ah!" Before the scream could spread very far, it was suppressed by 2 hands, suffocating it in the maid's throat. Zio Chulu, wrapped in a black robe, walked out of the 2nd concubine's room. After looking around for no one, he lowered his head and returned to the kitchen with the vegetable box in hand. "Brother Chulu, you're back. 4th aunt's cousin didn't make things difficult for you, right?" Chang Zi squatted on the floor and washed the dishes. Adding up all the pots and pans in Su Mansion, it would take an hour to wash the dishes for a meal. Chulu shook his head. "Hey! Brother Chulu, why is there blood dripping in your vegetable box?" Chulu, who was about to put down the vegetable box, stiffened and his eyes looked fierce. Chang Zi didn't know how to avoid it yet, so he frowned and leaned behind Chulu and said, "Let me see what's going on." Chulu let go of his hand and let Chang Zi open the vegetable box, only to take a bite when Chang Zi concentrated on it. The 6th day of the lunar month. Have I finished roasting the chicken? Crossing the threshold, it was the butler who came shouting. He stopped shouting and Chang Zi stretched out his hand towards the vegetable box. "You too, what are you doing secretly? Are you eating secretly again?" The housekeeper pushed Chulu away and opened the vegetable box. "You, Chulu, how dare you hide so much meat? You are greedier than me." "No, housekeeper, this is for the 4th aunt's cousin." "Cousin, 4th aunt? I believe it if you tell me." The housekeeper believed a little bit in his heart, but he still kept his mouth shut. He was used to the sweetness, and someone under his hand had a small handle that fell into his hand, and he had to squeeze out 2 drops of oil.
Don't ask for your wages for the second half of the year. I'll take away this plate of chicken. On the 6th day of the lunar month, hurry up and make me roast chicken, and you, Cheng Zi. I can't finish the dishes, so I'll skin you at noon today. After paying the big dishes, the housekeeper left happily. Cheng Zi helped Chulu stand up and sighed, this year's work is in vain. I'll just wash the dishes. Cheng Zi, who was sitting in front of a pile of bowls, looked up and saw Chulu wrapped in a black robe and walking out. Brother Chulu, what are you going to do? Chulu didn't reply to him, he lowered his head and left quietly. What's the matter? Cheng Zi shook his head and looked worriedly at the pile of bowls in front of him. He was very busy. At night, the window of the Huffing guest room was pushed open, and the cold wind came in, along with the crows. She watched the crows gather together and turn into a human form, standing obediently with their heads bowed. What about the 6th day of the lunar month? He Chang asked roughly as he adjusted his robe. Should be here soon. Just as he was talking, there was a knock on the door, and it was Chulu who came in on tiptoe with a small porcelain cup in his arms. He was stunned for a moment when he saw He Chang. Bring the things here. He Feng ordered sternly, and Chulu nodded quickly. He also guessed that the scary-looking man in front of him should be the master. Thump, thump, thump. The porcelain cup was lifted up and carefully brought to He Chang. Snapped. He Chang raised his hand and smashed the porcelain cup. This devil fetus is quite clever. A cloud of black smoke emerged from the porcelain cup, which was blown away by the wind blowing in through the window. There was no trace of the kid. Master, He Feng looked at He Chang worriedly. Kneeling on the ground was the trembling Chulu. The golden Buddha has a strong restraint on me. I can't get close. He Chang glanced at Chulu and asked, is Marshal Su going to bed tonight? The matter is urgent and he is capable? Gigi, he said that Marshal Su lit the fourth lady's lamp tonight, and it's already late at night and he hasn't stopped yet. He Feng acted as the translator. On the 6th day of the 6th lunar month, Yuji chatted for a long time, and He Feng explained, usually Marshal Su goes to sleep in a lady's room, but he stops as soon as he burns incense. Today, he didn't stop until midnight. This is because the demon fetus wants to use Dashwai Su to sleep with his wife, and to borrow his wife's belly to come into the world. Only when it is planted, Dashwai Su will stop. You want to be born in a fetus, but I won't let you. It is difficult for a demon fetus to descend into the world, and it is difficult for gods and Buddhas to descend. This statement is too watery. However, in the original plot, the demon fetus cut the Qinghai master in half as easily as chopping melons and vegetables. His ability is probably not weak. If he really came into the world and became a demon, what would happen? It is definitely invincible. He wanted to eat the 5 ghosts to increase his strength. With the golden Buddha suppressing them and dividing the 5 ghosts, it shouldn't be difficult to eat them. If that didn't work, he could still escape. It's not He Chang's style to dig out the bark of a tree without swallowing the fat. Then let the gourd boy save grandpa and pour the beans one by one and jump into my mouth. He Chang smiled solemnly and told Chulu, take me to Marshal Su. The 3 of them arrived at the door of the 4th aunt's room one after another. The night was dark, and the red lantern hanging in front of the 4th concubine's door barely illuminated the outlines of the 3 people who came here. The maid and servant guarding the door stepped forward to block the way. The master is inside. On the 6th day of the lunar month, if you have anything to do, we'll talk about it tomorrow. One was the cook of the Su mansion, and the other was the cousin of the 4th concubine. The servants did not dare to offend, but they felt strange when they saw the man in tattered robes, secretly wondering who this man was. The 3 people ignored them and got closer. Only then could their faces be seen clearly. They all had long fangs, like pythons. Damn it! Just as the servants were about to open their mouths and scream, a big white-haired hand was raised, killing them. What's going on outside? There was no response from the door. Did someone call? Dashwai Su calmed down, stood up for his work, took the pistol from his waistband, hid on the edge of the bed and waited carefully, preparing to shoot and catch them off guard when someone came. The 4th aunt also hid with Marshal Su. The wooden door was pushed open with a squeak. There were 2 people holding the 2 people lying on the ground, with their faces on their necks, and they didn't know what they were doing. The candle flames in the room swelled and shrank when exposed to the wind. The 6th day of the lunar month? Cousin? Marshal Su and the 4th concubine spoke at the same time, recognizing the identities of the 2 people holding the maid and servant. Whoops! When a strong wind blew, the flames jumped upwards. Just as the 2 people outside the door raised their heads, the firelight hit their faces, which were red and hot. Together with the blood at the corners of their mouths and fangs,
They looked very much like the angry eyebrows of the king of hell in the temple when they were young.
Idol. Ghost?
Marshal Su stared, raised his hand and fired a shot, sparks hitting Chu Lu's heart with a swollen face.
Seeing that he was hit by a shot, Marshal Su hugged his fourth aunt and laughed. Ghost? You have to hide for me too. Ah.
Chu Lu, who had been shot, looked like a normal person, got up and rushed towards Marshal Su. That night, in the second aunt's room, the second aunt and the maid nibbled on each other's tender necks, experiencing the crazy enjoyment of being bitten. It was just a dry bite without any blood food in their stomachs. Neither of them was satisfied. He opened the door, closed his corpse teeth, and the two of them walked towards the eldest lady's room.
Chu Sishu, you are crazy, dare to bite me.
Marshal Su was pushed to the ground by Chu Lu. He had just fought hard all night with his fourth aunt, and his hands and feet were sore and weak, so he was easily defeated.
The tusks were only a few millimeters away from piercing Marshal Su's neck.
Bang bang bang, a few more shots. The red muzzle of the gun hit Chu Lu's heart, and the blood from the wound seeped into the barrel of the gun.
Chu Lu didn't notice the pain, so he hugged Marshal Su's neck crazily and tried to bite it.
Cousin. The situation on the fourth aunt's side was even worse. He Feng had already pinned her to the ground. He Feng easily opened her neck and was about to bite her.
Snapped.
A slap came from nowhere and hit He Feng, sending her flying.
You can't bite her. Save me. Save me. I am Marshal. Marshal Su.
Marshal Su only saw a pair of long boots and an apricot yellow torn robe, thinking that someone was coming to save his life. When he moved his eyes to the other person's face, he discovered that his face was white-haired, his hair was more ferocious, and his tusks were like files.
Click.
On the sixth day of Chu Lu, he bit through Dashui Su's neck and drank blood. Dashui Su struggled feebly and died before his eyes.
This struggling problem is finally solved. You come out on your own, or should I kill you/mother?
He Cheng sat on the bed with his legs up, his arms resting on his knees, looking down at the fourth concubine who was kneeling on the ground. She didn't know what was happening yet. She kept saying tears fell from the corners of her eyes to the ground, moistening them with drops of water. Being bitten by a zombie, 3 souls and 7 souls are detained in the body.
You can't escape in this life. You have to think about it.
The fourth aunt was even more scared. She didn't know what mistake she had made, and she was tortured by monsters and monsters like this. Moreover, my cousin has been acting strangely in the past 2 days and should have turned into a zombie long ago.
Is there really something special about her that attracts others' attention?
Just when she was about to open her mouth to say a few words, a wave of nausea rose in her throat. As her plump lips moved, she spat out a small ball glowing red with vomit. The little ball flashed and turned into a baby just fished out of the red paint vat. The baby's body is illusory, floating in the air, its eyes cannot be opened, but its mouth is split from the left ear to the right ear. The evil beast's fangs have 2 rows of upper and lower teeth, which is very scary. When the fourth aunt saw that she had vomited out a monster, she was so frightened that her face turned pale. This is your son. With the words, He Qingting jumped up, smashed the bed with his feet, and hit the kid with a fist in his right hand. Level 24 magic fetus. He has this strength even before he is born. Once he is born into a demon through the belly of a woman, his strength will probably reach level 40 or above.
What level is that?
He Chang has never been seen before, but killing him is definitely as easy as crushing an ant.
But, no matter how high the eagle flies in the sky, it is still an egg before it is born.
This punch contained 50 points of corpse energy, and hit the demon fetus Heaton, causing the demon fetus to scream in agony.
Mother! Save me, mother!
The demon fetus was spinning in the sky, crying towards the fourth aunt. It's a pity that the fourth aunt was scared out of her mind too early, and she was unwilling to admit that this was her child.
If you don't have a big belly, you're just a loser?
He Chang chased and beat the demon fetus together, but the demon fetus only knew how to dodge and never fight back. After a few attacks, He Chang had guessed the reason. Without the big-bellied woman, the devil fetus can only charm people's hearts, but it has no means of killing. After all, they are just like ordinary ghosts. They don't know magic, they don't know how to fly sand and rocks, they can only scare people, and they are not good enough in front of zombies. If he couldn't fight him, he ran away. The demon fetus crashed into the door and flew out of the air. When he turned around, it frightened 3 souls to death and injured 7 souls. It turned out that the white-haired beast that was chasing him stomped and jumped high into the air. The fluttering edge turned into a group of crows are chasing after me.
Bai Mao Zhan actually has such magical powers.
The common abilities among vampires are different in the eyes of ghost zombies. Just like zombies are extremely powerful and invulnerable, they are also considered invincible among vampires. The demon fetus didn't know that the group of crows behind them didn't have any strength and could kill them all with just one stick. He just felt the powerful corpse energy and ran for his life in fear. In a panic, the demon fetus plunged into a pig pen. The crows fell to the ground and gathered into a human shape. Whoa, whoa, whoa! As soon as we set foot, we heard the pig roaring. A sow weighing more than 200 kilograms broke through the wooden fence, carried thatch and was covered in mud, and headed towards He-Chang. Sa broke out with the momentum of thousands of troops, and Xiong, whose momentum here was half as weak. He-Chang raised his hand and punched him, like a mallet hitting a stone wall. With a dull thud, Sao and He-Chang each took a few steps back. The difference is that He-Chang is safe and sound, while the Sao's brain has been beaten to pieces and is shaking. Reborn as a pig? Although the demon fetus was of the wrong species, it borrowed the fetus of a sow and immediately showed its full strength. The sow with a split brain had a tremor in her belly. It opened like a big mouth, and small pieces of red and pink meat fell out. The sow gave birth to multiple litters, and these were all unborn piglets. Another doll with a pig's head came out of the sow's belly and roared at He-Chang, showing off his power.
Do you really think you are Marshal Tianpeng?
Turning his head, He-Chang stretched his left and right hands straight into the boulder that built the pig pen, and swung it left and right to catch the wind, like swinging two stone hammers. A red rope swept across, and whooshed like a sharp knife, cutting off the stone in He-Chang's left hand.
The red light disappeared into the palm of his hand and stopped when it hit the bone.
His body recovered rapidly and he would be fully recovered within a short time. The sow took the opportunity to hit again, smashed the boulder that He-Chang had hammered, and hit it with his fist. Puff! The fist penetrated into the pig's brain, and the right fist below the elbow was buried in the pig's brain. The sow collapsed to the ground and stopped struggling. He-Chang kicked the demon fetus. Unexpectedly, the demon fetus was also strong, and it actually hugged his feet and wanted to eat it. The demon fetus was also a living body, and after eating the corpse poison, it suddenly became weak. The demon fetus was pulled out from the pig's belly, and when he put his two palms together, it turned into blood.
Finally, he was completely eliminated.
With hundreds of experience points in his account, He-Chang turned into a crow and flapped his wings and flew towards the Su mansion.
Master, what's going on with our sow?
When the noise outside stopped, the resident turned off the light, put on his clothes and went out to check.
It's okay if you don't look at it, but when you look at it, the sow broke through the pig pen and died outside.
The pig's brain was shattered, and there was a big hole in its belly. It also had teeth, which looked like a mouth. That night, the man dragged two of his companions together and went to Yizhuang to ask a mage to exorcise the evil spirits.
Let's talk about the other side.
He-Chang flew back to Su mansion, but he didn't hear any movement or smell the popularity. As soon as he landed, a large net spread out to cover him.
Ha ha ha.
Accompanied by wild laughter, a group of servants with fangs, holding torches and lanterns formed a circle and surrounded He-Chang. After He-Chang left for only a short while, the entire Su mansion turned into a vampire camp. Marshal Su walked out with his 4 wives, all with corpse teeth sticking out of their mouths.
You zombie, how dare you break into my Su mansion? Tonight I will eliminate harm for the people. Ha ha ha. He must have sucked the blood of many people and spoke very fluently. He-Chang raised his eyes and glanced around, knowing what was going on. Raising his hand, the arm-thick mesh rope was easily torn apart. Humph! How powerful! I have a gun.
Marshal Su still remembers the bloody scene of being beaten on the 6th day of the lunar month.
If you are not afraid of bullets, wouldn't it be enough to beat you into a hornet's nest?
Thanks to you for turning me into such a powerful zombie.
From now on, Marshal Su's army will be invincible. The whole country is mine. Ha ha ha.
The other vampires squeaked, obviously agreeing. Hey, you yourself became a vampire, but you saved me trouble. He-Chang, who was surrounded, ignored the gun pointed at his head, smiled horribly, raised his feet and rushed towards Marshal Su.
Shot!
Marshal Su lowered his voice, and sparks suddenly shot at He-Chang, causing jingles to clutter. The bullet casing splashed all over the floor, but He-Chang was still fine.
You, what kind of monster are you?
Marshal Su wanted to question, but was punched in the stomach. It doesn't hurt, was his first thought.
Dying was the next thought. Watching the zombie in front of him open his mouth, a stream of black air spurted out.
The black air circled around Dashwai Su's neck like a spiritual being, and fell on his neck as if weaving a scarf. The black air soaked into his clothes and burned on Dashwai Su's skin.
A wave of heartache came over me.
The pain goes deep into the soul. Let them all put down their guns, He Chang ordered.
Everyone put their guns down. Put them down.
Marshal Su looked at the black air, which was like a thin needle, slowly drilling into the skin, and he was so frightened that he hurriedly ran around. Suddenly, Marshal Su's right hand holding the gun suddenly hit He Chang's mouth.
His panic turned into a look of joy. Go to hell, boom. Gunshots rang out. Pooh.
He Chang opened his mouth and the bullet was spit out, clinking on the ground. The air was as quiet as night.
The outer skin is not afraid of bullets, and the mouth is invulnerable. What kind of monster is this?
Marshal Su was so frightened that he forgot to blink, and thoughts of death swept through him from the depths of his soul.
Do one thing for me. If you do it well, I will spare your life. Please give me orders. Marshal Su agreed immediately.
He did not expect that he would be scared if he turned into a zombie.
How should I resist this monster in front of me?
Send all your soldiers out and find Rinjia Town and Zombie Forest for me. Rinjia Town is easy to find, but there is no guarantee that Zombie Forest will be in Rinjia Town.
Yes. I will definitely complete the mission.
He laughed awkwardly, and the black air on Marshal Su's neck was finally removed.
That night, 2 of his men left with Marshal Su's military orders. Control all the vampires and count how many there are. Yes. Chinese zombies are not suitable for being little brothers. They don't know how to think and are difficult to command.
Vampires still retain consciousness, which makes them suitable for control. Su Dashui, who has completely retained his human thoughts, has a traitorous nature.
How can he endure a zombie pressing on top of his head when he is used to being a local emperor?
Therefore, after Marshal Su issued the order, he was easily beheaded by He Chang. The appearance of being executed in public was extremely tragic. He Feng and Chu Lu were imprisoned, and they were freed only when He Chang arrived.
One person is missing. It seems he ran away overnight. Who?
He Chang sat on the main seat of the hall with the windows closed and only one door left. 4 handsome ladies stood aside, wanting to serve, but too afraid to step forward.
Number of days.
Let him go, no need to chase him. This kid was clever and escaped time and time again, but now is not the time to send people to kill him. In order to deal with the outside world, Su Mansion still needs to take some actions. Have some communication with the outside world. It's strange to say that Su Mansion has been buying less vegetables and more live livestock recently.
3 cows are brought in a day. Countless chickens and ducks.
The townspeople and farmers were surprised, but they didn't dare to gossip about the Su Mansion. Who didn't know that Marshal Su was the local emperor and had a gun in his hand? Having learned from the past, He Chang strictly prohibited biting people and sucking blood. If the whole town turns into vampires, and if Marshal Ru Su joins forces to resist, he will flee in disgrace.
An elephant cannot bear the number of ants. Fortunately, Marshal Su imprisoned Chu Lu and He Feng that night.
He Chang was afraid of the authentic Buddhism and Taoism, otherwise buying dozens or hundreds of scriptures would have been enough to deal with him. Now he just wants to use Marshal Su's troops to find zombie bacteria. It's noon. Wrapped in a black robe, Chu Lu opened the door and entered a room.
There are antique treasures displayed in this house, which is Dashui Su's treasure house.
To the north, on a tablecloth embroidered with nasturtiums and lotus leaves, there is a small golden Buddha, as big as a watermelon.
On the antique shelf directly opposite, there are porcelain vases, jade buckets, and soapstone koi displayed below. Placed in the center is a 3-legged golden toad that attracts wealth. The 3-legged toad is also called a toad. It is said that it can spit out money and is a treasure that brings wealth. There is a folk legend that the banks play with the golden toad and catch money every step of the way. Above are 4 porcelain cups, which can only be considered green leaves in this pile of treasures. After looking around, Chu Lu raised his hand and picked up a porcelain cup and walked out of the house. As soon as I left the house, the porcelain cup trembled like a boiling kettle. It seemed as if something alive was about to jump out, but as Chu Lu stepped into the sunlight, the porcelain cup calmed down. Following the sunshine, Chu Lu opened the hall door and entered the hall. Sitting on the main seat with his eyes closed was He Chang. Napping on the left and right were Dashui Su's 4th wife and his 4th concubine's cousin. Their mission was to go shopping every now and then, buy shoes, rouge, and gouache, and tell outsiders that there were still people alive in Su Mansion. Every time they go shopping, they have to grind their teeth with a file. They also suffer from headaches, but after leaving the Su Mansion, it is not easy to be a vampire. There is a disobedient maid who goes out to steal food in the middle of the night. After being caught, she is burned to death in front of everyone. Burned to death. Since then all the ghosts have been at peace. Master, brought it smash it. He Chang opened his eyes when he heard the sound and gave instructions.
On the 6th day of the 6th day, he nodded and smashed the porcelain cup, and the demon fetus flew out with a wow. Just after it was freed, it wanted to find a woman with a big belly. When it looked around, it found that the whole house was full of dead people, and there was a white-haired zombie. The sun was scorching outside, and the yang energy was as hot as fire, so the demon fetus did not dare to go out. Zombies and ghosts are both negative creatures. Whether they are ghost kings or generals, they will turn into ashes when exposed to sunlight. He Chang is different from other zombies. Although his strength is greatly reduced in that he can move during the day, it would be difficult for this demon fetus to kill someone without a big belly. At this time, during the day, the yang energy was extremely strong and he had no ability to struggle at all. He Chang was caught by He Chang. Easily pops into mouth. The violent yin chi exploded in his body, and he watched the experience bar overflow. Level, LV15, experience, 2800/2300, He Chang sat on the main seat with his eyes closed and ordered, on the 6th day of the lunar month, get another one.
Chu Lu nodded and went down.
The four handsome ladies looked at each other in confusion. They had only been transformed into vampires for a few days, and they were in conflict with ghosts. Following the same pattern, the remaining 3 demon fetuses all entered He Chang's belly, turned into violent yin chi, and were completely absorbed. Tonight, all the servants, housekeepers, and wives of the Su mansion stood in line in the courtyard holding candles.
The candle flame flickered on and off, illuminating the person's face in a very miserable way.
Chu Lu and He Feng dragged a live cow to the front. The expressionless people suddenly showed their corpse teeth, bloodthirsty and thirsty like hungry mad dogs, but there was an invisible dog chain tied around their necks, making them they dare not act rashly. Just because he was wearing a military uniform and sitting upright with his eyes closed, anyone who dared to break the rules would be beaten to a pulp. During this period, there was no shortage of people who tested him and came to a conclusion. Dashui Su's family has more than $1 million of wealth, which can support these vampires drinking animal blood until the 21st century. Regardless of their identities during the day, the biggest ones at night are Chu Lu and He Feng, who are He Chang's confidants. The cow's mouth was tied up with straw ropes in circles.
As if aware of its fate, the cow kept swinging its hooves in an attempt to break free.
Chu Lu had sharp eyes and quick hands, and stabbed the cow in the neck with a knife.
Moo! Shut up and mutter. The cow's blood gurgled and fell into the bucket below. Vampires line up to share the food. Steward, are there no news yet about the soldiers sent out? The butler, who was holding the chicken's neck and chewing it, paused and said in panic, return to the master, no. He Chang gently tapped his finger on the armrest of the Grand Master's chair and asked, how many soldiers does Marshal Su have? I remember it was 2,000? Imaginary numbers, the butler wiped the cold sweat from his head.
After turning into a vampire, the cold and heat could not invade him. The cold sweat on his head was just from fright. It was precisely because he knew how ferocious the monster in front of him was that he was afraid of being angered. Lying about quantities and defrauding armament materials is a common measurement method used by people below in this era. The Yamenla warlord liked to learn from the Beiyang army, and he also used division, brigade, regiment, battalion, company, platoon, and squad. He lied about the number of people starting from the squad, then lied about the number of squads, and so on. Marshal Su had only a third of 2,000.
The second one is about 1,300 people.
Excluding those who died in battle and were still receiving food and wages, cooks, logistics, and generals, the combat strength was probably less than 1,000. Moreover, it was difficult to equip them with all the firearms. Marshal Su was a man who was content to be a local emperor. He never led troops to fight. He did not buy or seize armaments, so he could never fill the vacancies. Therefore, in addition to uniform military uniforms, one person and one gun cannot be achieved, and the combat effectiveness will be further reduced. After you finish investigating the zombie forest, turn this army into vampires. An army is always easier to use than a rebellious guy.
He Chang glanced at the housekeeper.
Chu Lu had reported that the housekeeper wanted to get close to the golden Buddha several times. I'm afraid this guy also figured out the reason why He Chang didn't go to the treasure room. He still lacked someone who could help him convey the message. If Marshal Su hadn't been patient, the housekeeper wouldn't have been of much use to him until now. Thanks unspecified currency Mingzun unspecified currency for the reward. Before that, we have to ransack the church and steal some crosses and Bibles. If you want to cultivate an army of vampires, control methods are necessary. In a short time, the vampires had eaten 3 cows, a dozen chickens and ducks, and the ground was covered with miscellaneous hair and livestock intestines.
Where is Master Shanghai? Have you heard any news about him?
The housekeeper wiped the red blood from his mouth and felt very energetic after eating. Back to the master. It is said that a Sawana family was planted with a demon fetus a few days ago. 2 Taoist priests went to trace the halls from door to door and also knocked on the Su mansion. The door was opened, but it was driven away by a gun. I don't know if it is the Qinghai master you mentioned.
2 Taoist priests?
The Sao was given a demonic fetus precisely because of his pursuit. He Cheng nodded and waved to the satiated vampires to clean up and leave. In the original plot, when there was a commotion in the Su mansion and the demon fetus came into the world, Master Qinghai was the only one to stand up.
Now there are 2 more Taoist priests?
But even if he himself is the biggest troublemaker, causing trouble along the way, and the masters who die because of him are overwhelming one by one, he can't say anything about following the plot.
What if Master Qinghai comes?
Let's not talk about whether his strength is higher than that of the Yimei Taoist. Even if the 3 Yimei Taoists come, they will meet the vampires who are not afraid of Taoism and cannot be killed. They will also die in hell. Early the next morning, on the 6th day of the lunar month, he was wrapped in a black robe and hurried to the provincial capital.
With a mission no one knows about.
Noon, a little weird 2 soldiers, holding bay-red horses and carrying rifles on their shoulders, arrived at the Su mansion. The 40-year-old veteran, who was holding a local cigarette between his teeth, looked up at the vermilion door, smacked his lips, and blew out a circle of smoke.
What's weird?
The young man with his military cap tilted on his head and a small circle of beard asked curiously.
Stink. Rotten smell.
The veteran sniffed and took a deep breath. The young man raised his hand to straighten his hat and said nonchalantly, Tianzao, it's probably because the meat smelled bad. Marshal Su dug a big grave a few days ago, and he could eat it for decades if he soaked it in the meat pond.
I guess so. The veteran didn't think much, and the 2 of them knocked on the door and entered the Su mansion.
After just 4 or 5 steps, they saw someone wrapped in black robes coming to greet them.
Who are you?
The young man's nerves jumped. He was wearing a black robe in broad daylight.
There was definitely something wrong.
He is the 2nd king who leads the horse.
Put away the gun. Do you still dare to shoot in the commander's mansion? A voice came from under the eaves. Butler, what's going on?
The young man put away his gun in embarrassment and handed the horse reins to Wang Er in black robes. Unexpectedly, 2 horses came into Wang Er's hands and screamed, laying down their hooves and neighing in panic. It took a lot of effort for the 2 of them to calm them down.
I guess I'm hungry.
The young man smiled awkwardly at Wang Er. The eunuch in front of the emperor was also a popular person. He was a soldier and he didn't dare to offend the servants in front of Marshal Su.
Wang Er nodded and dragged the 2 horses into the backyard stable. The veteran didn't say anything. He blew out the cigarette but raised his foot to lick it, and rolled his eyes in a circle and a half.
The 2 of them followed the housekeeper into the house and found that the windows in the house were all sealed with boards, leaving no room for breathing except for the entrance door. Mrs. Si Fong sat on the left and right, expressionless, as cold as a corpse. There were candles burning all around. At noon, a cold feeling ran down the backs of the 2 soldiers.
Need 4 ladies.
The veteran took the lead, and the 2 of them bowed to the 4 ladies who looked like wax figures. The 4 ladies smiled and nodded without saying anything. The housekeeper explained the reason. Isn't it because a boy named Cheng Zi just came here a few days ago? He contracted a disease called shaming, which infected the entire Su family.
The commander-in-chief was the most seriously ill. Now he can't even see a bright candle. Eyes hurt. Shameful?
The veteran said these 2 words in his mouth and paused without speaking.
Isn't it cured? The young man asked.
I sent Chu Lu to the provincial capital to ask a foreign doctor to come and take a look.
He might be able to cure it.
That's good, housekeeper, we are here to report on our work.
The veteran glanced at the ladies around him and asked meaningfully, can we see the commander-in-chief? The marshal is taking a rest. He usually only comes out for a walk at night.
Moreover, this matter is not a secret, so he is not afraid to tell it. Yes, the veteran said yes again and again. It was indeed not a secret.
We found the town of Ren.
There are 2 towns with the surname Ren within a few hundred miles, and there are 8 villages with the surname Ren. However, one town said that there were bandits in the early years, and a group of bandits died on the mountain.
I heard that people turn into zombies at night. Our commander asked the zombies what they want to do? Could it be that there is news about getting rich again? Is it your responsibility to ask about the marshal's affairs? The butler glanced sideways, and the veteran seemed to have been touched by a needle.
He nodded repeatedly, retracted his head, waved his hands, and shouted, Don't dare, don't dare. Here's the map, Butler, the young man took out the map and handed it to the housekeeper, standing there not knowing what to do.
Should the veteran speak first? Since the mission is completed, the two of us will go back first?
The steward raised his hand and said, "Wait a minute, the commander-in-chief has another order. Go back and bring the brothers from the 2 platoons.
There should be some people in the town hiding weapons.
We need to investigate thoroughly." "Okay, but there is no military order from the commander." The veteran kept looking at the butler's face as he spoke.
The butler's face suddenly darkened. "If you come directly to the Sioux mansion to do things, do you need any military orders? Who dares to cause trouble in the Sioux mansion?"
The veteran rubbed his hands, nodded and stopped talking.
"Okay, you can go back."
They waited for the butler to say something before leaving.
As soon as the two soldiers pushed the door open and walked out, behind the vertical screen of white crane soaring into the clouds, He Chang, tall, wearing a gray and yellow military uniform and a coat, walked out. When the fourth lady saw it, she quickly stood up and said in unison, "Master." He Chang nodded and took the map handed over by the butler.
The map was expanded to record the surrounding 500 miles in slightly detail.
Going south is marked Guangdong.
It should be the southern part of Hunan, close to Guangdong. In an era without satellites, people could make very detailed maps with just a pair of legs. A river within a river, connected with several small towns.
I don't remember, this is called Fugui Town?
He Chang pointed to the town in the middle of the river, leaning on the mountains outside the mountains.
The housekeeper bowed his head and explained, "We changed the name because the unruly people thought it was unlucky.
In the early years, it was called Tingting Town, but the name was changed to a remote place." Looking north along the map, He Chang realized that he had boasted hundreds of miles without realizing it.
It's actually here.
The dotted Renjia town and zombie forest were not far from the place where he broke out of the coffin. If the Furid Taoist priest is close, it is probably Renjia town and Mr. Zombie. However, Uncle Gio works as a feng shui master in Fugui town, so how can he walk dozens of miles to another town?
Butler, hurry up and go.
He Chang collected the map and saw that the housekeeper was still staring at the map, as if he was trying to remember every red dot on the map. He didn't believe that the housekeeper didn't see the problem with the two soldiers just now.
Yes, the butler nodded, picked up the black robe, wrapped it around himself, and walked out of the door.
He Chang looked at the closed door and raised his hand to motion for the four women to sit down.
This butler is becoming more and more useless. Even smart people have their worries, and everyone is a little bit naive at heart. Thanks to Stellar for your constant reward support. The veteran led the young man out of the hall and walked quickly towards the backyard.
Why are you leaving in such a hurry?
The young man didn't understand. It's only noon, we can stay and have a meal.
I heard that the food cooked by the chef in the marshal's house is much more delicious than those in the army, and it tastes just like the food in the provincial capital restaurant.
Don't you see anything strange in the marshal's mansion?
Strange?
No, if you die one day, you will be stupid.
The veteran's teeth were itching with anger. He walked away and explained, in broad daylight, people are hiding in their houses like ghosts, and they don't dare to see the light.
Is there any problem? The young man took off his hat, scratched his head in confusion and said, "Didn't the housekeeper explain that it's a shaming syndrome?"
"I'm shy because I'm afraid of light.
I don't have any ink in my stomach."
The veteran glared at the young man. "I'm afraid of light and can't look at bright lights, but I don't have to hide in the house."
"What's hiding in the house without seeing the light?"
"It's a ghost."
"Ghost? It can't be so evil, right?"
The veteran glanced at him. "What do you think?" He pinched a local cigarette, pinched off the paper and put it in his mouth. The veteran continued, "Anyway, I have made enough money in the past 2 years. I just happened to peel off this layer of skin and marry a wife.
If you ask me, you kid should not be a knife head. It's a job of licking blood." The young man shut up and didn't know what to think.
The two came to the backyard. When they passed the kitchen, they saw more than a dozen cows and a mountain of chicken and duck carcasses. The stench originated from here.
Bah! It's true that the wealthy family smells of wine and meat, and it's freezing to death on the road. The young man said something to the veteran as if he was showing off. He had been working with a teacher for 2 years. How dare you say he was uneducated? Why are you dragging me? If you don't leave, you will die here. The veteran lowered his voice and said, "Have you ever seen anyone who kills cows and chickens but doesn't eat the meat?"
That's true. The two finally walked through the backyard to the stable. They didn't meet a single living person along the way, but at the stable they bumped into a dozen people wearing black robes and covering themselves tightly. The 2 bay red horses screamed and were pinned to the ground by 2 men in black robes. they gradually lost the strength to move and fell down.
Let's go. The veteran pulled the young man and turned around, but it was too late. The sound of their arrival attracted a group of men in black robes lying on the horses. This group of men in black robes stood up, revealing long fangs and red faces painted with horseblood. He really turned into a ghost. The young man was shocked and heartbroken. When he turned around, he saw another group of people blocking his way out. The veteran smiled bitterly. Butler, can you let us live? I promise not to tell this matter. Judging from the body shape, standing in the middle is the butler who just received them. No one dares to think that the entire Su family has turned into ghosts and dared to go out wearing black robes. What are you talking about with the monster? Just do it. The young man took out the pistol from his waist and shot the housekeeper in the heart. The blood flowers exploded with a bang sound. Before he could break his smile, the butler had already rushed to him, hugged his neck and bit it. The two corpses fell to the ground, and all the vampires who shared the blood stood up. Let you live? What a beautiful idea. The housekeeper grabbed a black cloth and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His teeth had grown back. Looking in the direction of the treasure room, he became more and more certain that there was a treasure for him to become the owner of. Golden Buddha. Golden Buddha, butler, the master is looking for you. Find me? He came to the hall with a frown on his face changed into a flattering smile. When he entered, he was in a dark space, with 4 ladies sitting on their seats in the flickering candlelight. Chang stood with his back to the door, and beside him stood his 4th aunt and cousin whom he hadn't seen for 2 days. Master, are you looking for me? Butler, there is something I want you to do. Chang nodded and turned around. To do something? The housekeeper never resists why he does things. The more contacts he has, the more information he will get, and finally he will turn against slavery. Go to hell. 5 women rushed forward, and the stunned housekeeper was immediately thrown to the ground. Unbeatable, he was instantly cut into pieces, and his body was thrown into the sunlight and turned into ashes. Chang has no intention of playing tricks. Everything must be focused on improving his own strength. He will directly eliminate those who rebel. He only raises vampires to facilitate the Taoist priests who restrain him. In the end, he will fail if he becomes his own enemy. When night fell, a group of crows flew high into the sky with a dumb cry. Heading north. I won't go, I won't go. What a joke. Everyone in Marshal Su's mansion has turned into zombies. Taoist priest. Please help me. You lie without batting an eyelid, and zombies will cook you food? It's absolutely true. I think you're trying to trick me into getting shot. In a Taoist temple somewhere, an old Taoist priest wearing bagua, sitting on a grass futon and reading the Tao Te Ching, rejected Cheng Zi's request. After pleading to no avail, Cheng Zi had no choice but to leave. Since that night, Cheng Zi discovered that there were 2 dead chickens hidden under the vegetable box on the 6th day of the Lunar New Year. He felt bad and ran away overnight. However, he couldn't worry about Xiaoyu, and he didn't want to remain a zombie on the 6th day of the lunar month, so he looked for experts in the nearby Taoist temples to rescue him. No matter who he found, they all waved away after hearing that it was Marshal Su's residence. Who within a few dozen miles does not know the majesty of Marshal Su? If you come uninvited, you will be shot. Cheng Zi lowered his head and walked on the road, when 2 people walked towards him, one wearing a blue cloth coat and the other wearing gray clothes. Both are masters who are not angry but have a fierce look on their faces. Cheng Zi didn't want to cause trouble, so he jumped to the side of the road to make way. He walked in front wearing a blue coat, but the man with Chinese characters and thick eyebrows stopped at his feet. What's the matter with you, little brother? Fellow Taoist Shanghai, we haven't caught the zombies yet. Do you still have the mind to care about others? It is our duty as Taoists to relieve others' worries. Cheng Zi raised his head and looked at the 2 of them with wide eyes. You want to catch zombies? Ha! Little brother, do you know where there are zombies? Shui Su, Su Mansion. The 2 looked at each other and frowned. Regardless of whether there are zombies or not, Su Mansion must go. Climbing over mountains and ridges, sleeping in the day and coming out at night. After spending several days and nights, Cheng finally arrived at the cave where the vixen had taken refuge. At that time, in order to avoid Taoist priest 4 Eyes, Cheng had no choice but to flee. Maybe he could go east and enter the zombie forest. Being a zombie was not a long time, and there was nothing worth remembering. He turned into a crow and spread his wings again, hiding in the night, searching for the zombie forest. The moonlight is strong. 14 coffins are placed on a hilltop, which coincides with the innate gossip. There is a thick coffin in the koan position in the north, which is half higher than the other coffins.
The light curtain sprayed down like water mist, and the coffin lids on the 14 coffins made a clanking sound.
It's late at night. The coffin lid flew away with a clang, and out jumped more than 30 zombies wearing birthday robes, with hands as old as skin and withered wood, and faces like pickles, sour and wrinkled. Obviously these 30 zombies are not hairy zombies, but shadow zombies.
Een corpse is also called raising corpse. Kuan, the wild zombie king, has a fat body and jumps out. As it moved, the green juice still hung on its skin, dripping on the grass and hitting the insects and ants. The grass swayed and lifted up the drooping green leaves. The insects were more energetic and kept digging holes.
The zombies fell to the ground and drank in the moonlight.
This has been going on for many years, and zombies never come down from the mountain to harm people, so no one is asking for trouble. But today someone came looking for trouble. Thanks to Xingxingfu for your continued reward support, as well as everyone's recommendation votes and collections. Dumma Crow landed on a bare tree trunk in the zombie forest, tilting its head to look at the zombies worshipping the moon. The zombies don't think this is weird, as wild dogs, crows and other carrion-eating creatures often accompany them.
Thumping. 5 more crows alighted and stood side by side on the branches.
A quick glance revealed that they thought they had black leaves. Level 22 Wild Zombie King, Sweat Corpse, Level 16 Zombie, Shadow Corpse, Level 17 Zombie, Shadow Corpse, Level 14 Zombie, Shadow Corpse. Every time the moon comes, I must worship the moon, and this town of Renz is only 10 miles away from the top of the mountain, but why doesn't it go down the mountain to look for food? The crow was naturally transformed by He Chung, who came to look for zombie bacteria. He is also a zombie and understands how strongly blood attracts zombies. Looking at the arrangement of the coffins, although he didn't understand the yin yang and 5 elements of Zhou Bagua, Ma Shanming's little book had records that the arrangement of the coffins was somewhat similar to the formation, but he didn't understand what formation it was.
Someone is refining corpses here.
The black crow pecked at its wings, spread its wings wide, and 6 crows swooped down.
If it was left unchecked for so many years, the person who made the corpse might have died long ago.
As for whether this wild zombie king has zombie bacteria, judging from the bright light emitting from his throat when he worships the moon, he has not escaped.
Boom!
His feet dug into the earth and rocks and dug 2 holes. The zombies who were worshipping the moon paused, stood up, and turned to look at He Chang.
The wild zombie king seems to be dressed in a very strange way.
He is dressed in a handsome military uniform and a coat, which looks much better than a cheap shroud.
Foreign? Unexpectedly, a big battle failed to start. Instead, the wild zombie king chatted with him in zombie language.
That's right, He Chang followed the Romans and jumped in front of the zombies with his arms stretched out.
Low-level zombies only have a pair of noses that can smell. Living people can avoid it by holding their breath.
It seems that zombies' sense of smell is not strong, but this is their method of detecting things.
Dozens of zombies sniffed around He Chang, like dogs recognizing people.
Since He Chang was reborn as a zombie, all the zombies he encountered in the future were very friendly to him, except for Chizuru Heiji, who was deliberately killed by provocation.
Could it be that they are a family of zombies, and he is the only zombie with a mind full of killing and killing, which is dirty? Maybe it's true. You've been worshipping the moon here all the time and haven't come down from the mountain? The wild zombie king asked in confusion, why did you go down the mountain?
He Chang's eyes flashed fiercely and he said, kill, suck blood if you don't kill me. The Taoist priests below are fierce and impatient.
It's better to worship the moon.
Hey! Or a group of vegetarian zombies. Seeing this, He Chang went straight to the point. Just like a zombie that sucks a lot of blood, it can turn into a demon king even if it freezes. Facing a group of zombies that don't suck blood all year round and only suck moonlight, he is not afraid of falling out.
I'm looking for something, zombie bacteria in your throat, you want this? The wild zombie king took a step back.
Seeing this, He Chang clenched his fists and was always ready to snatch away with his fists if anything went wrong. Just listen to the wild zombie king continue to say, I feel uncomfortable with the thing stuck in my throat.
If you want it, I will give it to you, but I don't have the ability to take it out.
It's easy. He Chang pointed at a zombie and said, go mouth to mouth with him and suck out the bacteria.
The zombie has no sense of shame and does not understand the academic words of Lon Yang and Bayonet.
The two of them locked lips and really sucked out the cold zombie bacteria.
I won't take advantage of you either.
I'll give this to you. He casually threw away the jade pieces that were like useless pieces on his body. The zombies found the jade as if they had found a treasure. They placed the jade pieces in the center and kowtowed in worship. As expected, they absorbed the moonlight much faster, and they were all overjoyed. He Chang didn't have the intention to set up a magic circle for the zombies and took the zombie bacteria. It happened that a group of zombies were worshipping the moon nearby.
He relaxed and lay down in a coffin and chose to evolve an upgrade.
Obtain zombie bacteria and meet the requirements, level evolution black zombie. His body trembled violently, and there was a ding sound, as if a needle stuck in his body had dropped a coffin. Then there was an inexplicable touch on his body, and He Chang felt that his stiff body was getting stronger. The military uniform stabbed twice and was torn apart. Level, LV19, Experience, 200/5000, Grade, Black Zombie Constitution, +6, 75%. Abilities, Incarnation Crow, Object Control, the experience gained from eating the devil's fetus and the ghosts in the ghost nest, now because of his successful evolution, pushed him all the way up. Physically, it took a little bit of wear and tear from flying like a crow for a long time, but it didn't affect it. What is a little surprising is that there is an additional ability, Control of Objects. Master Yama knew this skill at that time. He could control the coffin to drift and turn on the ground. The coffin lid weighing more than 10 kilograms was as if it was nothing. Ghosts and ghosts could not escape from the palm of his hand. He Chang's eyes widened, and the coffin lid in front of him moved a little. The ability is not yet fully proficient. Controlling objects is not a profound skill among ghosts. Firstly, there is an upper limit to the weight that can be controlled. Secondly, as long as there is no ghost who can't use this trick, it's a bad skill. It's not exciting to have this ability. He raised his hand and pushed gently. Under his huge force, the coffin lid was like a kicked ball. It flew 10 feet into the air and hit the ground diagonally, attracting the attention of the zombies who were worshipping the moon. Why did you turn black? Listening to the question of the wild zombie king, He Chang lowered his head and found that the white hair on his arms had turned into soft black hair, which lay lightly on the skin like a knitted sweater. Compared with the white hair, the black hair shorter. In the coffin lay thousands of white hairs like steel needles, which had fallen off from his body. I didn't expect evolution to happen in the blink of an eye. Seeing that He Chang was ignoring him, the wild zombie king turned around and continued to worship the moon with his men. Now that he has evolved into a black zombie, he doesn't wait any longer and turns into a crow and flies to the Sioux mansion, leaving only the dumb zombies behind. This black-haired zombie can also fly. Hey, it's really awesome. The crow he transformed into was much bigger, like an eagle spreading its wings for the first time, and its flying speed was a little faster. While rushing on the road, He Chang also had an abacus in his mind. When Chu Lu returned from the provincial capital after completing his mission, not only would the blood-eating issue be solved openly, but he would also be able to develop his subordinates without anyone noticing. Perhaps it would be better to learn how to refine corpses. Zombies are always better than vampires. While He Chang was on his way, trouble also came to his door. There is a small river with 2 altars on the bamboo bridge. A Naiha bridge, where dead souls stop. Bah! Buzz, mommy, coax, the Supreme Lord is as anxious as the law, Xian Xinren stamped his feet, slapped his thigh with his right hand, then raised his sword and pointed at the yellow paper folded figure on the table. The figure shook and stood up immediately. Are there any dead souls in Sioux Mansion? Are there any dead souls? The villain shook his head. Is there anyone alive? Is there anyone alive? The villain still shook his head and lay down on the table, no longer as mysterious as before. Xian Xinren shook his head. There should be no survivors left. I'll check, Qinghai said. Xian Xinren, Zhu Yushu, is very good at summoning gods and ghosts, while Qinghai is good at astrology and divination. Although he is not very good at it, he is much better than him in subduing demons and demons. He lit 3 incense sticks and swallowed a cup of talisman water containing the talisman. Qinghai murmured to himself and sprayed out the incense. 2 of the 3 incense sticks were broken, leaving only one holding up the sky. There is indeed a problem. Qinghai and Xian Xinren looked at each other. Not good? What's not good? Cheng Zi was so confused that he just drank some water and spit it out. What's wrong with it? People are taboo about 3 long and 2 short, and fragrance is taboo about 2 short and 1 long. Do you know what it means? After finding the target, Qinghai cleaned up the incense case and chatted with Cheng Zi. I don't understand. Cheng Zi simply shook his head. If he didn't understand, he still understood. What do 3 long and 2 short mean? Did you know that a coffin has a lid, a bottom, left and right sides, and a front and back made of 6 pieces of wood? Cheng Zi answered proudly, I know this. The top of the coffin is called the sky, the bottom of the coffin is called the earth, the sun and moon are on the left and right, and the front and back are called the head and tail. Shanghai nodded. People have life and death, and the most taboo thing is death.
This coffin has 4 long and 2 short.
Because the coffin lid is only closed after death, it is only called 3 long and 2 short. 3 longs and 2 shorts, 2 shorts and 1 long, are all disasters.
Master, what do you mean? Chang Zi scratched his head and asked in confusion. It is estimated that there is no one alive in the entire Su mansion. Let's go and break into this dragon's pond and tiger's den tonight. Shanghai turned to look at Jinren Qian, laughed and asked, fellow Taoist Qian, are you willing to fight with me?
Obligated.
An entire marshal's mansion full of ghosts and demons has enough reputation. In the blink of an eye, night falls.
Zikwa, the back door of the left and right door god paintings of Wu Wenshan Ma Wu and Han Tai Sui Yaoqi were gently pushed open. 1 tall, 1 fat, 1 thin, 3 people wrapped in black robes tiptoed into the back door of Su mansion.
No one will say anything for now. We will act as the opportunity arises. Capture the thief first and capture the king first.
I know the sound of gongs in the night was filled with strange energy, and all the men in black robes who were hiding in the house came out and walked towards the courtyard of Su mansion.
Let's go. Go take a look.
The 3 men in black robes blended into the black crowd and were inconspicuous. When they arrived at the compound, the 3 people standing at the end were stunned. Each of these men in black robes was holding a candle, and they opened their black robes to reveal their faces. This appearance is extraordinary. Every one of them has corpse teeth. What kind of zombie is this? Except for a pair of corpse teeth, they are no different from living people. They don't have the breath of living people, nor the rotten smell of the dead, nor the corpse breath of zombies. A woman came out in front, and Mrs. C. Fawn led the cows and donkeys to the crowd, killing the animals and bleeding them all in one go. The leader is the 4th aunt's cousin. It was only after she came that Brother Chu Lu became weird. Now the entire Su family has turned into monsters. The thin black-robed man spoke in a very low mood. He probably felt uncomfortable seeing his former acquaintances turn into bloodthirsty monsters. The cue changed again, and the people in front came forward to receive the blood one by one. Although they were very hungry and thirsty, they were very particular about their quality and did not dare to rush in. Soon the 3 people arrived, and the leader, the 4th aunt and cousin, stuck out her corpse teeth and yelled at the 3 of them. Catch her first and then make plans. The 3 of them lowered their heads and slowly moved closer. They didn't understand the weird corpse talk, so they moved forward wholeheartedly, counting in their hearts as they took steps. There are still 4 steps, 3 steps, the black robe was lifted, and the 3 of them rushed forward. The Qinghai master in a blue coat, thick black eyes, and a Chinese character face took the lead in hugging Yifeng's neck. He raised the sword finger in his right hand and pressed it against Yifeng's head. He threatened the vampires and said, "Don't move. Don't even want her to die, move." Everyone paused, and although they showed their teeth and claws, they didn't dare to take a step forward. People gathered in a circle and crowded into a human wall, blocking the escape route of the 3 people. Shen Jinren, who has waist-long hair and only a bald spot on his head, smiled proudly. It's easy to solve it if you put it all together. No matter what kind of corpse or ghost he is. A channel technique is as easy as cutting leaks. Coax mommy, 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 coax. 6 Ding Liujia has his supernatural power, and the 4th level Marichao shows his power. Hey! Yeah! He raised his feet when he said hey, and then he shouted yet and stamped his feet with bang. He raised and slapped his fleshy palm, and the manic mana aura came out like a 3-foot-long blue cloth. Breathing fire, spitting water, catching objects, and restraining ghosts are all basic skills. They are best used to deal with small monsters. However, when encountering ghosts of a certain age, the durability of capturing objects and restraining ghosts is not much. The aura hits the vampires. No death, no injury, no collision. Instead, the vampires roared angrily and pounced on the 3 of them. Die! Xinghai's thick eyebrows were lowered, and the sword finger poked the spiritual light and instantly hit Yifeng's temple. The woman in his arms struggled even more fiercely, and Xinghai's spells were in vain. They are not afraid of Taoism. When the 2 mages reacted, it was too late. Chang Zi was dragged into the corpse's mouth with all hands and feet, and his hoarse cries for help became weaker and weaker. Walk! They couldn't believe that there were corpses in this world who were not afraid of Taoism, so they turned around and left to prepare for action the next day. The 2 were armed with martial arts skills, smeared glue on their soles, and jumped out of the wall like flying over eaves and walls. The vampire Yifeng was also captured. The 2 of them ran for miles before stopping. What should she do? Shen Jinren looked at Yifeng, who was tied to death, and he grabbed his bare head and pushed it on his head. Xinghai simply said, "Kill." Hearing that he was about to be killed, Hefeng screamed woo and hurriedly begged for mercy. If you don't kill me, I can help you kill the zombies in the Su mansion.
You can talk.
The two looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes.
Tell me, how can we destroy those zombies? Qian Jinren asked eagerly for quick success and profit.
Xinghai frowned, but did not interrupt him.
Fam.
You burn the corpse-suppressing talisman water and let them drink it, and then you can kill them with the power from your stomach. I've been learning how to exorcise ghosts and subjugate demons for decades, but why haven't I heard that talisman water can suppress zombies?
Xinghai said, it's better to kill her. She keeps telling lies so as not to be misled by her. No. As long as you promise me not to kill me.
Seeing that Hefeng couldn't hide it, he said in a hoarse voice, they dare not get close to them when they hang garlic, and they will disappear as soon as the sun shines. After she finished speaking, she realized that the two Taoist priests had no intention of letting her go.
You promise not to kill me.
She kicked her legs anxiously, her long, pointed teeth looking very penetrating. Of course we won't break our promise, but in order to prove the truth of your words, you'd better stay here until dawn.
The two trapped huffing on a tree trunk and blocked its mouth.
Just wait for the morning sun to set, and then only a pile of clothes and ashes will be left.
Qian Jinren asked, what should we do next?
Looking for garlic, seal the Su mansion first, otherwise these zombies will come out and the whole town will not survive.
Do you believe what she said? I can't believe it.
That night, all the vampires had no one to hold them down, and they all wanted to escape. When they opened the door, they found garlic hanging on the curtain, exuding a strange smell, blocking their way.
It really works. Xinghai and Qian Jinren were both overjoyed.
After trapping the corpses, when daylight came, the two mages spread the word, calling Marshal Su. Everyone in the Su mansion had already turned into vampire zombies, and they caught one person and threw them in the sun. They were immediately burned to ashes, leaving only the black robe and clothes
wrinkled on the ground.
I was wondering why the Su family buys fire animals every day and wraps themselves up tightly when walking on the street. It turns out that they have all turned into vampire zombies.
Who says it's not the case?
When I was picking brocade with the third lady that day, my hand accidentally got a cut.
She grabbed my hand and sucked it.
Also, the eldest lady has been staring at my grandson. Long-term speculation and suspicion, coupled with the ironclad evidence captured by two experts. Taking advantage of the resentment they had when they were suppressed by Marshal Su, the townspeople held up torches and blocked the front door of Su's mansion at noon. The shouting was weak at first, but there was garlic hanging on the door, and when they heard the curses, the vampires in the Su mansion were as anxious as ants on a hot pot, unable to escape, and no one dared to show their heads. Seeing this, the townspeople were so confident that they held their torches high and shouted, "Destroy the devil!
Destroy the devil! Destroy the devil!"
The shouts are soaring to the sky, and the people's wishes are what they want. Master Qian was overjoyed to see this, his goal had been achieved. Xinghai was a little helpless, but he became famous along with Xinren Qian. The torch was thrown into the marshal's mansion. The two emperors' courtyard, which covers an area of several acres, was buried in a sea of fire. Countless gold, silver and jewels were burned and buried. During this period, no living person was seen escaping. It seemed that they had burned a place.
Abandoned house. The townspeople may not be happy that the evil spirits were eliminated, but they are just happy that the vampire-like Marshal Su and the Su mansion were completely ruined. However, none of them had thought that there were thousands of troops stationed outside the town. Would they sit idly by and ignore the townspeople's rebellion? Xinghai and Qian Jinren didn't think too much.
One was happy to get rid of the devil, and the other was happy to successfully expand business in another place. Fellow Taoist Xinghai, I have to go back to my residence first and arrange for my junior brother to handle matters.
See you then.
I also want to find the devil fetus, fellow Taoist, take care. On this day, He Cheng finally flew back, but saw the Su mansion as miserable as the old summer palace. The door frame is dark, and only half of the word "U" is left on the door plaque of Su mansion lying on the ground. Real gold is not afraid of fire.
Who is deliberately going against me? It's not surprising that Su mansion's weird behavior was noticed. What's strange is that who dared to set fire to Marshal Su's home knowing that it was his? The crow spread its wings, soared in the sky, and stopped under the eaves of the restaurant under the sunset. Where did the crow come from? Ba ba ba, get out of here.
When the waiter in a yellow cloth blouse and yellow rag saw a group of crows, he immediately grabbed the rag on his shoulder to drive the crows away.
Is it possible that a disaster is coming? Is it caused by the incident in Su mansion?
The waiter looked at the worried shopkeeper, smiled, and deliberately shortened his neck by 3 points, and then said, "Uncle, how is this possible?" "That is to conquer the devil, to eliminate the devil. God is helping us."
"Have you forgotten Marshal Su's soldiers outside the town?
"Let them know that we burned Su's mansion and wait to be massacred." The shopkeeper twitched his goatee at the corner of his mouth, feeling unspeakable regret.
"Why were you so obsessed with burning the Su mansion in the first place?"
"They just robbed a few chickens and ducks from their own house every day, and they didn't just rob their own house."
"Didn't the Niur family, who raised cattle, sell cattle to the Su family every day?"
"They took great care to raise a cow for a year or two, and then turned around."
"It only cost an ocean. Take the money or get shot. Everyone has been squeezed and can still live their lives. Now that the Su mansion has been burned down, they are looking for death. How can a person holding a rolling pin beat a person carrying a gun?"
The waiter in the shop also fell silent. The two of them watched the crows landing under the eaves again and stopped chasing them away.
They sighed and went to work.
"It's a bit interesting this time." A black crow feather slowly fell to the ground along with the breeze. Several crows flew into the sky, and the cries of "dum" spread throughout the streets and alleys. The residents of the small town raised their heads with sad faces on their faces. The crow crows, and disaster comes.
Disaster is coming soon.
More than 10 miles outside the town, rows of thatched houses cluster together like a small village.
Thousands of people live there, making it larger than an average town. Soldiers wearing uniforms, holding their guns crookedly and wearing their hats at an angle are conducting evening training. The bonfire in the iron basin lit up a small part of the sky. People were smoking, taking naps, and taking walks.
Although training was a requirement of the adjutant, there was no shortage of people who were sneaking around. In troubled times, being a soldier is better than being a bandit.
You have guns and pay. Being a bandit is nobler than ordinary people, and the lowest level is the common people.
The hoe and shovel are carried on the shoulders, and all the hard work for a year is paid. In the tile-roofed house to the east, the adjutant adjusted his glasses and flipped through his account book.
Someone is coming.
The adjutant slapped the table, and a soldier of 14 or 15 years old ran in, thanked him and saluted.
"Second uncle. Uncle Air, are you stupid? I am the adjutant here. Adjutant Su." The wretched adjutant rabbit spitted out saliva.
"Yes, adjutant." Adjutant Su nodded with satisfaction and said, "Go out and have a look. Why are the shouts outside so quiet?"
"Let them train louder."
"Yes." After a while, the shouts were like thunder, and the stars were shining, and Adjutant Su took his legs and sat back in his seat.
"No one wants to fight a war. How much money does it cost? How many bullets?" The training required by Adjutant Su is to shout slogans.
As long as the slogans are shouted loudly, Marshal Dalong next door will think that he is here full of well-trained elite soldiers, and naturally he will not dare to act rashly.
Flap!
There were no guards at the door, and a few crows scurried into the house.
Where did the crow come from? Someone is coming, someone is coming.
The shouting outside was like thunder, and Adjutant Su pinched his neck and his voice was like a rat squealing, which could not be heard at all. "Stop barking!" A gust of cold wind swept by, and a man wearing a military uniform and a coat appeared in front of Adjutant Su with his back turned.
You are a human or a ghost?"
"Neither man nor ghost." He Chang turned his head, smiled slightly, and bared his teeth. Adjutant Su collapsed on his chair and said, "Zombie, if it was still white stiffness, He Chang would not dare to show up in the military camp." Thousands of people were shouting like thunder, and the blood was as hot as smoke.
No matter how much blood he drank, white stiffness would still be white stiffness. After transforming into a black zombie, things were completely different.
The influence of popularity, cats, roosters, etc. on him became smaller and could almost be ignored.
"Don't be afraid, I just brought you a piece of news. Do you know that Marshal Su's Su mansion has been burned down by the people in the town, and no one in the entire Su mansion survived?"
"What?" Adjutant Su stood up suddenly, even ignoring the blood-sucking zombie in front of him. "Marshal Su is dead, and his money is still under the ashes.
You can still get it if you die early."
Upon hearing He Chang's words, the adjutant's eyes flashed, but sadness quickly took over his main emotion. "As soon as the commander dies and the commander Long comes to fight, we will, to the south of Hunan, facing Guangdong, Marshal Dalong and Marshal Su are fighting against each other. If Marshal Dalong marches, he will not be able to save his life, let alone gold, silver, and jewelry." Useless. He Chang shook his head. Firstly, Marshal Su was not a talented general. Secondly, he did not have the aura of a king and did not understand culture or strategic marksmanship.
Emperor Zhang Yinglong was just an ordinary person.
The difference is that Zhang Yinglong lived in peacetime when he chose the wrong uprising, while Marshal Su was born in war, which can be said to be according to destiny. By comparison, Zhang Yinglong also learned the plot of Han Gaozu was drunk and killed the white snake, and he knew the underlying emotions and the means of gathering people's hearts very well. Marshal Su was just a fool, and he was one of the first to eat crabs. He had soldiers under his command, but he only wanted to live the life of a local emperor.
Even without the arrival of the fierce ghost cannibal and He Chang, he would have been destroyed sooner or later by the Beiyang army, or in the invasion war more than 10 years later. Such a useless person died, and the adjutant did not dare to replace him, but was worried about the enemy's attack. If he were to be reborn as a human being in this era, He Chang would definitely have to work hard, not only to make achievements, but also to leave his name in history. Unfortunately, he turned into a zombie, and the prosperity and wealth in the world had nothing to do with him. I can give you an invincible army to ensure that you can save your family's life and enjoy all the glory and wealth in this troubled world. Adjutant Su swallowed.
Although zombies are scary,
They can also be regarded as spiritual beings such as ghosts and gods, really?
tomorrow, send troops to the town to take back all Marshal Su's treasures, and shoot all those involved in the rebellion. That night, the two of them chatted for who knows how long. Early the next morning, a piece of news stunned the soldiers like a bolt from the blue. Marshal Su was actually dead. The general died and the soldiers were scattered like sand.
Soon, good news came. Adjutant Su was temporarily appointed as the commander-in-chief.
Those with outstanding talents would have the opportunity to become the commander-in-chief. Some people who were deliberately waiting to die heard the news, their heads were filled with blood and they stared.
Who doesn't know that Marshal Su has 4 wives?
His house is bigger than the landlord's house, and the floor can be paved with gold and silver.
It's like living like an emperor.
Immediately afterwards, Adjutant Su issued another order to prepare to go to Su town to avenge the commander-in-chief.
All the rebels will be shot.
The mighty army of thousands of people headed straight for Su town. Thank you Xingxing for your constant reward. In just a few words, Suzhen was already in his grasp.
When the rooster crows, the army breaks camp. After walking for more than 10 miles, their mouths are dry and their tongues are dry.
When they arrive in Su town, everyone is so tired that they can't stand or sit, with their tongues hanging out like dogs gasping for air. Even with this unbearable lineup, when they arrived at Suzhenko, the people were already frightened and surrendered. Except for the rush, I didn't have much time for a few sips of tea. Everyone who participated in the rebellion and burning of the Su mansion should consciously stand up for me. The adjutant took a rough breath, raised his gun and shouted, "Show the guilty person, and I will keep the others safe, otherwise, hum."
The obscene laughter was like ice cubes stuffed into collars in autumn, and the townspeople couldn't help but tremble.
Shoot them all. With a bang, a gun was fired into the air. Several little babies were frightened and howled loudly. The women holding the babies also sobbed and wiped away their tears. My beloved Marshal Su gave me this watch. Adjutant Su raised his left hand, and the gold watch clicked in circles.
1 minute, if no one comes forward in 1 minute, I will kill 10 people. In 10 minutes, I will kill 100 people. You think about it for me. The residents of the town were whispering and noisy like ducks having a meeting. Master, you can't go.
A man stood up and walked in front, but his legs were held tightly by his wife. Their commotion naturally attracted Adjutant Su's attention.
I am responsible for what Nyo Air did. When the gun hits you, what will happen to the child and what will happen to my mother? You can't go then.
The woman held on to her man with all her might.
Adjutant Su clapped his hands. It's up to you whether you come or not. Let go. Nyo Air broke free from his wife's hand, lowered his head and walked to the front. The people below started discussing again.
When the Su mansion was burned down, Nyo Air was at the forefront. It would be better for him to die than for everyone to die together. There are only a few people who stand up and block the eye-catching people. It is human nature to arrest you and block bullets.
Nyo Air? Adjutant Su did not rush to shoot Nyo Air.
Instead, he raised his hand and patted Nyo Air on the shoulder and said, "Tell me who else participated, or I will kill your whole family together."
Nyo Air raised his head and stared at Adjutant Su.
"You said you wouldn't kill innocent people as long as you stood up." "That's what I said, but look." Adjutant Su pointed at the people underground and said, "I'm talking about the murderer who set fire to Su's mansion and murdered 13 members of Marshal Su's family. Until now, you are the only one who has come forward. Either you, Nyo Air, and your whole family die here, and these people become cowards, and I won't care. Either you give them all and I'll spare your family."
Human nature is sometimes an interesting toy. Nyoer's gaze was like a needle, and he swept over. The crowd lowered their heads and did not dare to look at him. What people were thinking was that Nyoer had a bad memory and might have missed him, but if he took the initiative to step forward, he would definitely die. Moreover, it is better for Nyoer and his family to die than for everyone to die with him. Nyoer's daughter-in-law held her child and cried in tears. The neighbors kept a distance from her for fear of getting into trouble. Seeing the pitiful appearance of his wife and the cold looks of the people around her, the whites of Nyoer's eyes were filled with bloodshot eyes. I said. The identification meeting was deadlocked for more than an hour, and those whose names were called by Nyoerwei looked as if they were dead. Everyone is a strong worker and the backbone of the family. There are also those who have refused to plead guilty. Now the bodies are gathered in a pile, waiting to be burned. Their families may not end well. At this time, Nyoer's identity changed again in people's eyes, from the scapegoat to the king of Yama. He was afraid that Nyoer's eyes would fall on him and call out his name. Nearly 100 people bowed their heads and knelt on the ground. Behind them stood unknown soldiers holding guns. The sound of clicking and pressing the gun bolts scared many people into crying. The shooting was about to begin, but Adjutant Su suddenly said, "Whoever can reveal the mastermind, I will spare his life." A tall, thin man with tears in his nose rushed to say, "It's two Taoist priests." Another person answered the conversation. One has a Chinese character face with thick eyebrows and big eyes, the other has hair that reaches his waist, and a long, ugly bald patch on the top of his head. They were the ones who instigated it, saying that everyone in the Su mansion had turned into zombies, and we were the ones who burned down the Su mansion because we were blocked from doing so. That's right, Mr. Guan. Back then, two Taoist priests dragged a young man purchased by the Su mansion and threw him into the sun, where he was immediately burned to ashes. Now think about it, this is their evil magic. People gritted their teeth. The two people they regarded as masters to get rid of demons now became sworn enemies. Burned to ashes, Adjutant Su thought. After last night's experience, he didn't believe that the behavior of the two Taoist priests was groundless. Maybe Su Mansion had been controlled by the zombie before, but he just didn't calculate it well. When the Taoist priest came, his actions turned out to be useless. Take me to the Taoist priest. Shanghai was lying on the coffin board and taking a nap when a group of people rushed in. Don't let evil escape. As soon as he fell asleep, he was held down by a group of strong men, unable to move. What are you doing? Evil Wei. It's you who killed Dashui Su's family, and I will make you pay with your life today. Shanghai's heart skipped a beat, and he thought to himself, could it be that Marshal Su's army is coming? That's not right. You saw it with your own eyes when the living people were exposed to the sun and turned into ashes. That's your magic. The tied-up Shanghai was forced to the mayor's home. At this time, the mayor's home became Adjutant Su's destination. Shanghai, who was sitting in the upper seat and drinking from a teacup, was a little carried away. In the past, Marshal Su sat while he stood. How could he ever show off his authority on this Grand Master's chair? I saw a man who was pushed to the ground and tied up. He was wearing a simple blue coat, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, and a square face that was not angry or intimidating. Although he looks fierce, he has a sense of righteousness. You can tell at a glance that he is no ordinary person. Are you the evil Shanghai? Adjutant Su put down his teacup and asked. I am Shanghai, he answered bluntly. You are the mastermind behind the murder of Marshal Su and his family. To be honest with you, after the death of Marshal, the morale of the army is unstable. We must kill people to honor the flag. It is most appropriate for you to be the mastermind to murder you. To be clear, regardless of whether Marshal Su is evil or not, Shanghai must die. Otherwise, people will die. Shanghai was silent for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. Yes, I killed him. Come here, the mastermind has confessed. Lock him up, along with his accomplices. You. Shanghai stared, as if a fierce tiger jumped out of the Tianlingai. Adjutant Su raised his head in fright and almost fell to the ground. What are you doing? Adjutant Su waved his hand and asked someone to take Shanghai down. Do you really think that what's waiting for you is a gun? That makes you so awesome. The adjutant slapped the table and stood up, shouting, Come here, go to the ruins of Su Mansion, collect the commander's belongings and bury them. It's time to make money. Go ahead. To the left and right, soldiers carrying guns pushed Shanghai's back. 7/10 of his martial arts skills were tied up with a hemp rope. Shanghai jumped forward and moved forward. Bah, it smells so bad. It's summer, meat rots quickly. Did you die just after being imprisoned today? I heard that Adjutant Su is preparing to take over the position of Commander-in-Chief. What other powerful guys are there around him? As soon as they entered the cell, the two soldiers held their noses and chatted. Qinghai sniffed, "What a heavy corpse aura. It's rare to see corpses rising to the sky in broad daylight, so there's definitely something wrong in the prison. Listen to me, you two. Your adjutant is definitely haunted by evil spirits such as zombies and demons. You'd better listen to me and let me go to subdue the evil spirits." "I think you are the biggest evil," the soldier interrupted Qinghai with disdain. "Our Marshal Su's mansion was burned down, and now he's saying that our adjutant is haunted by evil spirits? You'd better go in and wait for death. Go in." The two of them kicked Qinghai into the cell, locked the door behind their backs, and left. "Let me see what's weird in there." Qinghai stood up from the ground and jumped into the darkness. There were haystacks at the feet, and the smell of excrement from the toilet was mixed with the smell of rotten meat. "Hey!" Qinghai was tripped by the person lying on the ground and fell to the ground. "Are you okay?" Qinghai walked up to the lying person, only to find that the other person had already lost his breath. There are dead people in the prison, and the smell of corpses is strong. Thin ropes. Someone was walking around on the haystack, and the air of corpse was so thick that Qinghai couldn't tell whether the person was a human or a ghost. "Who is it?" The footsteps were getting closer and closer, then suddenly fled away again. A livid face suddenly rushed in front of Qinghai. He had seen a lot of dead people and was more friendly than living people, so he wasn't frightened, but... "Excuse me." When his eyes gradually adapted to the light, he realized that the people who had just walked out of the movement were all walking dead. At a rough count, there were 20 or 30 people. Who is raising zombies here and what is going on? Qinghai was still guessing when a deep voice came, "Back off." The zombies who gathered around were actually trembling, and they really let go of the meat in front of them, bowed their heads and retreated. Qinghai was still guessing the identity of the speaker. In the darkness, the man dressed in military uniform slowly walked up to Master Qinghai. "I've been looking for you for a long time, Qinghai." "Heiji." The talking black zombie. Did the evil sect use secret techniques to transform themselves into zombies, or did the zombies that became demons naturally become spirits? Either way is a big problem. "Where is the other Taoist priest who helped you?" He Chang looked at the top of Qinghai's head. The level 24 he held on his head was considered capable of fighting, but he was no match for him. Fellow Taoist Qian returned to Shirley Town. Qinghai's hands and feet were tied, and he believed that it would be difficult to survive in the hands of this group of zombies, so he directly threw out Qianzhenren. When Heizong came to the door, Qianzhenren should be prepared to slay the demons. "You're happy?" He Chang grinned and raised his hand to press on Qinghai's shoulder. Qinghai Tiger stared, twisted his waist to dodge, but felt pain in his shoulders. The zombie claws with fine black hair had penetrated into his flesh and pinched the bones. The corpse's mouth opened, and Qinghai's consciousness darkened. Physique, +6, 95%. He Chang has sucked Qinghai's blood and is expected to be promoted. There were nearly 30 people in the cell, and the only benefit it brought was that the progress bar increased by 1%. It was too slow, and it was still a pleasure to bite the monks with good cultivation. Next is the Taoist priest surnamed Qian. Instruct Adjutant Su to find an excuse to put the living person in a cell. After tying roosters and black dogs everywhere, He Chang had already spread his wings and rushed towards the nearby Shirley Town. Dozens of miles away from Su Town, the richest man in town, the Tan family. Wang Di hangs on the green tiles and the red wall, which is 10 feet high. In the small courtyard of fine craftsmanship, withered wintersweet trees are planted to welcome the winter. At this time, peach and chrysanthemums are blooming. There are also small stone tables made with bare hands, costing 500 yuan each, stool surfaces engraved with unicorn beasts, and sheep paths paved with bluestone bricks. In the past, only the royal family dared to use it to wait for the emperor to return. Now that the Qing government has fallen, the Beiyang government that has been propped up is seeing its decline day by day, and the rich naturally no longer have so many taboos. In addition, the Tan family's hands and eyes are very good, and the yamen in other places have long been dressed in foreign styles such as police stations and township offices, but here they are still called yamen, using the old method. Why? Although the old law is outdated, it is very effective in protecting the rights and interests of the wealthy. If the provincial capital beats the police down, the Tan family will be the biggest piece of meat according to the size of those guys with guns. Therefore, Boss Tan and many businessmen spent a lot of money to channel upwards, and thus retained the yamen. The sky is high and the emperor is far away, and the Beiyang government has no time to care about the domineering Marshal Su and Marshal Dalong. Who will care about such a trivial matter as the reform of the yamen?
The two of them were strolling in the small courtyard.
Well, Boss Tan sighed, and the bastard came forward with a paper fan and asked, "What's the matter, sir? Is Xiao Zhang's wife tired of having enough fun? I almost got caught and raped in bed by Zhang Dada today. That boy has learned kung fu, and if he gets caught, I'll be finished. Is the master worried that Xiao Zhang's wife will spill the beans?" The dogleg laughed and said, "Don't worry about this.
I dare not say it to others.
Xiao Zhang's wife will never admit it.
Zhang Bingda has no ability to surrender to her."
Boss Tan shook his head, "That won't work either, I'm panicking."
"It's better." Goleg grabbed the paper fan and scratched his neck. The meaning was self-evident.
"This is a new society, killing people is bad, right?"
Boss Tan said it was not good, but his heart was already moved.
"Of course it's not good to kill people openly. Master, you are a businessman, and everything is about peace, hee hee."
Gujiuzi fanned his paper fan and said with a smile, "But I know a master who knows the Mashan technique."
Boss Tan suddenly said, "You mean? Put a curse on him and kill him quietly."
Zhang boldly walked among the crowd.
He got off work early today.
As soon as he got home, he found two people lying on the crack of the door, watching, saying that his wife was stealing.
Zhang Dada happened to see a man holding his wife under him through the crack in the door. However, he grabbed a knife and rushed in, but he failed to see the man. Instead, his wife pointed at him and scolded him, which made the neighbors laugh.
"Is this shoe mine?"
He was holding an old shoe.
It didn't smell like his own, and the shoe was obviously one size larger than his own feet.
Maybe that woman is really cheating on her. "Ha, don't let me catch you next time, otherwise, I'm sure."
Zhang boldly clenched his fists, but when he thought of his wife's pretty face and ability to act mischievously, he became discouraged. It happened that he bumped into someone who kept staring at him.
After a while, he came up and asked, "Are you Zhang Dada?" "I am, who are you? Why have you forgotten me? We had a drink together back then."
The man patted Zhang Bold's shoulder and said, "You are very brave, aren't you?" As soon as he mentioned that he was bold, Zhang boldly straightened his back.
"It seems you really know me. Just in time, I'll make a bet with you.
If you dare to spend the night at Ma's ancestral hall tonight, I'll give you 10 yuan.
$10? It's a deal. He is bolder than Zhang Dadao, and he has never lost yet."
Covered with black tiles, the house faces north and south. Entering the small courtyard, to the east is a stove with a painting of the stove lord. In the courtyard, a deck chair is slanted from west to east. A tall, thin horse-faced man with pigtail braids and stinky clothes is holding the pipe was puffing out smoke and he was lying on the chair. I puffed out a puff of white smoke, raised my head and glanced at the red sun hanging slanting over the western mountains like an immortal. I felt so uncomfortable.
"Uncle, the master is back."
Here comes the skinny little Taoist boy, wearing a yellow cloth jacket with diagonal buttons on his upper body, and a Bagua picture on the back. Under her feet were rolled-up rag trousers, and only a pair of brand-new shoes were left on her body.
"What if we come back?
He said he has a business for you to do." Hearing that there was business, the man reluctantly got up. The two of them left the small courtyard and came to a house that was even more dilapidated and comparable to the residence of savages in a cave.
Except for the portrait of the founder of Mashan, the house was completely destitute. "Senior brother, are you looking for me?"
The horse-faced man entered the house carrying his cigarette bag, and happened to see his senior brother packing his things with a blushing face.
"Is it possible that you have concluded the business deal with Su Jun? Destroyed a group of evil demons and enhanced my reputation for the righteous path of Mashan."
This senior brother was one of the culprits who burned down the Su mansion together with Shanghai Zhenjinren.
"Congratulations, senior brother." The horse-faced man cupped his hands nonchalantly, and then asked, "Senior brother, what business do you want me to do?"
"I can barely make a living in the charity business in Shilapu, but I am not interested in making money."
"Junior brother Qian, ahem, no, junior brother Su."
Zhenjinren said seriously, "You are different from me.
We have 5 shortcomings and 3 shortcomings.
I am destined to be short of wealth. I will not be able to retain wealth in my life, so I can only live in this broken cave."
"Why do you want to ruin yourself?"
"Remember when you were called the first family in Mashan head? He has the most distinguished name among the sect that goes down to slay demons and subjugate demons." Su Jinren sighed and sat on the stool with damp wood. "Senior brother, don't mention it anymore."
"Because I am rich, I like to get angry with Xiao Wu."
I knew Xiao Wu's temper and deliberately went against him. In the end, I let him offend the commander. Not only did my junior brother die, but also the one who took care of him until he died.
Apprentice, alas.
I have decided that there will be no one named Qian in this world, only those named Su. Touching the smooth first half of his scalp, he realized that he valued his hairstyle the most and had to apply hairspray every day. After his death, he gave up not only his appearance but also everything else. If your nephew hadn't picked you up, you would have died a long time ago.
Humph, I didn't ask you about your aspirations today. Do you want to do a business? I'm still in a hurry to move to Su Town. Mr. Tan here is here. The price is fair, and I don't want to turn them down. Su Jinren was none other than Qian Jinren, who was seriously injured and escaped under He Chang. What business? There was a coachman named Zhang Bingdao who made Master Tan unhappy. Master Tan wanted his life. Su Jinren frowned and stood up. You want to harm people? They give us money and we do things. Why can't we do it? Have you forgotten the precepts of our master? Subjugate demons and eliminate demons, maintain integrity, and ward off evil. If you don't want to do it, then do it. Jinren Qian waved him away. You don't even need 100 yuan. How much money can you make by showing others your righteous village for the rest of your life? Su Jinren glared and retorted, this is not about money, this is the bottom line. If you want to harm someone, I will stop you. After saying the cruel words, Su Jinren turned around and left. The dull little apprentice was left looking left and right, not knowing what to do. The young apprentice walked up to Jinren Qian and said, Master, what should I do? Qian Jinren said angrily, $100, can you give it up? I'll do it myself. He didn't dare to pick up the sesame seeds and lose the watermelon.
With a pop sound, Qian Jinren slapped the young apprentice to the ground with a backhand.
Humph! How dare you go against me? Feeling more comfortable, Master Qian ordered, what are you still doing lying on the ground? Get up and clean up. Go to work.
Zhang boldly walked on the road to the Ma family ancestral hall, but he met a weird horse-faced man with a pigtailed whip.
There are not many whips these days. Don't tell me you happen to know me too. Do not know, where did you go?
Ma family ancestral hall. Zhang boldly shook his cheek and dared to say that he was not following him.
What are you doing at the Ma family ancestral hall?
The man said, collect the corpses.
The Ma family ancestral hall is haunted. After tonight, a fat man will risk his life and spend the night in the Ma family ancestral hall.
I'll go take a look first.
Zhang boldly grabbed the man, pointed at himself and asked, Fat man, am I considered fat? Well, I'm considered fat. Then the fat man you are talking about is me. Is there any way you can save me? I would rather believe that there is something wrong than believe that there is nothing.
Zhang Dada just encountered a ghost incident not long ago, and he still felt guilty. My senior brother wants to kill you and there's nothing I can do about it, but I do have some tricks up my sleeve that can help you get through this night. Wait until dark. It's okay during the first watch. When it's the second watch, climb up to the rafters and don't come down no matter what you see. It's the quietest during the third watch. Wait until the fourth watch. Zhang boldly shook his head. The man continued, during the fourth watch, you hid under the coffin. Where's the fifth watch? It's already dawn at 5 o'clock, what are you afraid of? After saying that, he waved his hand and turned to leave. Zhang Dedang quickly stopped him and said, aren't you going with me? You're not dead anymore, what else am I going to do? In the Ma family ancestral hall. A coffin stopped in the middle. Zhang boldly looked at the sky outside the door. It was still early. He simply lay down on the broken mat and took a nap. In the front yard of Boss Tan's house, Qian Jinren was holding a peachwood sword and chanting something. In front of him was a table covered with yellow cloth, with an incense burner with 3 sticks of incense placed on it. On the left and right are incense candles with burning flames. There is a little straw man lying on the table in front of a bowl of glutinous rice. Hoo-coo-coo! Oh, I'm mommy. In the sky, black clouds were pulled by the wind and covered the moon in the sky. A group of black birds took advantage of the darkness and fluttered their wings and landed on the wall of Tan's courtyard. They tilted their heads and pecked their wings while watching Master Qian chanting spells and casting spells. Puff! Below, Master Qian spurted out a mouthful of water and landed on the straw man. The little straw man immediately stood up and moved left and right with his mahogany sword. Rise! Is it okay? Boss Tan sat worriedly on the master's chair and asked the dogleg next to him. I'm sure it'll be alright. Wearing a light red coat, the 2 pieces of flesh on his chest bulged high against the clothes. Twisting the handkerchief with her fingers, a woman who looked decent but a little more coquettish came out of the back room, sat down next to Boss Tan, and called out sweetly, Master, why did you come out? Boss Tan was not happy. He had had enough of playing with women and had been kicked too many times by him. Now that he was worried about this woman, he was annoyed just by looking at her face.
I want to see with my own eyes how Zhang Dada died. Go back inside now, there's nothing to see.
The more Boss Tan looked at her, the more annoyed he became.
He waved her away, thinking that if Zhang Dada died, she would soon die. Zhang Didi?
The black bird on the courtyard wall tilted its head.
Ghost fights ghost.
Zhang Dada's daughter-in-law hadn't heard the disgust in Boss Tan's words yet, so she leaned in front of Boss Tan and blew wind at him.
What kind of trick is this? She just deliberately ate lemons from Nanyang.
Although the sourness made her cry, her mouth was filled with sweetness and her breath smelled good. Following Zhang Dada, it was difficult to eat steamed buns for every meal, and he could not afford to eat fruit at any time.
Boss Tan snorted coldly and ignored her. Gujizi stood aside to ease the embarrassment. He explained with a smile, this is the magic that Master Chen uses to control the zombies to kill Zhang Dada. Zombies? She raised her finger and pointed behind Xianjinren. Is it similar to that one? Right, the dogleg man just nodded, then raised his hand and scratched his head weirdly. No, isn't the zombie in the Ma family ancestral hall?
Why are they here?
The man lying in the Ma family ancestral hall was a general during his lifetime?
Boss Tan was also confused.
3 generations of Lao Ma's family have been farmers, and none of them can read. How can anyone be a general? Then this is...
Boss Tan reacted immediately and shouted at Jinren Qian, who cast the spell, zombie.
Zombie, Taoist priest. Zombies?
Xianjinran's closed eyes suddenly stared, a cold breath penetrated his back, and corpse air rushed into his nose.
What a heavy corpse energy.
Thinking something bad was going on in his heart, Xianjinran grabbed the peachwood sword and turned around. The magic power wrapped around the peachwood sword was like riding a horse and Guangong wielding a blue dragon gnawing at the moon. The blade of the sword cut out a crescent moon, and the person who hit it thumped and the head fell to the ground. The wooden sword struck empty, Xianjinran hurriedly ran sideways, and the donkey rolled around on the ground and stood up. The corpse's claws rubbed against Master Qian's body and hit the table. With a bang, the wooden table shattered, the incense candle lit the yellow cloth, and the incense burner fell to the ground, 2 short pieces and 1 long piece.
It's you! Xianjinran held his sword and saw clearly who was attacking. In just half a month, you have turned into a black zombie. He could recognize the talking zombie even if he changed his clothes. I didn't expect it to be you.
He Cheng kicked the ground, and a fist-sized earth pit exploded on the bluestone tiles under his feet, and he slashed towards Xianjinran with his hammer. The evil Taoist priest he met on the road that day turned out to be the villain boss in Ghost Fighter, but this was something he Cheng never expected. Although his physical strength is not as good as that of his junior brother, his ability as a god is far above him. Being able to call Lu Dongbin and turn Boss Tan, a useless rich man, into a great killer who can stand up to the god of death, his ability is evident.
Jinren Qian was even more afraid.
That night, He Chang was almost killed when he was still a white zombie. Now that he has advanced into a black zombie, there is no way for him to survive. Xianjinren rolled on the spot and shouted, "Look at my thunder fist."
A burst of lightning flashed, and He Chang turned over and lay back. The thunder was loud and the raindrops were light.
The thunder fist rubbed the calf without any hair being rubbed off.
Xianjinren didn't know how to use thunder fist at all.
Taking advantage of Zombie's fear of thunder, he fainted, turned around and ran away.
Taoist Master. Master! Hurry up and subdue this zombie. Boss Tan and the other 3 were also panicked, waving their hands to drive Xianjinren back to clean up the zombies.
The dog's leg was kicked and fell to the ground. Just as Boss Tan was about to escape, Xianjinren waved his mahogany sword and shouted, "Kaguxian Latansan at the altar." 1 Dharma drum shook the sky, and 2 Dharma drums shook the earth. I played the gong and the heaven and the earth shook. I asked for the mage without incense or candles.
I asked for the mage Lu Dongbin.
When I saw the demon slaying in front of me, the divine soldiers were as urgent as the law. As soon as he finished shouting, the punch from the pursuer hit Jinren Qian right in the back of the heart. The punch was as strong as an ox, causing him to vomit blood on the ground.
It's still too late.
He Chung took a look at Boss Tan, who was very skilled in the art, and jumped up to kill Xianjinren first.
Evildoer. Boss Tan, who is a master of Chinese martial arts, has a straight face.
He is transformed from a wretched businessman with weak kidneys and energy into a swordsman with high righteousness, boundless murderous aura and divine majesty.
There are 2 racks in the courtyard, which are used in the street to occupy the streets. Performers sing and talk about crosstalk: knife, spear, sword, halberd, axe, hook, fork, whip, mace, hammer, grab, boring, sticks, kidnappers, meteors, anything with a hook, a blade, a point, a wing, an MA needle, a chain. All 18 types of weapons are available. Boss Tan turned over and jumped, raised the weapon stand with his toes, and the long sword stablaw was unsheathed and drilled under his right palm. The blade of the sword braved the air conditioning, and he turned it under his hand, blocking Yi Cheng's fist from hitting Boss Tan. A jingle. The fist pressed down on the spine of the sword and bent down, and the tip of the sword pierced Jinren Qian's back, leaving a big gash. How brave! I don't know if this is really Lu Qianyang descending to the earth, but anyway, he has enough power. He puts his foot on Yi Cheng's chest, raises his hand and grabs Jinren's collar, and the two of them slide out with a squeaking sound. Jinren, who had just been punched and received a sword, obviously had more air coming out and less air coming in. What kind of prestige are you pretending to do? When the real Lu Qianyang came, he would definitely stand still and wait for the other party to kill him. Instead, he would be the one who invited the gods to fight him. In Yi Cheng's eyes, Boss Tan just went from level 1 to level 11. Jinren's skill in asking gods is indeed amazing, but it's a pity that it's not enough in Yi Cheng's eyes. Bah! Boss Tan stepped forward with his right foot and stabbed forward with his sword. His sword move was exquisite, 3 moves turned into 1 move, all in one go. The initial thrust of the sword is to stab straight at the door. If the opponent dodges and hits his opponent, you only need to grab the sword and turn it, stabbing instead of cutting, and the opponent will be cut into pieces. If the opponent can still avoid it, if he chooses to retreat and dodge, he will be more powerful, and Boss Tan's next sword will be even more powerful. If you don't retreat and leap over the sword, flip the sword and strike back. Chase the soul with all your might. Ding! The sword collided with the fist, and sparks shot out. He Chengru's iron tower remained motionless. On the other hand, Boss Tan took a few steps back, and the right hand holding the sword shook slightly. Not enough. He Cheng kicked the weapon rack next to him and smashed it, and the sword scattered on the ground. He grabbed a large tiger-headed gun and held it on his shoulder. In life, this body was a master of horsefighting. It was the best at using 2 hammers. The hammer was not skillful. It smashed down all the masters of swordsmanship and turned them into pulp. Under the influence, Yi Cheng could also dance with the hammer twice, but the hammer was short and difficult to get close to, and it was not as good as a gun. He turned around with his gun, swept across the waist, and carried the wind with a whoosh. Boss Tan took a few steps back, but was being caught up with him. The spearhead stabbed out a burst of starlight. Sparks flew out from the bang, and Boss Tan's right hand was so weak that he used his left hand to grab the sword. Regardless of whether Lu Dongbin really came down to earth to possess him, this swordsmanship is indeed marvelous. However, Yi Cheng knocked the sword out of Boss Tan's hand when he drew his gun, and hit the head with a shot. The gun was like a meteor hitting the head, without any dexterity at all. With a heavy blow, the gun tip cracked Boss Tan's head open, and a large amount of red juice popped out. It's your turn. Yi Cheng paused with his gun, poking a hole in the ground, but his eyes were fixed on the dying Jinren. Fighting with weapons feels different from fighting with bare hands. The biggest difference is, a gun and a stick are not as satisfying as punching to the flesh. The tiger-headed spear turned into a cold dragon out of the sea, and stabbed the chest of the woman who was about to run away, pinning her to the ground. Only then did he have time to turn around and deal with Jinren Fian. Physique, +7, 6%. After sucking blood, his body has undergone major changes. Yi Cheng can feel that not only is the ability of incarnation stronger, but his body is more flexible and his body is taller. The torn military uniform on his body is proof of this. He raised his feet and stepped over Boss Tan's body. When he passed the woman who was nailed to the ground, he paused and glanced at the upside-down bamboo basket beside him. Smiling slightly, he walked into the back room, ready to find some clothes to change into. As soon as Yi Cheng entered the door, a frightened head popped out of the small bamboo basket next to him. Jinren's apprentice had just brought water to his master, and when he saw the danger coming, he hid and avoided a disaster. Now that he had finally escaped the disaster, he ran away desperately. Growling. The rooster raises his head and crows, and the sun rises 3 poles high. Zhang boldly scratched his face and sat up from the straw mat, rubbing his eyes that were covered with eye drops. It's daybreak? Then he got angry and punched the stone floor hard. That horse-faced weirdo lied to me. There are ghosts, he wants to kill people. Bah! In his mind, the horse-faced weirdo and the better were definitely the same group.
Zhang Daden just came home and saw someone lying on the crack of his door watching a show.
He opened the door in anger, only to find bloodstains all over the room. His wife is gone.
Just like at a squatting camp, when Zhang Dada was panicking, the Yaman's head catcher led a team and rushed in to punish him for murder.
No, I didn't.
Zhang boldly waved his hand feebly, and suddenly a government servant trotted over and said to the head catcher, "Boss Tan and his family are all dead, and they died in a terrible way."
The head catcher was shocked. What? Boss Tan is the key to keeping the Yaman.
If Boss Tan dies and the provincial police station sends police down, his former Yaman will have to get out and stay wherever it is cool.
Let's go. Go to Tan Mansion. This, Zhang Dada? Take them with you.
When the group arrived at Boss Tan's house, a group of people had already gathered at the door. Seeing the officials coming, they all retreated and squeezed a way out. Boss Tan's head was smashed open, his legs were strangled to death, and the worst thing was the woman whose chest was penetrated and nailed to the ground.
Zhang's bold wife. My wife.
Zhang boldly broke away from the government servant who was escorting him and rushed to his wife. When my wife died, her eyes were still open.
What happened? The head catcher asked the Yaman officials who had investigated.
The back room has not been turned over, and there are no other conditions except for the dead people.
Anything else? Look at the soles of the feet.
The killer must be at least 6 feet tall. It's very powerful, and there should be a fat man's dead body here, but it's gone now. Weird thing. The catcher frowned, but saw Zhang boldly grabbing a shoe and putting it on the dead Boss Chin's foot.
It's really you. It's really you.
The shoes fit right in, neither too big nor too small. Zhang boldly kicked Boss Tan's feet like crazy, turned around and ran towards his wife's body, slapping him several times.
I know you stole men. You died at Boss Tan's house at night. Damn it! Damn it!
The catcher frowned slightly, waved his hand and said, "Stop him." Several Yaman servants were obviously no match for the angry Zhang Dada, and they were knocked to the ground by him with 3 punches and 2 kicks. Not only that, Zhang Dada shouted to the neighbors, "The Yaman and Boss Tan are colluding with each other, and they asked my wife to hide."
You want to trick me into committing murder and make me confess. Ha, I didn't expect that I was killed at home. Shut up.
The catcher raised his palm and put his palm in front of his mouth. Unexpectedly, the two of them were evenly matched. After fighting for a while, Zhang boldly turned around and ran away. The catcher obviously had no intention of taking care of Zhang Bingdao. Now he should think about how to solve the trouble in front of him. Zhang Dada fled day and night, traveling over mountains and ridges, sleeping in the open air, getting further and further away from his sad place. Let's talk about the other side. Su Jinren, who was guarding the coffin in the righteous village, took 2 puffs of smoke and saw his nephew running and crawling.
Uncle! Master! Master was bitten to death by a zombie. What? Su Jinren stood up in a hurry and helped his nephew on the ground. Speak slowly, what's going on?
Last night, the master cast a spell to deal with Zhang Dada, and suddenly a black man fell from the sky and killed the master.
Anyone who commits unjust acts will be punished by his own death. Senior brother, Su Jinren sighed, where is senior brother's body? The nephew shook his head and said with a grimace, I don't know, I saw the zombie didn't see me, so I ran away.
That zombie can walk instead of jumping, and it can also talk, uncle.
Talking zombies.
Su Jinren broke his pipe without realizing it. It is said that as for the legendary flying zombie, very few zombies can speak.
How could it be possible for the black zombie? Are you sure that's a zombie?
The nephew nodded vigorously, moving his head up and down like a kowtow. It's really a zombie.
It sounds like the master knows him.
If it were his apprentice Alpha who was still alive, Su Jinren would definitely think that he was making up the story, but the nephew in front of him was different. He was dull and dull. If he wrote a manuscript and asked him to read the lie according to it, he would probably not be able to speak it smoothly.
Okay, come with me. Kill the devil.
The sun sets over the western mountains. On the hillside, the nephew was pushing a small wooden cart, and Master Su was walking in front holding a peachwood sword. Since that zombie is smart, he will never let you go, so I believe he is using you as bait to lure me out, so we will use our tricks and set up a dragnet to wait for him to come.
Uncle Master, what if that zombie doesn't come?
I will set up a large formation and all the monsters within a few miles will be attracted to it.
If he is really smart, he will definitely come.
Speaking of wisdom, Master Su remembered that when his surname was Qian, his junior brother fought tooth and nail to protect the white-haired man he met, and he knew how to hold an umbrella and walk in the daytime. The only zombies I want to kill in my life are zombies. The sun sets and the moon rises. The stars in the night sky were dim, and only a bright moon lowered its beam of light and hit the top of the mountain. From a distance, it looks like the great sage Qitian stabbed the Dinghai Shenzhen iron from under the Guanghan Palace and propped it up on the mountain. Coming! As soon as Su Jinren burned the yellow paper, he muttered something, "The sky is clear and the earth is bright. Please ask the gods to come down to the altar to illuminate the sky. The great sage Qitian will quickly appear. Leave it to the front of the altar to transform into gods. The gods will transform into the sun and the moon to illuminate the sky. The great sage Qitian invites you sincerely. The divine soldiers are in urgent need, be as urgent as the law." Wearing a red belly band, meditating and sitting cross-legged in front of the altar, the nephew heard Master Su reciting a mantra and jumped up, grinning like a monkey and shouting into the open space. Su Jinren, who was well prepared, raised his toes, and a solid iron rod spun around and fell into the palm of his nephew's hand. The solid iron rod dances into a stick flower, and it really looks like a monkey king. Thin ropes. A ball of green fire entered their eyes, and then they saw a pair of white embroidered shoes. The sweet-faced, mellow woman met the two of them and made a blessing. "My name is Xiaotsue. I strayed into the mountains. It's dark and the mountains are sloping. Please take me back." The iron rod was whipped up by the wind and smashed the woman's head, causing her head to disappear. She screamed "ah" and disappeared immediately. What's the difference between using a honey trap on a monkey and a female monkey tickling a human? The aesthetics of species are not on the same level. Ziji! Hey! The nephew scratched his head, jumped on the iron rod and looked into the distance. He had hit him very hard with the stick just now. Suddenly, there was another movement. Wearing a robe with red flowing cloud sleeves, loose white leggings, and hot silver Shangyun cowhide boots. Walking is like skipping, leaping 10 feet away. The person who came was none other than Zombie He Chang. As soon as they met, the nephew held a stick, imitated a spear and stabbed him, hitting the visitor's heart exactly. National Skills Grand View. Zhongji is the master of the stick path. Zhongping is upright. No matter whether it is a large or small door, the body and the weapon must be in a straight line, which is the so-called ziwu. Poke the stick, strong and urgent, use the strength of twisting the waist/arm to hit a stick, just in line with the middle straight of the ziwu stick. The zombie blocked the blow without panicking. Under the moonlight, Su Jinren finally saw clearly the appearance of the zombie that killed his senior brother. "Oh, it's you!" His teeth were itching with anger and his face was red. The nephew, who was in a stalemate, paused. "Is this zombie a big deal? Why do my master and uncle know him?" Su Jinren, who was sitting cross-legged in front of the altar, stood up with his legs and looked at the visitor. His face suddenly turned red. When he and his junior brother Wu Jinren were shot and seriously injured by Marshal Chow, the white zombie they encountered was exactly the same as the black zombie in red robe in front of him. "Hey! Hey! Ziji!" Su Jinren's nephew swung his monkey's paw from side to side, grabbed his chin, turned around, grabbed a solid iron bar, and threw it at Yi Chang. With a ding sound, the iron rod wrapped in the wind was raised up to take it. The nephew grabbed the end of the stick and pulled it back. After 3 consecutive pulls, the stick did not move at all. Instead, Yi Chang waved his hand, and the stick and the man fell to the ground. "Spin around and roll away into the pit." Yi Chang grinned and scratched the head of the man with short hair. It turns out he is an acquaintance. "You can talk." "Who said zombies can't talk?" Whoosh! The iron rod compacted the wind, and in a sudden sneak attack, it turned into an iron whip and hit the back of Yi Chang's head. The title is Monkey King, Monkey King. Whether it is sun monkey or six-eared macaque, they can't stand others ignoring them. The stick was fast and hard, and 3 big watermelons were hit side by side, and they were all sure to explode. The muffled sound came again. It turned out that Yi Chang raised his right hand and made a fist and smashed it on the iron bar. The hard impact of his fist on the iron bar should have broken the bones and resulted in a one-sided victory. This collision subverted people's common sense. The fist only shook slightly, but the iron rod buzzed and trembled, knocking over the nephew who was grabbing the rod. "If you were the real Wukong, I would definitely not be able to defeat you, but unfortunately you are a fake practitioner. I'm afraid Sun Wukong's monkey hair can't compare to that." Yi Chang glanced at the Taoist boy who fell on the ground, and then jumped towards Master Su. This Taoist priest in tattered clothes is the highlight. When one person freezes or touches, sparks fly. Su Jinren had a mahogany sword, a magic talisman, and glutinous rice in his hand. A large jar of black dog blood was placed at his feet. On the table were corpse-killing money, a 3-inch red rooster's blood, and a pot of boy's urine. There was a continuous flow of magic tricks, and Yi Chang's body was suddenly on fire. And suddenly there was electricity. What He Chang relies on is that the zombie body is immortal, infinitely powerful, and indestructible.
No matter how violent the storm, I will remain as motionless as a mountain.
The physical fist knocked away the strong wind and fierce flames, moving forward indomitably.
Let's go!
Tamujian picked up the bottom of the black jar and killed a big dog. The blood squeezed out hit He Chung Heaton, and he had no time to hide. The blood smelt bad, and He Chang shuddered when it was poured on his body. He felt as if he had just been picked up after falling into the water, and his whole body felt weak. This is an old black dog of 13 years.
I'll kill him today to give you a taste.
Xiao Wu, senior brother, I will avenge you today. Su Jinren gritted his teeth, held the mahogany sword in his right hand and thrust it at the bloody zombie. He knocked away He Chang's right hand that was blocking his face, and sliced it down from top to bottom with a flick of his wrist. The peachwood sword filled with mana and glowing with spiritual light touched the black and stiff fur, just like a knife cutting through pig skin. The first cut is difficult to get in, but once the cut is done, it's like cutting paper quickly, and the stroke is smooth to the end.
Dumb!
Heizheng, who was about to be injured by Su Jinren's sword, suddenly turned into a group of people shouting and throwing themselves into the sky.
Su Jinren drew his sword.
There was a strand of red cloth hanging on the mahogany sword and the smelly zombie poisonous blood. Only 2 footwells were left on the spot, and there was no trace of the black zombie. Crows croaked hovering in the sky, but Su Jinren was helpless.
He had missed it. The gods could not imagine that a black zombie could transform into a bird and escape to the sky.
The black feather hides under the dark clouds, making it difficult for ordinary people to detect the traces of the crow.
Uncle Master!
The screams came fiercely. Su Jinren turned his head and saw 3 or 4 evil ghosts crawling out of the ground.
They dragged the nephew who was lying on the ground and dragged him underground inch by inch.
He Chang had already beaten the magic spell of praying to the gods. After losing his breath, the fake Monkey King no longer knew where he was.
Evildoer!
Su Jinren slapped the table and turned over. He picked up the starlight with his mahogany sword and stabbed it 4 or 5 times. The starlight swooshed coldly, scattering the 3 evil spirits hugging his nephew. Only then did he realize that they had set up a large magic circle to lure He Chang to appear. At this time on the hill was 100 ghosts walking at night. A man with a crooked smile and selling burning human flesh while carrying a pole.
Delicate, charming female ghost dragging her belly. A ghost child running all over the mountain holding a windmill.
They were all attracted by the moonlight aura, ready to eat human flesh and drink human blood.
2 big living people are in danger now.
He Chengi jumped into the muddy pool and tore his red robe and trousers. The black dog blood was washed away when it hit the muddy water, finally allowing him to regain some strength.
This young master also went to the mountain for a banquet?
A pair of red embroidered shoes with peach blossoms came to the shore. He Chang looked up. They had long legs, big breasts, and a small face.
With a smile that was a bit overwhelming, the woman's pale lips opened slightly. Why don't you join me, young master? The living will be yours, and the dead will be mine.
The long scarlet tongue swept across the lips, a bit bloody and beautiful. Gulyalu, there was a light rumbling in the woman's stomach, and she noticed it herself and covered her face shyly.
Snapped.
He Chang jumped out of the muddy water, pinched the woman's neck with his tiger claws.
How dare a starving man come here?
With a pinch, the crisp sound of breaking celery came from the woman's neck, crack. Waving his hand, He Chang turned into a bird and flew to the top of the mountain.
Red-faced, white-faced, green-faced, black-faced.
The evil ghost with teeth and claws was leaning against his shoulder, and his toes were touching the heel of the previous ghost. He looked up to see the darkness.
Su Jinren's Tamu Jian had long been captured by evil spirits.
At this moment, he looked like a star who had just gotten off the plane, with crazy fans in front and behind him. A lonely tree cannot support itself. If it weren't for the killing weapons such as Molmi and Boyurin, Su Jinren might have gone to hell together with his nephew.
Having a concert? Get out!
The loud shouts were like rolling thunder, and the thick black corpse air dispersed into a fine mist, covering the group of ghosts, and a scream was heard. Wearing a torn red robe and wearing a tough grin, Heizong stepped on 4 or 5 evil ghosts and landed in front of Master Su. Thousands of hands and claws stretched out from all directions to scratch at him. Heizheng smiled ferociously and ignored it. Suddenly, Su Jinren saw Heizheng saying to him, "You are mine." After he finished speaking, he turned around and let out a roar like a tiger or a wolf. His palm was like a shovel, and when he hit it, 2 or 3 ghosts were flattened. There are dozens or hundreds of ghosts, how can I kill them all? Moving object was activated as his eyes widened, corpse energy surged, and an evil ghost was picked up as light as nothing and landed on He Chang's mouth.
The corpse opens its mouth and eats it easily. It's great. It's a pity that it's too slow. No matter how powerful the ghost is, he can only eat one in one bite. In this way, all the ghosts were eaten by him at a speed visible to the naked eye. The top of the mountain was finally quiet, and the moon pillar had long since dissipated.
Sujinren, who was half kneeling on the ground with his sword in his hand, looked up at Heijun, whose zombie aura was as strong as a demon. Don't be too proud. I sent a message back to Ma Shan a few months ago. You have already entered the eyes of thousands of comrades in the spiritual world. No matter what kind of monster you are, you will die. Thanks to Xingxing's constant reward support, I finally have a collection of 1,000. Big updates, 8 chapters will be updated in these 2 days. The black wind shook. On the top of the mountain, Sujinren was half kneeling on the ground, staring with hatred at the tall figure in the torn scarlet robe opposite. The situation of life and death has already been resolved. Hearing Master Su's threat, He Chang burst out laughing. His laughter soared through the clouds, frightened birds fled into the forest, and rats and ants came out of their holes. The efficiency of your work in the fantasy world is really low. I have been free for a long time. He Chang's careless smile became the last sight of Sujinren before his death. In the end, Mr. Su refused to die in peace. Drinking blood, He Chang's heart sank slightly as he saw that it was still too early to upgrade with experience. The pursuit of He Chang in the spiritual fantasy world was by no means as unconcerned as it seemed. If Bai Guixing hadn't exhausted Sujinren's spiritual objects, he wouldn't have been able to kill him at all. Sujin's talent is level 27. Why did Taoist Ime have to fight to the death to kill him? If Ime hadn't been shot first, he was bleeding heavily and seriously injured, and he didn't have the weapon, talisman or seal in his hand. It could only have been He Chang who died in the first place. With Adjutant Su in Su Town, there should be no problem in a short time. People go to higher places, and water flows to lower places. There is no one who is willing to be inferior to others in his life. He maintains the status quo just because there is no chance to turn around. He Chang cast his eyes in the direction of Rinjia Town. Within dozens of miles around there were 4 Taoist priests who were relatively fat. He needs to improve faster, but it's still too slow now. The first go on the road, the strangers avoid Jingle Bell, the first go on the road, the strangers avoid paper money was fluttering in the air, and a group of weirdos walked on the road in response to the rooster crow at the 4th watch. Walking in front was a handsome young man wearing a summer sweatshirt with a yellow charm on his back and ringing a soul-calling bell. Next to him was a young man of about the same age carrying a basket. After taking 2 steps, he grabbed a handful of paper money and threw it into the sky. Behind the 2 people is a weirdo wearing a Qing dynasty official shroud, arms stretched out, and jumping around. Obviously, this is the corpse driver doing business in the middle of the night. Behind the zombies was a long-faced man wearing sackcloth. As he walked on the road, he put his little finger into his nostrils and smeared the dirt on the corners of his clothes. If you light a lamp and look closely, you can see that the corners of his gray linen coat are the darkest. Ah Hawana Chang, it's almost dawn, let's go to the town first. Yes, master. The 2 apprentices nodded in agreement and rang the soul-calling bell a little more hastily. At the entrance of the town, the soldier guarding the gate waved his hand. Who is this? Ah Hao, who was holding the soul-calling bell, raised his head and said impatiently, those who drive away corpses, don't hit the ancestors, or you will be in trouble. The corpse hunter. The 2 soldiers grabbed their guns, looked at each other and said, don't move. Check. Usually when driving corpses, they only need to reveal their identities when entering the city, and the gatekeepers will hide as far away as possible, for fear of attracting bad luck. Unexpectedly, this town is different today. Go! The soldier on the left said to the one on the right. The soldier grabbed a paper tube, unfolded it and made signs in front of Ahau and Afong's face. Then he shook his head and walked towards the corpse standing with the charm attached. Here, sir, don't remove the talisman. It will bite. Seeing that the man was about to tear off the paper talisman on the corpse's head, Ahau said in a frightened manner. Sure enough, after hearing this, the biting soldier retracted his hand as if he was electrocuted, but he still dutifully lifted up the dead body and compared it with the human face in the portrait. It was rare for Ahau to see this group of soldiers so dedicated and loyal. He walked over and asked another soldier who was leaning against the wall, Master, who are you looking for? Hey, the soldier chuckled, I'd say you guys are unlucky. A few months ago, a Taoist priest dug up the grave of Marshal Chao's 9th concubine, and even let a zombie bite him. Marshal Chow posted a list to arrest them, and each of them had 500 heads.
Block. 500. Ahao's eyes widened. The soldiers over there had already checked all the dead bodies. When they saw a man in the back who had picked his nose and picked his teeth, he asked, "Hey, have you seen this man?"
The long-faced Taoist priest raised his eyelids impatiently, looked at the human face painted on the reward, and suddenly shivered.
"What? Do you recognize me?"
"No, I don't know him." He stuttered when he spoke. Okay, let's go." And seeing that nothing was wrong, the two soldiers let him go, and the three masters and apprentices of the corpse removal craftsmen caught up with the corpse again. When we arrived at the inn that was specially designed to pick up corpse collectors, we parked the corpses. In order to save money, the three of them opened a room together. In the guest room, he scratched his butt numbly, smelled it on his nose, and then grabbed the roast chicken on the small table. I tore open the chicken leg and took 2 bites, but found it tasteless.
"Ha! You guys eat it." He watched numbly as the 2 apprentices swallowed their saliva but did not touch the chicken. "Aren't you too hungry? Then I'll eat them all."
Looking at the roasted chicken that was mixed with the smell of their master's farts, boogers, and saliva, Ahao and Akiang closed their eyes, grabbed the roasted chicken, tore 2 pieces, and stuffed them into their mouths.
Better to be sick than to starve to death. "Master, do you know the Taoist priest who offered a reward?"
Ahao picked up the teapot and drank a few big sips.
He exhaled happily and said, "It's 500 yuan. With this money, we don't have to drive away the corpses." "Don't pay any attention to this matter." Mama D lost only 2 bites of the chicken leg, and anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was in a low mood. "Master? That's your uncle. I think my qualifications on the mountain were very good back then. In this age of the end of the Dharma, being able to step into the realm of refining chi and transforming into gods can support me as a magician. Although it is only a little bit worse than your master and me." Mama D even boasted shamelessly. The 2 apprentices knew the virtues of their master, but they were new to cultivation, and Mama D estimated that they were at the beginning level. He curled his lips, but didn't interrupt his boasting. "I guess I've provoked a villain. The most taboo thing for people in our industry is to be overly ambitious and underhanded. If you don't know how much you weigh, taking on a job haphazardly will definitely lead to problems." "Master, isn't this about you?" "Ha?" Aqiang's eyes widened, and Aqiang shrank his head and did not dare to speak.
"You don't need to worry about this matter. I will communicate with your other uncles and uncles."
Rubbing his hands numbly, "His skills are not as good as those of Simu.
He can only write some magic charms according to the gourd drawings, but he really doesn't know anything about magic." He put the matter of notifying other junior brothers behind his mind.
"Junior brother Qian was very powerful, couldn't he just contact him himself?"
"I lie down during the day, laze around at night, and even get up in disgrace for $1 or 2. I walked to a charity village and made an agreement with the old man holding a lantern who was looking at the coffin to borrow half a bottle of wine and a chicken drumstick for a day."
Mommy and the old man were drinking.
The old man was also a man. The 2 of them laughed and crawled around each other.
There is no restraint when eating, and it is much more enjoyable.
After eating, he walked out numbly to a tree, unbuttoned his pants, whistled on the tree trunk. Hiccup, take a nap, feel comfortable. I shivered and lifted my pants numbly. Suddenly I saw a group of crows flying over my head.
Bad luck. Seeing this thing. Bah!
He Chang, who was driving all night, bumped into the corpse driver on the way. He thought that no matter how small a grasshopper was, it was still meat, so he followed him quietly. The 3 masters and apprentices who drove away the corpses entered Yizhuang. The master came out to urinate, cursing, and showing his ugly appearance, and He Chung happened to see it.
Roughly.
Music zombie injected with chemical agents by foreign scientists, a walking corpse turned into a powerful zombie and was immune to Taoist magic from now on. The advantages of zombies are that they can jump out of the 3 realms and become immortal. But there is one major unchangeable shortcoming: it is completely restrained by Taoist priests who know magic, sunlight, glutinous rice, black dog blood and other spiritual objects.
What would happen if zombies were not afraid of sunlight or Taoism?
This movie perfectly answers the hypothesis that zombies without flaws will truly be immortal.
Put your life on hold first.
He walked back to Yizhuang in a state of numbness, unaware that he had just escaped from a zombie. At level 10, it doesn't make much sense whether to kill or not to kill. The day passed by, and the 3 masters and disciples did not leave Yizhuang. It was getting dark again. Mommy put on a brand new Taoist robe, scattered paper money and walked in front. How jingled the bells, and Ah Chang put a yellow talisman on his back to lead the way. There are also things to pay attention to when driving away corpses. First of all, this walking corpse is not a zombie, but a specially processed corpse. Use cinnabar on the dead person's forehead, vest, heart, palms and soles of the feet to suppress the 7 souls. Fill the ears, nose and mouth to seal the 3 souls, then seal it with magic talismans, and add the spell to make the corpse stand up and walk. The soul-calling bell guides the walking corpses to keep them from straying, but it is the guiding mage who really leads the way.
Willow leaves can open the eyes of the sky, hell. Banana leaves can open the eyes of corpses and see people.
Even if the zombies are not zombies, it is dangerous to open their eyes rashly. They will lose control when they see a living person. Therefore, a yellow talisman must be affixed to the back of the mage who is leading the way, and he must stop every step so that the zombies behind him can follow. It's dark and slippery, and some old forests are foggy and have low visibility at night. Those who throw paper money are the fastest. The paper money they throw is to buy ghosts on the road. Don't do tricks like ghosts breaking walls and getting stuck on the road. Just treat it as buying money. Road wealth. The second is to show the way to the mage who is leading the way. Even if a walking corpse falls to the ground, someone must help it. If you go back and forth, you will waste time and easily be left behind. During the day, He Chang hid against the wall in Yizhuang. He came out only after dark, and his corpse energy became active again. Leaning against the woods, Luan Shiwu pressed his nose numbly, his little finger hanging in front of his brand new robe and unwilling to put it down. His eyes lit up when he saw his disciple walking over. "Ahau, what's wrong, master?" Mamami rubbed his fingers on Ahau happily, and then said, "Don't say that the master doesn't take care of you. Today I'll give you a chance to show off your power. Send back the corpse of Renjiakan Nintendo, and I'll send the other ones. I'll be waiting for you here on the 8th night of the Lunar New Year."
"Am I alone?"
Before Ahau could react, something was rubbed on his shoulder.
Just hearing that he had to drive away the corpse alone gave him a headache. "Master, this is my first time." "The first time is the first time. Master will give you a chance to show off. Should you go or not?"
"Go." "Of course. If the owner is wealthy when delivering the body, he will be polite and offer pig faces and roasted chickens as offerings. The richer ones will also give a few copper coins, but these are all huge bargains. Although I heard that the Ren family lived in the village, how knew that he would not be able to take advantage of it? Dingling bell, the bell pulls the soul, and the old corpse Nintendo doesn't jump very fast. Since only one corpse was sent, there was no need to scatter paper money or lead the way. I'm telling you, old ghost, don't hurt me if you follow me this time, or I'll beat you up." One man and one corpse walking side by side. In this era, people still believed that the dead should be buried in peace, and it was difficult to transport the body of the dead, which gave birth to the business of exhuming corpses. Cremation, in the eyes of people in this era, means burning into ashes. A common term is crushing the bones and scattering the ashes. Anyone who can afford it will hire a corpse exorcist to take the corpse home.
"Ha? Is there anyone behind you?"
Ahau turned around, and behind him was darkness. Those who drive corpses on foot are also afraid of encountering evil spirits. He looked up and breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out to be a crow. Bad luck, bad luck. Shaking his head and seeing Nintendo standing still, Ahau slapped him on the back of the head and said, "Old man, you want to be lazy, why don't you leave now?" He Chang transformed into a group of crows, flapping their wings and following a person in the forest. After leaving the forest, there is a mountain trail. Ahau has been to Rinjia village and Rinjia town several times and is familiar with the road. The east is like a fish with a white belly and red light shining down. He Chang, who fell to the ground, was in trouble. Transformed into a flying crow, he brought at most one piece of clothing with him. He couldn't bring the yellow paper umbrella with him on the way, so he kept it in the cellar of Suzhen. The business of driving corpses is also day and night. Who would have thought that Ahau would not take the usual route to drive corpses, but would still drive corpses on the road at dawn, but it was so difficult. If a thin shirt cannot block the sunlight, it will still turn into fly ash. Although there are weeds on the roadside, we can hide and survive the day. The biggest difficulty is how to keep up with Ahau. The walking dead are not zombies, so they are naturally not afraid of sunlight. He Chang shuttled through the grass burned by the sun. In front of him was Ahau, who was blowing the whistle and rushing on his way. He had no idea that the person hiding in the grass wanted to kill him. "Ha! Someone!" Ahau paused and squatted on the roadside to look down.
Below is a waterfall, and a girl in a swimsuit is swimming and bathing. There is a distance of more than 10 feet, and the person is as small as a finger, but Aha is still looking at it with gusto. A fierce man dived into the water and came out after more than 10 breaths. The girl covered her eyes with her long hair with both hands. She looked up and saw a person wearing a shroud, standing above her and looking at her. Ghost! She went ashore in fright, grabbed her clothes and ran away, followed by several maids who followed her for no apparent reason. Miss, what's wrong? Yes, there is a ghost. She stammered, and suddenly a man wearing a shroud with a yellow charm on his face jumped over, and the maids were immediately frightened. He Chang was hiding in the grass like an ant frying in a slow fire. A black bag suddenly fell from his head, trapping him completely. During the day, sunlight suppresses zombies extremely severely. Smoke will emit at the slightest touch, and the face will burn to ashes if it is hit by sunlight. He Chang doesn't even notice when a living person approaches. Just as he was about to break free, he heard a person say, "This one can jump, it must be a zombie. Go back and work for the foreign devils, it's 50 yuan. Pa!" There was a sound, someone was slapped. I heard another person whisper, "A corpse is 50 yuan, how much for two? Do you know how to settle accounts? 100 yuan, 100 yuan, huh? Shoo, keep your voice down." He Chang became quiet and relieved. It turned out that I bumped into a body thief. All he had to do next was lie quietly, and when he got to the foreigner's laboratory, everything he wanted would come to him. This zombie has no aura, will it bite people? Another person said, "I have the yellow talisman that my mother went to the Bodhisattva temple to get. If I keep it, I can control him." Just listen to the saliva boss smeared on the talisman paper, and a yellow talisman was pasted on He Chang's head through the black cloth bag. Without any spiritual power at all, why would he be immobilized by the talisman while performing a show? Don't be exposed to the sun. I heard that zombies will turn to ashes if exposed to the sun. None of the three people wanted to let the 50 yuan burn to ashes, so they all took off their clothes and wrapped them up. However, it was difficult to lift it. The corpse was like a solid bronze statue. They gritted their teeth and their arms had veins before lifting it up. However, no one said they would quit. For 50 yuan, not to mention lifting this little thing, it would cost 10 more. Do it all. You damn foreign devil is really rich, hide him first and wait until we catch the other one. Just do it in front of Renjia village, in the small forest on the steep slope. 3 figures were sneaking and hiding behind the bushes. It's coming, it's coming. The person on the left squatting on the ground whispered. 1, 2, 3. Close the net. A scream of awe suddenly came from the distance. I hit it. He. The 3 of them ran out, and when they came back they carried a corpse wearing a shroud on their shoulders. This guy is so light. The 3 of them were mentally prepared to carry the body, only to realize that this guy weighed 100 or more kilograms at most, and one person could carry it and run. I guess the zombie I met during the day can't do it. You forgot, he can only hide in the grass and dare not move. The leader rubbed his chin with the palm of his hand and explained matter-of-factly, "This one is different. It can go on the road during the day." Have any of you ever heard that zombies can go on the road during the day? No, the other 2 were carrying the body, their heads shaking like rattles. That's it, but hey, we have to ask foreigners to increase the price. This zombie can't be sold for 50 yuan. Then 60? The 3 people who fell into the moneys. I laughed slyly. Not far from Renjiakan, there is a village called Tai Hezwang. In the early years, the population was larger than that of Renjiakan. Later, a group of foreigners came to occupy this place as a place to stay, and then fewer and fewer people lived there. There are only a few brick and large tile-roofed houses in the village. Many poor families cannot afford such a house even after half a lifetime of farming. Now, a foreigner has come and is doing research here. The 3 of them carried the 2 zombies into the large house with the kerosene lamp still on. As soon as they entered, they were greeted by a variety of sour and spicy smells that burned their noses. Glass bottles and jars contained strange red and green water, and some bubbled like boiling water. The 6-foot bearded foreigner in a white coat heard the commotion and laughed when the 3 people came back. He said in broken Chinese, "The phantom will come, will it be?" The 3 of them placed the corpses and stood on the ground, wiping sweat from their clothes and nodding, "Good harvest, 2 zombies." The leader tugged at the black bag next to him as if to show off, and a man a few inches taller than the foreigner, wearing a tattered red robe, with short black hair on his face appeared, with 2 corpses as thick as wolf teeth. His teeth were cold and wet. If he was bitten, he would suck all the blood. Half of his neck would be bitten off. Oh, God! Foreigners looked around the zombies like they were appreciating works of art. He handed a money bag to the three of them, but kept looking at the zombies with his eyes. This is the reward for the mud people. 50? The leader's tone was unkind. 50 is the price of a zombie, right? Beautiful mistake. Then do you want to take a look at this one? The other two people held Nintendo's body like they were offering treasures and said, this one is different. Ordinary zombies can only move at night, but this one can do it during the day too. But, he loves school so much, how can he be more powerful than this? The short Nintendo looked like it was stunted in front of He Chang. The leader rolled his eyes and explained, did you know that in our Chinese kung fu, the most powerful masters are all short? If you are tall and have a high chassis, you can knock him down with just one kick. Taking kung fu as an example, the foreigner immediately understood and shouted, muds are such angels. This zombie almost killed us, ahem. At least, the foreigner interrupted them with a wave of his hand and handed out a bag. There are 70 yuan in it. Washin Shangmei has too much money. It's okay. That's enough. He. They made 10 yuan more than expected, and the three of them couldn't help but smile from ear to ear. Help would carry this gay zombie to the test bench. Watching the foreigners blending the bottles and cans, connecting them with rubber tubes and stuffing them into the zombies' mouths, the three of them just scratched their heads in confusion. Is it useful to give medicine to a dead person? I am going to study zombies in China, breast milk in Egypt, and vampires in North America. If I succeed, the next Nobel Peace Prize will belong to me. The three of them pretended to understand and nodded, then put Nintendo's body on the table with great effort, then turned around and started betting with the money they had just earned. He Chang, the low-level zombie who had been standing unnoticed, suddenly opened his eyes. Although hormones are a good thing, if they mutate the zombies into weird deformed species and lose the opportunity for promotion, it will be more than worth the gain. Letting Nintendo inhale the hormones first is in line with He Chang's thoughts. Nintendo with the yellow talisman on it is not even a living thing in He Chang's eyes, just a corpse. As the hormones from the bottle slowly flowed in from the mouth, an ordinary corpse changed very quickly. Level 1 Nintendo, mutant zombie. Level 2 Nintendo, mutant zombie. Level 3 Nintendo, mutant zombie. Level 9 Nintendo, mutant zombie. Level 10 Nintendo, mutant zombie. At the speed of the second hand, its level is constantly improving. He surpassed He Chang in the blink of an eye and reached level 20, but his level is still rising. What kind of weird hormone is this? He Chang's eyes lit up. He is like a poor player in the game. He spends the whole night fighting monsters and cannot level up as much as RMB players. He is a drug addict who constantly levels up. By the time it stops, Nintendo will be at level 26. Although his aura is not strong, he is probably still a parallel import whose strength does not match his realm. There are always some disadvantages to trying to encourage growth, but strength can be compensated for later, and it is not easy to improve one's realm. The foreign devil stuck a needle in Nintendo's neck. Nintendo, which had a level far higher than He Chang, actually had a needle pierce its skin. The corpse of Nintendo, who had just died, twitched. The three body thieves were so frightened that they moved backwards and bumped into He Chang. Coward, the foreign scientist laughed at the three of them and casually dropped the paper talisman on Nintendo's head. Under the talisman was a pair of livid eyes and a pale face. His eyes opened suddenly. Ah! In the scream, the foreign scientist died at the mouth of Nintendo. He's dead. The three body stealers turned around in fright, and their chests, like a high wall, blocked their path. Gudong, someone swallowed and looked at He Chang dryly. He Chang grinned, bit one to death, and raised his hand to grab the other two. Nintendo's eyes lit up when he saw He Chang, and he woo-woo started talking about zombies. Most zombies can only use their noses, but Nintendo is so ordinary, with an IQ comparable to humans, and can speak and listen. For you, He Chang threw away his hand, and the two living people fell into Nintendo's hands. The screams penetrated the roof, and were suppressed by the black clouds. Nintendo, who was full of human blood, jumped to He Chang and saw him packing 2 bottles. He asked strangely, "What are you going to do?" "Take you to suck human blood." Zombies sucking blood is the fastest way to improve their strength. If Nintendo can still upgrade, it means there is no problem with hormones. Otherwise, it will be a disaster rather than a blessing to encourage the growth. Woof woof. Woo woo. In Taiha village, on the main road paved with blue bricks, a wild dog just roared twice at 2 figures in the night in the distance. When it heard the footsteps approaching, it ran away with its tail between its legs. Wearing a shroud in the style of Qing dynasty official uniform, a figure with a pale face and white beard can reach the top of a house in one jump.
At the back was Nobel wearing a white coat with ghost symbols written on it. He was a tall figure covered with black hair, and his jump was as high as the roof of a house. Roar! Ouch! One in front of the other, the two communicate with each other. The 2 or 3 families who were still staying closed their windows tightly, suffocating themselves in their quilts and shivering in the dog days of summer. Chang followed Nintendo and the moon and entered the village with the Rin family village plaque on the door. On both sides are thatched houses and small tile-roofed houses. The main road is wide enough for 5 horses to drive abreast. The living standards of the people in Rinjia village are not extremely high, but they are not bad. It's dry and dry, be careful with the candles. The old man holding the gong struck 3 times, indicating that the 3rd watch had arrived. I'll be able to eat broth again tomorrow. It feels so good. The Rin family is a big family in Rinjia village, and there is still a family in Rinjia town. Old Mrs. Rin will come back for burial tonight. According to the grandeur of the Rin family, the chef from the restaurant will be invited to cook a banquet tomorrow, so that old Mrs. Rin can leave peacefully. Bang! The sky is dry and things are dry, be careful about the fire. The old man turned around and met 2 policemen carrying guns on patrol at night. He nodded slightly and then struck the gong. With the Rin family, the police in the village knew who was responsible for the food distribution, and there were also patrols every night. Roar! Nintendo growled at Chang. Nu gestured for him to come on. It is true that Chang is lower in the realm of the 2 zombies, but in a real fight, it is estimated that the 2 Nintendos are no match for him. You just turned into a zombie. I'll leave it to you. Give it to me next time you meet a Taoist priest. Chang also wanted to see whether Nintendo could continue to advance, so naturally he would not compete with him for blood. Zombies are simple-minded and don't know the hypocrisy of humans. They nodded and jumped as quietly as possible. 2 police officers stopped on the side of the road. The shorter one took off his hat and fanned himself, while the other took out a box of cigarettes from his trouser pocket. They were foreign cigarettes packed in cartons without filters. Li Jian, the short policeman, nodded, held the cigarette between his teeth, took the match struck by his companion, and took 2 puffs. A burst of white smoke swallowed his stomach and came out of his nostrils. Breathing clouds and mist is also a rare enjoyment. The other one also lit a cigarette, flicked his wrist to put out the match, held the cigarette between his fingers, exhaled the white smoke, squinted his eyes and said, "Tonight, Mr. Rin from the Rin family will come back. I heard that he will invite a theater troupe from the provincial capital. Go take a look tomorrow? People who come in and ask for money, do you think they are doing charity? It's just the 2 of us patrolling the night every day. It's boring, otherwise we'll go drinking tomorrow. I guess all the restaurant cooks have gone to Ren's house." The short policeman threw away his cigarette, raised his foot to stub out the cigarette butt, and shook his head slightly. "You have a wife, and you can have fun in the daytime. With my little salary, I can't go out and have fun." The tall man also put out his cigarette and lifted up his loose waistband. "That's so easy," the short policeman chuckled and whispered something into his companion's ear. "Real or fake?" The tall man's eyes widened and his tone rose a lot. The short man nodded and said with a smile, "The paintings of foreign devils are all like this. It's shameless. They call it art. They show everything, even the women have thick waists and are a bit fat, but their painting skills are really high, and they are like living people." "Same. The taller names have changed. Brother, do you really have one? Can I still lie to you? I'll give you all the rolls tomorrow." The short man gave you a reassuring look. "I'll invite you to come out for a drink tomorrow." Woo, brother, I like your arrogance." The short man suddenly noticed that his companion was not moving. He took a closer look and found that there was a pair of feet behind his companion. He looked up. The tall man's face was pale and bloodless, and his eyes were looking at him blankly. There is a human head lying on the tall man's neck, and a pair of long teeth pierced the tall man's neck. If you hold your breath and listen carefully, you can still hear the sound of guldon swallowing. "Zombie! Zombie! Zombie!" The short policeman turned around to escape, but when he turned around, he saw the zombie appearing in front of him, blocking his way out. After sucking the blood of 2 people, Nintendo returned to Chang, his aura becoming stronger. Nintendo is a mutant zombie, not a hairy zombie. It does not have the characteristics of sweat zombie, shadow zombie, armor zombie, etc. It has lost many characteristics, but the fact that it is not afraid of Taoist spells is enough to make up for all problems. Not far ahead. Nintendo followed the guidance of a strange scent and led Chang to lightly jump onto a roof. This family was still busy at midnight. There were dozens of families standing in the yard, and in the morning hall, there were children in dutiful clothes holding photos and crying. Sitting on the left and right are two younger members of the family. Ranjayazan, Runfa the host shouted, and a short, fat rich man stepped forward to salute. He Chang easily saw that it was Nintendo's portrait hanging in the morning hall.
When a corpse transforms into a zombie, the zombie will follow the bloodline guidance and find its relatives as soon as possible. As long as it absorbs the blood of its relatives, its strength will increase. As soon as the rich man Renfe finished his bow, he heard the old man shout, "The old man is back!" A young man shaking a soul-calling bell walked in front, followed by a slow-jumping zombie wearing a shroud. Both are alive. These two people were the two master disciples of Mamadi. They lost Nintendo's body, so they simply used it to disguise the body and get through. In some places, there are rules for exhuming corpses. Family members cannot see the remains and have to avoid them from entering the house to entering the coffin. Generally, no one has any objections. Most people know that the corpse has been trained to be a zombie and it is unlucky to see it. Forced to take advantage of the loophole. In these ghost movies, the most evil ones are these apprentices. He Chang lamented that in ghost movies, the master's shrewd apprentice is usually a bastard who releases evil spirits and zombies, causing the death of other people's families. In the end, nothing happens but the master wipes the mess. If I kill them, it will be considered as eliminating harm for the people. Before he could move, Nintendo had already stepped out and rushed towards the crowd wearing mourning. Ah! Zombies! A man fell from the sky, wearing a shroud, grabbed Master Rin and bit him, causing blood to fly. The crowd was in chaos, like ants on a hot pot. Ah Hao, who was pretending to be a zombie, and Ah Chang, who was holding the summoning bell, looked at each other. Nintendo. It's bad, it's bad. Who would have thought that if we lost him, he would turn into a zombie instead of being eaten by wild dogs? Although Ah Hao is anxious, he is not afraid. The sky is falling and the master is holding it up. Nintendo has only been lost for a day and a night. How powerful can it be? The two of them could take care of him in minutes. As for the innocent lives lost. In the end, as long as they catch the zombies, they are the masters and heroes. I come. Ah Hao threw away the flower feather hat on his head, turned over and rushed towards Nintendo. I'm here to help too. Ah Chang picked up a long bench and wanted to help, but he saw a black figure in a white robe descending from the sky, and a pair of sharp scissors with sharp claws pierced his heart. Black-haired zombie. Staring, Ah Chang fell to the ground and breathed his last. The gap between the two sides was too big, and He Chang took advantage of falling from the sky and easily killed her with one claw. There is also a zombie. Run away. Don't block me. Showing one's filial piety turned into sacrificing one's life, and one can imagine the collapse of people's hearts. Many people were crowded at the door but could not escape. When they saw He Chang in a white coat, who was as tall as an iron tower and had teeth as sharp as hooks, some of them were so frightened that they wilted on the ground and fainted. Ah Chiang! Ah Hao's eyes were about to burst, and he knew that his magic skills were not as good as Ah Chiang's. If he didn't work hard, he would never survive. He bit his finger and pointed it right between the eyebrows of Nintendo, who had sucked Master Ren's blood. Town. With the spiritual blood as a guide, let alone the zombie that Nintendo had just turned into a day ago, even the black-haired zombie behind him would never be able to break free. It's just that this trick is not easy to use. When you dare to fight a zombie, raising your finger and pointing it between the zombie's eyebrows is the same as sending someone to death. Ah Hao's attempt was successful. Before he could raise the corners of his mouth, Nintendo raised his hand impatiently at him, slapped Ah Hao on the chest, and whipped him away. It's actually useless. Master, you lied to me. Seriously injured and vomiting blood, Ah Hao knew that he would never survive, and suddenly began to complain about the lack of dedication of the Mamadi believers. Your master didn't lie to you, it's just that he is not afraid of magic. Hearing the voice and looking up, Ah Hao saw that the speaker was none other than He Chang, who was showing his corpse teeth. He was shocked and a stream of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Zombie. Yes. He Chang raised his foot impatiently and stopped Ah Hao. Zombies can talk, why does everyone have to do it again when they see me? The blood of two little Taoist boys at level 4 is useless. Nintendo roared to the sky after sucking the blood of its closest relatives within 2 generations. He Chang narrowed his eyes slightly. Stronger. He Chang had no living relatives in this body. He didn't feel the pull of his blood, and he didn't know if it had something to do with the system in his head. The momentum got a little stronger, and Nintendo finally stopped, reaching level 30.
It should be that sucking the blood of a close relative caused a hormonal reaction. Roar! He-chan yelled at Nintendo and jumped out of the wall. Nintendo looked at the many living people in front of him, and after a moment's hesitation, he let go of the fatally attractive blood food and followed He-chan. His IQ is also rising crazily, and he is getting closer and closer to people. At the third watch, He-chan and Nintendo finally returned to the foreign scientist's laboratory. In the room, a zombie was staggering and tumbling around, but the other three corpses were still lying on the ground motionless. He-chinji didn't care that his corpse poison was weird. On the contrary, Nintendo was like a child, very interested in communicating with the corpse-stealing zombie. Shing Zombie is not even a zombie, but he also knows that the obedience level follows Nintendo. Nintendo was very happy to have a little brother. He-chan found out the hormone, hesitated for a moment and drank it. The hormone entrance immediately stimulated his physique. The body swelled up like blowing air, and the Yi physique progress bar began to decrease crazily, 99%, 95%, 93%, 34%, 1%. One more level down, my throat is dry and hard, and I can no longer speak human words. After further reduction, the limbs become stiff and the joints can only be barely bent to move. It is no longer possible to punch or swing a stick. The decline continues. Hormones are poisonous. He-chanka didn't expect that after drinking the hormone, his physique dropped to zero in an extreme period of time, and he returned to before liberation overnight. There are still changes, the experience bar keeps rising like clockwork. Breakthrough level 20 in the blink of an eye, it stops at level 21, level 22, level 23, and level 26. The pause is not permanent, but it climbs all the way to level 30 and stops. Attributes, level, 29, 8025/8020, level, mutated black zombie, requires thunder initiation/absorbing earth energy for 100 years, physique, 0%. Ability, Incarnation Crow, moving objects promotion was just around the corner, but this thunder initiation made him hesitate. Who doesn't know that Lei Nai, the nemesis of evil, even Nintendo, who is not afraid of all righteous magic, was finally defeated by the thunder summoned by Uncle Joe. Wait a little longer. Hormones are obviously in conflict with the system. Hormones have an impact on the body. If the enhancement of the system is removed, the system also swallows the enhancement of hormones. In the end, it was He-chan who benefited. The level has been improved. As for the lost physique, just start sucking blood again. I don't know how this hormone took effect, but it drained his blood and turned him into an ordinary black corpse. If I prevent Nintendo from killing this foreign scientist, maybe I will have an army of fearless zombies. He-chan also felt a little regretful, but without thinking too much, he turned around and jumped out of the laboratory. Without the physical enhancement, he is on the same level as Nintendo, only stronger with black hair and tougher hair. Roar! He couldn't speak human words, so He-chan simply talked to Nintendo about corpses. Nintendo nodded and roared twice at the young man he had just taken in. Two zombies jumped in front, and a group of zombies walked slowly behind, heading towards Rinja village again. This time it's He-chan who sucks human blood. It was already 4 o'clock in the morning when he left the laboratory. In order to take care of his new little brother on the way, Nintendo dragged He-chan to wait with him. This resulted in them not leaving Taiha village at dawn. She walks as slowly as an old woman with stiff legs, and she can walk even 1 mile to celebrate the new year. Everything ended because the sun shone down, and Xinjiang was burned to ashes immediately. Nintendo was stunned. He didn't understand why Xinjiang died. Son! He-chan raised his eyes and looked up, seeing the golden crow hanging high above his head. After coming to this world for more than half a year, he can finally look at the sun openly and feel the sunlight shining on his body. Although it is not nourished by the moonlight, the feeling is different. This means that he will not be afraid of any Mashan skills in the future, not to mention level 30, even level 40 or 50. You can also fight. Roar! Nintendo doesn't know how to roar, but it also learns to roar to the sky. Roar! The ghosts in the grave shivered, and the birds flapped their wings and fled. Ranjia village. After not waiting for his apprentice to return all night, he yawned and walked out of the guest room. He wiped his nose on the table and shouted in a loud voice, "Man, let's get some food." Okay, after a while, several meat buns and a pot of tea were served. The restaurant waiter's brows trembled again and again, and he quietly wiped the boogers off the table with a rag. I said, "Man, why is everyone looking so sad today?" He numbly grabbed the sleeve of the man who was about to leave. The waiter smoothly took away the hand that was holding his cuff, patted it twice,
and then lowered his voice and whispered, "There were zombies last night. The Ren family, Mr. Ren's generation, were all black and white. 2 zombies were bitten to death. Zombies of the Ren family." He stood up numbly. He didn't know that it was definitely a good deed of his 2 apprentices that caused the death. "These 2 brats, if I catch them, I will definitely pull out their skins." Seeing the fright, the man took 2 steps back and said with an awkward smile, "What about the corpse? To be honest, I am a Taoist priest from Mashan and I make a living by catching zombies." "Catch zombies? Master, do you have any way to prevent zombies from biting me at night?" The boy's eyes suddenly lit up. "It's simple, just use an exorcism charm to ensure that zombies will hide when they see you." He grabbed a crumpled yellow talisman and said, "Thank you, master." When he went to get it, he found that he was holding down the talisman. "Brother, after all, I am not a philanthropist. I also want to eat." "Ah, I understand this, I understand." The waiter felt distressed and took out a big ocean and handed it to Mamadi, who then let go. "It's good to make zombies, haha." After taking the money, Mamadi felt happy and walked towards the police station according to the route given by the waiter. Thanks to unspecified currency Mingzun unspecified currency for your reward support. The crowd was crowded and noisy like flies buzzing around in the back kitchen of a restaurant. "Trouble, give way, give way." He raised his hand numbly, wiped his boogers on the clothes of the person in front of him and squeezed forward. There were more than a dozen corpses lined up in front of the police station, covered with white cloth. "Damn zombies, my son, the child's father. I told you not to be a police officer." Woo-woo. A circle of women and children, old and young, surrounded the corpse and cried bitterly, shouting heartbreakingly. People around me were talking in low voices. People are like this. Before it is their turn, they will treat it like a spectator. What happened to the police? The police captain walked up to the woman and glared. Although they were bitten to death by zombies, they were still trying to protect the people. "From now on, you follow me and I will take care of you. Come to my house tonight." The woman was submissive and wanted to shake her head but didn't dare. She could only sob into tears. He curled his lips numbly. The police captain was not a good person either. "Have all the bodies been counted? Whose family members haven't come to claim them?" "Report to the captain, there are 2 male corpses, but no one has claimed them yet. Then just bury it casually." After saying that, he turned to leave. Hearing this, Mamadi quickly raised his hand and said, "Wait a minute, captain." The police captain narrowed his eyes and looked at Mamadi back and forth. Mamadi, who was wearing a brand new robe, really looked like a master. "What? People who are bitten to death by zombies cannot be buried. The corpse is infected with corpse poison. If it absorbs the earth's energy again, it will turn into a zombie and cause mischief." "Become a zombie?" Everyone quietly took a few steps back and distanced themselves from the corpse on the ground. With sunlight suppressing it during the day, the corpse will not transform into a corpse, but it's hard to tell at night. "What do you want to do?" "Cremated." The women who were crying stopped for a moment, then looked around and cried even more miserably. "Okay, cremation will be done, I have the final say." The police captain agreed generously. Anyone who dared to refuse would have to glance at the gun in his hand. "What do you do?" When he heard it, he thought to himself, "Here he comes." He raised his finger and pointed at the tip of his nose, pretending to say, "I am a heavenly master who specializes in Mashan Taoism. On weekdays, I make some money by chasing corpses, exterminating demons and subjugating demons. When it comes to catching zombies, I am the best at it." The police captain raised his eyelids and said, "You said you can solve this matter?" "Certainly." The captain said casually, "Okay, you'll do it." Mamadi raised his hand to stop the police captain who was about to leave. "Captain, don't believe what I say." "Believe it? Believe it, you big-head devil. Return it to the heavenly master. At the critical moment, we have to rely on the guns in our hands." The police captain raised his pistol and said loudly, "With our police station in Rinja village, zombies will never dare to come out to do evil. Let's close the door and sleep peacefully tonight." Those who watched the excitement, those who cried heartbrokenly, looked at the gun in the captain's hand, and listened to the breathless shouts, and felt relieved in their hearts. Captain is mighty. In this era, guns are still good. Otherwise, would the 8-power allied forces be able to storm into Beijing? Can zombies be more powerful than the Qing dynasty? After stepping on the numb ground and holding himself up, the police captain smiled proudly at the numb ground and turned to leave. Return to the heavenly master? Bah! You! He raised his hand numbly to curse back, but was suddenly pressed against his chest by a pistol, and his mouth clicked shut like a steel gate. Snort! The police dispersed, and the fun soon followed.
He glanced at the two corpses lying unattended on the ground and shook his head. He was lazy and would never collect the corpses for others.
Where have these two brats Ahau and Akiang gone?
Without two servants, Mamadi couldn't go out to pick up the work, so he sat cross-legged on a stool in the inn and squinted his eyes to relax. Murakami died one after another, and it was not time for dinner. The inn's canteen business was bleak.
Does this little furied Lin Fengjie look down on me? Now I've taken over the business and made a lot of money, right?
I took a sip of the free tea water, rinsed my mouth and spit it on the tile floor. He had been driving corpses for a few months, and he recalled with numbness that he once wanted to rest at his junior brother Simu's house, but he didn't expect that his junior brother Lin Fengjie and Lin Jiu, whom he couldn't stand, were also there, and the two broke up in a quarrel.
With Lin Fengjie here, I can't take on any business.
When those two brats come back, they will never come to Rinjia town again.
The light at noon is hot and scalding, and the last twilight before autumn is dry and dry.
There was a draft at the gate for a while, which made me feel a little more comfortable.
It's broken. Someone died again. With a snot bubble in his nose, Mummy stood up from his drowsiness and asked confusedly, where did the person die?
At noon, a few people came to the dining area to have lunch, which was considered as keeping the restaurant open. The diners chatting while waiting for their food replied, it's an idle man who stole vegetables in the vegetable field. Old Lu, who was guarding the cornfield, heard something going on. He got into the cornfield with a hoe and found that the idle man Wang Duzi who stole corn died in his field, with two big teeth on his neck. The hole looks like one killed by a tiger. It's scary.
I gonna go see. Gritting my teeth numbly, thinking deeply.
When they arrived at the ground, a body was being carried out by two policemen. About to be covered with a white cloth, they were stopped by numbly raising their hands.
Let me see.
When the police saw it, it was the man who claimed to be a celestial master. They didn't rush to cover it with a white cloth. Why, the celestial master can cure wild wolves and tigers?
He numbly raised his hand to move the dead body's head, looked at the two black and purple tooth holes, shook his head and said, the blood is gone, he was not killed by a wolf or tiger, he is a zombie. How come you have nothing to do with zombies?
Another policeman nodded impatiently, who doesn't know that zombies don't dare to come out during the day? The corpse is so light. If you don't believe it, if you cut his wrist, there is absolutely no blood. As for this zombie, I don't know why zombies can come out and hurt people during the day. It stands to reason that even if they jump and fly, they dare not see the sun.
Seeing that the two policemen didn't believe it, he said, you don't believe it? Where are the wolves and tigers that bite people but don't eat them?
I guess I was scared away when I heard old man Lu coming with a hoe. If you're a Taoist priest, don't be stubborn. If you're really capable, just catch the zombies. The police covered their bodies with white cloths, lifted up the stretchers and walked towards Renjiakan.
Definitely a zombie. Mamadi stood alone on the ridge, watching the crowd go away.
He knew in his heart what he was capable of, and he couldn't deal with ordinary zombies. Those who can come out to harm people during the day, even if they are not zombies, are demons that suck blood and harm people.
Fumbling for the paper charm in his arms, he hesitated in his heart, should I find a helper?
Forget it, my life is at stake. In his heart, he was extremely reluctant to admit that his strength was not as good as those of his junior brothers, but he also discovered his shortcomings in ability. The yellow paper was folded, and a paper crane flew up, swinging towards the grass house where the four eyes were. It would probably take a while to fly for dozens of miles.
Thanks to the stars for your constant reward, boom.
A corpse fell from a height, and a burst of dust rose. The corpse had a blue face, black eyes, and white lips. The blood was drained, and the skin was skinny and wrinkled. A suit of clothes was wrapped around the body like a child stealing an adult's robe. Human blood has no effect anymore. He Chang reluctantly moved his fingers. Physique +3 at this point. It is stuck again, only the blood of high cultivation is of use. Nintendo yelled at him from below, picked up the body and walked into the house. Nintendo, who had lost his interest, began to breed zombies in addition to biting people. However, he couldn't understand why other zombies were afraid of light, so the newly bred zombies were dragged out by him and immediately turned into ashes.
Nintendo is still enjoying it.
If you are not afraid of Taoism, maybe you should try your hand at masters like Uncle Gio and drink a few sips of their blood.
Fugui town is not close to here.
People live and die in temples, so it's easy to lose everything when you go there.
It's better to find Mamadi first. Nintendo, let's hit the road, this time go directly to Rinjia village.
Nintendo roared and dragged the two zombies out. The zombies were wailing and struggling in his hands. Unfortunately, the zombies couldn't speak and were burned to ashes by the sun as soon as they stepped out.
Boom! Boom! Stiff line, disaster is coming. The monks and Taoists lived next to each other. In the courtyard, a sad-faced young man walked unsteadily on his horse. There were two people walking side by side from a distance, wearing long robes. One of them had a face that was calm and unpretentious with a unibrow, and the other was wearing Western glasses. He was thin and tall but had a somewhat aristocratic air.
"Wen Kai, where is Jiao? Master, the boy who was walking in Zamabu replied.
Senior brother Jiala and Xingqing went to the river to catch fish. This brat.
Staring, he turned around and walked towards the river. Uncle Jiao said, "Wen Kai, take a rest." "Yes, Master." Wen Kai collapsed on the ground, wiped his sweat and shouted that I was exhausted. Uncle Jiao smiled slightly when he saw this. Although literary talent and clumsiness are not the material for Taoism, diligence can make up for it. Besides, he didn't want Wen Kai to become a great master. He just wanted him to be safe under his protection. It would be enough for him to show his mourning when he died. After a while, the sound of cursing accompanied by Jiao Li's begging for mercy came from far and near. Master, I will definitely practice hard in the future."
Taoist priest, I'm going back to prepare food first.
Xingqing awkwardly said goodbye to her four eyes, nodded to Uncle Jiao, and returned to the thatched house next door with small steps. Then Master Ishio's voice came again. "Xingqing, you are still young, don't be in a hurry to do this."
"Oh, Master. It is obvious what the two secretly went to the river for."
"Junior brother, the child has grown up, don't control it too strictly, and I think Xingqing's child is not bad,"
Uncle Jiao advised.
"Each disciple should be disciplined by himself, and it is a bad rule for others to interfere without permission."
"Yes, Master, my uncle is right."
"Humph. I'll deal with you later." He looked away from the fingers that were holding Jiala's ears, sat down and took a sip of tea to soothe his throat.
"Senior brother, what did I say before? Why don't you take care of the Yizhuang in Renjia town?"
"I don't like crowded places. It's just the right place for you to stay. We are close and can take care of each other, at least not it would be like." Uncle Jiao interrupted him. "Okay, I'll go take a look later." He raised his eyes and looked at the sullen Uncle Jiao.
"I still want to interject, are you really not going to solve the problem? If the zombies come out to harm people, the consequences, I haven't thought about it yet. Although Taoist fellow Mao Shanming has turned into a zombie, he still has human consciousness. And with him around, the zombies should not dare to come out." At this moment, a paper crane flew in staggeringly and fell into the hands of Shermu.
He opened the paper crane with four eyes, stuffed it into Uncle Jiao's hand and said, "It's Mamadi. He said there were zombies in Renjia village, and some people died during the day. He begged me openly, but secretly he wanted you to go away. It won't be too late, I'll go right away." When it comes to zombies harming people, it is naturally not something to be trifled with. Uncle Jiao grabbed the yellow paper umbrella and enshrined the yellow paper, cinnabar, peachwood sword, fly whisk, etc. in front of the statue of the ancestor. Put on the golden Taoist robe, put on the Bagua mirror, talisman arrows, tighten the belt, and get ready.
Simu said, "I'll go too. You still have business in Renjiazen? Go and finish the business first. Don't rush for a day or two."
Goody set off after instructing his apprentice Wen Kai to be obedient and to go to Master Ishio if he had any questions. It was getting dark when Uncle Jiao received the paper crane. He hurried on all night, and when he saw that he was approaching Renjia village, it was already dawn. As soon as they entered the woods close to Renjia village, they heard a sound not far away. Boom! Boom! The movement was like a piece of pig iron hitting the ground. In the distance, two zombies jumped out of Renjia village and entered the woods.
The one in front is a black man wearing a Western doctor's white robe.
His teeth are as thick as a pickaxe that cracks stone, rough and ferocious. He is over 6 feet tall and looks like a black iron tower. There were blood stains on the corners of the white robe, obviously not long after taking blood. Behind him are old ghost zombies wearing Qing dynasty shrouds. At first glance, he must have been 60 or 70 years old when he died. His body was stooped and his complexion was pale. He looked very much like the person who had just died. It was impossible to tell the type. In broad daylight, two zombies were not afraid of the sun and marched forward boldly.
This is definitely the zombie we were talking about. The zombie is not afraid of sunlight, so weird.
His eyes moved, and his plan came to his mind. After searching all night and failing to find Mamadi, He Chang also gave up. It was estimated that Mamadi had left long ago. He planned to rush to find Shermu and Ikyu during the day.
People can move, but temples are hard to move. This time, it is impossible to escape. Unexpectedly, a voice suddenly came from behind. The two stopped and saw a zombie with a bruised nose and swollen face running towards them in panic. The zombie stepped on the ground and fell to the ground, revealing the talisman arrows behind it. Nintendo is a warm-hearted zombie.
Finally, he saw a zombie other than them that could move during the day.
He was overjoyed and came over.
The zombie said in jerky corpse language that a Taoist priest in Taoist robes was chasing him. It turned out that he had just turned into a zombie, so he was beaten to pieces.
Hichanka recognized it at a glance. This was his old acquaintance Uncle Gio.
Unexpectedly, after not seeing each other for many days, his abilities have improved a lot. Compared to the day we met in Fugue town, Uncle Gio is now nearly level 39, but his hair is pale and his face is much older.
Is it faster for Taoist priests to upgrade than zombies to fight monsters? I wonder what adventures he has had. Today I met Uncle Gio, and it was a hot dish delivered to his door.
He Chang was not going to let it go.
Nintendo believed it, turned around and roared, but the zombie quietly inserted a talisman arrow into his back. It's no use?
Uncle Joe's eyelids twitched and he pointed behind Nintendo.
Nintendo casually grabbed the talisman arrow and broke it. Ah!
Uncle Joe gave a fake shout and rolled on the ground, but he pulled out a money sword from his arms and shot at Nintendo. Nintendo was also worried that if he looked down, he would be hit in the face with the money sword. The red silk rope broke, and the copper coins splashed all over the floor.
It still doesn't work. Starting tomorrow, I'll update as promised, although it's not too much. Shamelessly asking for some recommendations and collections. Bagua mirror, spiritual light flies / enters the gun. The hot sun hit Nintendo's chest. Useless.
After a while, Uncle Gio had tried his best, but all he got in exchange was Nintendo's anger and confusion. The Peachwood sword, the money sword, the Bagua mirror, etc., except for their ability to restrain zombies, are not as powerful as a strong man's kick.
A strong wind blew from behind.
Uncle Gio lowered his head and let the corpse's claws sweep over his head. The man in the white coat came towards him with a fierce smile.
Seen out. Uncle Gio secretly said something was wrong.
Zombies who are not afraid of Taoism are invulnerable.
They are truly invincible. Between the two deadlocks, he will definitely die.
The claws of the zombies are stretched out flat, like a sharpened 10-tooth iron rake hitting down. If it is hooked, the flesh and blood will be pierced, and the bones and muscles will be broken.
Roar! Uncle Gio was about to turn over and run away, but he saw Nintendo swooping in and knocking away the black zombie. You idiot!
He Chang slapped Nintendo in the face, and the short old ghost was immediately thrown away. He has the advantage of being strong and drinking zombie hormones, so he is naturally not afraid of Nintendo.
Don't attack the zombies. Nintendo was also stubborn and stood in front of Uncle Gio. He is alive. Absolutely impossible. Nintendo has been deeply involved in the plot created by Uncle Gio, and has a strong protective attitude.
The friendly green name on the head is turning orange.
Ah, oh wow.
Uncle Gio talked about zombies again to fan the flames. In exchange, Nintendo roared at He-Chang, and its attitude has completely changed to vigilant and unfriendly.
Just in time, I'll kill you first.
He-Chang still thought about having a subordinate who was not afraid of the sun, but he didn't expect that this Nintendo had become a spirit and wanted to be the boss. There is no room for two tigers in one mountain. The soles of the cowhide boots were like flint, rubbed with explosives, and with a blast, He-Chang jumped 2 feet high and charged towards Nintendo. Nintendo roared ouch and jumped about 2 feet.
Flying high, the two bodies collided. Dong is like two bronze bells clashing, the sound is dull.
Zombies that are not afraid of sunlight are the nemesis of other creatures, but this does not include zombies of the same kind.
It's a tough fight, let's see who is tougher.
The strong fight against the strong, the competition is who is stronger.
Ouch.
It was like a rolling stone falling from a cliff. Not long after the fight, He-Chang stepped on Nintendo's chest and knocked it down from a height of 1 foot. A long series of dirt roads were dug out like a plow. Nintendo's hands were grabbed by He-Chang. The thin and shriveled arms made a clicking sound, and Nintendo was also a tough guy. Even though his chest and neck were stepped on, he still roared. It wasn't until one of his arms was pulled off, dragging black blood, and fell heavily to the ground that he became honest. The status of the two changed from talking as equals to having their own affairs.
He-Chang stopped, looked at the listless Nintendo and said, "Get up." If Nintendo didn't have nearly human consciousness, it would never admit defeat. With only one arm left, Nintendo obediently followed He-Chang and left.
There was no way that Uncle Gio would let any Chang and Nintendo go. It was a pity that he didn't drink any blood, but He-Chang's eyes gradually lit up when he thought about using him as bait to attract a steady stream of Taoist priests and wizards from the spiritual world.
If you weren't still useful, I would definitely kill you. Wu Nintendo didn't dare to refute. He had already recognized the gap between the two sides. In a real fight, Nintendo might be 5050 equal to the ordinary black zombie.
In the final analysis, he is just the product of hormone stimulation of the walking zombies. Restaurant, I picked my nose numbly to eat breakfast, took a bite of the steamed bun, but the chicken but was caught in the chopsticks and was not lifted from the plate. The two apprentices disappeared for 2 days, and he had vague suspicions in his mind, but he was good at comforting and numbing himself.
Humph. You can actually eat it. Hearing the sound numbly, he knew who was coming without raising his head. I'm inviting Junior Brother Four Eyes. What are you doing here? He glanced at Uncle Gio unkindly and felt relieved in his heart, but he did not admit defeat on his face. If I don't come here, the whole Runjia village will die. Uncle Gio sat down across from Mamati and put the package on the table. He frowned and asked, how did you create those two zombies? You are not afraid of the sun, and the magic talisman, money and sword are all useless. What? You're not afraid of the copper coin sword? You eat like me, but you don't even know this?
I only know that people die during the day and at night, and many people have moved to other places.
He glanced at Uncle Gio numbly and asked, have you ever encountered a zombie?
I had contact with them disguised as a zombie, but it was exposed. I had a black/hairy head inside, which is very powerful.
Even you are no match.
This time, I was really surprised.
Among the Maoshan brothers, Lin Fengjiu is definitely at the top.
If he hadn't been utilitarian, the leader of the Maoshan sect would probably have to move his butt.
If I hadn't instigated the two zombie dogs to bite the dog, you wouldn't be able to see me today. A black zombie actually forces you to do this.
Momati knew that he was not strong enough to fight against the black zombies, but many of his brothers were good at treating zombies with their hands. Not to mention the black zombies, even the purple zombies could handle them.
Looks like we need to ask other brothers for help. Uncle Gio sighed. He also knew that Mamami was not good, so he said, man, please prepare a basin of water and bring it to this guy's room.
I can do this too, he muttered in a low voice. He was good at passively accepting information, but he was not good at actively contacting people. At the same time, in a small room, the Taoist with long eyebrows and beard frowned and wiped away the scene in the basin with his sleeves. There is a problem in Rinjia town.
Could it be that Lin Gio and the others have encountered it? Dad, what's wrong? Call me master. The Taoist said with his hands behind his back, I'm going to visit Runjia town.
Master, I'll go with you, the young man said excitedly.
Don't cause trouble.
I heard that two zombies who are not afraid of the sun appeared this time.
It is probably a serious fight.
To the east, close to a town in Jiangxi province, in a house, the obese man with small eyes groaned and gasped, you want to come to me when you have a problem?
Humph. Who is it?
A woman opened the curtain and asked.
No, no one.
The fat man quickly stretched out his hand to stir up the water.
The woman glanced at the fat man strangely and said, does senior brother have something to do with you?
Gue, please help if you can.
Okay, you woman, go and stay somewhere to cool down. The fat man waved his hand and drove his wife out.
In the daytime in the mountains, a tough young man lowered his head and nodded towards the wooden basin. Brother, don't worry. When I stood up and turned around, I saw 6 or 7 zombies lazily lounging around, either lying down or leaning against a tree to enjoy the cool air.
What did I say? Pretend to be a zombie. This business has gone awry. Let me see what you do. A zombie lamented, it's so hot. It's my first time to be a zombie.
I can't help it if I jump slowly.
Humph. Hurry up and hurry up.
Elder brother, 2 zombies are no small matter.
Please invite more experts from the spiritual world.
The scene in the basin faded away. Uncle Gio looked up and saw that he was licking his buttocks and sniffing again.
I despise you the most. You are the only one who accepts a disciple. What a mistake. I still don't like you. The two were about to quarrel again.
There were shouts from downstairs.
People are dead. Many people died last night.
The two of them rushed out of the guest room and saw the innkeeper with a sad face. The cook and the waiter were all packing their luggage, refusing to do anything to process the money.
I said, man, why are you doing so well and suddenly leaving? Mamati chats a lot with the waiter on weekdays. When he saw that the waiter insisted on leaving regardless of the boss's plea, he asked, "Master, you don't know, zombies came to harm people again last night." "Grandmaster?"
Linjo squinted at Mamati, who picked her nose in embarrassment, not daring to meet Linjo's scrutinizing eyes. But he still muttered in a low voice, "Everyone can see what I am capable of." Snort Linjo snorted coldly, and with a calmer expression asked the clerk, "Where are the corpses placed?"
"Police station, many inns and hotels were attacked by zombies last night. I don't dare to risk my life for this little salary. My family is a single generation."
"Shopkeeper, after all, I have been working with you for several years.
If you ask me to tell you not to open this store, just take the money and leave."
Hearing this, the shopkeeper loosened his hand in despair and refused to stop him. "My father passed this place on to me.
Even if I die, I will die here."
"Correct." The boy looked at Mommy and suddenly said, "This master has learned the Maoshan technique. For him, catching zombies is as easy as drinking cold drinks and boiling water. He can catch them casually."
"Why don't we ask the master to take action?"
The shopkeeper's eyes lit up when he heard this.
"Master, why don't you show mercy and catch zombies? As long as you can catch zombies, I will give you a red envelope."
"Man, the cooks are all gone, and the zombies are causing a lot of trouble."
"Even if the zombies don't come to eat people, this inn can't survive."
"It is better to lose money just to buy your own life." This, after hearing Linjo say that he was no match for the two zombies. How could Mamadi dare to take over everything, pick out his ears and scratch his butt but, so he didn't dare to answer the question.
"Aren't you Maoshan Tiancher? One bottle is not enough, half the bottle is dangling."
His face darkened, and he opened his mouth not knowing how to refute. "Linjo Dao, don't worry, we are here to treat zombies, but to be on the safe side I advise you to go hide in a nearby village first, it is not safe here."
The innkeeper looked at Mamati and asked, "Who is this?"
"My junior brother, his abilities are slightly worse than mine, well, he's barely good enough to watch. It turns out he is also the master."
Lin Julian shook his head, "Master, I don't dare to take it seriously. Let's go to the police station to see the corpse first. You should pay attention to it." He raised his feet and walked 2 steps, and when he saw Mamati still standing there, he whispered, "Still stunned? Let's go, Master Tian."
The tone was strange, and the sound of "Heavenly Master" was harsh. He could only hold down the thorn in his heart and lower his head to follow.
"If I had studied Taoism well back then, would I have allowed you to ride on my neck and poop? Regret? It's too late."
He muttered in a low voice, but Lin Jiu heard it clearly. When the two arrived at the police station, they saw that there were only a few people there. Those who are alive have already fled for their lives, so who will come to the police station to watch the scene? Entering the courtyard of the police station, there was Shirsan's body lying on a straw mat, covered with a white cloth.
Lin Jiu's nose shrank and she took 2 deep breaths. "Zombie Chi. I want to transform into a corpse." "Can you transform into a corpse in broad daylight?" Momati didn't believe it, but he finally found a way to refute it.
"If there was no sun, these corpses would have turned into corpses long ago. What a powerful corpse poison." However, Lin Jiu recalled the quick glance of the white zombie in Fuguei town. He could turn a corpse into a zombie in as little as 3 or 4 hours, and in as little as half an hour.
"Ha! This smell?" He frowned and walked towards another room.
There was no living person stationed at the police station. There was a cold atmosphere in the side room, and corpse air came out from the window. Kicked open the door, I saw a group of people facing the wall with their backs to the door.
"Ahao Chiang."
Mommy looked at his 2 apprentices in surprise, and immediately cursed, "Why haven't I found you 2 brats in the past 2 days? It turns out that you committed a crime and were arrested by the police and put in jail."
As he said that, he was about to move forward, but Lin Jiu raised his hand to stop him. "Don't go there."
I said, "Lin Jiu, those 2 are my apprentices. Although I don't like you, I still have basic etiquette."
With that said, he struggled to break away from the visitor. Lin Jiu walked into the room and raised his hand to pat the shoulders of the 2 apprentices. "You 2 brats, I haven't seen your 9th uncle before long." Ahao Akiang trembled when he was tapped on the shoulder, and slowly turned his head. Roar! His dead face was livid, his teeth were long and thorny, and his 2 apprentices became stiff. Not only Ahao and Achiang, but also other people in the room moved towards him with all their teeth and claws, but they all froze. "Come out faster." Lin Jiu held the finger of his sword in his hand and poked out a series of starlight points on the foreheads of the zombies. They were like butterflies and flowers, wandering among the zombies. When they came out again, all the zombies seemed to have their acupoints tapped on their quilts and stopped motionless. Roughly. Lin Jiu turned around, only to see him sitting numbly on the ground,
with a sad look on his face, and the roots of his hair on his temples turned from black to visibly white.
Lin Jiao, tell me, am I a failure as a master?
Well, it's a failure. He numbly turned his head away from the two apprentices who had become frozen, looked at the scorching sun in the sky and said, maybe you are right, I am such a bear, and I still learn from others to teach my disciples.
It's better to wait for self-examination. Looking at the police station, it's probably that the police officers have run away.
We must gather all the corpses and burn them before dawn. I finally reviewed it. He stood up numbly and nodded, with a residual smile on his face. Looking at the large number of corpses, Lin Jiao took a deep breath. Don't let Renjiakan become the second wealthy town. On the dirt road of Waiguan Road in Renjia town, a yellow-robed Taoist carries the hot red glow of sunset on his back and rides a fast maroon horse like flying. The long-sleeved clothes are soaring in the clouds and mist, and they really have the charm of a true immortal. This man is none other than the contemporary head of Ma Shan, senior brother Shijian. He originally went down the mountain to show people feng shui, not far from Renjia town. After gaining trust, he rode a fast horse and traveled hundreds of miles to Renjia town after a day.
The strange thing is that he didn't go towards Renjiakan.
Instead, he flattered him and pulled the reins into the zombie forest. When we reached the foot of the mountain, the moon appeared and the sun set. Shijian abandoned his horse and hiked up the mountain. His feet felt like he was stepping on clouds. As soon as he climbed up, he jumped up 5 or 6 feet, like clouds building a ladder, climbing up in the air.
We arrived at the mountain in a blink of an eye.
When he came to the koan position where the wild zombie king was, he casually opened the coffin lid, and the slightly fat and sweaty wild zombie king appeared. At night, when he smelled the breath of living people, the zombie king stared and wanted to get up. Shijian raised his hand and touched the zombie king's eyebrows, and the zombie king fell into a deep sleep.
Who is it? Who took my zombie bacteria?
The roar shook away the low clouds overhead. How many years have been spent arranging the formation to refine the corpse, in order to obtain the zombie bacteria to refine an invincible zombie king, but today someone unexpectedly got there first.
This, a piece of broken jade?
Naturally, he knew that this jade had no use except attracting moonlight.
It was just something to fool ordinary rich people and set up to attract ghosts.
The lightning flashed, and the broken jade was crushed into pieces by time. If you dare to take advantage of me, I will crush you to ashes.
Humph, what a waste.
Shijian took out the jade bottle and searched some of the sweat from the wild zombie king before leaving. The moonlight fell on the head of the wild zombie king, and he woke up immediately.
But, that magical jade is gone. Ouch. Oh. Roars one after another resounded through the zombie forest.
Hiss. At the foot of the mountain, the horse heard the corpse roar and neighed, but was slapped on the head.
Hurry.
In the inn, Lin Jiao and Mamati stood up and held their hands towards the visitor.
Senior brother ninth, senior brother Mamati. Junior brother Dragon Slayer.
The person who came had short hair and a strong body like a warrior.
Are the other senior brothers here yet?
Junior brother Wu, senior brother Qian, and junior brother Qian didn't respond. Lin Jiao shook his head.
I guess I won't be able to come.
He pressed his nose numbly and sat down on the bench.
Although Tulong was tired of picking his nose in public, he didn't show it on his face. Why? Xiao Wu and Xiao Qian raised zombies.
It is said that they even bit the nearby Marshal Chao.
The red flag almost reached Guangdong.
Marshal Chao didn't have any soldiers at all, so he only had a few towns to dominate, but his brothers were wanted by the warlords, which was really a big trouble. Mama Di added, as for Master Qian's apprentice, he is so crooked and evil that it is impossible for him to come.
Look at your appearance and you still have the nerve to criticize others? You are misleading others and harming others and yourself. Lin Jiao retorted.
The two of them couldn't stand each other when they first learned art, so they weren't surprised when they saw this dragon slaying, but it was a bit abnormal to bow their heads numbly and not refute. This senior brother with little talent and knowledge loves nothing more than bragging and trying to save face.
I heard someone cursing when I first arrived. Let me see who it is.
Dague, you're here. He stood up smoothly and greeted the fat man wearing apricot Taoist robes with a smile, holding a bagua mirror in his hand and holding a Bodhi whisk on his shoulder. Senior brother Mamati, junior brother Dragon Slayer, and Dague snorted and didn't even want to say hello to Lin Jiao. Lin Jiao spoke first. How dare you come here with your little ability? Humph, I still don't know who sent the message for help.
My wife asked me to help junior sister?
Junior sister, is she okay? Seeing Lin Jiao like this, Dague's face darkened, but he still said proudly, very good, you gave me a son.
I heard that you went to find your childhood sweetheart after you came down the mountain?
Lin Jiao said nothing.
Mamadi did not miss this opportunity and said, I heard that I am married to the biggest dragon commander in our land. Oh, that's right, the two of them sang in harmony, and they only needed to play the gongs and drums to sing a section.
Talon, the youngest member of the family, smiled bitterly and did not dare to interrupt.
Are you bullying my ninth senior brother again?
A woman's voice came, and Mamadi and Dague, who had been so proud just now, suddenly turned into defeated cocks. Junior sister Su Tulong said hello and then remained silent. Lin Jiao was a representative of the sex generation with high cultivation and talent.
There were many people who bowed down to his heroic appearance back then. This difficult Aunt Su was one of them, and no one dares to touch her brow.
There are still some brothers and sisters who haven't arrived yet, but please make more preparations. Those two zombies can also attack during the day and are very difficult to deal with.
Yes, ninth senior brother Guguja nodded delicately. Several other people were disgusted and had no intention of quarreling with Lin Jiao.
For 2 days in a row, more and more senior brothers are arriving, and there are also some junior nephews who are a generation younger. The two zombies never appeared again.
Another round of inspection of the almost dead Renjia village was fruitless. Everyone hides in their homes and dare not come out during the day for fear of dying. Did you go somewhere else?
Okay, let's break up. He held his nose numbly, imitating Zhu Beiji's charm when he robbed and dispersed the gang.
No one wants to die if he doesn't fight hard.
When the zombies harm others, he can turn a blind eye to them. Having said that, Mamadi also wants to avenge the two dead apprentices.
Lin Jiao scolded him, as an elder, I don't want to be treated as such, but I still want to leave quickly. I'm just saying, let's lighten the atmosphere. Mamami pushed back unconvinced, and when she met Lin Jiao's eyes, she unconsciously felt defeated. Elder brother hasn't come yet, I'll wait until he arrives before making any judgment. Listen to ninth senior brother.
He wears a hat on his head, carries a book basket on his back, and hangs a soul-calling bell on his waist.
It jingles as he walks.
In the basket were placed a fly whisk, a peachwood sword, a bagua plate, an ink brush, a star-marked net, 3 stacks of yellow paper, and a set of cinnabar. The soul-inducing lamp was extinguished and placed at the bottom along with a small jar of kerosene.
It was Taoist Simu who came. If we don't leave quickly, I'm afraid things will be delayed. There is a tree next to the official road.
The big tree reaches the sky more than 10 meters high, and when you look up, you see green leaves covering the sky. Hidden among the green leaves were He Chang and the one-armed Nintendo.
After 2 days of guarding, we have caught one.
He Chang kept Lin Jiao alive and made him a candle with a lampshade, attracting moths to the flame.
The lone Taoist priest is his target. With his eyes lowered and sweating, he suddenly saw a black shadow getting bigger and bigger. Looking up, he turned out to be a zombie. Bad dish.
He rolled on the ground, narrowly escaping the claws again.
Rub.
The sharp claws penetrated the ground, and the fingers were as hard as fine steel, easily piercing 10 holes in the ground.
Adding the weight of the zombie's body, a big pit was created. So close.
The reading basket looked distressed with 4 eyes, the mahogany sword was broken, yellow paper was scattered on the floor, and the eating guy who turned defeat into victory was completely gone.
Again?
The black man in white robe came to kill him again. With his ability, his chances of winning against Heizong were not high. Without the guy in his hand, his life would probably be at stake.
He retreated to avoid Heizong's claw, raised his eyes and released his hands, and a paper crane flapped its wings and flew out into the wind. The most important thing right now is to call for help.
This place is very close to Renjia village.
If you hurry up, you can save lives. Roar!
Hearing another roar, it turned out to be a zombie that was not afraid of the sun. This zombie looked old and frail, jumped down from a high place and exploded a hole in the ground. Then he jumped again and flew 2 feet up, grabbing the paper crane.
In hand. Life is completely gone. Puff.
His eyes were distracted to pay attention to Nintendo, but He Chang stuck a claw on his shoulder. Like being hit by a rolling stone from the top of the mountain, Gulula flew backwards. Under the sunlight, it made a sizzling sound when it fell on the bloody hole on the shoulder, and black smoke emitted.
Jialu, after I die, you can go to Qingqing.
Although the old monk is not very good, Qingqing is really good. He lay paralyzed on the ground, watching Heizong flying towards him, squinting his eyes and waiting for death. Suddenly he felt that Heizong looked familiar. Thinking about it carefully, I don't know when I encountered a black zombie.
Wood stake technique.
The sound of horse hooves came from far away, and a loud shout followed by the sound of whoosh broke through the air.
All he could see was a giant tree hugged by 3 people flying over his head and colliding head-on with Haezhong, who was rushing towards him. Haezhong was immediately smashed away. Big brother. The horse's hooves fell beside him, and his eyes saw senior brother Shurjian holding the reins and making magic tricks with one hand. This should be the zombie that junior brother Lin Fengjie was talking about. It really is not afraid of the sun. Let me wait for a while. Shurjian jumped off the horse, waved his hands, and 2 giant trees appeared out of thin air and hit the 2 zombies. Go! Shurjian! He Chang hit the core of the wood with a claw like a steel fork, and exerted force with his 5 fingers. The giant would split into 2 halves and hit him next to him. Level 44 Shurjian better than Uncle Gio. However, according to Uncle Gio's upgrade speed, it is estimated that Shurjian will be left behind soon. Roar! Nintendo was shocked and turned over and roared towards Shurjian. The battle with everyone in Maoshan started earlier. The one-armed zombie was so aggressive that it hit Shurjian from the bottom up. Shurjian jumped to a high place, his old strength was exhausted and new strength was hard to come by. He hung in the air with an ugly face, waiting for the one-armed zombie to grab him with his claws. Wood stake technique. A giant, round, peeling tree appeared out of thin air, and hit Nintendo like a stone with a big hammer, pushing him and creating a huge crater on the ground. Shurjian also took advantage of this to tap the giant tree and landed next to Simu. As his heels landed on the ground, Shurjian's face turned slightly weak. Using the wooden stake technique is not as easy as drinking water. He had already summoned 4 giant trees in a row just now, and his mana could not be restored in time. After taking 2 deep breaths, he had recovered. Junior brother Simu, are you okay? Fine. Simu's face turned pale, and he said with a smile, I have just used the spirit crane to notify the 9th senior brother that they are all in Rinjia town and will be here soon. Well, these 2 zombies are indeed unusual. Shurjian had a rare serious expression. When he heard Linjiu say that there were 2 zombies walking and killing people during the day, he didn't believe it. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he didn't dare to say that he could win 100%. Maoshan magic talismans, peachwood swords, etc. are ultimately not as powerful as the blazing sun above our heads. Since the 2 zombies are really not afraid of the sun, they probably won't be afraid of charms and spells to ward off evil spirits either. Junior brother Simu, take care of yourself, I'll go test it again. Brother, be careful. Shurjian nodded and used the wooden stake technique that could sweep thousands of armies away. I saw his right palm stretched out flat, with streaks of electric light dancing and twisting between his palms. When he clenched his right palm into a fist, the caught electric snake could only escape from between his fingers and climb up his forearm. There was crackling and faint thunder. Eldest brother's thunder fist is still so shocking every time I see it. Simu raised his hand and used the talisman to control the invasion of corpse poison on his shoulder, while observing the battle situation. Thunder Fist and Wooden Stake Technique are the spells that the senior brother's master is good at. The law must not be passed on to the outside world. Just as Lin Jiu can tell lies and zombies, he also learned from his master. Everyone has their own advantages and disadvantages, and Shurjian's advantage is obviously greater. In the world of evil spirits and heretics, who is not afraid of thunder? The Thunder Fist looks slow, but in fact it is as fast as fire. With a quick arrow, the air explodes with a crack and collides with Nintendo's fist. The smell of burnt meat made Nintendo wail for a while. He was in pain, but he was not restrained by Rifa. Shurjian exchanged fists with the zombie, and was immediately beaten back. His feet were dragged back on the ground, and the footprints slid out of the ground. Don't be afraid of lightning. Shurjian looked up in shock, and the one-armed zombie came to kill him again. Roar! The 5 long knives and sharp claws pierced through the hot wind, which was really a bit like the flying wind fist. Shurjian didn't dare to greet him, so he used a stake technique to hit Nintendo's claws, punched sideways, and the electric snake caught in his palm wrapped around Nintendo as if it came alive. Thunder flashed, the white skin was burnt black by the electric heat, and the shroud was burnt and turned into fly ash. Boom! Pain does not mean injury. When Nintendo started playing again, he heard a voice in the distance, suffer death. A nimble fat man ran over quickly and kicked Nintendo in the chest. Nintendo took 2 or 3 steps back, and the fat man himself was shocked and fell to the ground with an ouch, causing a burst of dust. Senior brother, junior brother 4 Eyes, are you okay? Lin Jiu came to Shurjian and asked in a low voice. Shurjian made a sound from his nose and said, these 2 zombies are weird, even my thunder method can't hurt them. It's really strange 4 or 5 people came, all wearing Huangdao robes, carrying Tai Chi on their backs, and hanging Bagua mirrors tied with red strings around their necks.
On the left and right sides of the cuffs are yin and yang fish, and on the top of the head is a Taoist crown.
Some carry money swords, some resist peachwood swords, and some carry whisks and hold a golden ink pipe thread.
At first glance, they all looked familiar faces. There are quite a few roles involved. Slaying the dragon, from The Conjuring and Blood and Sue, this is Mr. New Zombie Dagui humans, ghosts, and gods. Shurjian is zombie supreme. Needless to say, Lin Jiao and Simu were all acquaintances. This can be regarded as the gathering of the Maoshan brothers in the Ghost movie.
I remember now. Simu suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs, "Senior brothers, do you remember that I contacted you before and a mysterious zombie was born?" Shurjian frowned and asked, "The one who harmed junior brother Qianhe?"
That's right, that zombie was so smart back then that when I and the bald donkey were dealing with the vixen, they snatched away junior brother Qianhe, who had turned into a black zombie.
At that time, he was still a white-haired zombie.
With a solemn look on his face, he covered his wound and said, "The corpse poison of this zombie is extremely strong.
I once thought that the black zombie transformed by junior brother Qianhe could turn a person into a walking zombie in half an hour. Now it seems, it's him."
His words seemed to inspire Lin Jiao.
Fugui Town, this is also a zombie.
As the saying goes, enemies are extremely jealous when they meet.
There is no balance between good and evil.
Now coupled with the mortal hatred of the brothers, the hatred is compounded, and a group of Taoist priests take action.
Long-winded.
He Chang stepped out, his corpse claws pointing directly at the 4 eyes that were lying on the ground. He picked up the soft persimmons and pinched them, leaving the hard bones to chew slowly.
Don't even think about it.
Tu Long snorted coldly, his fists were like thick rice porridge, clinging and difficult to control. He grabbed He Chang's wrist with a pair of fleshy palms. He twisted his waist and pulled his legs. He actually used 1,000 pounds to open He Chang's claws and hit him with his strength.
On the giant tree summoned by Shurjian. Boom, boom, boom. So poisonous.
Tu Long felt that his palms were numb, and when he raised his hand, it turned out to be completely black. He Chang took a few steps back, raised his feet and shook his hands. A whisk flew out and turned into a soft wrapping around his wrist.
Let me.
Ansu whisked the dust with one hand and smashed it with a mallet with the other hand. The wind was tight and the hammer was heavy. With one swing, the mallet broke. "Junior sister, be careful." Seeing that He Chang was about to break free, Lin Jiao took off her apricot yellow bagua robe and twisted it into a hemp rope to help He Chang's arms, providing another layer of insurance. Being under siege, He Chang's situation is naturally not good.
"I come."
Daguet smiled, grabbed the yellow talisman, spit it out and applied it to He Chang's forehead.
The yellow talisman is useless if you stick it on.
On the contrary, He Chang raised his foot, and his fleshy belly was punched like well-risen dough, causing a large dent. The body is like a rolling stone, Gulu is round, and when it stops, a mouthful of blood spurts out.
Daguet was already dizzy.
Without the blessing of Taoism, in He Chang's eyes, they were just a group of ordinary people with good martial arts skills.
Nintendo got up and ran towards Daguet. He hated the damn fat man.
Daguet, who had been seriously injured by the kick, had to get up to escape. The rest of the people did not dare to act rashly in order to contain He Chang.
"I come."
Shurjian shouted loudly, clenched his fists and shook his hands. The electric snake spread out, and his black hair stood on end, like a thunder god coming to earth. The thunder boomed, with his hands as the center, and the electric snake crackled on the ground, burning out black spots.
Thunder fist. A punch hit He Qingtian's spiritual cap, and thunder poured into his body.
In He Chang's mind, the iron gate blocking the torrent was blown up by thunder and suddenly became unblocked. Although it was thunder-scalded and the electric heat scorched his white robe, the relief became more and more obvious. During thunder initiation, 3%, 6%, 34%, he didn't dare to taste the 9 heavens divine thunder, but he could borrow Shurjian's thunder fist to complete the advancement.
"Big brother, add more power."
"It works,"
Gugu said happily.
Hearing this, Shurjian gritted his teeth and output his magic power, and saw He Maozong in front of him. He was covered in black hair like a cow shaking off lice, and fell to the ground with a clatter. Mao Zhang is covered in fur and no hard hair. Even if he is not afraid of Taoism, these people who have spent most of their lives catching ghosts and zombies still have ways to defeat the enemy.
"No! Everyone, get out of the way!"
Everyone was confused, but they still followed Lin Jiao's call and retreated. A crackling sound of bones exploded from He Chang's body, and his size unexpectedly increased a bit, becoming as tall as a little giant. The shriveled corpse's face suddenly plumped up and lost all its black hair. At first glance, it looked like a person who had just died, and the face was purple and blue like a person who had just died. When an ordinary person dies, he absorbs earth energy and becomes white and stiff after decades. He must be skin and bones, without the essence of flesh and blood. The white hair on his body is nourished by sucking blood. It then evolves into black zombies, the body becomes stiff, but zombie blood appears, but there is still a big gap between it and normal people. When it becomes purple and stiff again, it feels like it has gone through a reincarnation, and its appearance is closest to that of a human being. Zombies have dozens or hundreds of evolutionary directions, and He Chang has just entered a certain evolution.
Thunder initiation, Yang turns to Een.
Lin Jiu frowned, looking at the already tall zombies who were suddenly filled with strong muscles, and the group's momentum froze.
Thunder couldn't kill him, but it helped him become stronger, so where could he reason?
The thunder above his head disappeared.
He Chang slightly sensed his own magical situation and grinned cruelly. Have you fought enough? Then it's my turn. If the enemy doesn't move, I will kill him too.
Comparing strength with zombies is a wrong behavior. After a battle, everyone's clothes were broken and their bodies were injured.
Looking back, the handsome zombie's face revealed a mocking look.
Lin Jiu looked at the demoralized crowd and said, I have studied a spell before. It may be possible, but it requires the cooperation of senior brother.
Why are you cooperating? Save me quickly.
Dague used his fat body and strength to deal with Nintendo for a long time. Now his body is full of holes and he has been seriously injured. Shijian, who had exhausted most of his spiritual energy and failed to kill Yi Chang but instead helped him achieve Z-Zone, looked ugly.
How can I cooperate with you? I have created my own 5 elements formation, using 108 silver needles to shoot, and cooperate with the Tengu to eat the sun to destroy evil. This is to borrow the power of heaven, and it is powerful. Tengu's eclipse is rare in decades. Ninth senior brother, your suggestion is useless.
His eyes are darkened, and he will become a zombie if he doesn't win. The Tengu seeks thunder by eating the sun. Although senior brother's thunder fist is not as good as thunder punishment, it is enough to kill these 2 zombies.
Okay, let's give it a try. Everyone who was already exhausted could only nod. If they didn't fight, they would definitely die.
Everyone is familiar with the directions of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, and they know the acupoints on the human body in detail. When Gugu caught the needle and flew towards her, Yi Chang ignored her and jumped towards her to kill her.
Ninth senior brother.
The force was strong but the needle was weak. His 4 eyes died under Yi Chang's claws, and he drank blood. The silver needle in Gugu's hand made a ding sound, and the needle actually broke. Junior sister, be careful.
Gugu couldn't dodge and was kicked in the chest, flying backwards like a cloud in mist. Lin Jiu helped her up and asked, are you okay? It's okay. Even though he was seriously injured, he still coveted male sex.
He vomited blood and leaned on Lin Jiu's shoulder. Lin Jiu's face darkened, and she let Ansu sit on the ground to rest.
One person was killed and injured, but they didn't feel sad yet. The 2 zombies were still alive and well at the moment. Go attack the 1-armed zombie. Talong nodded, and the needle easily penetrated Nintendo's body, and everyone's spirits were lifted.
Yi Chang went to stop him, but was stopped by Shi with his thunder fist. Although he advanced after catching the thunder fist, it did not mean that he was not afraid of thunder. Without the system to absorb thunder, the thunder and lightning hit his body and it was hot and painful, and his skin was scalded and blackened. The other side, just listen to Lin Jiu shouting, elder brother, use thunder fist. The wooden stake technique blocked Yi Chang in the air, and the stone-hard stone grabbed Yi Chang's claw, losing most of his calf meat, and punched Nintendo on the head with a punch of golden spiritual blood. 108 silver needles, like inserted syringes, were pulled out by the electric light, and the corpse energy in Nintendo's body suddenly emerged.
Drink!
Lin Jiu grabbed the mahogany sword and swung the long sword with his right arm. With a mahogany sword, he chopped down like a good general fighting a hero on horseback. With one swing of the big sword, the enemy's head was chopped off. The Tamu sword stopped. Nintendo's head stopped on the mahogany sword, his eyes widened, and he died. As expected, he is indeed the 9th uncle. Even though he was an enemy, Yi Chang wanted to express his admiration. The zombie who was not afraid of the magic sun had long since transformed into a Taoist priest's nightmare, but the musical zombie Nintendo, who had absorbed hormones and had lost his weakness, still had his head chopped off. If there is a protagonist in this world, it must be Lin Jiu.
There is strength in numbers. If you can't defeat them, they will run away.
The brothers in Mao Shan seemed to be scarred. Except for the 4 eyes that were killed, the eyes of the others were still bright and clear. He Chung Yu had plenty of time to take his time and not rush to take risks.
It was better to eat away gradually.
These Taoist priests could still stay together for the rest of their lives. What? He Chang raised his legs and jumped, more than 3 feet high, more than 10 meters above the ground. He heard a pit explode on the ground, and the figure had jumped into the air and escaped. We can't let him escape this time. Lin Jiao looked ugly. Last time in Fugui town, He Chang escaped, which eventually led to the tragedy of the whole town turning into zombies. Now He Chang has changed from white zombies to purple zombies, and he is not afraid of the sun.
He has become much stronger. We must destroy him no matter what.
Ranjiakan, in the inn, there are a total of 33 people, including juniors, all wearing apricot yellow Taoist robes and holding various magical weapons. They are the backbone of the Maoshan sect. Such a number of people can be called the first sect in the spiritual world.
It's just that everyone is frowning.
When the news was first received, only Lin Jiao and the others were together, while the other nephews led by Mamadi were patrolling around Rinjia village.
But luckily they didn't come with him. With the fierceness of Zizhan, they could only deliver food.
Except for Lin Jiao, every one of the seniority of the masters and uncles was covered in glory.
Even Taoist Four Eyes died in this hasty battle.
A large piece of meat was missing from the eldest brother's calf, and the white cloth was soaked with blood. A purple zombie killed Four Eyes while resisting the siege of the first-class mages in the fantasy world. It was so terrifying that just thinking about it made me feel chilly all over. Lin Jiao sat in the passenger seat and punched the table. Junior brother Four Eyes died as a martyr, and the other Zizhan has escaped. In order to prevent him from harming the common people, we must eradicate him.
Shijian sat in the north main seat, with a gloomy expression on his face, and asked, Junior brother Lin, does he have a way to track zombies?
Junior brother Four Eyes' corpse contains his corpse energy. You can find it with a little use. To avoid disaster, let's start quickly. If you see a bad opportunity, the best thing to do is run away. Lin Jiao and Shijian cooperated, and the power they exerted was beyond imagination. You can leave the Green Mountains without worrying about having no firewood. When I, Zizhan, lift it up, I will kill you on Maoshan Mountain. Running away on foot was a bit slow, so He Chang simply turned into a crow and spread his wings and flew away. Shuzhen is more than 100 miles away from Rinjia town. From now on, Hunan will be a restricted area.
Let's go to Guangdong or Jiangxi instead.
He went straight to Su town and climbed over the mountains, but he didn't know that Lin Jiao was casting a spell in the Ranjiakan inn. A disciple held an incense stick in his mouth and drew back and forth on the sand table with his eyes closed. The line goes straight forward.
Can you see where we are going? Momadi didn't believe it.
He is going to Guangdong. It's not easy to move over mountains and ridges, even in the spiritual world. Without further delay, let's cremate the body of junior brother Four Eyes first.
Let's go after him.
Shijian, supported by a disciple, took the lead in picking up 3 sticks of incense and offering them to the incense burner. The incense burner was placed in front of Taoist priest Simu's tablet. Junior brother Four Eyes, don't worry. I will definitely lead everyone to eliminate that purple zombie in order to respect your spirit in the sky and promote our Maoshan's awe-inspiring righteousness. Lin Jiao, Mamadi and other masters and uncles offered incense one after another. Slaying the dragon sat in the lower seat, covered his wounds and said, in this state of everyone, if we catch up with that Zizhan, it may be difficult to kill him, and we may even lose our lives. Slaying the dragon, you are trying to increase the ambition of the zombies and destroy my prestige in Maoshan. Mamadi slapped his hand on the table. We have the youngest and most accomplished disciples of Maoshan here, and the senior brother has also contacted the experts in the spiritual and illusory world. I heard that Guangdong is close to Hunan, and there is a spiritual and illusory world. The famous Zhuge family, with their help, may not be unable to win. Elder brother, Tu Long turned to look at Shijian. With the help of the Zhuge family, he might be able to win. Shijian's beard twitched, his eyebrows were sharpened and he said numbly, this is my Maoshan's private matter. If I ask others for help, wouldn't I admit that I, Maoshan, am incompetent? But, senior brother, no need but. Shijian waved his hand and ordered, since junior brother Lin has tracked the location of the zombie, we will set off immediately. We must not let him continue to harm people. I have a 1,000-mile horse, you can follow later. Elder brother, be careful. Lin Jiao raised his hand, looked at Shijian who was lamely leaving, and sighed. They had not had a good relationship since childhood. Shijian was most angry because Lin Jiao was so talented.
Lin Jiao and Dague's master taught him how to control ghosts.
Although it was not as good as his Thunder Fist, in this era, thunder techniques may not be the best.
Comparable to ghost magic.
In the age of ending Dharma, there are rumors that all the gods in heaven are dead, and only the gods in the underworld have complete functions. In the 10 halls of Yama, ghosts are judged, and the judge Zhong Kuei performs his duties. Being able to communicate with ghosts means you have a strong backer.
The atmosphere in the inn became quiet for a moment. Why are you showing off like a senior brother?
If you didn't start the job a few years before me, I would have been the leader long ago.
He raised his hand numbly and pulled out a big lump.
The apprentices and nephews around him retreated and dispersed from him.
Are you the leader?
Lin Jiao snorted coldly.
Why, am I much worse than him?
Their junior brother had just died, and the two of them disliked each other. They were like flints clashing, erasing sparks. Two senior brothers, stop arguing, it's still important to track the zombies now.
Talon started the fight.
Lin Jiao nodded and said, actually, we may not be able to kill that zombie today. His flesh is stiff and his skin is hard, but we only need to burn him over high fire, boil his skin in boiling water until it softens, and then deep fry the puff pastry in hot oil, and check the acupoints accurately. Then it will naturally penetrate into his body.
Tu Long pinched his eyebrows with 2 fingers of his right hand and asked, brother, are you talking about the method of frying ghosts? Same meaning, different form. De Gui couldn't stand Lin Jiao's pretentiousness and scratched him. When did it happen? You're still showing off.
We used the formation to make a cooking pot at noon, using the power of Yang, and then use earth fire to burn him.
The 8-Yang formation will destroy his resentment and evil spirit. Dagui added again, what you said is so easy.
The zombie jumped up to the clouds.
Can he just stay in the water and let you boil him?
When I was in Fugui town, I once met a strange man with a similar appearance to me. His abilities are not inferior to mine, and he is also proficient in the Chimen Duanjia formation.
He can walk on foot to trap ghosts and monsters. A pair of feet?
As long as I have a pair of feet, I was trapped in his formation when I was sparring with him, and I never broke the formation.
So smart. Dagui bared his teeth.
He looked down on Lin Jiao, but he also knew how strong Lin Jiao was.
Not only could he beat Shi Jian, but he could definitely beat anyone else in Mashan.
Seeing everyone's eyes on him, Dagui knew that he had let something slip, and said quickly, it's nothing, I'm not very capable, and I look like you, so I'm quite mean. Lin Jiao ignored him and said to the others, back then, he said that he would go dozens of miles south of Fugui town to find Taoist Ime, and he would be able to find him.
Brothers, please go and help senior brother hunt down Z. Zombie, I'm going to bring in some reinforcements.
As long as I have this person to help me, I can expect victory. Senior brother, please come with me. Ahem, junior sister Anshua, it's better for you to help senior brother.
One more person will give you more strength. It doesn't matter if you have more of me or less of me. If you don't believe me, why don't you ask them?
The others wished that Aunt Sue would not follow, so they all nodded. Aunt Sue and you will take care of each other, it's good.
Okay, junior sister, let's go.
The horse's flying hooves were as fast as red lightning.
From time to time, swallows reporting rain would fly by low and be thrown away in an instant. It's just purple stiffness, hum.
The strong wind pulled Shi Jian's beard back and put it on his shoulders.
Hey!
The reins pulled the horse's head up, and the horse stood up, raised its front hooves, and stopped abruptly. Shi Jian dragged his legs and sat on the roadside, untying the cloth strips tied around his calves. He took out a small bottle, pulled out the stopper and tilted it slightly, and a few drops of green liquid came out. The green liquid dripped on the wound and immediately melted into the flesh and blood wound. A burst of itching and numbness came from the wound.
Shi Jian groaned.
The wound on his calf was recovering quickly. In the blink of an eye, most of the flesh and blood had grown back.
Black blood scarring.
Shi Jian jumped lightly and easily jumped onto the horse's back.
He didn't look seriously injured. Drive. Traveling day and night, He Chang returned to Su Town in just one day. Crows landed on the branches, shaking off a few leaves that were burnt yellow by autumn. 3 steps to a post, 5 steps to a sentry.
Less than half a month after he left, Deputy Su was already fully stationed in Su Town. There were few pedestrians on the road, and a few people who were traveling away from home carrying light luggage were squeezed and extorted by the gatekeepers. They spent all their exit fees and had no choice but to carry big cakes on their backs and move forward with their heads bowed.
The human heart is the most hungry and can never have enough.
In the blink of an eye, Adjutant Su has transformed from a good-for-nothing hiding under Marshal Su's tree to a careerist just like Marshal Su.
Crows fluttered into the town, and there were no roosters in front of the zombie cells.
Seeing this, He Cheng's expression changed, and with a thought, the cell door opened, but there was no zombie inside.
As soon as I landed on the roof of the mayor's house, I heard a voice. I am Chu Lu, the cook of Su Mansion. Chu Lu, who was sent to the provincial capital, is back.
He Cheng once sent him to the provincial capital to find foreign doctors, and then raised a zombie army for himself on the pretext of drawing blood to buy blood. Looking at the foreign devil in white coat who was kneeling on the ground with a gun pointed at his head, he completed his task well.
Cook? Adjutant Su smiled crookedly and kicked Chu Lu on the shoulder, knocking him down. You think I didn't notice that you were actually a zombie after grinding your zombie teeth off? Come on, throw him into the sun.
Yes. Chu Lu struggled for a while. If you dare to kill me, the master will definitely kill you. 4 people worked together to throw Chu Lu into the sun.
As soon as it came into contact with the sun, Chu Lu turned into fly ash. Kill me?
Adjutant Su waved proudly, and the soldier beside him held a golden Buddha and handed it over.
Adjutant Su laughed proudly. How did the zombies in that cell die?
With this treasure here. Even if your master comes, I will burn him to ashes. Adjutant Su's laughter penetrated the roof tiles and reached He Cheng's ears.
Zombies really hate gods and ghosts and hate humans?
God never helps him. Since he came to this world, He Cheng has been hunted by Taoist priests from all walks of life.
His subordinates must rebel and his plans must be destroyed. He pursues enemies endlessly and possesses the ability to attract enemies. It's as if the god of mildew has come to the world and everything is going wrong.
Chu Lu's death did not arouse his concern. Just like He Feng, he died when he died. He was just a chore boy, not irreplaceable. Handsome, the mayor's wife, twisted her waist and squatted down, leaning on Adjutant Su's shoulder. She shouted delicately, I'm so scared.
There are even vampire zombies.
They are all the remnants of the Su family. They killed my most beloved Marshal Su.
Why should I take on the position of Marshal myself? The reason is to avenge Marshal Su. Ha ha.
Adjutant Su held the woman's neck with one hand and put his other hand around the crook of her leg. He swayed her calf and waist and hugged her horizontally. If you are afraid, I will go to bed to comfort you, Commander.
Marshal!
The soldiers at the door shouted in panic.
What's going on? You don't know I'm busy? Adjutant Su didn't look back. Ah!
After the screams, no one shouted again. Lieutenant Su sensed something was wrong, pulled out his gun and turned around, only to find a man in a white robe splattered with blood appearing behind him. Tall, almost touching the doorframe, Bai Ran floated up to reveal his strong chest. 4 or 5 corpses, some with heads and hands missing, fell at his feet. Who are you? The sun was shining behind his back, and his face was dark and angry.
The fierce aura hit his heart like a hammer. Boom!
Adjutant Su took 2 steps back in panic, tripped over the woman, turned around angrily and slapped her in the face.
Roll!
He Cheng grinned, his teeth protruding from his lips.
Zombie! It's you! Quick, Golden Buddha!
Adjutant Su forced the Golden Buddha into his arms, and the soldiers and the woman with red marks on her face squeezed hard into his arms.
Zombies are afraid of the Golden Buddha.
As long as they have this thing, they can survive. He Cheng raised his foot and jumped, snatched the Golden Buddha, and squeezed it with 5 fingers like pliers. The mud of the Golden Buddha was easily crushed.
Golden Buddha? It's a joke now.
No, don't, as long as you don't kill me, let me do it. Adjutant Su was so frightened that he lost his mind. From being confident that he would win, his trump card was no longer as good as a pile of mud in the eyes of the opponent. The psychological gap was the hammer that defeated him. He Cheng grinned, raised his hand, and cut the throats of the 3 people with sharp nails like knives. The head fell down, stained with blood, and rolled under the Taisher's chair against the north wall. Turning his head to look at the scattered corpses, He Cheng picked up the trembling foreign devil, who was holding his head on the ground, and bit him down in one bite.
Gudong Don, blood entered the throat. Sure enough, the only ones we can trust are zombies.
1 black and 1 white, the 2 horses crossed the mountains and hills, and finally came to a small village. There is a foreign church on the roadside. The nun in a white hat and blue skirt was carrying water through gritted teeth. At dusk, the smoke started to rise, and it was time to cook. Hush! Lin Jiu pulled the reins to stop the horse, and Gugu followed him and dismounted.
The 2 of them were wearing apricot yellow Taoist robes and were very eye-catching.
Plop! The nun saw Lin Jiu and poured the bucket on the ground to moisten the soil.
Taoist Ime! Taoist Ime, did the Lord send you back?
She hugged Lin Jiu excitedly.
No, girl, you got the wrong person. I'm not Taoist brother Ime.
Hey, you are such a big girl,
Why are you so shameless? Why are you hugging my senior brother? It's not that you have a long eyebrow? But it looks like it.
Humph. Aunt Cain snorted coldly, and the nun let go of her hands in fear. Lin Jiu cupped his hands and said, I'm Lin Jiu from the Maoshan sect. I'm here to ask for help from Taoist Brother Ime.
Do you know where Brother Ime is?
The nun suddenly became depressed. Taoist priest Ime, Taoist priest, he has died long ago.
What?
The little nun explained, some time ago, a vampire zombie was dug up in the township office and turned all the police into zombies. Priest Ime was shot and wounded by the zombie while trying to protect us, and then there was another invulnerable zombie.
Taoist priest Ime bit him to death.
What the hell, little girl, don't make up random stories.
What kind of zombie can shoot? The little nun just cried woo-woo.
Hearing her cry, several more nuns came out of the church. When they saw Lin Jiu, they shouted, one eyebrow Taoist priest. Fortunately, the sobbing little nun explained, and they believed it.
The leading fat nun said, if you want to find out what's going on, go to the mountain over there and have a look. Taoist priest Ime's disciple is still alive on the mountain and can't come out. Maybe you can let him out. Thank you.
Lin Jiu nodded and thanked them, and the two of them led the horses and walked up the mountain along the path pointed by the nuns.
The two of them walked quietly on the road for a long time, and Gugu finally couldn't help but break the silence. Senior brother, are you going to stay here instead of helping senior brother and the others?
There are zombies here, and the Taoist brother Ime was killed, which shows that he is very capable. I can't turn a blind eye, human life is regardless of high or low, and I can't just die without saving it. Lin Jiu looked at the mountain covered by red clouds, his gaze was deep, and he faintly revealed the temperament of a heavenly master.
It's dark.
At the entrance of Suzhen, a torch wrapped in oil was lit. The thin monkey with his legs crossed was blowing out white smoke, turned his head and hit the fat man napping next to him with his elbow. Be careful, Marshal Su is keeping a close eye on you. Be careful, he deducts your salary.
He probably hasn't gotten out of the mayor's wife's lap yet. The fat man pouted, any more? Give me one. Go and find it yourself. The people in this town are rich.
They not only sell hand-rolled grass cigarettes, but also foreign cigarettes. The fat man chirped and swallowed dryly, if you don't give it, you won't give it, and you're showing off.
I heard that Adjutant Su has fallen in love with the second daughter of the Oldley family again? Call the marshal, do you still want to do it? The fat man nodded, yes, handsome.
Thin monkey threw away the cigarette but he had not finished smoking, raised his foot and stubbed it out with his toes and said, don't you want to imitate Marshal Su? At least marry a wife of 4 houses.
It's great to be a commander.
Our brothers have never eaten meat until now.
Chicken?
The thin monkey glanced at the fat man in a funny way.
What's wrong? If you have nothing to do, just use your hands and hold it in. Don't catch your brothers but slash but and hump it. You will be shot at that time. You're such a bitch.
The fat man raised his hand and was about to strike when he saw the thin monkey looking behind him with eyes as big as an ox's. A cold breath sprayed on his neck, and the hair on his hair froze instantly, and a layer of goosebumps appeared. Puff, there was a sound of a sharp weapon entering flesh, and the fat man was instantly drained of strength by a pair of iron hooks biting on his neck.
Could it be that Commander Dolong sent someone to fight here?
The fat man still had this thought before his consciousness dissipated, but he saw a thick/strong arm stretched out from the side of his face, pinched the thin monkey's neck, and snapped the thin monkey's neck like a bean, and the thin monkey squeezed the throat.
Eyes shouting could not come out either.
His body was light and weak, and the fat man collapsed to the ground. At the last moment before he died, he saw a man with blood on his mouth and long teeth standing behind him. The man casually grabbed the skinny monkey and bit it in one bite. A pair of teeth were like iron hooks, easily piercing the hard meat on the neck. It's still early in the night, and this scene continues to unfold.
The reins holding the horse's head were left in front of a tree.
Lin Jiu and Gugu were able to get close enough to cross the swaying suspension bridge with ease. When their heels landed on the ground, the red clouds in the sky had already receded, and the night was like a thick cloth covering the sky. Junior sister, be careful. Hearing Lin Jiu's concern, Gugu's cheeks seemed to have been painted with bright red paint, like a monkey's, but, senior brother, he cares about me.
As long as I keep working hard, I will definitely get him. Lin Jiu's brows twitched, pretending not to hear Gugu's soliloquy. 3 evils. Gugu followed Lin Jiu's eyes curiously and looked up to see an abandoned house. 3 evil spirits? This abandoned house is in the 3 evil positions, which will cause disaster to innocent family members. Moreover, I think this abandoned house has corpse energy. If I guessed correctly, the zombies should be here.
Taking advantage of the whisk, Gugu shook her hand, and the whisk turned into a shovel, scraping up a layer of soil from the ground. If there are zombies, you should be careful. A Taoist comparable to Lin Jiao also fell into the hands of this zombie, so he must be careful. The two of them walked a few steps forward and found a white skeleton with black hair and a woman's skirt lying on the ground. If I have a grudge in my chest, I will turn into a zombie if I bury it underground. He dropped a yellow talisman, and the bones crackled and burned, although the flesh was eaten by birds and wild dogs. After all, there is resentment, but it is better. Brother, look. Lin Jiao looked up and saw a little zombie wearing a Qing dynasty official uniform rushing toward him. Little zombie. So brave. Holding the sword technique with his hand, his fingers seemed to turn into an invisible sword, and he pointed it towards the little zombie, and there was a swish sound, and there was a faint sound of being punctured by the wind. Kid, don't go. It's dangerous. In the darkness, a person jumped out nimbly, hugged the little zombie and rolled on the spot. The man's eyes were filled with blood, as if he was trying his best to restrain his blood addiction. Two zombies, Zizhan who can speak, just happened to kill you today to avenge Brother Ime. The man's flexibility was comparable to that of a living person, but he also had a pair of corpse teeth protruding from his lips. After 3 moves, the little zombie couldn't dodge and was hit between the eyebrows and froze. Lin Jiao spent a lot of effort and mistakenly thought it was a purple zombie, but he knocked him to the ground in just 2 or 3 moves. What's strange is that when he pointed his finger, the zombie just looked at him angrily, unaffected. What are you? Shouldn't Mashan Taoism be the nemesis of zombies in the world? Nowadays, he runs into zombies who are not afraid of Mashan technique again and again. My name is Afong. The Ime Taoist you just mentioned is my master. You were bitten and turned into a zombie? Alfong nodded. Perhaps you can tell me something about how Brother Ime died. Alfong, who was released, held the little zombie who was also released, and slowly talked about his original experience. From digging out Western zombies, the township police officers all turned into Western zombies, to him going up the mountain to ask for help from Chinese zombies, to being bitten, etc., only to find that his master was dead when he came back down the mountain. Chinese zombies? Alfong described the appearance of the zombie and added some other information. It's him again. What? Judging from the appearance and the human-like mind, Lin Jiao was extremely sure that the zombie who killed Ime Taoist was He Chang. He came to ask for help, but found that his assistant had also been killed by zombies. Master, although you and my master look very similar, I know that you are not the same person. Afong picked up the little zombie and said, the kid and I have been hiding for long enough. Master, can you help us get out? I was bitten by a Western zombie. If that zombie is not afraid of Taoist symbols, maybe you can go to the church nun and borrow some crosses. Farewell. The two of them said goodbye. He was not afraid of slaying demons, but killing people with a zombie heart was against Taoism. The 2 corpses, one big and one small, stood on the top of the mountain holding hands, watching the figures getting further and further away, and finally disappeared on horseback. When autumn comes on September 8th, I will kill all the flowers after they bloom. Chen Lima came to Su Town on the Double Ninth Festival. The corpse spirit is soaring to the sky. At a glance, the sky above Suzhen was completely dark. The bird's wings are heavy and difficult to spread. After entering the town, it is clumsy and unable to fly. It lands on the branch and remains motionless. Autumn is coming, but the trees in Su Town are full of birds waiting for the arrival of spring. Sparrows, crows, magpies, and gray pigeons all lie in one place, which is a wonderful sight. Shijian pulled the horse's reins diagonally, put his legs under the horse's belly and walked away from Suzhen. Drive! Dumb, the crow on the branch spread its wings and flew high into the sky. The other birds were like dumplings, each one stiffened and fell to the ground. If you look closely, you will find that these birds have stiff bodies and have been dead for a long time. There may be a group of zombie birds buried in the ground, but the birds have stiff wings and flying is impossible. Crows patrolled the entire Su Town like kings. No dogs bark, cats laugh. There was dead silence. The crow landed in the inn and transformed into a man wearing a suit with the word Nobel written in foreign language. Ma Shan, you are really persevering. He wanted to avoid Ma Shan's sharp edge for a while, and then go to Ma Shan after raising a level, but Shijian unexpectedly chased after him. Both sides had their own concerns. Shijian was too angry to enter the town when he saw the corpse. He Cheng did not wait until dark and was afraid of an ambush, so he did not take the initiative to attack. Last time there were many of you, but not this time. The door curtain stained by oil smoke in the back kitchen of the inn opened, and a pretty woman in her 30s came to He Chang. Grown-ups, He Chang nodded and watched the woman lift the teapot and fill a bowl of water for him. After hesitating for a long time, she said, "Niolu said that he wants to use your corpse poison to build a zombie army, take back the Qing dynasty, and make you the emperor." There are still 3 living people in Su Town, and He Chang deliberately stayed here. When he was hunting and sucking blood late at night, he went to the secretary's house in the town. When the other party saw him, he bowed his head and called him prince. The man's name is Niu Lu, Niu Kala's family. When Emperor Xiantong of the Qing dynasty was in power, he changed his official position due to the defeat of the Sino-Japanese War of 1894-1899, based on the advice of military attaches. Niu Lu was an officer in the Xia Military Academy and was a 7th grade official, that is, the county magistrate level. When the Beiyang government was established, Niu Lu was one of the first to be removed. He went to Suzhen and became a secretary under Marshal Su. He Chang's predecessor, General Guan, was stationed in Zishuangbana. In an imaginary world, it would be normal for him to have never heard of this general. Niu Lu had met He Chang before, and when he saw He Chang, he was immediately excited. Although the child and the woman were frightened by his status as a zombie, the mother and son dared not speak out in anger after being scolded by Niu Lu. After contacting the next family of 3, they discovered that He Chang was not always ready to suck human blood, and they were relieved. How could a family of 3 survive and remain safe and sound? Why did they have a golden Buddha to hold in their arms? The zombies did not dare to get close and the corpse energy could not enter their bodies. He Chang picked up the tea and drank it down. As a mutated zombie, although his diet only contains human blood, he is not unable to drink other things. He lowered his head and spit out a bowl of black water mixed with corpse poison. He Changnan opened his mouth to speak, and with a thought, paper and pen flew from the encounter. Under his control, he wrote crooked words like a snake crossing a river. I don't care about his business. If these corpse poisons are mixed into 3 tanks of water, everyone who drinks the water will turn into zombies. If you play with fire accidentally, you will burn yourself. The woman held the black water and kowtowed. Niu Lu is preparing his carriage and horses. He will come to say goodbye to you later. He is planning to go to Hong Kong Island and turn the British into zombies. He Chang wrote again, there is no need to come. Enemies are coming. If you don't leave, it will be difficult for you to leave alive. When Yo Galushi left to cause trouble, he had to be prepared to die. Why should the subject of a subjugated country struggle to the death? Besides, a world ruled by zombies is boring. No one develops technology, no one makes research and progress, and the information age cannot wait. He Chang looked up at the sunny sun outside the window and waited for the night to darken. It's over. Although 8 chapters are not many, they still left me with a sore back. We'll continue tomorrow. The emerald camphor trees soar into the sky, with lush branches and leaves like big green eggs resting on the trunks. Under the tree, there is a bay-red horse grazing with its head lowered, its reins tied to the tree. On the moss-covered stone floor, a Taoist with long eyebrows and long beard wearing an apricot-yellow Bagua Taoist robe sits meditating with his eyes closed. Boom, the stone slab trembled slightly, and the Taoist suddenly opened his eyes, as if a pair of lightning flashed through his eyes. The earth and rocks ahead vibrated as if alive. The earth dragon turned over? The bay-red horse raised its hooves and neighed, its eyes full of panic. Listening on the ground, you can hear a rumbling sound. Wrong. Tang stood up, his hair and beard flying in the sudden strong wind. He looked out into the distance and saw hundreds of birds flying into the sky in the camphor forest in front of him. There were also rabbits and dogs fleeing in front of him, ants fell into their burrows, and only cockroaches climbed steadily on the dung balls. The black and white cloth shoes stepped on the earthy yellow tree, the zodiac robe made a hunting sound, and the bird burrowed into the crown of the tree like a bird falling from a branch. His eyes looked into the distance like lightning. Skipping the big plaque of Su Town, under the night, the sky is filled with black air and corpse energy. On the black bricks of the Jinmen building, a zombie in white robe raised his feet and sat on a Grand Master's chair. With the moon behind him and the lingering black energy, he really looked like a demon. The purple zombie raised his hand and touched his head. The corpse's mouth split open, allowing its teeth to show its majesty. Kids, kill! The Taoist moved his eyes downward again, first looking at a piece of black water sweeping in like a wave. After taking a closer look, where is the water? There are clearly countless heads. The teacher, who was dressed in green clothes and had a glass mirror on his face, his blue face also looked like clothes, jumping forward. Wearing yarmulkes embroidered with hand-woven red satin robes, and shackle-button shortcoats, Businessmen with belly as big as balls and stiff and oily faces were also among them. There are also people carrying crutches, carrying baskets, thin cooks in khaki aprons, and old women with a mouth full of chicken feathers.
The whole town has turned into zombies, what a trick! The Taoist fell down, untied the horse's reins and ran away. As the saying goes, too many ants will kill an elephant. Under Marshal Su's shadow, the people of Su Town were pitiful and suffered from cramps and peelings, but they were better off living a stable life, and naturally many people moved here. Including the soldiers wearing military uniforms. At a glance, the number of people is no less than 1,000. Xianzong comes out of the cage. Even if Zheng Tianchi appears in the world or Tao Hongjing descends to earth, he will still have a headache. Can you run away?
He Chang's eyes were like lamps, his eyelids were raised together, and he saw Shi Jian riding a horse and preparing to flee. He stepped on the black bricks and knocked down the gatehouse with the Shuzhen plaque. He jumped off the cliff and spread his wings like an eagle, flying 4 to 5 feet away. When he landed, his feet hit the ground, but he heard a booming sound, the sound of igniting gunpowder and exploding the mountain. He jumped up to more than 3 feet high again. In 2 or 3 steps, you can rush to the front of the zombie wave. He jumped a few points higher than the tree, aimed at Shi Jian who was riding a horse, and pounced on him with his corpse claws downwards. He had learned 70% to 80% of the skill of an eagle swooping down to catch a rabbit. Shi Jian climbed on the back of the horse. The horse spread its hooves and ran very fast. The wind beat his beard and hair, which stuck to his eyelids and got into his mouth. The hair and beard had not yet come out of his mouth. When Shi Jian heard the movement above his head, he looked up and his heart skipped a beat. The white robe made a hunting sound as it was being beaten by the wind. A pair of corpse teeth looked very much like those wielding 2 swords. The corpse teeth were wrapped in black air, and the nails on his 10 fingers were as dark as coal iron. In the blink of an eye, they fell in front of Shi Jian. Shi Jian's reaction was naturally not slow. He turned over and put his legs on his chest and kicked hard. He Chang is like an eagle chasing a rabbit, and he is like a rabbit kicking off an eagle. He kicked He Chang's chest hard with both legs, and the force behind him actually kicked him away. The horse under Shi Jian's back whined, its hooves gave way, rolled over and fell to the ground, throwing Shi Jian away. After being quiet for more than 10 breaths, He Chang jumped up again, but before his claws could get out of the corpse, Shi Jian's hair stood up one by one as he stretched out the corpse on the ground. There was a crackling flash of lightning, and Shi Jian pretended to be dead and made a sneak punch. The thunderbolt hit He Chang in the chest. He ran like a bull against He Chang, and did not stop until it broke a camphor tree that 3 people were hugging. The white robe on the chest had been burned by a large number of electric hotspots, and the skin on the chest was even burnt black. Give me electrotherapy to cure internet addiction? He Chang grinned, and a trace of lightning entered his body. Although it was counterattacked by the corpse energy in his body, part of it was also eliminated. Knocking away his experience with 1 punch, if Shi Jian could ensure a day and night of thunder bombings, He Chang might actually be drained of his corpse energy and be slaughtered on the neck. Children, come on. Lao Sun likes to call in monkey son, so there is no need for He Chang to rush to receive electrotherapy by himself. At this time, the tide of zombies that had arrived surrounded Shi Jian, and Shenlima fell to the ground and died under the corpse's mouth. Although the zombies raised by He Chang are not as invulnerable as the ordinary white zombies, they are still tough, 1 level higher than the walking zombies, and the average level is around level 3. A flash of blue and purple lightning flashed, and the 3 zombies in the circle turned into ashes. Killing 3 with 1 punch is really powerful. Killing 30 with 10 punches, killing 300 with 100 punches, I have 3,000 zombies, let's see how you kill them. Not to mention 1,000 punches, even 100 punches would be enough to tire Shi Jian. The tide of zombies is dense and impenetrable, and a generation of Maoshan bosses may suffer defeat here. The zombies were like a swarm of bees wrapped around Shi Jian, and the lightning did not stop leaking out for a moment. If it touched the zombies, they would instantly turn into ashes. However, the zombies were not afraid of death. They were still like moths rushing to the fire, insisting on using their flesh and blood bodies. Fight him! Compared to the zombie army, the consumption of these dozens of zombies is nothing. Wood stake technique. As the lightning stopped, a wooden stake fell straight down from the sky, hitting the group of zombies surrounding Shi Jian. The heavy zombie was knocked to the ground, with broken bones and tendons. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Shi Jian laughed like a maniac, raised 1 hand high in the air, and with his 5 fingers blazing with lightning, he touched the wooden stake above his head that was within the attack range of himself. He looked extremely miserable at this time. His apricot yellow Taoist robe was torn, his skin and flesh were turned out, and there was red blood flowing. The crown of his hair was missing, and his long hair stood out like a madman. Today, I, Shi Jian, will slay demons and defend the way. The lightning turned into a long snake, crackling and splitting the wooden stake above his head in half. As he roared, the moonlight was suddenly blocked. He Chang looked up and saw more than 20 wooden piles falling down like rain, crashing into the tide of corpses like a sickle cutting leaks, one after another. In an instant, hundreds of people were killed or injured. However, by forcefully summoning so many wooden stakes, Shi Jian was temporarily depleted of mana and the corners of his mouth actually started to bleed. I really thought you were a real man who practiced the iron gear kung fu, but you turned out to be an eggless eunuch. He Chang snorted coldly and jumped onto the tree. After a while, Shi Jian is exhausted, and the meat is on the chopping board. Whether to slice, dice or chop it into fillings depends on one's mood. It is a feat for one man to be in charge, and there is heroism after the feat. Shi Jian's death situation has almost become settled, but this expected thing always happens. Thanks for the tip from Xin Lang Yi Sui Feng. 2 bay red horses raced abreast, dragging a carriage at the front. Behind them were nearly 30 yellow-robed Taoist priests on horseback. It was the Maoshan sect that had spread out over the past countless years. The sound of the horses' hooves was as loud as a dragon turning over, and a cloud of dust was raised behind the horses' hooves. No matter who mentions the Maoshan sect in the world, they will give a thumbs up. This is the reason. Uncle Master, take a look. The young Taoist driving the horse shouted in panic towards the carriage. What's up? Da Gui impatiently opened the blue curtain and stuck out his head. He raised his head inadvertently and cursed, "Fuck me. What's wrong?" Tu Long followed the probe, his eyes suddenly widened and Da Gui froze. He pinched his nose and looked numbly at the 2 buttocks pointing at him, and felt disgusted. I said, "Did you see something shocking? Could it be that there are 1,000 zombies waiting for us?" In the end, he didn't believe it himself and burst into laughter. After laughing awkwardly for a while, he realized that no one was paying attention to him. He stretched out his head and looked out. He saw thousands of birds fleeing in panic under the dark night sky. At first glance, it looked like a plague of locusts. It took a while for the birds to fly overhead. Toulon got back into the car and raised his eyebrows slightly. Something big is happening ahead, and it probably has something to do with senior brother. He flicked his nose numbly. Oh? This time we brought the backbone of Maoshan. Are we still afraid of a purple zombie? There are more than 30 Maoshan backbones. To put it bluntly, they all have the same level of cultivation as his uncle, and some are much higher than him. Even if you fight to the death, you can still win. It's just that Da Gui nodded. After the horse's hooves galloped for a while, he suddenly saw a dark area in front of him, and a large wooden stake 10 feet high was stuck diagonally on the ground. There was a faint flash of thunder. Shi Jian is being surrounded by zombies. Elder brother is in danger. Slaying the dragon took the lead, snatched the cloth bag that Da Gui was straddling on his body, tapped the horse's head lightly with his toes, and shot out like an arrow from the string. Hey! Dragon slaying, that's all my belongings. Everyone's attention had been taken away by the tide of corpses in front of them, and no one cared about Da Gui's shouts. The dragon-slaying hand grasped the bag and raised it. Yellow talismans scattered all over the sky and fell into the corpses, like a series of explosives being ignited, causing fire to explode. A large yellow talisman exploded to create a clear zone for the zombies. Before the zombies could surround him, Toulon grabbed the injured Shi Jian and jumped out of the encirclement. Elder brother, are you okay? It's just a flesh wound. I miscalculated. I didn't expect that purple zombie to have so many zombies. Shi Jian's face was gloomy and uncertain. The group of corpses was approaching again, and all the disciples from Maoshan had already jumped down. Some were using whisks, some were holding mahogany swords, some were holding bagua mirrors, and using 8 treasure hammers. The group of people was like an earthen wall against a flood, only blocking the tide of corpses for a moment. Then the formation was broken up by the zombie group, and they were surrounded and fought on their own. Slay the dragon, first help the disciples to stop the zombie tide, let them form a team of 7, and use the Beidou Tiangang formation to kill the evil. Yes. Slaying the dragon nodded, raised his zonggong to perfection, jumped lightly, shouted an order, and joined the battle. Da Gui and Mamadi also got off the carriage and saw that the yellow robe was covered by the dark tide like a dying candle. This will be a catastrophe in the fantasy world. The 2 people who were greedy for life and fearful of death also gritted their teeth and used the spirit of heavenly masters to kill the zombies. Even though they knew that they were going to die, they turned into floating people and tried to shake the tree with their floating bodies. Everyone is here on the branches of the camphor tree. He Chang took a look and noticed that many Mashan Taoist priests were naturally overjoyed.
The more you come, the more you earn.
They wanted to get rid of the demon and defend the way, but they didn't expect that the demon was 10 feet taller. He Chung fought this battle with confidence. He was 80% sure of destroying the group of Taoist priests who had come all the way to hunt him down. The Taoist priests in Maoshan relied on luck, and their genius was just dark. Unless there was a sudden thunderstorm, and the thunder happened to wipe out the group of zombies, otherwise their lives would be in vain. Dague gasped and kicked away the zombie crawling beside his feet. A yellow talisman came first and stuck to the forehead of the other zombie. The zombie paused. Too much. He swallowed twice and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was quite heroic at first, but as time went on, his physical strength and mana were rapidly depleted, and he couldn't hold on any longer. Dague, be careful. A quick kick relieved him. Just as Dague nodded and before he could say thank you, 4 or 5 more zombie claws came over to scratch him. Die. Dague gritted his teeth, clenched his fists with his fleshy palms, and punched the nose of the zombie in front 3 times in a row. He leaned sideways and lowered his waist. He pulled his arm in a wide circle and hit the other zombie's chin with a click sound. He arched his butt backwards and hit the third zombie, using his weight to smash the zombie to the ground.
Dague is not as nimble as a fat man.
Carp stands up straight and his legs turn into deadly scissors.
He clamps the zombie's neck on the left and right.
He stretches out his fingers and hits the zombie's chin with his palm, interrupting the zombie.
Chin.
Hey! I dare to mess with you, Mr. Dague. Sweat dripped from his chin and smeared on his collar. He stared numbly. This fat man's martial arts skills were a bit higher than his imagination. Before he could maintain his image as a master, Dague wailed and waved his hands. Ouch, it hurts me so much, it's so hard. Even if they are meat-eating chickens that have been injected with hormones, this group of zombies still cannot hide the word zombified. Thunder fist. A bolt of lightning and thunder was like an iron rake, knocking down more than a dozen zombies and being scorched by the electricity and turned into ashes.
Dague's face changed.
He fought desperately, but it seemed that Shurjian's move was not as good as his own. But looking at Momati, he felt much more comfortable. Momati, who was holding the mahogany sword, was like an old man fighting crickets. He pushed away the zombies with one sword, and raised his sword again when those around him came around. You kid is still watching the show, come here and help. He raised his nostrils and shouted at Dague.
I'm coming. The Taoist priest was not the only one who was invincible on the battlefield.
There was a dark-skinned Taoist priest who used his whisk as a whip to whip away 2 or 3 zombies. Brother, be careful. The black-skinned Taoist priest noticed it too late, and the corpse bit his arm. As he moved, a group of zombies swarmed up and cut him into pieces. Brother! Junior brother! The eyes of many disciples were split open. Suddenly, a figure fell from the sky and stepped on the 2 zombies that had just killed the black-skinned Taoist priest. Their chests were crushed and they collapsed to the ground.
Zizhan. It's the Zizhan who killed Uncle Four Eyes. He Chang didn't pay any attention to the frightened little Taoist priests.
He was worried that these zombies were disobedient and even tried to steal his blood. Forget it, I'll do it myself. A flash of scarlet blood flashed across his eyes, he roared like a laugh, and the ground exploded. The Taoist priest who grabbed the mahogany sword couldn't dodge and was hit by the white light transformed by He Chang. He had a big hole in his belly, his eyes were wide open, and he was dead.
Go and beat up the one who can generate electricity. Leave these noobs to me.
At this time, he no longer had the pressure of facing the zombie swarm alone. Shurjian walked leisurely on the battlefield, catching a bolt of lightning from time to time, which was very satisfying. With Shurjian's humanoid thunder cannon, the zombie swarms are being wiped out at a steady pace.
The zombies suddenly changed direction after hearing He Chang's roar.
A group of disciples were stunned. They clearly felt that the pressure suddenly decreased, so they quickly gathered and formed the Tiangang Beta formation to eliminate the zombies. Shurjian almost spit out a mouthful of blood when he was suddenly attacked by thousands of zombies. The pressure on him came again. A bit of cold light shot out, hitting He Chang's chest with a clang, like iron nails hitting iron armor. The flying strange object wrapped around his neck like an octopus, circled twice and stopped.
Cross? Ninth Master Uncle. Master Uncle is finally here. Uncle Ninth Master, we won't be able to hold on if you don't come.
In the sky, a man and a woman walked side by side through the air, riding on the clouds in yellow robes and stepping on the wind with cloth shoes. The female Taoist priest held a mahogany sword in her right hand, and the male Taoist priest carried a fly whisk. The two of them fell slowly, as if they were immortals. Big brother! Lin Jiao threw out his magic power, breaking the bones of the zombie wrapped around Shijian, twisting his body and falling down. Snort! Shijian looked miserable, and he didn't feel grateful for being saved by Lin Jiao. He took the lead and was the first to encounter the zombie wave, and protected the Mao Shan disciples in subduing demons and killing corpses. Lin Fengjiao just came and took away all his achievements. It's strange to have such a good face. Well, Lin Jiao shook his head. Uncle Ninth Master, what magic weapon did you just throw away? Seeing Yi Chang standing still, a young Taoist asked curiously. The zombie just now was as ferocious as a wild boar with tusks in the mountains, charging left and right, killing or injuring both zombies and living people. Now it was stopped by something casually thrown by Lin Jiao. It was really amazing. Cross. Cross? Lin Jiao nodded. Yes, there are not only Chinese zombies in the world, but also Western zombies. Western zombies are not afraid of the mahogany sword but are afraid of the cross. This cross is what I asked for from the Western Church. Uncle Ninth Master knows so much. This group of Taoist priests has never heard of the existence of Western zombies. They can suck blood and are not afraid of Taoist magic. Aren't they the nemesis of their Mao Shan Taoist priests? 8 people born in the Yang year and the Yang month will trap this zombie. To practice Mao Shan Taoism, the year of birth is very particular, and the Yang year is the most basic. A person who is born in the Yang year, Yang month, Yang sun, Yang, is the nemesis of the evil spirits in the world, comparable to the 5 generations of extraordinary people. Among people in their 20s or 30s, most of them are born in the Yang year and the Yang month. The 8 disciples consciously stood up and moved closer to the purple zombie. The Taoist priest with a goat's horn beard was standing opposite Yi Chang, and suddenly he saw a zombie winking at him. No! Back away! He yelled and retreated quickly. The 2 people on the right were stunned for a moment, but they seized the opportunity and had their necks pinched and drank their blood by the zombies who rushed in front of them. After the body landed on the ground, Yi Chang grinned and turned to look at Lin Jiao, who was frowning. He raised his hand and gently took off the cross necklace around his neck. I prefer wearing a Buddha necklace, not a cross. You were not controlled just now. Lin Jiao was furious. Who would have thought that a zombie would play tricks on them? I'm teasing you. Yi Chang clenched his fists and squeezed the cross into an iron ball. The crunching sound was not only the flattened iron ball in his hand, but also the sound of a group of Taoist priests gnashing their teeth. The screams continued one after another, and the attack of the zombie wave did not stop. Some people immediately turned around with hatred to deal with the zombie wave. Lin Jiao, didn't you ask for a helper? Why are you and Aunt Su the only ones back? Daguet also had a few scratches on his belly, which made him sweat profusely from the pain. Brother Ime Taoist still has something to do, we will still act according to the previous plan. In critical moments, you can't say anything to destroy your prestige. Lin Jiao turned to Shijian and said, Elder brother, please protect us. Shijian laughed angrily, Junior brother Lin, do you think I am a handyman? I don't dare. In this critical moment, I have a chance to win. Please help me, senior brother. Lin Jiao clasped his fists and lowered his head, not moving, as if Shijian would not get up unless he agreed. He had done enough on the surface, and then Shijian nodded with satisfaction. That's the case. Thunder fist. Lightning surged out from his fist and exploded among the zombies, turning a dozen zombies into ashes. Shijian expressed his wishes with practical actions. Lin Jiao was overjoyed. He stepped on the 7-star wandering dragon, flicked the whisk in his hand and stepped on it, and in the blink of an eye he was in front of Yi Chang. The fly whisk wrapped around Yi Chang's wrist and forcefully snatched the young Taoist from his hand. Of the 8 people born in the Yang year and the Yang month that Lin Jiao had called out just now, there were 2 left that had long been killed by Yi Chang. In high-level battles, the weak can only be cannon fodder. The difference is that Yi Chang has thousands of cannon fodder, while Lin Jiao and the others only have dozens. Big brother. As Lin Jiao yelled, Shijian exerted his strength, blood flowed from his orifices, and he summoned dozens of giant wooden stakes, swung them forward, and blocked the zombie horde. Do you have a killer move? As soon as he stepped on it, Yi Chang turned over and ran away. It's better to believe that he has it than to believe that he doesn't have it. Just hide away from him regardless of his killer and damaging moves. Where to run? Tu Long suddenly appeared in front of Yi Chang, hammering at Yi Chang with a pair of fists. He could faintly hear the roar of tigers and dragons behind him. Yi Chang raised his hand and instantly smashed Tu Long away,
and he was blocked and fell to the ground. Pull the rope. The hemp rope loops that were laid out at some point accurately tied his feet when they landed on the ground. There were 5 people pulling on each side. Chang slowly exerted his force, and like a tug-of-war, the 10 of them were pulled closer to the middle by one of them. 8 young trap formation. The people in the tug-of-war let go and suddenly fell next to Chang, and their magic powers turned into yellow ropes to tie him up. Chang raised his hand and tore off 4 or 5 strands, and another 40 or 50 strands wrapped around him, binding him like a spider cocoon. Dague, Momadi, Jigu, set up a formation to draw fire from the ground. Coming. Okay, senior brother snort. Linzhou seized every moment, and the 4 of them stood at the center of the formation and exerted their strength. During the formation, Chang felt a hot heat coming out of the soles of his feet and instantly wrapped around his ankles. It's actually magma that has come alive. The body is as hard as iron, and it finally succumbs to the high temperature of more than 1,000 degrees. The skin is gradually corroded, and the corpse energy escapes. Chang gritted his teeth and broke away from the yellow rope with one hand. With a flick of his wrist, a tall young Taoist priest in the distance screamed ah and was dragged into his palm. The magic circle is not broken yet? He really underestimated Linzhou. He cut off the tall man's neck with one hand, and Chang took a deep breath. The red blood flowed into the pillar and was sucked into his mouth through the air. Within a moment, the tall man was dead, but the earth's fire lava had already wrapped around his thighs. After losing the body, Chang dragged it again, grabbed a fat Taoist priest, and did the same thing. When the last of the 8 people entered his mouth, his constitution finally returned to +4. The trap was broken, but it was too late. It's done. Gugu was overjoyed to see the ground fire enveloping the zombies below their necks. Although their faces were pale, they saw the dawn of victory. The disciples guarded this period of time with their lives. Puff! The zombie's head shot up into the sky, and Gulula fell into the pile of zombies that were smashed by the stone-hard wooden stake technique in the distance. The group of people did not dare to rest and rushed to help Shijian eliminate the zombies. This disaster was finally over after they sacrificed nearly 20 young heroes from Mashan and the backbone of their masters and uncles. One night passed, only 4 or 5 people were still standing and breathing. None of the yellow-robed corpses that fell to the ground were intact, and they were all torn to pieces on the ground. Burn the corpse to prevent it from transforming into a corpse. Zombies are immortal and will wake up again to cause trouble to the world if their bodies are not destroyed. Dumb crow flapped its wings and flew south. There's something wrong with this crow, Gugu consoled her. Brother, it's normal for crows to eat zombie meat. You're overthinking it. Yeah, that's right. Linzhou nodded and thought, it was indeed him who made the fuss. Only the head of the purple zombie was left. Could it be possible that it could turn the world upside down? The war drained everyone's spirits. Uncle Ninth Master, if it hadn't been for you this time, the spiritual world would have been in catastrophe. Yes, Ninth Senior Uncle, we finally avenged our dead senior brothers and uncles. Exterminate demons and defend the Tao, and promote the reputation of Mao Shan. Linzhou raised his hand and shouted, don't be happy too early. After taking a break, we will continue to search in Su Town tonight to prevent any zombies from being eliminated. Yes. The seriously injured Shijian's face was as black as iron. He was the most powerful and the most injured at the scene. He single-handedly used the wooden stake technique to block the attack of thousands of zombies. Linzhou just came to use a formation and actually took all the credit. Elder brother, Linzhou had already noticed that something was wrong with his senior brother's expression. Humph, I don't dare. Shijian flicked his sleeves and left on foot. Qianli BMW was dead, and he had no means of replacement, so he could only leave on foot. Well, no one has left, so why should he leave? Gugu was unhappy with Shijian's attitude towards Linzhou. Linzhou stopped Ansu and said, senior brother dealt with the zombies by himself long before we came, and then stopped all the zombies by himself. He is seriously injured. It is best to let him go back and rest as soon as possible. Looking at Shijian's leading figure, the disciples whispered secretly, the leader is so small. Yes, it's obvious that the ninth uncle has contributed the most, but he's still not happy about what others say. Then how did Xiaodujikang become the leader? Fortunately, Shijian had already left, otherwise this thunder fist with stake technique would have been used to clean up the house tonight. As soon as the sun rises, it will automatically burn the twisted zombie bodies on the ground. There were 34 people before they came. Among the remaining masters were Shijian, Linzhou, Zhuogu, Momadi, Dague, and Tu Long. The Maoshan youth force suffered even more casualties, with only 4 people surviving.
Talon, Dague, and Mamadi were also in bad condition.
If it weren't for Linjo's good protection, they might have died.
3 days later, it was determined that the zombie disaster had been eliminated, and everyone separated. There is a series of mountains on the border of Guangdong. In a deep mountain, a human head has its eyes closed in a dark cave/cave. The cave was filled with gloomy air, and snakes, insects, rats and ants crawled by from time to time. A mouse squeaked, pointed at the head of the person with closed eyes, screamed and came forward to rub it. He opened his mouth and bit it down, almost breaking its rat teeth. Squeak! The mouse was furious. Under its cry, more than a dozen mice from the whole family came out of the hole and wrapped the human head tightly. Some bit the ears, some scratched the eyes, and some bit the nose. A big fat rat pried open the corpse's mouth, trying to capture the enemy from the inside. The human body is bitten like a mousetrap, and the rat dies, with blood sticking to its mouth. Squeak! The mice fled in panic. After a long time, they found that the human head was motionless.
Maybe it was just an accident. Unexpectedly, the human head opened its mouth again, and the mice floated uncontrollably one by one.
The panicked mice pawed at each other.
One after another, the body suddenly swelled. Bang! If the first one explodes, there will be a second one, a third one, a fourth one. A bunch of bloodlines fell into the heads and mouths.
A blood ball as big as a watermelon entered the mouth but did not spill out. The head and eyes were still closed, and except for the smell of blood in the air, everything was as usual. A blue and white snake crawled in with its waist/limbs twisted. Hiss spit the message. The closer it gets to the head, the more it feels the shade, and its body moves towards the head uncontrollably. Snapped. The snake's blood was drained instantly, a bleeding arrow was shot from the snake's mouth, and flew into the human head's mouth. The snake's body fell to the ground motionless. It's such a heavy energy, the corners of the mouth are usually drawn with the brush pointed upward, indicating that the person coming is sneaky, like a thief stealing chickens and dogs. So hungry the soles of his feet did not touch the ground, and he floated forward slowly.
They are ghosts and not humans.
When you haven't eaten enough, the ghost who kept laughing also laughed when he was angry, and his smile was so piercing. Behind him was a skinny, starving guy with a bloated belly.
Hide for a while first, it will be a disaster if that fat man catches us. Naughty boy, can you smell it?
It smells so good, the starving ghost drifted in with his nose twitching.
Why do you think you are more naughty than me?
The naughty ghost scratched his scalp and followed the hungry ghost. As soon as I walked in, I felt a thick energy rushing towards me. It's such a heavy chi, comparable to Wangchuan Road, huh? The naughty ghost was shocked.
He was also laughing when he was surprised. This is the delicious one.
The starving ghost suddenly jumped towards a human head on the ground.
Do not go.
It was too late for the naughty ghost to stop him.
A strong suction force pulled the two ghosts towards the head and mouth.
The naughty ghost used a lot of strength to hug a stone pillar to stabilize his body. The starving ghost was not so lucky.
It was sucked into the mouth of the human head and disappeared without a trace.
The naughty ghost quickly escaped from the cave and patted his chest. Hey, you scared me to death.
It's so fun, Fun? What's fun?
A voice came from behind, and the naughty guy's smile froze. A fat man stood behind him, holding a mahogany sword in his hand, and a little boy held a bagua mirror and carried a fly whisk on his back.
The fat man is here. The pursuers are here, ha.
The naughty guy bumped into the Taoist priest's hand and was put into the gourd without a chance to speak.
Dad, there is still one starving ghost left to be found.
The fat Taoist priest nodded. Every time, this naughty ghost is the most difficult to catch. I didn't expect that this starving ghost hides the hardest. Shaking the gourd, the fat Taoist priest said, I am doing this for your own good. In 15 years I can purify your evil spirits and you can be reincarnated.
What's the point of being a naughty ghost all your life, Father? If we don't find the starving people, I'm afraid many people nearby will lose food again.
Starving ghosts do no harm to people, but stealing food to eat during times of war and chaos is worse than killing people. Dad, senior sister said she is coming today.
Junior sister is coming? Damn it, you brat, why didn't you tell me earlier? Don't start a fight at home.
The fat man picked up his son and descended the mountain like a cloud in mist. There was still no movement after eating a starving ghost's head. In this way, the sun and moon on the top of the mountain are constantly changing. Occasionally, 1 or 2 mice and flower snakes enter the hole and fall into the human head and mouth. The earth's energy overflows and nourishes the human head. When the leaves turn yellow 5 times and turn green 5 times, half of the human head has grown. The summer insect called cicada, 5 more times. Deep in the cave lay a man without clothes, his skin as purple as a recently deceased person. Boom! On a rainy and thundering day, the sleeping corpse on the ground suddenly opened its eyes, stood up straight, opened its mouth, and revealed a pair of corpse teeth.
Mashan, wait until I go back to find a place. He Cheng finally woke up.
But he couldn't remember where he was at this time. When he was possessed by the earth fire, he voluntarily abandoned his body. His head turned into a crow and flew around day and night. Finally, he got into a cave and his consciousness fell into darkness. Zombies are immortal, but it's hard to find anyone else in the world who can survive with only one head left. Taking advantage of the rain, He Chang walked down the mountain with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. He had to improve his strength first before he could have the chance to turn around and cause trouble for those Taoist priests.
The raindrops fell on him, washing away the dirt and grime on his body. Damn it, how can an exhibitionist take a shower in the rain?
A man wearing a suit and glasses was passing by with an umbrella, and he happened to see a man in front of him with his back to him, taking a shower in public.
Hey! That exhibitionist!
Hearing the sound, He Chang turned his head.
What are you looking at? I'm talking about you.
A suit with mud splattered all over its trouser legs, a black umbrella and a face that needs a beating.
What are you looking at?
First Mao raised his chin in disdain. Familiar face. Aqiang from Fugui town and the security captain of the township office all have this face. A world connected by old ghost movies, with the same actors, so He Chang could always meet some familiar people. He had no doubt that he had encountered the plot of the movie as soon as he woke up. A living person. The first time he woke up and saw a living person, He Chang jumped up, and the muddy water was carried by his heels. With a bang, it landed in front of the first one. The distance of 3 to 4 feet was covered in one step.
Zombie?
Sure, Mao was shocked.
The pair of zombie teeth looked extremely penetrating. Ah, God is really blessing me. I just heard that there was a bronze-armored corpse in Zishuangbana. I came to take a look, and I found a purple zombie. He gently poked He Chang's chest with his gloved right hand. Hey! The softness and hardness of this body are almost the same as those of a living person. Are you about to become a zombie?
If you refine it into an armored corpse, at least it will be a silver armored corpse.
Zhuge Kongping, what are you going to fight with me for?
Countless thoughts flashed through number 1 Mao's mind, and he seemed to have seen the scene of him stepping on Zhuge Kongping, and all the people in the world surrendered.
Laughing loudly, I'm afraid you're not a fool.
He Chang raised his hand and pinched number 1 Mao's neck. I'll ask you questions next.
What a vicious zombie. Mao had no intention of responding.
He drew a talisman in the air with his finger and pointed it at He Chang's forehead. Suppress the corpse. The strength on his neck was getting stronger and stronger, showing that his technique had no effect at all.
He claims to be the best in the world.
Although his strength is not the best in the fantasy world, he is still considered to be the best. He is just a purple zombie. It takes a little effort to catch him, but he didn't expect that he overturned today. Feeling the strength on his neck getting stronger and stronger, first Mao raised his hand and threw out a group of pigeons. With a sudden squat, He Chang's palms were empty, and he was actually escaped by the first emissary Jinchan. What a ferocious zombie, so exciting, so exciting.
Ha ha.
Before number 1 Mao discovered the problem, he flicked his left hand, and a slingshot appeared like a magic trick.
Projectiles wrapped in yellow paper talismans were placed on the slingshot and launched.
With a swish sound, the talisman bullet hit He Chang's chest, burning a black spot, and the slightest pain penetrated into He Chang's brain. Seeing that his attack was effective and that the zombie couldn't hide, Mao laughed and fired the slingshot crazily. For a time, He Chang's body was riddled with holes and burnt black spots. The talisman projectile hurt him when it hit him, but it didn't hurt him when it hit his face. This body that relies on system recovery has indeed eliminated zombie hormones. Zombie hormones are not compatible with the system in his brain, so it is not surprising that there are no zombie hormones when making a new body. Roar! Roaring and roaring, he slapped the first one in the face. You can't hit me, zombie first Mao dodged, and there were a few extra wheels under his feet. He quickly retreated, but after only taking a few steps, he fell into the mud pit. Boom! The muddy water exploded, and just like before, number 1 Mao was picked up by the neck again by He Chang, who jumped over. The difference was that this time he couldn't use the golden cicada to escape from his shell, and his clothes were taken away immediately.
What era is it now?
It took a long time for number 1 Mao to realize that He Chang was talking about zombies. Let me get something. Sure, Mao struggled to conjure up a stethoscope and put it in his ear, as if wearing this thing would allow him to understand zombies.
What era is it now? He Chang asked again. Year. Although he wondered what a zombie was doing caring about years, he still confessed honestly. Year, 1936.
He Chang still remembered that it was the year of Icho, that is, 1926 AD, before he fell asleep. In this way, he had been sleeping for 10 years.
This is where? Guangdong Province. Guangdong Province. The first question is almost always answered.
In First Mao's eyes, this was not a zombie at all. It was just a living person wearing zombie skin, so he became very polite when he spoke. When people encounter tigers, they run away, and when they cannot escape, they kill them.
This is because tigers cannot negotiate terms.
When they encounter bandits, they breathe a sigh of relief and can survive by giving them money. The top player at level 24 has good abilities, but he is not impressive in front of He Chang.
Are you planning to find trouble with Zhuge Kongping?
It is already known to everyone in Guangdong's spiritual world that the first Mao is unhappy with Zhuge Kongping. The first Mao is even more convinced that He Chang is an old monster covered in zombie skin, perhaps a master of corpse refining. In order to live longer, he will refine himself into a zombie, so that his life will be equal to that of heaven. Senior Ming Jian has changed the title of the number one person to senior. When He Chang learned that the man in front of him dressed in Western style, with a suit and tie was called number one Mao, He Chang realized that this was the plot of ghost hunting family fun.
Zhuge Kongping is the 18th generation descendant of Zhuge Liang.
He is a well-known family in the spiritual world, and he likes to delve into strange and weird magic weapons. In the movie, there is a device that controls the actions of zombies with human will.
If the zombie's will is strong and the human's will is weak, the human will be controlled by the zombie.
This seems to be a good solution for He Chang, who is inconvenient to walk outside. He is now afraid of Taoism from the head down, and he is probably also afraid of the sun. I heard that Zhuge Kongping got a bronze armored corpse from Zishuangbana.
I want to pay my respects.
Even if you say you are paying homage, you are still looking for trouble. Bronze armored corpse. He Chang still remembered that the bronze armored corpse was very capable, and was fed with the blood of many masters in the spiritual world. It could ignore many magic weapons, so he could just touch it to see who had the stronger fist between himself and the bronze-armored corpse.
Hard. Senior, are you looking for Zhuge Kongping?
Well, lead the way. Zhuge Kongping's ability is higher than that of the first one, but not by much.
He Chang's interest in these Taoist masters at this time was far less than that of the ghost library of the Zhuge family.
First Mao walked in front, his eyes rolling. With my ability and that idiot Zhuge Kongping, I might be able to conquer this purple zombie.
Alas, I really don't want to share it with others.
He knew that Zhuge Kongping, like himself, liked to study zombies the most. If he saw a zombie with a head that was not afraid of Taoism and had human thoughts, he would jump on the roof excitedly. Considering his own life, number one Mao still chose to join forces with Zhuge Kongping. When we arrived at Zhuge's house, the dark clouds in the sky had dispersed and the moon was high above our heads.
Zhuge Kongping.
As soon as number one Mao walked in, he shouted at the top of his lungs.
Why you? Zhuge Kongping's attitude was that he really didn't want to see number one.
Ha! Where are the people? First Mao saw that Zhuge Kongping's attitude was wrong, but when he turned around, he found that the purple zombie had disappeared. Before entering the town, the zombies were still following him. After He Chang entered the Zhuge family mansion, he immediately followed the strong yin energy and came to the legendary ghost library. I'm not in a good state today, so I'll do 2 updates first, and I guarantee that there will be no less than one 10-chapter update next month.
The gate is made of bamboo, and the word ghost library is written on the plaque in thick ink.
There are yellow talismans on the left and right, with the words Sanqing Dao Talisman for Suppression written on it. All the ghosts captured by the Zhuge family since ancient times are sealed here. He Chang raised his hand, and the first floor-length robe only covered his calves. The yin and yang fish are embedded in the middle of the bagua plate. Hiss! He Chang retracted his hand as if he was electrocuted and grinned, feeling hurt but happy at the same time.
Do you really think I can't get in?
The 4 crows flapped their wings and flew up, but they didn't expect an invisible barrier like an upside-down cauldron to block He Chang's way.
Return to human form after landing. His head is not made of iron, but unless it is struck by lightning, no one can possibly hurt it.
The old cow's top corner arched like this, and the bagua plate immediately broke into pieces. They are all delicious. The ghost library is half an acre of land, and there are hundreds of gods. The smell of ghosts is different. His nose shrinks, and a smell of candied haws penetrates his nose.
To the north, there is a tablet with the name Zhuge Liang written in cinnabar.
In a world with ghosts and gods, no one can tell whether Zhuge Liang is squinting at him from the sky. Besides, the god card is not worth mentioning.
Another scent. Naughty devil.
He Chang stopped and stood in front of a small porcelain vase. There are hundreds of ghosts in the ghost library, and the naughty ghosts have their own small temple for offering tables, so they are doing well. He Chang raised his hand and tore open the yellow talisman. The talisman was as hot as a casserole on the fire, and it simmered in his hand. A burst of black smoke came out and fell behind He Chang. Hey, it turns out to be a zombie, stupid zombie. The naughty ghost scratched He Chang's back and ran away. Anyone who has been a ghost for a long time knows that zombies are stupid. Before he even took 2 steps after lifting his toes, an external force grabbed the naughty boy, making it difficult for him to move.
Zhuge Kongping got a bronze-armored corpse?
He Chang asked, holding the naughty boy in front of him like a chicken.
The naughty ghost is very aware of current affairs and whispered, the bronze-armored corpse in Zishuangbana.
It is said that several Taoists nourish the corpse with spiritual blood. It is not afraid of anything except coffin nails. It is in the backyard of Zhuge's house.
Let me go and I will take you. Go.
The ghost library is still some distance away from Zhuge's house, but He Chang can come to it if he smells human scent. The spiritual power of Zhuge Kongping and his family is like a light bulb in the dark, he can find it without opening his eyes. A lot of nonsense. He Chang shook his head, pinched and pinched, turning the naughty boy into a ball and holding it in his hand.
Let him go. The ghost who turns into smoke is not easy to catch.
How has the spiritual world developed in the past 10 years? He still needs subordinates who can keep an eye on the situation, and the imps flying around are the most suitable ones. It is already 1936, a major event in history, and the Japanese invasion of China is about to begin.
Troubled times, trouble.
After trapping the naughty guy, He Chang turned his head and started to feast. Not to mention the evil ghosts that the Zhuge family has caught for generations, the ghosts who died unjustly, the skin ghosts, and the lonely ghosts wandering in the world that cannot be reincarnated in the underworld.
Even the ghosts that Zhuge Kongping has caught for decades are enough to drink a pot.
He Chang grabbed a small porcelain bottle the size of a shampoo bottle with the words on the 29th day of the 12th lunar month of the Wushu year, people born on the 29th of the 12th lunar month of the Wushu year, adulterous ghosts written on the shelf with one hand. He opened the cork and talisman with his thumb, pointed it at the porcelain bottle and took a suffocating mouthful. There was a grunting sound, and the ghost entered his stomach. Before the Yin Chi had time to rise, the experience tank that had not worked for 10 years was like a dry land seeing heavy rain, and it was devoured insatiably. Not finished eating the ghost, he raised his hand and stuffed the naughty ghost inside, and put the seal on it despite his hot hands.
Hey, what are you doing? Let me out.
If he fell into the hands of Zhuge Kongping, he would at most eat well every day, listen to the mantras, and go to the underworld to be reincarnated as early as possible. If it falls into the hands of this ghost-eating zombie, who knows if this purple zombie wants to save it for a midnight snack because of its fleshy flesh and thin skin? He Chang had no intention of paying attention to this naughty guy. With one hand free, He Chang started working with both hands, and the ghost swallowed them one by one, just like eating jelly beans. Experience value plus 80, experience value plus 200, experience value plus 190. There is a centuries-old ghost king here, and there are also resentful little ghosts who were born again.
Gain experience and level up. This is really enjoyable.
If I could slip into the underworld and become a zombie supreme, it would be just around the corner. Having said that, if he comes across a bull-headed and horse-faced judge, Zhang Kuei and Yama, he will probably be crushed to ashes.
Fight with me?
Number 1 Mao collected the magic mechanism and walked to the backyard. The purple zombie just let him go for some reason, and he didn't tell Zhuge Kongping about the purple zombie. The bronze-armored corpse and the purple zombie were all his.
With this Zishuangbana bronze-armored corpse, Zhuge Kongping? Zhang?
You can capture it at your fingertips, he. Number 1 Mao appreciated this copper-stained zombie as if he were appreciating a treasure.
Still using such an old-fashioned way to suppress corpses? Forget it, it's mine. Xiao despised Zhuge Kongping's ability, and wrapped the bronze-armored corpse in the first big net to leave.
After subduing this bronze-armored corpse first, with the help of the bronze-armored corpse, he is truly number 1. After taking 2 steps, I suddenly felt a light sensation on my back. The corpse breath mixed with the cold night wind, making it sting a bit. Feeling something bad in his heart, he squatted down on the ground and saw a slap with a glowing copper light sweeping over his head. The bronze-armored corpse comes to life. If viewed in terms of realm, the bronze-armored corpse's ability is still above that of Zijan, not as good as jumping zombie, but much higher than Zijan's half-waist level.
Certainly. First Mao turned over and put a yellow talisman between the eyebrows of the bronze-armored corpse. Roar! The bronze-armored corpse tore open his uniform impatiently and kicked him away.
This scene looks so familiar. Sure, Mao climbed up holding his stomach and barely rolled 2.5 circles to avoid the pair of cold corpse claws.
Has he been studying technical Taoism for too long? Why do I feel like all the zombies in the world are not afraid of talismans? I'll go and come back. Zhuge Kongping finally got out of trouble, and as soon as he walked into the yard, he heard a wailing sound. Damn number 1, my bronze-armored corpse.
Zhuge Kongping secretly thought that something was wrong and rushed out of the room when he saw a black shadow spinning towards him.
Ouch! 2 screams of pain.
The first one got up from Zhuge Kongping, his clothes were scratched all over his body, and he looked miserable. How dare you touch my bronze-armored corpse?
The first Mao was not convinced and went back. What's your bronze-armored corpse? The one with the ability will live there. Do you have the ability to release zombies? Zhuge Kongping was so angry that he laughed instead. The bronze-armored corpse doesn't care about 2 people. He wants to kill both of them.
It is instinct for zombies to suck blood.
If you don't drink water when you are thirsty, aren't you a fool?
Weaves all know how to grow toward the sun, and their roots penetrate deeper to absorb water.
Zhuge Kongping teamed up with the first Mao, which was quite powerful.
Although they were beaten violently by the bronze-armored corpses who were not afraid of magic, no one lost their lives.
Don't come here, ghost servant, take Xiaoming and leave.
Zhuge Kongping took a quick glance and was so frightened that his son Zhuge Xiaoming ran in.
Wasn't he seeking death by participating in this battle? Dad! Giku, all the ghosts in Giku were eaten by a zombie. What? First Mao's eyelids were twitching, he couldn't be so unlucky. The Zhuge family has a treasure trove of ghosts accumulated over 18 generations.
Except for a small number of ghosts who have eliminated evil obstacles and resentments and returned to the 6 paths, there are thousands of remaining ghosts. A ghost brings dozens of experience points, and it takes 10,800 experience points to upgrade to level 30. Counting ordinary evil ghosts, the Ghost King only brought a few hundred points each, which barely allowed him to reach level 34. Far from enough. An expert in the spiritual world is as powerful as a Ime Taoist, and he only has a little experience to kill him. Besides, how many masters are there in this world who can compare to the one-brow Taoist? It is better to pursue the existence of a master than to pursue the existence of a ghost. Quality is insufficient, but quantity is worse than quantity. He Chengru's son Dashang made a scene in Lujuan's Tashita Palace. After eating the elixir, his belly was full, and he lay on his back on the altar table to rest for a while. Outside the ghost library, ghost servant, do you think it's interesting for my father to ask us to check the ghost library every day? How strong a monster can be. To knock open the door of the ghost library, Zhuge Xiaoming, who was holding a lantern with the word Zhuge written on it, and the ghost servant with a pigtailed whip, stared dumbly at the broken bagua plate of yin and yang fish on the ground. The door made of Qingju was broken open. Maybe it's a wild wolf or wild boar, Zhuge Xiaoming swallowed. If humans or animals enter the ghost vault and release the evil spirits inside, then there will probably be a disaster in the entire spiritual world. Not to mention thousands of ghosts running amok. There are thousands of ghosts. What's even more frightening is that there are demons and monsters who ignore the seal of the ghost library and break into the ghost library. I gonna go see. The ghost servant relied on the fact that he was a ghost and slowly approached the door. Xiaoming, run! The ghost servant shouted, and the 3 souls and 7 souls were almost separated from each other by fright. Zhuge Xiaoming looked horrified. What happened? A zombie. The zombie ate all the ghosts. The zombie broke all the porcelain bottles that sealed the ghosts, and now he was lying on the altar table comfortably, like smoking after bed. There is not a trace of ghost energy in the entire ghost library, but it was eaten by this zombie. When he heard it was a zombie, Zhuge Xiaoming immediately thought of the bronze-armored corpse he and his father Zhuge Kongping had just collected. It was so vicious. Zhuge Xiaoming accidentally lost the lantern and ran away without even bothering to pick it up. Don't yell, I'll just turn a blind eye. He Chang caught the ghost servant and was quite speechless. He wanted to take a good rest after eating, but a level 3 ghost servant and a level 3 living person had no reason for him to eat. I wanted to let them go, but this mindless ghost servant would just yell. He stepped on the overturned burning lantern, and the flames immediately climbed up to the roots of his legs. The flames were blazing and could not hurt him at all. He Chang dragged the ghost servant and slowly walked towards Zhuge's house. He was not interested in living people, but he was very interested in bronze-armored corpses.
Mao Zhang, a zombie cultivated naturally.
Armored zombies are zombies refined through strange techniques.
There is a big difference between the two. Mao Zhang can improve his strength by absorbing the essence of the sun and moon and the energy of the earth.
He Chang personally hates absorbing moonlight.
Absorbing moonlight for a month is not as good as the benefit of swallowing a ghost.
As long as the materials, refining techniques, etc. are brought up, the strength of the armored corpse can be improved.
Following Zhuge Xiaoming, we came to the Zhuge house.
Red bricks and gold tiles, a 6-foot courtyard wall, the house occupies the Golden Toad treasure house, the door faces east, and the continuous mountains to the east leave a gap for the Zhuge family's gate. The road is smooth, and the purple energy comes from the east.
If you settle here, your family will be prosperous and your wealth will be abundant. Climb the 3 stone steps and walk into the half-open red door. 2 people are standing inside fighting and shouting. Dad! Giku, all the ghosts in Giku were eaten by a zombie. What? Zhuge Kongping's eyelids twitched.
It was not unusual for zombies to eat ghosts, but this ghost vault was sealed with the Zhuge family's Bagui Yang fish.
Even if the zombies came, they probably wouldn't be able to break through the door. First Mao, do you know something?
The first one's face looks like constipation, and it's troublesome for people not to think of him.
What are you talking about? I don't understand.
It's obvious that you, the Zhuge family, are not good at it, but you still go around provoking them. Look, before the bronze-armored corpse can be dealt with, a purple zombie appears.
Humph, he said it had nothing to do with you. No one said it was Zizhan.
Zhuge Kongping swung his big belly and kicked away the bronze-armored corpse that was rushing towards Zhuge Xiaoming. He was also rebounded by the force and fell to the ground.
Xiaoming, hide quickly. Call your mother and Xiaohua, don't move. Zhuge Xiaoming nodded repeatedly and got into the main room.
Master being carried by He Chang, the ghost servant had not yet gotten over his habit of yelling. His call just caught the attention of the 2 people present.
Ghost servant. Zizhan.
The first Mao laughed sarcastically, now that there were bronze-armored corpses that he couldn't beat, and He Chang who had tortured him so badly before, his chances of survival were getting smaller and smaller. His eyes rolled. I go first. After saying these words, number 1 Mao raised his hand and pulled his chest.
The small suit he was wearing opened into a pair of wings, and a small rocker popped out of his lower abdomen.
As he shook it vigorously, the mechanical wings behind him flapped loudly, pulling him to fly into the sky.
I didn't let you go. Bang! Ouch! Poof! Zhuge Kongping's small eyes suddenly widened and widened. Isn't it purple stiffness? What is the origin of this bouncing ability that is not weak as jumping stiffness?
He Chang carried the ghost servant and swooshed up into the sky, then stepped on the back of number 1 Mao and landed on the ground. The first person who hit him spit out blood and was seriously injured instantly. If he can completely defeat the number 1 Mao with such ease, then he is almost the same as the number 1 Mao.
Zhuge Kongping shuddered.
Things were going beyond his brain circuitry. Zi Zhang, who landed on the ground, looked at each other with the bronze-armored corpse, and then roared at each other.
Bang!
The bluestone floor beneath Zi Zhang's feet was instantly stepped on, leaving a footprint. The figure shot out like a cannon, the zombie's claws clenched into fists, and hammered the bronze-armored corpse on the chin from bottom up. The bronze-armored corpse, covered in bronze light and not afraid of 5 thunders, was actually knocked away by this punch, crashing through the red-painted door. The bronze-armored corpse certainly lived up to its name of copper skin and iron bones. He casually smashed the red-painted door of the Zhuge family, which weighed hundreds of kilograms. He let out a strange roar from his throat and was unhappy, but he raised his hand and smashed Zi Zhang like a stupid bear.
My Zhuge family still claims to be a famous family in the spiritual world.
Now there is a corpse in bronze armor with a purple head, and we are helpless.
Zhuge Kongping's mouth was dry.
He licked his dry lips, stood up, and pulled the seriously injured number 1 Mao back to the main room. In the hall, 14 red candles lit up the room. In the north is a family photo of a family of 5. Below the photo are 2 tie-shirt chairs and a fragrant wood tea table. At this time, no one was sitting on the tea table or chairs. Instead, people were hiding behind the tables and chairs.
Zhuge Kongping's wife is the ironclad fortune teller Wang Hui, his daughter is Zhuge Xiaohua, and his son is Zhuge Xiaoming. Seeing him come in and close the door, Wang Hui asked anxiously, "What should I do? Both zombies are too ferocious. Our Zhuge family can't deal with them. I'm afraid there won't be anyone around who can save us. Dad, why don't we ask our aunt to save us?" "No. Mom, this is a time of life and death for us, so don't be jealous. Wang Hui grimaced, then let's die together as a family. We must not let that vixen come. Zhuge Kongping, what do you think? I'm going to see what's going on outside.
Zhuge Kongping was famously afraid of his wives, so he would not dare to rebel at times like this.
Dad, why did the two zombies suddenly fight? This, I want to know too. Everyone's attention turned to number 1.
No, don't look at me, I just met him on the road.
Number 1 Mao, you really brought it here. The first one shrank his head. I can't deal with him alone, why don't I ask Zhuge Kongping for help?
Hearing number 1 Mao admit that he needed to save his life, Zhuge Kongping was happy at first, and then his face froze.
This doesn't sound like a compliment. Saving lives ended up costing everyone their lives together. How's it going outside? Evenly matched.
The Zhuge family was anxious.
Suddenly, Zhuge Kongping looked at the second floor attic and secretly made up his mind. Xiaoming, come up with me. Yes, Dad. Wang Hui was confused and took her daughter Zhuge Xiaohua up to the second floor.
When she saw 2 iron cages upstairs, she knew that her man was doing some shady research.
There was a zombie on one side.
This zombie was not a hairy zombie. There were traces of corpse refining on its body, but it was not an armored zombie.
This is a machine I invented.
It can control the actions of zombies with human consciousness. Although one of the 2 zombies fighting outside will be injured, we may not be able to deal with the injured one.
We can only rely on the zombies. Zhuge Kongping started the machine while explaining his invention to his wife.
A huge current flows through the 2 iron cages, with the zombie standing on the left and Zhuge Xiaoming standing on the right.
A few minutes later, click, the machine smoked, and Zhuge Xiaoming trembled with the zombies.
Xiaoming, control the zombies to come out.
Oh,
okay. Zhuge Xiaoming imitated the drumming method, and then he closed his eyes and fought hard. The nearly 6-foot zombie, wearing a shroud and with bulging muscles, glared fiercely, slowly raised his legs and walked forward, 1 step, 2 steps, as if he had lost the strength to feed himself. In the 3rd step, the butt suddenly twists to the side. The 4th step is to twist the waist and hips again.
Xiaoming, what are you thinking about?
I miss you, I'm sorry, Dad.
Zhuge Xiaoming stuck out his tongue in embarrassment.
With his efforts to control, the zombie was finally able to use its fists and feet flexibly and move around.
Boom coming. Zhuge Kongping looked down. Why would Cheng suddenly take action?
The level 38 bronze armored corpse turned out to be hostile to him when they first met. He was dressed in leather armor and had a bronze medal hanging around his neck that read "So Wu." Cheng still remembered that when he was chatting with the young prince, he once said that he was attacked by a zombie and died. The zombie was called Bo Suo Wu. It should be refined by a Chinese evil way.
A corpse in Burmese bronze armor.
No matter whether men, women, or children in Myanmar have surnames, they only have first names in their lives. However, they will also put a title in front of their name to indicate their status, such as age, status, official position, etc. The title will change with status, age, etc. throughout their lives.
And change is normal. Bo means an important position in the military. The bronze-armored corpse naturally recognized Cheng's identity. The so-called enemy was extremely jealous when they met.
The bronze-armored corpse immediately gave up number 1 Mao and Zhuge Kongping's family and fought with Cheng. It only took more than 10 years for Cheng to become a zombie. Excluding 10 years of sleeping, he had been a zombie for less than a year. He just broke out of the coffin and it was just about to enter summer. The final battle with the people in Maoshan happened on the Double Ninth Festival. This does not mean that Cheng couldn't beat the bronze-armored corpse. Even though the bronze-armored corpse was slightly stiff, but for a real fight, if it hadn't been for the copper shell, it would have been hammered into a pulp by Cheng. The fists and feet were like big hammers, and the entire courtyard, floor tiles, and wall bases were all demolished like ruins by the 2 beast-like beasts.
Boom!
Cheng punched him again, and the bronze-armored corpse fell into the main room. Before he could follow up an attack, he heard a roar, a zombie fell from a height, and a pair of official boots stepped on the head of the bronze-armored corpse, forcing its head into the floor tiles. This movie fully demonstrates that ghosts and zombies merge and their combat power increases. Zhuge Kongping researched the zombie control invention, which controlled a zombie to be beaten violently by a bronze-armored corpse, and then the ghost servant ran into the zombie's body and actually tortured the bronze-armored corpse. However, Cheng has not let go of the ghost servant since the battle. The zombies inside must be controlled by machines. Roar! The bronze-armored corpse grabbed the leg that was stepping on his head with both hands, and pulled hard, causing the zombie to split into a split second.
He stood up with a shock on his back, and just as the bronze-armored corpse was about to get angry, he saw a pair of feet bumping towards him, and he was accidentally kicked to the ground. Zhuge Kongping, help, help that Zijian!
When he was seriously injured, number 1 Mao suddenly shouted.
Help the zombies?
Yes, he has human consciousness, which is different from the bronze-armored corpse that only sucks blood.
Help him! Dad? Zhuge Xiaoming looked at Zhuge Kongping. If you help the zombies, you may be killed. If you don't help, you will definitely die. Xiaoming! Help that Zijian! Zhuge Kongping deliberately shouted louder for He Chang to hear, and said quickly, we are in a group now, can you return the ghost servant to us? He Chang flicked it casually, and the ghost servant rolled away on the ground, hitting the wall before stopping. Everyone was overjoyed. Since zombies could communicate, there was a chance of survival. The clumsy zombie controlled by Zhuge Xiaoming came to harass again, and was punched away by the bronze-armored corpse, but the flaw he exposed hit He Chang's kick. With the combined efforts of the two zombies, and the help of Zhuge Kongping, they finally subdued the bronze-armored corpse. Uniforms are not enough.
Since corpse energy is experience, there's no reason why I can't steal the experience from other zombies. He Chang showed off a pair of corpse teeth. The strongest part of his body was definitely the corpse teeth. The corpse teeth failed to pierce the bronze-armored corpse's neck, but they gradually penetrated along the brass cracks on his skin. A strong corpse energy penetrated into He Chang's body.
What is he doing?
Suck the corpse breath. Zhuge Kongping was also a little stunned. The corpse energy of each zombie is like the magic power we cultivate. If you suck it in, it will only trigger repulsion and eventually explode. Is this zombie desperate for his life? It's not that he was desperate, He Chang felt that his situation at this time was very good.
A bronze-armored corpse could only be killed with a few hundred experience points.
A body of corpse energy was sucked into his body, and the experience bar started running rapidly. Although a lot of corpse energy was wasted, it still added nearly 1,000 experience points to him.
Readily. As soon as he let go, the bronze-armored corpse fell to the ground.
His body was like porcelain, smashed into pieces, revealing the withering and festering flesh and blood inside.
Except for the carapace, the inside of the bronze-armored corpse was a mess.
He Chang turned to look at Zhuge Kongping's family. He had done a lot of betrayal on the spot. The rooster crows at the fourth watch, and the moon hides behind the dark clouds. In the yard where Zhuge's house was completely in ruins, Zhuge Kongping was wearing that zombie language translator invented by number 1 Mao and talking with He Chang.
Are you talking about the zombie disaster 10 years ago?
At that time, it was said that all the backbone of the Maoshan sect was almost wiped out, and only a few people survived.
Zhuge Kongping couldn't help but take a second look at He Chang.
It couldn't have been done by the purple zombie in front of him. Judging from his terrifying fighting power, it was very possible. However, Zhang has trouble dealing with a bronze-armored corpse, so how could he possibly deal with more than 30 elites in Maoshan?
Zhuge Kongping never thought that Zhang was not afraid of Maoshan Taoism.
In his eyes, the more than 30 elites were just more than 30 jumping flesh and blood.
Your Majesty Axinjuelu Puki, my father is the brother of Emperor Xuanton's father Aizenjuelu Zifeng.
Axinjuelu Zifeng was stationed at the border of Zishuangbana when the Qing dynasty was still alive. He was injured by this Burmese bronze-armored corpse.
It's become like this, He Chang Yuan read according to the identity draft given by Niu Lu.
His body and his father were both fictitious identities. It turns out to be the prince. Zhuge Kongping bowed, but no one knew how much he believed it.
What are your plans for the future, Your Majesty?
Going north, whether to rebuild the country as a zombie, or to go to Maoshan to seek trouble, no one knows. After asking for a few pieces of clothing, He Chang left.
Dad, do you believe what he said? Zhuge Xiaoming came over and asked. Otherwise? Do I dare to make trouble for him?
It's a pity that there is no ghost in the ghost library built by our ancestors. What they do is the work of purification and salvation, helping ghosts eliminate their karma, and they accumulate negative virtues. Although in virtue cannot correspond to destiny, it can reduce bad luck, bring good fortune, bring peace to children and grandchildren, and prolong life. If you don't want the Zhuge family to be destroyed in my hands, go out to catch ghosts tomorrow and try to fill up the ghost library as soon as possible.